How's it going, everybody? It's been a while since I've streamed. Just doing something a little bit new, a little bit different today. I just wanted to come back to it with something that personally I can relax with, because streaming it actually takes a lot out.
Diss tracks, roasts, clout, irrelevant. Words that likely come to mind when you hear the name Rice Gum, the online alias of Brian Kwang Lee. From 2016 to 2019, Rice was one of the most popular people on YouTube. His blown out, oversaturated thumbnails could be seen across the site's homepage time and time again. Some of his songs have tens of millions of plays on Spotify, and on YouTube their respective music videos reach more than 100 million hits. But it feels like we never hear about Rice Gum anymore. The last time he was in the news at all was when he was caught participating in the Save the Kids crypto scam alongside FaZe K and Sam Pepper. So how did one of the most popular roast channels on YouTube, someone who was integral to so much drama over the course of his career, and was absolutely mobbed when he was spotted at VidCon by his young fanbase, manage to be totally forgotten about in just a matter of a few years? Well, today, we'll find out.
Yo, what up? It's your boy Rice flavored gum. You can call me Brian, that's my real name, because all you guys are, my subscribers. I'm 15, I live in Vegas, I like to play COD, I've been playing for 2 years. If you're here for tips and a good gameplay, I can't provide that, but if you're here just to have fun, I'm really funny, I think. I like to troll people.
The Rice Gum YouTube channel was created in September of 2012, and shortly thereafter he began trying to make it big through the revolutionary genre of content known as Call of Duty trolling videos. By the 13th of March, he already had 2,000 subscribers, and was signed to Machinima, a multi-channel network which at the time was known for signing any gaming channel it could get its hands on. At the time, he was attempting to make it big by posting videos like Trolling Gay Black Guy and Angry Black Man Cries on Black Ops 2. Fueling tensions between the Asian and black communities, it seemed he was trying to mimic other popular channels from the time like Burnsy, or Minnesota Burns, who created their own YouTube empires through the style of video. The premise was simple. You join a lobby, turn on your mic, and attempt by any means possible to make whoever is in the lobby with you freak out. You could do this by repeatedly killing them, playing poorly on purpose, or just trash-talking them so severely as to elicit a mental breakdown. And then you take that recording, edit it a little bit with some funny memes and MLG edits, post it to YouTube, and boom, you're famous. One of his videos from this time even had Minnesota Burn style in the title, clearly showing the inspiration he took from the then king of COD trolling. However, despite some initial success, it appears these videos didn't get him anywhere in the long run, and he has since hidden most of them on his channel. As the Call of Duty trolling trend died, and trolling videos in general started declining in popularity, Rice began experimenting with other forms of gaming content. By this time, he was also streaming on Twitch, which he just posted clips of to his YouTube channel as highlight reels. He would play COD on stream, join Omegle to talk to random people, and interview models and porn stars.
Wait, what are you talking about?
So you know those messages you sent me saying that it was only streamed once and that it was not recorded and no one else would get it?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I've been sitting here watching your stream
Oh, no,
for
no.
like an hour, and you replayed it.
Oh, yeah,
and
no.
No, I don't want to hear it.
No, I saved
Off.
it.
Off.
No,
You are sincerely a piece of shit.
What did I do? I'm so confused. I showed the clip.
Yeah, you're so confused. No, you can go fuck yourself. I'm done.
One early success from these streaming videos was an interview he did with Mia Khalifa, a former adult film actress who has since announced her role in the industry and been highly critical of the content overall. Rice decided to title his video with her, Mia Khalifa Comes on Stream.
Do you see my chat?
Oh my god, I can't even read that fast.
Yeah, they're just like happy, dude. They're just like happy to see you.
I'm not gonna twerk.
Yeah, don't twerk, that's bad.
So by this point, Brian already had 25,000 subscribers, and he was seeing some decent success for someone who was only 2 years into his career. So, considering how frequently he experimented with new formats, it was clear that he would need to keep throwing things at the wall until something really stuck and his channel could finally blow up. During this adaptive period, he explored genres such as vlogging and room tour videos, while attempting to solidify a bigger fan base.
During the summer, I'm gonna be on that grind, and I'm about to start sleeping here. And as we turn over here, here's my couch. You know, I like to sit here sometimes, hang out, and watch TV.
His streams were getting decent views, sure, but he was hardly one of the most successful on the platform. So he decided to take part in a format many at the time were also dipping their toes into: commentary. At the time, channels like Leafy is Here, Pyrocynical, and No Fuckers were starting to see significant success for making fun of cringy individuals online. From annoying kids to furries, everyone was fair game to be mocked over unrelated gameplay footage. These videos themselves were inherently derivative of Call of Duty commentaries from the early 2010s, which were just people telling stories or ranting over COD Modern Warfare footage. Rice, seeing a clear trend forming, decided to take part and started posting call-out videos himself. By October of 2015, he was calling out family channels and Prank Invasion for staging their ridiculous videos, both of which were pretty popular targets at the time.
Basically, we're gonna click on one of his videos, and as you can see, all of his videos say kissing prank, right? So he's known for kissing pranks, and bro, this fool gets a lot of views, a ton of views. So we're gonna click on one of them, and we're gonna watch it together. So we'll do Yoga Prank Edition, and basically just start off. He just intros like, "Yo, what's up, guys?"
By calling out channels that were far more popular than his own, Brian was able to rank in search results and get more eyes on his videos. It's a classic tale. If you want to get popular, interact with those way more popular than you. But, much like Leafy, it wouldn't be videos criticizing other popular channels that put Brian into the stratosphere. Instead, it would be criticizing and making fun of children, most of which were completely irrelevant themselves. While Leafy's first viral series was Kids That DDoS.
Hey, what's up, guys? Today we're going to be talking about DDoSing, and give me a sec, I gotta hit this guy off in my Skype call. He's been being a prick today, and give me a sec. This is what you get for rating me on Minecraft. and 600 seconds.
Rice Gum would begin experimenting with the series known as These Kids Must Be Stopped. On December 8th of 2015, he uploaded the first installment. The video addresses musical.ly, usually called Musical.ly, a now defunct social media app created the year prior which focused on music, encouraging users to dance or lip sync to popular songs. An interesting tidbit about Musical.ly is that its technology was later recycled to create TikTok, now the most popular app in the world across every platform. Rice complains that the majority of its users were very young and questioned if their parents were aware of what their offspring were up to on the internet. The first video he reviews is from a then 13-year-old Jacob Sartorius, pointing out the fact that he's lip-syncing a song about drunk texting while being well below the legal age to drink.
Alright, man. I don't know if you guys heard it. This fucker just said, I'll be drunk texting you. I did some research. This fool is 13. He'll be drunk texting. I didn't even text at the age of 13, let alone drunk text. I mean, I don't know if he knows what that means by drunk texting. I mean, yeah, you guys are like, Rice, man, he's just a little kid hanging, you know, just trying to make some good videos. I mean, it gets worse, but I mean, just seriously though, drunk texting, come on, there's so many songs to pick from. Like, you can do, hey, I just met you, you know what I mean? Just like, call me maybe, you know, just all these nice, happy songs, but this fool decides to do drunk texting, seriously.
In the rest of the video, he would express a similar sentiment, being concerned over the fact that these kids were so young, yet dancing to songs with over-the-top raunchy lyrics about drug use, masturbation, and other kind of out-there topics for kids.
Playing with my I am just that sport.
Wait, what? Did she just say that she's about to play with her pussy? Yeah, alright, so I once again did some research. She just turned 13. And she's playing with her pussy. What? Dude, does her mother know that she just said this? Alright, so when I was 13, dude, it was like Transformers, G.I. Joe, Hot Wheels, and she's over here playing with her.
It was a fairly simple format. Rice opened with a short intro, then spent the next 8 minutes watching a few videos, before finishing with a parody of the videos he just watched. Looking back, it's actually surprising it performed so well. Quality standards for content were more bottom of the barrel back then, but that's kind of the magic of it. He didn't have to be the most amazing video creator in the world. He could just be kind of funny and share it with his audience, and they found it relatable, and they latched onto that. This would come to be Rice's defining style of content for the next 2 years. Funnily enough, in the first few moments of the video, he thanked his audience for the 900 comments he had gotten on the last one. This video, however, he would go on to receive more than 100,000 comments, as a result of the cumulative 15 million views it got on YouTube alone. A few videos later, he would thank his audience for 50,000 subscribers, and he was just getting started. His next upload would be titled, This Girl Must Be Stopped, posting one day before Christmas 2015. It featured Rice reviewing the Twitter account of a girl named Uma Compton, someone who had received a decent amount of attention for her unorthodox appearance and tweets. The account would post shocking tweets like, My husband is playing a new Pokemon game called Grinder. He's about to catch a Dom top and has to go out for an hour. Jessie J wanna be me so bad. Found these essential oils in my husband's gym bag. Smells weird. You know my pussy looked like Hiroshima after my man wrecked it. The running jokes of her online presence included accusing celebrities that had no idea she existed of stealing her style, her exotic escapades in detail, and her husband secretly being gay. She was the ideal target for any commentary channel. She also had a music career that was riddled with absolutely unhinged lyrics. Her song, By the River, featured the lines, Down by the river, boy, I'm waiting on you. Pussy needs eaten. Beat it black and blue. Hold me in your arms. This love is true. Nothing else matters when I'm fingered by you. Seeing the potential for a hilarious video, Rice reacted to her account on his channel.
What the fuck? What is wrong with this girl? I was actually thinking about it, and I think this is actually kind of cool. Like, nowadays, girls don't even show off their man and brag about them, and, you know, she's just, you know, like, you know, I love, like, if my girlfriend ever did this, I would honestly be so happy, because she, you know, she cares about me, and stuff like that. So perfectly fine. And let's just look at this guy's face, man. Like, he's just like, yup, I'm that lucky guy that gets to deep coconut head every night. I literally went through her whole Twitter and I think I caught AIDS. Like, she literally cannot spell for coconut ass boy, incest ass bitch, confidence
The Uma account was later exposed by media outlets, as well as the YouTuber Wavy Webster, for being a troll account, utilizing someone else's photos to create an identity for this strange brand of tweets and music. However, to Rice, Uma Compton was nothing more than an opportunity. By January, he had grown to 80,000 subscribers, and his growth was only snowballing. The YouTube algorithm had finally blessed him with the success he wanted all along. With a healthy mix of childish roasts and being in the right place at the right time, Rice's channel would grow by tens of thousands every month. On January 12th, he hit 100,000 subscribers, and just 2 weeks later, 200. One of the young girls he had made fun of in the first These Kids Must Be Stopped video was Lauren Gray, an up-and-coming Musical.ly star. Lauren, having seen the video, decided to respond to Rice, prompting him to then respond himself in the video, Lauren Gray Must Be Stopped. Rice, at 20 years old, was now making a career off of having drama with middle schoolers.
All this guy does is he watches what we do and he literally he says what we just did. Like, he'll be like, did she just say? Okay, yes, I did. What's the issue? What's the...
Whoa. Did she just say, yes, bitch, I did? Did she just say that all I said was what they said, but like I said?
I did say it. What's wrong with that? Like,
It's an easy thing to make fun of him for, but honestly, with how unbelievably rewarding it was to make fun of kids at that point in time, most people would have no problem with getting on a UFC undercard with a 10-year-old for that ludicrous AdSense. By this point, Rice was a full-time YouTuber, and his audience continued to grow. He went on to make videos about random kids who called him out in their own YouTube videos, picking on Jacob Sartorius time and time again. Taylor Caniff, Hunter Rowland, and any young wannabe pop star or e-celeb was his bread and butter. It's speculated that the majority of his audience at this time was actually children themselves, who like to see their cringy peers made fun of online. When Jacob Sartorius released his infamous single, Sweatshirt, Rice joined forces with Leafy to tackle it.
Yo, Leafy, what's good?
Yo, what's up?
Have you heard Jacob's new song yet?
I actually haven't seen it yet.
Well, go listen to it right now. It's a banger.
Sounds good. Call me back in 5.
To many viewers, Rice felt like their older brother who they instantly recognized as a voice of authority, as hard as that might be to believe. In combination with his bombastic, oversaturated thumbnails, which either featured some kid he was about to roast or an attractive girl posing provocatively, he had stumbled across a foolproof formula for success. In October, Zoe Berger would be his next target, a prototype of what we currently refer to as e-girls. Zoe would bait commentary channels into roasting her by intentionally being provocative on stream, but once they had noticed her, she would make frequent response videos, riling them up by showing off her cleavage and purposely saying idiotic things. This allowed people like Rice to have a back-and-forth beef with her for his audience to enjoy. Despite it being frivolous and obviously manufactured drama on both sides, the fans kept eating it up, so they kept cranking it out. To their credit, it definitely worked.
Hella dumb. Eyebrows, far apartments, frizzle. Big ego, but not bigger than your nipples. Pepperoni? Wide jaw, that looking hella strong though. 1 mil, get the nudes, then we gone.
Rice also made a habit of collaborating with other big names from this era, such as FaZe Clan and KSI. He even partook in videos with YouTube veterans like Ryan Higa.
Alright, let's go.
I dare you to put yogurt on your head.
Do we have yogurt? We might not, but we have some. Let's go look in the fridge. So we don't have yogurt, so we're gonna use this. Jesus, what is that?
Seasoned soybean paste.
We're gonna be a stylist for today. It's like salsa.
Kind of hard with that.
Oh, that's the gel.
Does this feel good? It feels pretty good.
Everybody gets some.
To keep the momentum going, he made sure to stay on top of trends. For example, when the 1000 degree knife videos went viral, he made a parody where the thumbnail implies that he had cut off his own dick.
So I came to Walmart to buy a knife, and I look over there, and there's like a trampoline. I kind of want to buy it. Alright, so I just set up the trampoline. I've always wanted one. It's honestly not that bouncy. Oh! Ow.
At every opportunity, he was upping the intensity of the drama and thumbnails in order to keep his audience interested. It was also during this time he posted his first diss tracks, which many may have forgot were completely ironic parody videos to begin with. He would include rap songs in his videos, making fun of kids like Jacob Sartorius or Hunter Rowland with purposely low-effort lyrics, and part of the joke was that they were terrible.
All your fans are 10, they don't know what they are doing. You rolling up your sleeves, boy, you was looking stupid. You tried to pick that girl up, but you couldn't do it. I'm still trying to think cause I can't find your talent. We know you can't sing and that you suck at rapping. Try and lick your lips cause you need some chapstick. You tried to be a singer, man, and look what happened.
In April of 2016, Brian managed to surpass the milestone of 1 million subscribers. While people often shrug off subscriber counts today, 1 million was a much bigger deal then compared to now. After 3.5 years of work and plenty of trial and error, he had finally made his mark on the platform, even if it was as the guy who roasted little kids in family channels. I can't pretend it's high art, and I doubt he would try to claim it is either. His channel was mental junk food, and it never tried to be anything more, at least up until this point. Little did anyone know that Rice's channel was about to enter a new era, one where Rice became a part of LA celebrity culture itself, and would be involved in countless conflicts with other famous e-celebs.
This was my home. Please.
Just as the commentary community and Rice's channel were blowing up, another community would be shelved by the platform that made them popular in the first place. Vine was a video sharing platform that was launched in 2013, featuring short-form content. The main idea was to see how much effort you could fit into a 6-second video, as that was the max length that Vine allowed. This is something we take for granted today with TikTok, but Vine was the app to pave the way for such a format, and many creators who are popular today, like Drew Gooden for example, are people that got started on Vine.
Road work ahead? Yeah, I sure hope it does.
Unfortunately for the website, it had a lot of competition, with platforms like Instagram Video allowing for up to 15 seconds of content, and with the backing of Facebook, it had a lot of support and momentum behind it. So why use Vine when all of its features were already on Instagram? This was a thought on a lot of people's minds, so by mid-2016, Vine was struggling with a massive amount of users moving to other platforms. In October, its parent company Twitter decided to cancel the project, forcing those who still remained to seek refuge elsewhere for their content. This meant that other, more popular video sharing sites, namely YouTube, now had an influx of content creators from Vine with pre-existing fan bases, and were ready to take the website by storm. Case in point, Jake and Logan Paul.
It's every day, bro, with the Disney Channel flow. 5 mil on YouTube in 6 months, never done before.
Jake and Logan were two wealthy vloggers who found instant success on YouTube. The lifestyle they showcased of speeding around Los Angeles in expensive supercars, living in mansions with their friends, dating models, being nuisances in public, and all at 18 and 19 years old respectively, immediately became the talk of the town. On one hand, their success was undeniable. It's Everyday Bro was an instant hit among anyone between 10 and 18 years old. On the other hand, slightly older viewers had nothing but contempt for Team 10. Jake Paul became the main subject of content for H3H3 Productions, and Ethan and Hila posted video after video criticizing him for everything from his demeanor as an arrogant douchebag to the fact that he would frequently be a disturbance to the public, climbing on top of news vans and filming pranks on unsuspecting civilians.
I always put my merch in my bio. Please buy it today.
While Jake was making millions off of Google AdSense and his merchandise, commentary channels were making a salary off of just calling him out. By this point, Rice was one of, if not the most popular, roast channel on the platform, with more than 5 million subscribers, far surpassing his peers such as Leafy and H3. This put Rice in a position where he basically had to pitch in on the Paul hate bandwagon. And pitch in he did. On June 1st, 2017, Rice uploaded, reacting to Jake Paul's song with his ex-girlfriend, Alyssa Violet. Now Rice's commentary and criticisms were never stellar, and this video was no exception. But, unlike H3, he actually respected many of the video's cringy elements. While Ethan found the flexing embarrassing, Rice had nothing but admiration for it. He even seemed a bit insecure about the fact that Jake's channel had grown faster than his.
This dude just said, pass all the competition, PewDiePie is next, cashing out these checks, and he showed his roll, like he's flexing, like, damn, he's living larger now, got the Lambo. It's pretty dope. It's a good song, okay.
This video would also feature a cameo from Melissa, as well as members of FaZe Clan like Banks and Kay, showing the fact that Brian had made a lot of connections in the YouTube industry. This video accumulated 28 million views, and Brian knew he had to keep going. Shortly after this, he would post a diss track in the classic Rice style along with Alyssa, and you know what, it did okay in views. However, the video's spiritual successor would become the most popular thing Rice Gum ever did. It's Every Night Sis. At 2.5 minutes, it's a pretty short song, and as the title suggests, it's a parody of the original by Jake. That being said, many of the same tactics and motifs Jake employed are present, such as the showing off of his mansion, hanging out in a club, flexing a yellow Lambo, and rapping with hilariously bad lyrics. Got a bitch that remind me of my cereal. From Britain, when I see her, I'm like, cheerio. Yeah, Alyssa called asking me if we could win against Jake Paul. What? I said, we Gucci like the shirts with the snakes on it. I just heard the song Team 10, Now I Hate Y'all. Logan will be your last hit like an 8-ball. They wrap up this poetic magnum opus by encouraging their fans to download the song and stream it repeatedly to make it chart higher than Jake's. While they fell short of that stretch goal, it did do extremely well, as the song eventually went platinum, if you can believe it. Today, it has nearly 200 million views on YouTube. These are accolades that real musicians would respect, and the song It's Every Night Sis could be considered a hit by any industry standard. For these tracks to reach the top off of Childish Drama was a major accomplishment for both Jake and Rice. And that brings us to the next development in not only Rice's story, but his identity. Previously, Brian had been relatable to his audience and came across like an average Joe. He wore normal clothing, lived in a regular house, and shared the same middle-class lifestyle as his fans. But now, Rice was a millionaire living in a mansion in LA, spending his days making content with his other millionaire friends. It was a jarring adjustment for his audience, to say the least. And while initially his rap songs were clearly parodies, the satire was now lost on viewers, since Rice was unironically flexing his wealth in the same way someone like Jake would. Around the same time, he posted videos just to show off his Range Rover and new house. He had reduced himself to little more than a mainstream e-celebrity, constantly flexing his newfound wealth.
Obviously, in a couple months, I'm gonna get an exotic fast car, but I just don't want my first car to be a nice sports car, because if I crash it, you know, that's gonna be very painful, and insurance is gonna go up, and I'm gonna lose all my money, but just give me some time. I know this car sucks, but like, I'm only 19, alright? I don't know why YouTubers make it seem like it's such a big deal when it comes to their car. Like, it's a big reveal. My first car is like a big deal. But like, I just need to get from point A to point B, man. I sit here, get a lot of work done. This TV came with the room, so I'm gonna get this taken off because I don't even use it. I mean, who watches TV anymore? If I'm ever working too hard, I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I need a little break. So I just come out here, I'm like, you know what? I have a little balcony. Guys, look at this amazing view. Like, it's just so dope.
While his old audience felt conflicted about the changes, he was also seeing more success than ever before. Every other month, he was hitting the next 1 million subscriber milestone. And it's not like he ever stopped posting the content that made him famous in the first place. He was still making fun of kids whenever the opportunity presented itself, which at this point, some people had finally become critical of.
Before I talk about this, I need to acknowledge the fact that, you know, this is what we do on H3. We talk about other people as well. And we never made a video about him. You know why? Because we're not fucking assholes.
But that didn't stop Rice Gum, who was unfazed by all of the callouts against him by other commentary channels. His videos, however, would increasingly focus on other famous YouTubers. Jake Paul, Logan Paul, Roman Atwood, and Tanner Fox were in basically every title and thumbnail of his for months and months. Roasting YouTubers, Jake Paul, Logan Paul, Roman Atwood, and more. I'm sorry, Logan Paul and Roman Atwood. Emotional. Reacting to Jake Paul's new song, Jerica, featuring Erica Costell. Team 10 roasted me, now I'm mad. Jake Paul trolled my fans at Team 10 House. At a time when everyone else was roasting them, Rice was collaborating with them whenever he could and making millions doing it. He seemed unstoppable, yet with his huge growth, a certain reputation followed it. Rice had been through a number of beefs in the past with the kids he had made fun of, but he was relatively disconnected from them at the time, only dropping a response video here and there, with the drama being played up by both sides. He even infamously faked a fight with FouseyTube to bait drama channels like Scarce and Keemstar.
I'm not, bro. It's all good. Bro, nah, bro. Like, everyone's telling me. I don't give a shit. Listen, I only came out here to say I'm a fucking grown man. I don't got time for this little kid shit. I didn't talk to you like you squash it at that. If I wanted to say shit about you, I'll say it to your fucking face. I'm not talking behind the camera screen. Everyone's telling me, bro. I don't give a shit. I'm fake. That's fake. I'm telling you this. Watch right now. Watch it. It's fake, bro. Watch it. That's fake. Watch it. Watch right now. Why would you do that? I didn't, bro. Hey!
They literally planned the whole ordeal in advance, as Fousey admitted in a video on his channel later on. But after so many arguments and contentions had been played up for content, Brian finally got into a real fight. Gabby Hanna, she's got 5 million subscribers, is a former Viner, and in 2017 was at the peak of her relevancy online. The year prior, Rice had made a video about her after he felt she had subtweeted him with some petty insults.
What she's trying to say is, you know, Rice Gum, your channel may fall in the category as I don't respect you, but that tweet wasn't about you. Damn it, guys, it's pretty clear that the Gabby show doesn't respect the channel, man.
In March, the two attended the same party in LA, and ended up running into each other. As documented on Gabby's Snapchat stories, while Rice was sitting on a couch, she walked up to him and challenged him to a rap battle, all while holding the camera and recording everything. During the clips, she also made fun of him for hiring a ghostwriter on his tracks.
Alright, so Rice doesn't have his ghostwriter today. It's fine. I think we can still battle. I think we're good. No? You don't want to do it?
After what seemed like a friendly interaction, her very next Snapchat elaborated that Rice had hit her and shattered her phone. She then left to go on the balcony and film some Snapchat stories about it for her followers. This quickly became a big story, with the private beef of two massive YouTubers going public, especially with the allegation that Rice had hit her, which, if true, could qualify as assault. She would also film her leg, claiming that was where Rice had hit her, and showing what some people thought looked like bruises. Within hours, the story was on Drama Alert, receiving mixed reactions from the audience. You can't hit women. Keemstar. Correction, you can't hit anyone if they haven't physically harmed you. Like Gabby also said on Snapchat, it's not about how a man treats a woman. It's about how a person treats a person. Ricegum had no right to do that to a person who made a little joke, especially considering he disses people on the internet every day. He shouldn't resort to violence over something that little. Think about it, there were hundreds of YouTubers and social media influencers in a room together. Clearly they all agree to this and are making the biggest publicity stunt to date. If not, then damn, I would have paid to watch this fight. If he hit her in the middle of a party like she said, wouldn't there be plenty of witnesses? Directly after the story, Rice tweeted his opinion, saying, "We're talking about a person who has built a career off over-exaggerating and lying about stories for money. This is exactly what she wants. F this girl and all this fake shit. Ask anyone at that party. Video up later today, lol." This was indeed followed up by a video where he attempted to debunk the allegations, a necessary step considering a number of people were advocating for his arrest, as well as claiming that he beats women. Rice's story is that she approached him unprovoked and started filming him, and he repeatedly asked her to stop and not post the videos to her story. She continued filming, and after asking her a few more times to stop to no avail, he grabbed the phone out of her hand and smashed it on the ground. Rice claims that he never hit her or did anything that could qualify as assault, but that he did destroy her phone.
Did I see him hit her? Definitely not. Did he twist her arm? Definitely not. He wasn't pinning her down. He didn't hit her, he didn't twist her arm, and Gabby sits on the couch and sticks the camera in his face snapping, So he tells her like, hey, can you not post that? So she just kept snapping and, doing more snaps, talking about the diss, and, he asked her, I think maybe like 2 or 3 more times, like, hey, can you not post that? And she just kept filming, and he just jumped up, and went to reach for her phone, and it was more of like a tug of war, them pulling the phone back and forth, maybe for a few seconds, and then he snatched the phone out of her hand and slammed down the ground and broke the phone and then walked out.
Everyone thinks I smashed her phone because I can't take a joke, but that is definitely, I didn't even know what she was saying to me. I smashed her phone because my whole life I'm around a camera. I'm either vlogging, I'm doing this, Snapchat, Instagram, if I'm at the grocery stores, there's fans asking for pictures. Ricegum, say hi to my Snapchat. My whole life is just camera, everyday life, camera, which I'm not complaining, that's the life I chose. But when I'm at a YouTuber party, that's my time away from YouTube, my time away from work. I can just relax there. So her coming up to me with the camera already on, didn't even ask me, made me a little bit mad, and when I told her to stop and she wouldn't, that made me even more mad, and that's why I reacted how I reacted.
However, he paid her back instantly. According to him, Gabby lied about him pinning her down, lied about him hitting her, scratching her, and lied about him giving her the supposed bruise on her leg.
Everyone thought I gave her that bruise. Like, literally everyone is assuming that bruise is because of me. But we later find out that she had those bruises before the incident, so there's no way possible for me to give it to her if she already had the bruises. So we caught her in a lie, and now she's over here switching up her story again. She's saying that she took a Snapchat trying to show off a scratch on her leg. Not the bruises, I'm trying to show off the scratches on my leg. And she draws an arrow in the Twitter. How come you didn't draw the arrow in the Snapchat?
It's one of those situations where I wasn't there and neither were you guys, so it's hard to say what really happened. According to a third party, Romeo Lacoste, he just jumped up, and went to reach for her phone. She's sitting on the couch and he's standing up. It was more like a tug of war, them pulling the phone back and forth. Maybe for a few seconds. And then he snatched the phone out of her hand and slammed it on the ground and broke the phone and then walked out. Was he being aggressive? Yes, definitely. Definitely more aggressive than he should have been for the situation. Did I see him hit her? Definitely not. Did he twist her arm? Definitely not. He was not pinning her down. He didn't hit her, he didn't twist her arm. I would say honestly that this was just, it was more of a tug of war of grabbing the phone. And he slammed the phone down and broke it. That's pretty much all that really happened. I feel like the situation is being blown out of proportion and exaggerated. I understand, everyone's upset, but I mean, that's what really happened, and that's all there really is to it. He sent like $2,000 right away, pretty much, to pay for the phone. And obviously, the phone doesn't cost $2,000, so, Seems like a decent retelling of events, though it certainly favored Rice's version of the story more than Gabby's. It's worth noting the guy who told this story is a major creep, by the way, which Jay Aubrey made a pretty good video about. Always has to be one of those guys in these stories, doesn't there? In the end, Gabby's audience took her side and Rice Gums took his. He ends the video by saying he doesn't have a ghostwriter for his songs and instead utilizes his friend as a co-writer to help him out a bit, before saying that he can't think of someone more fitting for a new diss track than Gabby. So that is exactly what his next upload was. Unsurprisingly, it transcended the beef, hitting 50 million views, and titled, "I Didn't Hit Her."
Phone in my face, now her screen cracked. Bitch really tried to make a move. She playing games like 2K, but I spent that on my sweater too. Wrist looking like the 50 bands from that last diss that I did on you. Now they mad I make it better. Moves, now they can't afford to be up in my shoes.
Gabby later did a follow-up video where she walked back the allegation that he hit her directly and pointed to the definition of the word hit, but it seemed like she somewhat exaggerated the story initially regardless.
I backpedaled and I'm trying to take it back because initially I used the word hit, which by the way, the definition of hit is bring one's hand in contact with, quickly and forcefully, which he did. Cause harm or distress to, which he did. But I did say it in the heat of the moment. As soon as it happened, I kept saying Rice Gum hit me because yes, when a man is on top of you and grabbing at you, it feels like, yes, he hit me.
Rice was known as an edgy guy, partly because that was the trend on YouTube at the time. He would roast people for their appearances, their mannerisms, their age, the way they talk, which today is normal for everyone to do privately, but during that time it was all out in the open on YouTube, whereas these days it's a big no-no. On a few occasions, he definitely took it too far, such as when he asked a victim on stream if it felt good.
You got yeah, bro. And this dude, he raped like hella people.
What the? No, but did it feel good though?
Nah, I didn't.
In fairness, she did not seem too upset about the comment, though maybe she was hiding her true feelings so as not to make it awkward. Regardless, many viewers found it to be extremely insensitive, and this generated a lot of outrage. To be clear, he did later call her on stream to apologize, if that means anything, and she genuinely didn't seem to mind at all.
I don't know, I said something like, I didn't feel good or something, and just, I don't know, it was really stupid.
Well, it's okay. I mean, I'm not even really tripping. I knew you were joking around like the entire time. Like, you wasn't really like that's just in your nature, you know?
And aside from this one clip, there were plenty of reasons why people had grown to hate him. It had always been well known that he was critical of children, since it's what he got famous for in the first place. While his own audience was fine with this, once those outside of his demographic caught wind of it, they began criticizing him en masse.
He directs like 90% of it towards little kids. I'm talking little kids, like 8 years old to like 15. And because of this, a large majority of his fan base is made up of little kids. And yeah, I get it. I know that a large majority of the people that watch YouTube are little kids, but his content is purposely directed at these kids.
On one hand, Rice was only making videos about kids who were already public figures, so it's not like he was sniping children he found on a street corner. They were already famous. Additionally, the YouTube algorithm rewarded him for it, and clearly there was a huge audience that wanted to see that kind of content. That being said, many found it pathetic that he spent his days roasting people less than half his age. Hardly the kind of behavior befitting of a role model.
He looks like he's like 12.
Yeah, a lot of my viewers are young.
In addition to this, Elvis the Alien makes the point that Rice had a habit of being insensitive on stream, often insulting girls' appearances, or just asking them uncomfortable questions.
So why'd you pierce at your nose? Because I don't like that shit.
You don't like it?
Nah.
He had this girl on stream that he knew was a lesbian, so he asked her if she's ever seen a dick before.
Have you like ever seen a? Yeah, no, cause like so. So you said that you were like a lesbian, so I was just curious.
Yes, I've seen it.
like in person?
Yep. I don't know, I think they're kind of immature.
She was clearly uncomfortable in the situation, but he just kept dragging it out.
It wasn't a situation where his audience didn't like it because they found it funny. And in fact, it was stuff like this that made them love him being a savage on stream. But to adults like Elvis and his viewers, this was unacceptable. This also highlighted an issue many had with Rice, flexing.
Okay, but I'm 19 and way more successful than you.
How are you comparing other people like that?
Nah, but just know that if I'm your age, I wouldn't be livid, you feel me?
Many of his fans would play this off as just his sense of humor, and while there may be some truth to that, there comes a point when you make the same joke in every single piece of content, all the while putting others down at the same time, that it becomes jarring to the average viewer. Moreover, it became clear Rice flexed for himself because he liked it. Whether it was flashing how much money he had, or showing off his vanity purchases, he enjoyed reminding everyone how out of touch he was with the common folk.
Hi, doggy. Well, yeah, thank you. Have a great day. No problem. Yeah, bro. What's up, dude? How's it going? I got you a little something today. Oh, boy. Here you go, bro. Yeah, bro. Oh, yeah. I have some explaining to do. As you guys all know, I live in like a $15 million house. All my clothes keeps getting up. $800. I'll just start from top to bottom. Yeezy Red Octobers, Fragment 1, Off-White Nike. White Yeezys that are actually dirty because I actually wear them. Yeezys, more Yeezys, more Yeezys, more Yeezys. Off-White Air Maxes, and more Yeezys. And one last pair of Yeezys. Versace slippers, Off-White Air Prestos, Nikes, green Adidas MMDs, red Adidas MMDs, black Adidas MMDs, pink MMDs, Jordan Supreme 5 collaboration, Nike Supreme collaboration. You thought that was it for the Yeezys? More Yeezys!
Even for his longtime fans, the shtick was becoming grating. In his old videos, he sat in a normal suburban house. It was nice, but it wasn't totally unrelatable, as plenty of his fans came from the same background. However, it's hard to relate to $20,000 shopping sprees where you buy a bunch of shoes that you never wear. Rice even filmed a video with his mom where he showed her all of the stuff he bought.
Chọc cho mày tức hả? Chọc cho mày tức hả? 1.500 mày dám mua đôi giày lại nói mày để làm gì nữa?
Or do you think it's worth that much?
It worth nothing. It worth $20 cho má mày. 1.500 đồng mua đôi giày giống như giày lính.
His megalomaniac tendencies also manifested in the word he would become infamous for calling everyone he disliked: irrelevant.
Irrelevant!
It was clear there was nothing Rice cared about besides money and the popularity of his online persona. To make the whole affair even more ridiculous, someone managed to catch him viewbotting his Twitch stream, rendering his use of irrelevant as an insult extremely ironic, given he was so insecure about his low view count that he had paid out of his own pocket to artificially inflate it.
This is a viewbot control panel. I don't know what to tell you, like, this is it right here. Once you see the purple glare against his face, he notices that, he's like, oh.
Every point I've made so far was discussed in a video by Elvis the Alien, which blew up far beyond the typical scope of his channel. Similar videos had been uploaded by other commentators as well, calling him out for his arrogant and unlikable attitude.
Christian Burns and Rice Gum both have their heads jammed up their own arse and think they're God's gift to the world. Because in his mind, if you're more famous, then you're better than other people. That's just how he is. He's exactly the same as Christian Burns.
Animosity towards the Rice Gum brand in general had been building up for a while now, and it was only a matter of time before Brian's actions would blow up in his face.
What we do here is go back.
Nowadays, iDubbbz's name doesn't hold as much weight as it used to, but in 2017, he was seen as the great arbiter of YouTube. You didn't have to be one of his fans to feel the shockwave whenever a new content cop was uploaded. He had successfully taken on Keemstar, Leafy, Tana Mojo, and kept the wide majority of the audience on his side despite doing some of the edgiest and controversial things imaginable. For his final target, he would choose none other than Rice. The title is disguised as a video about Jake Paul, but that would be too obvious, as he was public enemy #1 at the time. Instead, iDubbbz claimed to be titling it Content Cop Jake Paul so as not to give Rice any extra attention, which he so desperately desired. Whether that worked or not, I can't say. It did not work. But it was an added layer of disrespect to Rice. Back in 2016, Rice had actually addressed iDubbbz after the content cop on his peer, Leafy. He discussed the possibility that Ian could go after him for being the same thing as Leafy, a YouTube bully. In iDubbbz's video, this was framed as wishful thinking by Rice, trying to manifest the video into reality so that he could be the center of attention yet again, even if that attention was negative.
I was watching the Leafy exposed video, right? I was watching it the other day, and I was laughing. I was like, hey man, this iDubbbz guy is pretty funny, I'm over here laughing. I scrolled down to the comments. I cannot make this up. Scroll down to the comments. First comment, it's about me. Here's a good one, but it's kind of risky. Content cop Rice Gum. And I'm just like, whoa, why is this guy, throwing ideas at iDubbbz for? Bottom line, what I'm trying to say is, I'm next, guys. I'm next on the hit list. And if I'm not next, then I'm probably next.
It would take 11 months, but Rice would eventually get his wish. In October of 2017, the Rice Gum Content Cop was released, and it would be the most popular video of the entire series. Today, it has gathered 50 million hits, and it voiced a lot of the gripes that people had with Rice for years.
You can't just hide for months and make a 20-minute video and randomly, no one even knows, and surprise everyone and just drop it on my head. You can't just do that.
I'm doing that. I'm doing it right now.
First, Ian criticized his behavior on streams, such as recording girls without their knowledge or lying to them about it to get them to talk to him, which flies in the face of the reason he was initially mad at Gabby Hanna. He also brought up the clip with the victim and his insensitivity in that moment. Next, Ian discussed the clickbait challenge, a competition Rice held on YouTube, claiming he would reward one fan with $10,000 for making the most viral clickbait. However, he never announced the winner on any of his social media platforms, meaning nobody was ever paid despite the promise that someone would be. Lastly, Ian brought up his irritating habit of obnoxiously flexing his expensive taste.
$800 off-white
$3,000.
$450, $1,000, $1 for like $6,000. Guess how much it is. How much do you think this jacket was worth?
$1,600.
This was an easy gotcha at Rice, who was guilty as charged, though many people didn't take issue with his boasting since plenty of other rich YouTubers did the same. However, the point wasn't just that Rice was bragging and punching down on people that didn't have as much money as he did, it was that Rice did this as a way to overcompensate, precisely because he saw money as the only thing that validated him, most likely due to him being insecure in other areas. Added on top of this was the fact that Rice would do anything to get his videos to 10 minutes in length in order to earn some extra ad revenue, even if it jeopardized the quality of the content. Despite how unpopular and reviled this practice was, it became relatively common around this time.
I love you guys. Subscribe if you're new. Comment. I read all comments. And now I try to make this video somehow 10 minutes.
One of the criticisms levied against Rice was that anytime a behavior of his got him in hot water, he defaulted to pretending it was a joke. Though this issue is far from exclusive to Rice Gum, considering how we've been dealing with "it's just a prank bro" for years now, Rice pushed it to particularly extreme lengths. Ian challenges this and makes the point that Rice isn't joking or playing a character anymore. Maybe in some of his older videos there was an element of satire with how intentionally bad his lyrics were, but at this point we're just seeing the real Rice Gum on camera every day.
That is all fake beef. So if you want to call that a joke, go for it. But you are undoubtedly the biggest fence rider on YouTube.
Following this, Ian relitigated the Gabby Hanna story, analyzing what his exact motivation was for doing what he did, the conclusion being that his actions were another offshoot of his insecurity problem, since if he had walked away from the situation, it would have meant he was seen as a coward. Ian's point was that smashing her phone was counterproductive because it made him look like the thing he was trying so hard to not look like, an oversensitive bitch.
Would you guys like to hear the juiciest bit of hypocrisy?
Probably shouldn't have threw her phone, but I mean, if you're gonna record me at a party when I'm off guard. This girl literally came up to me in person, didn't ask me, hey Rice, do you mind if I vlog? She just came up to me, camera already on, and I was so unexpected.
It kind of sounds like he doesn't like being recorded without his consent. How interesting.
No, but I'm not streaming though, I just wanted to call you.
Oh, you're not?
No, I just wanted to call you and just talk.
The video's critique section wraps up in a 7-minute video showing Rice's entitlement and envy. Rice had a habit of putting other creators down for not pulling the same amount of views as him, criticizing YouTube for inviting Tyler Oakley and Grace Helbig to VidCon and not him. He seemed to feel as though his level of popularity entitled him to an exclusive spot at VidCon and in the YouTube Rewind that year. Additionally, Rice had been critical of a man named Christian Burns for insulting a security guard at VidCon and putting him down for not being some kind of e-celebrity. This is all well and good, and Christian was indeed being a very bad person, but Rice was guilty of the same behavior on so many occasions that it made his criticism pretty laughable.
Cannot believe these are actual words coming out of another human's mouth. We get it, bro, you're rich, you're famous, but that does not give you the right to be mean and call these security guards irrelevant like they're literally just doing their job. Have all those guys that are irrelevant now, but hey, irrelevant. Irrelevant! I feel like this guy thinks he's like above people, like he was calling people peasants and irrelevant, like, you're irrelevant. Because they're irrelevant! Gabby Show, another pretty irrelevant YouTuber.
Rice also started drama over the smallest jokes about him, putting people's names in the title if they made one comment that lately hinted at making fun of him, which also screamed of his desperation for views, attention, and his general insecurity. The Odd Ones Out, Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie, you name the big YouTuber, and Rice found a way to vie for their attention like a little boy who punches the girl he has a crush on. Ian ends the video by criticizing Rice's rap lyrics and songs overall, making fun of him needing a ghostwriter and insecurities about the quality of his content, constantly talking about improving it or having just started out and how he'll eventually make better videos, and so on and so forth. It wraps up with a diss track starring Boy in a Band, PewDiePie, and Ethan Klein. It's a pretty memorable track to this day, and while it's not really my thing, I would say it's better than most of what Rice did at the time.
Oh no, you getting mad and knocked the phone right out of my hand? That shit was f***ing absurd. You're a rapper who can't resolve it with words?
Now, if there was any point to the Content Cop episode, it was that Rice did not like being slighted. He hated the idea of being seen like a bitch, or taking it lying down. So naturally, he had to respond to the video. He starts off by saying he found the video to be entertaining, most likely to feign some kind of stoicism over the fact that he was being relentlessly ridiculed. Eventually, though, he did get into the actual points. Firstly, he acknowledges he was insensitive during the "Did it feel good though" clip, but points out that it's kind of ridiculous for someone like Idubbbz to call him out for being insensitive, which is actually a decent point considering the kind of stunts Ian was known for pulling, such as approaching Tana Mojo, who had only just turned 18, and asking her to say the N-word in front of a camera. His videos were known for dark humor and edgy comments, with most of the bad unboxing videos involving some edition of Mein Kampf being delivered to him, and his very liberal use of the N-word and F-slur. It was strange for him to call out Rice Gum for something like that, which, while insensitive, is not that much worse than the things that had made Ian famous. Damn, Twitter really was a different place back then. As for the cringy clips of him on livestream, he explains that he was just trying to do anything to blow up, and most of these clips were from when he was in high school.
So he shows a lot of like old live stream clips from like 2 to 3 years ago, and at this point it's getting annoying, man. I just need to talk about it.
Bro, she'll let me pipe her shit there, bro. She definitely wants to f me. Bro, she low-key got some titties. I think she's 16 to 15. I ain't gonna lie, bro. She got some titties on her, bro. Nah, but did it feel good, though?
So I used to live stream on this website like 2 or 3 years ago, and on that website, basically all it was just people that played video games and they were live streaming. And honestly, it was kind of boring because everyone did the same thing. They sat there and just played video games. And being a small content creator, I mean, you guys know it's so hard to grow, you know, starting out. So you have to be different. I could either sit there and play games and, you know, be boring, or I could sit there, play games, and just call random girls and make people laugh, and that's exactly what I did.
He also points out that PewDiePie, who starred in the video, similarly had a habit of insensitive jokes, from his Fiverr incident that got the Wall Street Journal mad at him, to the bridge moment in which he accidentally blurted out a slur on stream. The argument could be made that Rice was being insensitive towards unsuspecting people on stream, while Ian was doing it in a vacuum for content. For many people, however, it didn't really matter what iDubbbz had done, they just hated Rice and wanted to see bloodshed. Weirdly enough, there's a moment in the video where Rice brings a few black people into frame and films them reacting to iDubbbz saying the N-word, which is just, I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on here.
Another piece of paper that says nigger.
If we get on your real slaughter game, what he talking about? Rice up next, motherfuckers. Rice. Rice, you know what? Rice, motherfucking dead.
This is followed up by Rice apologizing to the victim in person, and she then pole dances and twerks for him on camera. To put it bluntly, Rice knew that he was at an advantage. The people who liked him had no standards or sensibilities, so high-octane criticisms coming from Ian mostly fell on deaf ears. Rice was much of a smooth brain, as the audience he often pandered to. Paying the victim you were insensitive to twerk and pole dance in front of you is about as great a testament to your lack of fucks to give as you can get. Even if it is immature and pointless, I mean, it's kind of funny. As far as the flexing, Brian claims that it's justified because every hip-hop artist already does it in their music videos. He also figures that his audience is interested in the same type of hypebeast lifestyle as him, so flexing on his audience doesn't compromise his relatability. Additionally, he didn't get to have nice sneakers when he was younger, so now that he's blown up on YouTube, he should be able to enjoy that luxury. At least that's what he says. This back and forth on the topic of flaunting your wealth was pointless because other people saw it as cringy and he didn't, and that was really all there was to it. For the point about stretching content, Rice's rebuttal was that PewDiePie does the same thing from time to time, so it's ridiculous for Ian to criticize Rice for it and not call him out. As for calling others irrelevant all the time, he just takes the L on that one and admits he does say that word a lot. However, the nuance of why it's a problem was seemingly lost on him. The issue people had was not the use of the word, but instead Brian's constant habit of condemning others for not being as YouTube famous as him. The allegation about him not playing a character made Rice angry, as he claimed his videos are all jokes rather than sincere depictions of who he is as a person.
And it's very obvious to anyone who watches your videos that they're not all jokes. You're not playing a character. Alright, that is you. You are being yourself in these videos.
How are you gonna tell me who I am as a person? As if you know me. Get off of my dick. All my videos are jokes. I don't know how he's gonna tell me what my videos are or aren't, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro.
Rice then justifies live streaming people without their knowledge by saying that they act more natural when they don't think he's live, and claims there's a big difference between that and filming him in person and being repeatedly told to stop and not doing so. After a few weaker points, he says the reason he didn't give the winner of the clickbait challenge their prize was because it was a video poking fun at the bombing of an Ariana Grande concert in Manchester, England. And, of course, no Rice Gum drama response would be complete without a diss track. So, just a few days later, he dropped the music video for Frick the Police.
I'm in the hills, my soldiers did 100 mil. They're telling me to stop flexing, but I'm stunting still. I ran it up all of a sudden, bitches wanna chill.
If I had to rank the others, I would say the lyrics are funnier than It's Every Night Sis, but I have a hard time telling if that was intentional on Rice's part or not. I'd guess it's some mix of intentional and some mix of just Rice Gum being Rice Gum. A 30-minute video, I'm who you're obsessed with. You look like your sister is the girl that you have sex with. Yeah, do you get the message? On Twitter threatened, we should get this guy arrested. But I'm flexing, can you get these sheep on my mentions? How can I be mad? Bitch, I sleep in a mansion. Hey, content cop, can you get up off my dick, sir? Yeah, I'm yellow when I'm fly. Call me Big Bird. They trying to see me start to fall like September, try to roast me in the comments, but remember, how you go and support a guy who proudly says the N-word? His response and diss track were only met with yet another wave of hate, criticizing his lackluster defense and clowning on him for constantly flexing his wealth. Even in the song, he couldn't stop flexing, so that certainly did not help his case for those who hated it. Ian made a follow-up video picking on the obvious flaws with Rice's response, and Rice lost a few thousand subscribers in the interim. But within a few days, his growth was back to normal. He just kept chugging along, creating content as always. So while this was a defining moment in Rice's lore, it was hardly the end of his career, and he carried on. After the episode of Content Cop on him, which was probably the period in which he was the most discussed online ever, he moved on with his regularly scheduled content, even if not exactly regularly scheduled, responding to drama with Markiplier, hanging out with clouded up LA girls, and clickbaiting constantly with random chicks. He just went on as if nothing had happened, and as far as he was concerned, nothing did. All of that conflagration was fouled with the rest of the online drama that he was used to eating for breakfast. He just nonchalantly moseyed on to making videos such as, "Can you girls turn me on? Can I eat your booty?" and "Let me touch the butt." For whatever reason, there was a clear move towards the implication that his videos contained softcore porn. Aside from that, he also made comedic videos starting beef with his peers like Bad Baby, who at this point was really launching her career after her appearance on Dr. Phil.
I was thinking today, like, do you guys know that girl Danielle Bergoli, Catch Me Outside Girl, Bad Baby? I was thinking, like, how many times has she disrespected me?
Hold up. This asshole is not about to come for me. Rice dumb, rice bum, lice gum, rice asshole.
My name isn't Rice Asshole.
But make no mistake, he wasn't done riling up the masses. Previously, RiceGum had been a pseudo-member of the commentary community, even if just for the sake of opportunism. While none of his callouts were that serious, he was known for pointing out misdeeds of other online figures. Now he had become a target, and plenty of channels made a point of calling him out now that he had eyes on him. Everyone had the pass to dunk on RiceGum, and he made sure to respond to every single roast. When the odd ones out slightly roasted him in a video, he made an entire dedicated response to him, and this kind of overreaction was not uncommon.
He names him Brian, and he has a yellow Lamborghini. Like, come on, this guy is talking about me. Like, is anyone else seeing this? Like, why is this man just sneak dissing me right now?
In June of 2018, Rice released a video titled "Why I Left the Cloud House," clickbaiting the fact that he had left the house he was living in for a short vacation to Hong Kong, where he basically recreated some of the controversy that Logan Paul got himself into with his previous Japan vlogs. Not the one in the forest, Rice didn't go that far, but instead the one where Logan threw a fish on a car and was just kind of a menace to society. In Rice's case, after flying to Hong Kong, Rice and his friend promptly left their hotel room. They call Chinese meat disgusting, they go around asking random people where they can find a restaurant that serves cat and dog meat, as well as asking them where the hoes and bitches are at. To top it all off, they just touch random strangers' hands and ask people if they fuck with RiceGum. This caused a lot of outrage, but not from Americans. Instead, there were a decent amount of Chinese-speaking channels that called him out for this cultural insensitivity. Multiple stories from Chinese outlets and a number of vloggers have called out RiceGum for his disrespectful behavior, drawing parallels to Logan Paul's infamous vlog series in Japan. Fulin Fong, one of the more popular foreign vloggers based in China, addressed the video's issues in his own vlog. Whenever YouTubers publish disrespectful content like RiceGum's vlog, it reflects poorly on other foreigners living in the country, Fulin Fong said. "RiceGum, it's so rude and embarrassing to watch someone do this," Hey Hardy said. "His video was so stupid. It reminds me of Logan Paul's video in Japan being an idiot. I'm a foreigner and so is he, but he obviously has Asian heritage. So why would you come to Asia to mug everyone off?"
当作一个香港人，我觉得我被侮辱了。我也遇见过很多这样的外国人，然后我有很多黑粉觉得我就是这样的外国人，但虽然我觉得我还是挺尊重中国，我也挺爱中国的，他这种视频真的是给外国人也丢脸。
Rice didn't receive an overwhelming amount of hate, though it was definitely a significant controversy for him, considering he received a decent amount of criticism from the mainstream. His own fans didn't care because they were already used to his content and his sense of humor, but people on the outside now saw him as an insensitive vlogger traveling to a foreign land to be a dickhead on camera for ad revenue.
This is just a train wreck. I refuse to keep stopping the video every 5 to 10 seconds to talk about the stupid shit that comes out of this guy's mouth.
It will be a lesson for people who are not only YouTubers but overall just coming to other countries to be respectful and to be understanding of their culture, of their worldviews, of the stereotypes, of certain things you should not joke about.
By this point, there was also a prevailing narrative that Rice had lost his way as a humble roaster and was now nothing more than the average LA vlogger, incessantly displaying his riches with designer clothes and cars. But that was just the way he presented himself, his aesthetics and his mannerisms. What about the content of his character? That would only become a point of criticism in the beginning of 2019. On New Year's Eve of 2018, Rice uploaded a video titled "How I Got AirPods for $4." In the video, he plugs Mystery Brand, a site that allows you to pay to open boxes that will give you a random product from a category of your choosing, like a smartphone box, a shoe box, a hoodie box, etc. Rice reveals in the video he teamed up with them to promote their site, obviously pointing to some kind of sponsorship agreement. Once people noticed the same site was being promoted by Jake Paul, they decided to look into the specifics of the operation and saw some glaring issues. The allegation made by channels like H3H3 and Kavos was that these YouTubers were essentially promoting gambling to their young fans, with the mystery box aspect of the business model being akin to playing slots for prizes. According to other channels that turned down sponsorship offers from the company, they had been paid $100,000 each to promote the website. This only made it sound even scummier for these creators to be taking so much money in exchange for promoting a dubious service.
So what you should know about these kind of sponsored videos is that he's doing exactly what they instructed him. Obviously, Jake Paul doesn't need shoes. He's a multi-millionaire. He's got all the shoes he wants. He would just buy them outright. So what they're telling him to do is like, play the shoes. That's a popular one that a lot of your kids who watch your show will want to play. So he's on here pretending that he cares about shoes, and he'll go on to pretend that he cares about winning an iPhone.
The Apple Boy box. I feel like I could win an iPhone in that. I'm gonna go for the iPhone right now.
I mean, Jake Paul's got probably 20 iPhones. What does he care about it?
Based on the comment section of this video by H3H3, Rice's favor in the community at large had certainly taken a hit. I think it's worth pointing out that both RiceGum and Jake Paul aren't getting nearly the same amount of views they were getting a year ago, which is hilarious considering RiceGum would call people in his position irrelevant just a year ago. I don't know, it's kind of funny. This one hit home for me. I'm a person that's on the verge of a gambling addiction, but I am thankfully very aware of it. Sitting here watching this video, I know it's a scam, but there's still a feeling in the back of my mind that I could win big. Watching RiceGum talk about how he's making a profit literally got me to the point where I nearly opened the website. That's a bad feeling. The fact that these YouTubers are advertising to children is absolutely disgusting. I'm a grown adult who knows better, and I'm still sitting here itching to gamble because of their endorsement. I don't think people realize how awful this feeling is, and by showing this to kids, they could easily be ruining their lives. This is no longer a case for them being too dumb to realize what they're doing. This is a case of them not caring about people and actively hurting their fans because of it. These guys are multi-millionaires. They shouldn't need money this bad. This is shameless. People got banned for advertising Edu Birdie, but these guys are getting featured for advertising a gambling site to children, and that's unacceptable. Following this, Rice did make a response video. Rather than deny the allegations, we got a more sober take, which was strange to see. He apologized to his audience for being money grubbing, though his way of making up for it was giving away a bunch of Amazon redemption codes so his fans could presumably buy Yeezys and Supreme stuff and whatever else their hypebeast hearts desired. And what's even funnier is that all of the codes were expired as of the video's posting. It's hard to tell if this was genuinely like a Machiavellian attempt at manipulation of his audience, or if the joke was that it's so obviously bribery that his audience is in on.
So, I've just been made aware that my mic was messed up that whole time. What I was trying to say is that, yeah, no, it just doesn't make sense. You're in the whole grift era, right? So, like, I really don't get why that was happening for the longest time. You had, like, the most major famous creators doing this stuff, and it's crazy to me, you know? But either way, you know, we still live in it. You know, guys, keep your eyes out. Don't trust the big name creators. Don't even trust me if I start sending you sponsorships. You never know.
On it too. In any event, this was a significant blow to his reputation, and by this point,
me just saying that probably just canned all of my chances for a sponsorship.
his views were already on the decline. Previously, Rice was in the news every week for calling out other channels. His viral music videos reached far beyond his audience and gave people the impression that he was on the up and up. Now, the videos were no longer going viral like they used to, and the only time people outside of his audience heard about him was when other YouTubers called him out. By this point, he had already become sporadic in his upload schedule. At one point, he was uploading twice a week, and now he was down to a few times a month, if that. He was also doing a series with his then girlfriend, Abby Rao, and
Tails' foot is such a pain to draw. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I keep having to reset this because I'm drawing it too fat. I'm making it like a literal giant blob, and that's the problem here.
Instagram model, who was the co-founder of the social media app Clubhouse. They did a series of videos that essentially served as girlfriend simulator for his young fans. I take my crush on a date, taking my date to the worst reviewed restaurant in my city, who is the best kisser, girlfriend versus best friend, reading my girlfriend's Instagram DMs, ignoring my girlfriend for 24 hours, and in every single video he's clickbaiting her cleavage or other body parts. She was obviously complicit in this scheme, but something still feels wrong to me with making a relationship a business transaction in which you pimp out your significant other to make clickbait thumbnails. But I digress. Following this, he floundered with new content here and there, making videos about his ex, who she's dating now, making videos about new girls he wants to date, teasing a YouTube boxing match with a few people, and having some petty drama with KSI. But none of this ever amounted to much. Long gone were the days when Rice was a YouTube phenomenon. On July 12th of 2020, nearly 3 years ago, the last video was uploaded to the RiceGum channel, titled, "My Ex-Girlfriend Called Me, We Picked Up." The video, which is a collaboration with FaZe K, is basically just a vlog where the two mess around, and gives a bit of insight into the lifestyle of Brian Kwang Lee. Now in fairness, this was not the absolute end of RiceGum's online presence. He actually started another channel called Family Gum in 2019, which he uploaded to somewhat infrequently. Surprisingly, it managed to garner almost 1 million subscribers. Despite the name,
I feel like it's got to have a point to it, you know? Tails' shoes are almost like identical to Sonic. It's just a color swap, really. And the fact that they're like half of his size of his body.
Well, most Sonic shoes are like basically the same thing.
Tails is just like, it's the same color palette, it's just 2 colors instead of 3. He doesn't have the belt buckle. And his shoes are dual color instead of the belt and being the different color.
Yeah. Sonic shoes are usually like similar to each other. Some exceptions, of course.
For some reason, to me, Sonic shoes are much easier to draw, even though there's more design to it. It's just because there's more to it, there's less like open field for me to mess up. I don't know, when there's a lot of lines connecting each other, it's a lot easier to put it together than, like, if there's open space. I could draw something intricate far better than I can draw, like, a circle, or, like, some simple shape. See, now that looks a little funky. I feel like his shoe is a walnut, you know, like, that's enormous.
Good old walnut. Yeah, that's a size for it. Yeah, I could pass as a walnut.
We don't want it to be a walnut, though.
That's true.
I mean, we need it big, but not that big. Okay. I think I got one shoe decently sized. Yeah, that doesn't look terrible. We're gonna have to angle it though to make it look more like he's running. I don't know what the hell that looks like. He's like coding himself.
Where's this better than walnut?
You said what?
Where's this not walnut anymore?
For now, we'll see how warping it does. Alright, let's push it this way a bit. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Try moving the centerpiece around. Okay, I need to see that from further away to tell how it's fitting on the body. I think we want to go with like that. More out like that. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Can even shrink it a little bit, but I don't think we want to do that necessarily. Okay, chat, that actually kind of worked. Might still have to clean it up a bit, but that looks pretty solid. Oh, man. Alright, how about that? We'll dig it a bit into the foot like that, and then we'll cut it off. So yeah, cut that side off, and we'll shave down this side a little bit. Sorry for having a video pause for a minute, I'm just adjusting here. There we go.
Brian is not a father, nor does he have any kind of family. Instead, this channel was dedicated to vlogs with his various girlfriends, showing off their dates and interactions. It appeared to be an attempt to mimic the success of other
Batman Jeet said, just gotta turn down your background noise. Turn down your background noise video or turn up your mic. Oh yeah, I got you. Wait, is it still funky? Let me know. Behind the scenes of your animation's pretty cool. It's all freehand too. Yeah, I mean, I have a reference image in which I'm looking at, just so like I can get it down. I kind of was using generation tools to give myself like what I wanted to do, but I'm trying to make it like my whole synthwave vibe so it can match like basically how my channel's been doing. Make it all work together.
couple channels like Boyfriend vs. Girlfriend, and while it did get a decent amount of views, the success was nowhere near enough to hold Rice's attention and make it a constant gig. The last video to be posted to the channel was in September.
The reason why I'm not necessarily too worried about his foot looking funky here is because this part of his body you're not really going to see when his hand is in there. I just want to make it look somewhat accurate and have detail in case, you know, I decide to move his hand around in places where these lines may not connect. So, at least something will look semblance of accurate.
September of 2020, and was a video of him meeting his now ex-girlfriend for the first time in a year.
You're like my family, like, I don't know. It's weird.
I got family zoned. Family gum. That's
Can
me.
you stop?
That's me.
You are my family, whether you like it or not.
You know me and sisters. I like having them sisters.
Rice was officially off the grid, and people were no longer privy to all of his activities. He was streaming on Twitch somewhat infrequently, but it wasn't
What is this guy on, chat?
a real schedule. It was just whenever he felt like it. So that leaves the question, if he's not making videos, then what does a multi-millionaire 20-something YouTuber living in LA do with his free time? Well, other than going out with his...
I've never heard of this Rice Gum guy before. I'm not even gonna lie, I've never heard of him, but he sounds crazy.
Girlfriend and shopping, scamming people under the pretense of donating to charity, apparently. To give context, Rice and many other YouTubers of his era have always been closely associated with FaZe Clan. After all, they're one of the biggest businesses in the influencer area. Rice lived in the Clout House, a mansion in California, with residents like FaZe Banks and Summer Rae. Nowadays, most people are unaware, but FaZe was heavily involved in CSGO Wild, the second biggest Counter-Strike gambling site from 2016, which was promoted by multiple members of FaZe. Banks claimed the website made him and his friends $200,000 a day, but he also went into detail about their house in Antigua, which is where the website was set up to avoid US gambling regulations.
We came up with this idea for a different way to do it, and we branded it the right way, and so we create this website through our rake and all this shit. We were making like $200,000 a day. We set it up in Antigua. I had a house in Antigua. It's an island in the Caribbean where running a gambling website is completely legal if you have the permits and stuff to do it. So we flew there, sat down with the guy who runs the country, basically paid him like $100,000, and he gave us the license. We had this whole estate. And we had guys with, because this place is fucking crazy. Yeah. Like, if you don't live at the top of the hill in one of these like crazy estate mansions, like, you live in a favela, you know what I mean?
With a history of being best buddies with guys like Banks, perhaps it's no surprise that Rice was involved in one of the biggest influencer scandals of 2021, Save the Kids. Launched on June 5th, Save the Kids was promoted as a cryptocurrency that doubled as a long-term project. with a portion of his proceeds being given to charity for sick kids.
My name's Fraser.
My name's Jarvis.
I'm Tico.
I'm Rice.
I'm Nikon. And I support
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of crazy to have a cryptocurrency thing scam, basically. That's called Save the Kids. That is absolutely absurd. I'm not even gonna lie. Walnut
He's not
shoes
saving
are...
the kids with that one. I don't know why, but I feel like he's not saving kids with that one.
Exactly, like, bro, at that point, just within this one thing, look, you don't even have to go any further, whoever this guy is that made this video. They've already cooked themselves beyond belief. It's over with. It's GG's. Once you create a scam called Save the Kids, bro, it's done. Just wrap up the channel, bro. Put the fries in the back. Anyways, let's keep going and see what the hell. Bowser said the walnut shoes are W's. You know, we kind of adjusted them, but they're still almond shaped a bit.
Save the Kids token.
Save the Kids token.
Save the Kids
Hey,
token.
I had to say it, you know? Someone had to.
With direct shoutouts from Summer Rae, Joel Morris, and FaZe members like Kay, Jarvis, Nikan, and Tico, the token was immediately popular from their large fan bases, only for multiple of the top shareholders, the promoters, to dump their wallets once the price had reached an all-time high. After people realized it was obviously a pump-and-dump scheme, CoffeeZilla made a video series exposing the coin, tracking the promoters' Bitcoin wallets through the blockchain to see how much they had made.
But honestly, it's really hard to prove if somebody sold off immediately or not. You need their actual wallet address. What we know is that all the whales in the coin sold off immediately. And why would Rice Gum, the king of the Lambos, do anything if he's not actually involved in some of the projects?
FaZe K took the brunt of the backlash after it was discovered how much he made directly off of his fans losing money. As a result of the drama exploding into a massive controversy, as well as the general public encouraging a government investigation, he was booted from FaZe itself, with the organization claiming they had no knowledge or involvement. Rice, meanwhile, got away relatively unscathed, but his response to the drama wasn't doing him any favors. While out of the public spotlight, he had still been streaming on Twitch, and his reaction was to say that if anyone's trying to run a scam, then they should contact him so that he can get in on it. He also openly states he's close with Kay, and ultimately shrugged the whole ordeal off as if it was nothing.
I told you guys, bro, me and Kay are hella close. Like me and Kay are hella close, so, you know what I'm saying? Y'all talking about scamming and da-da-da, like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all need to tap in type shit. Tap in, bro. Yo, if y'all trying to scam, hit my line, bro.
It was already clear to the public that the bag was Rice's main...
Come on, chat. GG. That's it. That's it. It's a wrap.
Priority, even above the well-being of his own fans or his reputation. But it was still interesting to see how blatant he was about it to his audience. There was no hiding from the truth, and he didn't even care to try.
I just peeped now that I just accidentally gave Tails a dumpy for no reason. That needs to not happen.
Why not? You know?
Look, I know I'm doing fan art for the submission for Sonic's anniversary, but we ain't doing that kind of fan art, okay? I like being reminiscent of the cool blue guy from my childhood, not what I accidentally happened to search up.
Accidentally, sure.
Chat, back in the day, looking up Sonic the Hedgehog on Google and then going to the images section looking for something cool to draw was just not it. Like, you genuinely have no idea.
Oh, no.
No, like, y'all genuinely have no idea. Back in the day, when like, computers were still primitive and whatnot, like, I'm not even gonna lie, no, that was, like, the 80s. Back in, like the early 2000s, right? When Sonic was still primitive to the technology scene, you couldn't really just go on Google and search up, you know, Sonic the Hedgehog, go to the images and draw. You would get mortified, scarred, PTSD for the rest of your life. What you would have to do is, if you were smart and you were like me, you'd be using, you would either find somebody, one of your friends that have like cable, or you get on a laptop, you go to CW4 Kids, go to Sonic X, and you pause on one of the frames and start drawing that shit. That's how we did it. That's how it was back then.
This was followed up by a brief beef with a newer face to the scene, Aiden Ross. It
already
was
know.
mostly composed of
I already
petty
know, but
insults,
if he
as
did-
well as
if
the
he
news
did the
that
image
Aiden had been
like,
booted
look,
from the Clout
like,
House. But many
doing the
speculate
images
this drama
looks-
was fake to draw attention away from the Save the Kids scandal. True or not, the fact that they were living in the same house for the majority of it.
Google Images was just not a safe place back then, okay? And I mean, maybe it's still not today, but I don't know. I don't really be even searching things up on Google that much anymore.
I don't use Google Images, I don't know either. Honestly, it probably gotten worse though. Like, let's be honest. I don't think Google Images got any better. I'm gonna be real.
Alright, after this one, chat, we're gonna watch who can take more dib, Bonnie Blue or Big Mom. I'm just kidding. We're not doing that.
Certainly cast some doubt on the validity of the drama. The last time Rice was active on Twitch was 2 years ago. As of this point, his social media pages are pretty much
just
dead.
casually bans your account
Despite that,
mid-50s,
we would still get periodic updates about his
like,
behavior.
oh, it's just
Back in
from my chat,
2018,
who can
when he
take
was
them
still
all?
active,
What's
Rice
happening? It's
appeared on an
educational.
episode of Keemstar's Drama Alert to
I'm
talk
telling
about his
you,
various beefs.
I didn't say
And he
anything about
decided to say
educational. I
publicly
just
that
said
he could take
long-form
items in a
content is
fight.
what we're
I
watching
don't hate
today.
him, you know what I mean, at
Like,
all.
it doesn't have to
But
be
he
good.
did drop like a 30-minute vid on me and just has a lot to say about me, and I feel like it would be really
Maybe-
interesting if me and iDubbbz
Maybe, chat, the real purpose of the stream was to rot your brain out.
were to box. I think it would be interesting. And I've asked him like through Twitter. He just ignored me, and then I asked some of his boys that I follow, like Max, and just some of his boys, and they were just like, yeah, he probably isn't interested.
Brian was publicly challenging Ian, or iDubbbz, to a boxing match on Drama Alert to 1 million people. With celebrity boxing becoming a part of the mainstream and internet personalities squaring off against each other in the ring, it seems like the perfect opportunity for some more clout. But according to Rice Gum in this interview, Ian never messaged him back and was uninterested in the project. You're telling me that the content cop himself, the king of drama and shit-flinging, was afraid of a fight with the star of his most successful video ever? How could it be? Well, we wouldn't get an update on the situation until years later in 2021, when Ian uploaded a video to his channel titled, "You're Hiding From Me." The video details his side of the story, revealing he had actually agreed to the fight. Ian decided to take concrete steps towards organizing it, reaching out to boxing promoters and the relevant officials to make it happen. He was at it for months, but Rice kept coming up with excuse after excuse for why he couldn't fight, before ducking Ian entirely and ghosting him.
He ghosts the boxing promoter repeatedly. He ghosts me repeatedly, and then when I finally am able to contact him, he says things like, "Oh, my neck is sore." Okay, what? From playing Fortnite? Why is your neck sore? And why do I give a shit if your neck is sore? He's talking about how it's not enough money, and I'm like, what do you mean not enough money? He wants like $1 million+, and I'm like, Rice Gum, you're a gangly loser that has 0 boxing experience, and you're not even very famous. Why the fuck do you think any network is going to pay you $1 million+ to fight? You don't even have other talents.
This depicted Brian in a cowardly and disingenuous light. During the Content Cop drama, he had nothing but visceral hate for iDubbbz, but it seems like he was all bark and no bite, because as soon as someone he dissed challenged him to a real fight, which would also generate a lot of publicity, he backed out. On top of that, this wasn't even the first time he bluffed about wanting to fight to act tough.
I did say, if you come to my house, I'll slap you, because it will be on my property and I wouldn't get in trouble. But I got shit to lose. No way I'm gonna slap a dude with 3 of his homies with him. That will prob jump in. Also, was in public with tons of fans calling, not worth the lawsuit. Rice Gum, sit the f down, you prick.
Guess we're back
you
to the
got
walnut
shown
shoes,
to
chat.
be who you really are in this clip. And that
Let's
is
go.
a little... But I really couldn't believe of his slimy
walnut
neck.
shoes.
This guy pulled out
Not
the
walnut shoes for
victim
the
card.
win.
Why am I involved in this?
WW's trust.
Thankfully,
They
the
carry.
trouble iDubbbz went through wasn't a total waste, because his efforts ended up
Okay,
turning
we
into
can
the Creator
kind of work
Clash,
with-
a huge success for both him and the other
Nah,
eSeleb
that's a little
fighters
too far
involved.
kicked back.
That being said, it was yet another stain on Rice's reputation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to lose, obviously. I really don't want to lose, but like, me knowing that if I lose, it's connected to my name forever. Like Joe, like everyone will see Joe as the guy that got beat up by KSI. So I mean, I really don't want that. So that will push me to, you know, not lose, which will train. I mean, I don't know, man. I just really don't want this to happen, and I didn't want to make a full video
Dude,
on my channel.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I really want to see it.
His only public response to iDubbbz's video was exactly what you'd expect. I didn't even watch the vid. Keemstar said school shooter called me out. First off, it's crazy how everyone says I'm always craving clout and want attention. I haven't posted in over a year and on a different wave. I thought iDubbbz would grow up and become more mature, but he's on the same childish energy. Still making YouTube videos? How old are you? How am I retired and richer than you? At 23, I'm retired. You 31, still trying to YouTube box cringe.
Alright,
when I
let's
actually
see.
did social media, here's a tweet in 2018 of me wanting to fight. So there was your chance.
I think we might be
so
able
now
to
you
make
want to
this work.
fight? Why not when I asked you? You are not on my level. I left YouTube averaging 2 million a video. I come back, you still not at 10 million subs. And your latest videos aren't even breaking 2 mil. LMFAO. I typed this in 30 seconds. That's how much I care about you fucking broke bitch. Your most popular vid is me, and you're trying everything to stay relevant. It's actually sad. I thought you were one of those cool YouTubers that's low-key, but you are clout hungry just like them. Haha.
Okay, I
I'll leave
kinda
the
make
dumber
it look
parts
like
of this
his-
for you guys to
his
poke
like
fun
that
at,
goes
but
in
there's
there.
something worth mentioning here. Rice is kind of right. He never really fell off on YouTube. His views did dip a bit, but 2 million views per video is by no means a dead channel. So why did he even quit in the first place? On stream, he talked about it at one point and basically said he just didn't enjoy making videos anymore.
Like, every YouTuber I meet, they don't like YouTube. It's not fun, bro. You sit here in front of a camera and you have to act like a certain person and you edit. I don't know. By the way he uploads, bro, he uploads like once a month. He does not like YouTube, bro. Like, he's on the same wave as all of us, bro. Like, no one likes doing YouTube, bro. Like, and I'm not a slave to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trapped to it. Where like, oh, I need money. I gotta continue to post. Like, nah, bro. The YouTube changed and like I'm not following along, bro. I'm just not posting. But yeah, no, bro. All these guys don't like YouTube. I mean, like, if he loves it so much, why is he posting the once a month? Like, you know what I mean?
All right.
All these YouTubers
That
just
looks a lot
slowly
better than
stop
our
posting
walnut
because they
view.
slowly don't.
We can work with this.
It's
we
real
want the
bro,
walnut
I'm being
view.
serious. But I'm not trapped.
We
in
all
that.
need the
You feel
walnut
me?
view.
Like people saying shit like, why don't you upload? That shit
It's
don't
not
bother
exactly
me, bro. Like,
unwalnutted.
I'm really comfortable
It's
in my
just
own
less walnutted.
and like I just don't need to be trapped in this YouTube shit. You feel me? Like,
Exactly,
PewDiePie still
everyone
uploads
likes
every
some
day, bro.
sugar walnuts.
That's wild. Nah, but he's on some other shit. Like, he's on some legendary shit where he's like, bro, but there was a
I
period
actually
of
need to
time in my
fix the
life,
view
bro, I
again,
was
though.
doing 2 mil a video,
It
though.
might
Like,
get
for real,
unwalnutted
bro.
now.
Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
No.
it's endless, bro. It's endless, bro. It's like you post a video, guys, and you have to go post another one, bro.
Let's see.
And after you're done, you have to go do another one, bro. And then another one. And then, like, it's just exhausting, bro, to the point where I was like, my vids are so good, bro. I'm gonna just leave it at that, and like, I'm just done. You know what I'm saying? And like, the rules changed and shit too. You couldn't say certain stuff and shit like that.
At some point, YouTube turned from a hobby into a job for him. When he got started, he was just a kid making videos for fun, trying everything he could to blow up. And once he got to the top, it was fun for a while, but he made so much money that he just didn't have to worry about it anymore. YouTube is a lot of people's dream job, so this is hard to imagine. For me, I admit, it's hard to imagine. But once he made it and got huge and saw an out from something he described as a trap, he took it. He also seemed to be under the impression that YouTube's changing rules would be an issue for him in the future. Combine that with his videos being recommended less than before, and he wasn't willing to ride into the sunset with a slow and depressing decline in viewership. To make things short, TLDR, Ricegum got out while it was still good, as did many others in the same niche as him. Leafy stopped uploading in 2017 after his views decreased significantly. When he tried to make a comeback, YouTube's new terms of service were incompatible with his style of content, and as such, he didn't last too long. Meanwhile, FaZe Banks, one of Rice's good friends and a fellow resident of the Clout House, left around the same time as him and hasn't uploaded since. Alyssa Violet only uploads when she feels inclined to, which ends up being every few months or so. The content creator class of 2016 to 2017 made so much money from their enterprises that they had no problem abandoning their channels. Because, well, they're made for life. I could speculate about Rice's exact wealth, but it would be pointless to do so. The point stands that he'll never have to work another day in his life, and neither will Banks or Alyssa. Jake Paul may be one of the only exceptions, considering he still uploads to his channel. The caveat is that his sights aren't set on YouTube. Instead, he's laser focused on his boxing career. In sum, every YouTuber that was a part of the 2017 clout scene has either moved on to greener pastures.
Listen, chat. It doesn't get better than pill-shaped shoes. I'm just saying.
Or just pieced out entirely, and you can't exactly blame them.
I just feel stagnant, and then I just stopped uploading. Like, that's the best way to explain it, bro. It's like, but him on the other hand, he just keeps posting because he doesn't care.
Okay.
But
So we're gonna get one more foot in.
A vid if you know,
after
like,
we get
it doesn't
foot,
like it can't even hit.
We get to draw his signature tail. I'm using two different, entirely different models for the baseline of what tails is gonna be. So, and let me just check to make sure about this. Yeah, the tails are entirely different positions on both of them. So, I'm gonna have to make a decision on where I want to go with this. Relatively soon, too. I think I'm probably gonna go with the the one that's closer to the Sonic Heroes model. Just because doing something that's more in the like Sonic movie style would take super long. We will all miss walnut shoes. Bro said all. You're right, it is all. Oh my god, my only viewer right now.
Hit 5 mil, it can't even hit 4 mil, it can't even hit 3
I know, I
mil.
thought
It will
the
only
walnut
hit
shoes are
1 to
good.
2. Like,
We
that's
miss them
where I
already.
was at. Like, I was capped out for some reason. I don't know why. It just happened randomly. And then I just stopped uploading, bro. I just literally just stopped uploading.
I
One of
can't
the
live
most
all about
recent
my walnut
developments in Rice
shoes.
Gum's
I
story
can't.
took place all the way back in March 2021, and it was fairly, dare I say, irrelevant. He was live and accidentally showed
Here we
another
go.
tab on
You
his
ready?
phone,
Time to
which
get
revealed that he was
shoes number 2
subscribed
on.
to a number of girls on OnlyFans.
This one's
He was
never
outed
gonna
for
be
being a
not
simp,
gonna-
and
it
that was
has
about
no
it.
chance of being walnut shape.
Is the stitching off, guys? Is
What's
it
that?
fake? Yo, Steve, imagine if this dropped in here. Oh my
Just
god,
sad.
bro. That would be.
Mm.
Alright, hold on. Here we go.
Bro's not ready to accept fate. It's all good.
Hey, yo!
I would never accept anything on walnut shape again.
Hold on, I'm gonna wipe this. Nah. Hey, yo! Hey!
That was
A
really
much more
easy.
significant piece of news
Holy
would come when
crap,
on
that was
January
really
29th,
easy.
Rice would post a picture of himself to
Yeah.
Twitter with the caption, "Should I come back?" This tweet received quite a bit of attention from his fans, as well as hatred from his detractors.
You did that really
Rice
quick.
Gum in 2023 is crazy. I thought he got lost in 2017. Fuck no. Ain't no you was still alive. No. He also appeared on an Aiden Ross stream where he discussed the possibility of making a comeback to YouTube.
Rice, when are you coming back?
I don't like how I did that. I gotta fix that. I turned it walnut
Will you
shaped
come
on
back at some
accident.
point under Twitch or YouTube in 2023?
See, I told
yes
you.
or no?
You suck actually need them.
That being said, Brian
all
came
into
shy
it.
of a definitive
Nah,
statement
we
about
ain't-
coming
we
back
ain't bringing
and
that
seemed
back.
disinterested when Aiden pitched the idea to him. According to Aiden on a recent Destiny stream, he's also signing OnlyFans girls,
Come on, stop
acting as
doing
some
that.
kind of manager for them.
I can't say
Most
that.
likely,
I
we
can't
won't
say
be
that
seeing new
comment.
Rice Gum content anytime soon.
Nice.
To a lot of people, that's a good thing, but to the fans that grew up watching his videos and listening to his diss tracks, calling other
Okay.
creators irrelevant and making fun of kids, they'll be waiting with bated breath. But it appears for now, Rice Gum is definitely irrelevant.
That doesn't
I've
feel
been
like
Turkey
it. It's
Tom.
just gonna be
Thanks for
right
watching,
now.
and
God,
until next
no.
time, leave me alone.
Okay, so we finished the first youth video that we put on here. Time for another one. Let's see what somebody else has.
Of all the creators to hit the YouTube scene, there is only one quite like grade A under A. A man whose channel, fanbase, and reputation
I'm not even gonna cap. This is about to be a banger because I know this creator and this creator has heat.
was a force to be reckoned with. He was a pioneer of his genre and a very unique creator, whose story is intertwined with some of the most impactful and interesting events to occur on YouTube in the last 5 years. It would be misleading to say that his channel is underrated, as when he does actually upload, his fan base is still there to support him and his content. However, Grade has had a much greater impact on YouTube than most realize, not only shifting the tides of YouTube culture, but also inspiring a new generation of creators who are heavily inspired by his format. Today, most have seemingly forgotten the controversies that once plagued his channel, cracks in the foundation of his name which would eventually turn the public against him. Today, we're going to
wonder what he
revisit
did.
those controversies in
I don't know
detail,
about
as
any
Grade's
different
history can be
controversy.
seen as a cautionary tale of how influence can become a detriment when you're in a position where everything you do is held to scrutiny. This is the story of Grade A under A. In early 2013, the Grade A Under A channel was created to house joke videos its creator had made in his spare time. He started with two: 9 Things I Hate About the Barbershop and Girly Drinks versus Manly Drinks.
alright,
In
the
them,
underside
he
of this
talked
shoe
about
is
these
about to get
everyday
me good.
subjects with a lot of relatable jokes told with exaggerated anger. They were very
It's gonna
amateur,
crash your
since
whole
Grade
shoe.
had very little
No.
experience and was creating them with MS Paint and Windows Movie Maker. But this gave the content its own unique charm as well. The production value was low, and that was part of the appeal.
By the end of it, it looks dog shit. What did you do? I blinked. I blinked to me. And my hair went from amazing to shit.
However, these posts went completely unnoticed at the time,
Alright,
like
that's
most
close
uploads
to
from a
what I'm
brand
trying
new
to get at.
account. After posting them, Grade seemingly grew bored of the hobby and moved on with his life. The man behind it all was Ram Karavadra, a 25-year-old mathematics teacher in training who had failed his final placement test after disobeying his supervisor, who wanted Grade to give out lessons that he thought were too easy. So, he refused and was reprimanded for not listening to feedback. From this point on, he would work as a tutor. Little else was, and still is, known about him since he kept his real life private, and aside from these 2 videos, had rarely interacted with the online world. Grade's existence seemed relatively normal, and for the next year would remain that way, with him having no reason to come back to YouTube or post anywhere. But everything changed when, through one fateful stroke of luck, the direction of his life would take an unexpected turn.
Manly drinks are just drinks that taste like lighter fluid or piss. Or lighter fluid mixed with piss.
On October 1st, 2014, a Reddit user by the name of Bonaboy posted Grade's Girly Drinks versus Manly Drinks video to the r/videos subreddit, where it went viral and gained well over 13,000 upvotes. This funneled a massive amount of attention to the now inactive account. After just 1 month, it reached over 10,000 subscribers, and Girly Drinks versus Manly Drinks surpassed 600,000 views. Meanwhile, the replies on Reddit were filled with people praising his style of content, and even remarking on the fact that he had only posted 2 videos. Aw man, he only has 2 videos on his YouTube channel. If we get him millions of views, maybe he'll make more. After several weeks of this growth, Grade eventually noticed and was surprised to say the least. It had been a year and a half since creating these videos, and he'd actually forgotten about the channel entirely. Grade was in the perfect position to try something new, and he seemed to recognize the opportunity he'd been given to build a career for himself on the internet. He decided to post a new video teasing at returning to the channel and creating the content there was now an audience for, which was a promise he kept. Just 3 days afterwards, Grade returned with yet another video where he talked about the Paralympics in the same style as his original 2. From here, things seemed to just get better and better. The channel could have easily died out after the first bit of traction from the subreddit subsided, but with persistence, Grade managed to keep growing. He kept active with a nearly weekly upload schedule, and after 3 months reached the 25,000 subscriber milestone. People really enjoyed the style, and a lot of what he said in his videos was very easy to relate to. There was no goofy vlogger with crazy hair sitting in front of the camera. Instead, he used very crude drawings to represent real-life events that everyone goes through. Grade had found his niche, and was one of the first to pioneer the new genre of video. But things would take an unexpected shift when Grade would be thrown into yet another soon-to-be popular genre, drama. On February 21st, 2015, Grade posted a video called Why I Hate Interviews, where he talked about the common gripes people have when being interviewed for jobs. It wasn't unlike his other videos at the time, but just 11 days later, popular YouTuber Ray William Johnson uploaded a video of his own that focused on the same subject and appeared to have lifted lines from Grade's video. In later years, Ray became quite infamous for copyright-related controversy, but back then it was a fairly unexpected move, and very sleazy, especially for someone.
If we both look at this shoe, it's literally, it's just as big as the other one. And like, when we do proportions, we can't have 2 shoes that's the exact same size. Especially when it's further away in camera distance, but this doesn't look accurate. So how do we remedy that? Simple, easy fix. Make it smaller. Boom. Now let's look at it from afar. You see it's slightly smaller, but not small enough yet. I'd say right about there. That's a hit. Boom. Make it slightly bigger too. That's perfect. Now my only slight gripe is that comes out a bit too much, but we can fix that in just a second here. And boom, done. Alright. Now with that being said, we can get on to his tails. Signature.
Of his size to steal from a much smaller channel. This was why, just 1 week later, Grade called him out for this and compared lines from both videos.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? Hopefully not still in this shithole.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Not in this shithole.
Grade's argument was solid, and despite how much bigger his opponent was, the audience that was paying attention took his side. It was this incident that brought Grade's attention as a whole to the wider YouTube community outside of his own channel. From this point on, they too would become subjects for his videos voicing grievances. This would occur 3 months later, when Grade would break what had become the norm of his content focused on relatable everyday problems by talking about yet another YouTuber, this time Vegan Gains, a creator whose content focused on fitness. He'd become infamous infamous over time for regularly calling out people for almost any reason, and shoehorning in his beliefs that eating meat is wrong to justify it, as well as often making threats toward other channels.
Repsion's a little fucking bitch. If I had the opportunity, I'd kill him. Slit his fucking throat with this knife. Like, he really does deserve to die.
While it's likely that many of these statements were made just to rile people up, it's no surprise that they contributed to the lore behind the Vegan Gains channel. He was an eccentric personality, and as a result, commentary channels became interested in talking about his beliefs and a channel. Unlike with Ray, Grade's video on Vegan Gains was technically unprovoked. Vegan Gains hadn't targeted Grade in any way. Grade made his videos simply to make fun of him like he would with any other typical video subject. Most of the runtime was dedicated to showing Vegan Gains' contradicting statements on why he became vegan, which seemed to suggest he kept changing the story to garner attention. Grade also points out that Vegan Gains would call out bodybuilders for using steroids even when he had no evidence, while giving a pass to those who were vegan and did provably use steroids. And these points were proven quite well.
I thought that he was flat out against drug use, but he's clearly not because he likes Jim Morris. But then maybe he's just against lying about steroid use, but then he's clearly not because Carl Lewis failed drug tests. And he must know, because I found this out from a documentary called Bigger, Stronger, Faster, and he talked about that documentary when he was talking about Furious Pete's supplement. So he can't have not seen the Carl Lewis part, right? All in all, I guess it's pretty much you can do whatever the fuck you want, as long as you're vegan.
Once again, Grade had entered drama and came out looking more credible than his opponents. Not that it was exactly a gamble when discussing Vegan Gains, but regardless, he had succeeded. However, he ends the video strangely by asking for a response from Vegan Gains, threatening to post 2 videos he jokingly claims to have.
But listen, Vegan Gains, if you don't reply to this video and explain yourself and address all the points I brought up in this video and explain your lies, right? I will take it as a personal insult and I will post both of them, right?
This was designed to bait a response, but despite his tendency to declare war on nearly everyone who discussed him, Vegan Gains actually ignored it. Grade doubled down and posted an update 5 days later saying he'll release the 2 videos that Saturday, and that he wanted his audience to tweet to other YouTubers who had made videos about Vegan Gains in order to get their support. When the day came, he compiled these videos into a single upload, but they were nothing more than spliced together clips of Vegan Gains with sentence mixing, making the whole thing a joke rather than an actual threat. Grade himself acknowledged this and said it was all fake.
You didn't think that I actually hacked into the guy's computer, did you? Like, I can just about draw. What the fuck would make you think that I know how to hack, man? Okay, now listen, if I'm honest, I said that if Vegan Gains didn't reply to my previous video, that I would then release.
Okay, to this guy who said that he had it and he was gonna do that and then didn't, like, what an L, what a fumble. Like, if you're gonna say that you're gonna do something, at least have the proof to do it, or pay somebody to hack the computer. Like, come on now, man. Like, you got us all hyped and ready, and then you're just not even gonna do it. I wasn't even there for this event live, and I'm pissed about it. Like, upsetting.
These other 2, right? Which was a complete lie.
How
like,
dare
regardless
he?
of what he did, I was still gonna
You know I
upload
wasn't
him,
there.
right? But what did happen
God.
as a
I'm
result
part
of
of
him
the
not
hate train
replying
too
to
now.
me was that I carried on snooping and I found some more dirt on him. And this
You
dirt, if I'm
joined in
honest,
so
is
quick,
actual
what
dirt. Like
the-
the video you just seen, that's a joke, right? But this is actual dirt on him, right?
The rest of the video was him roasting Vegan Gains for his YouTube comment
I gotta
history
make
on
that
an old
tail
account,
fat
which,
longer,
while
like-
funny, didn't throw out any serious accusations despite Grade's claim that he had
Hey.
found actual dirt on him. When this string of events unfolded, most people regarded it as a fun back and forth,
Time to
since Grade's
drag it
persona
out.
came off as exaggerated for the
Time
sake
to
of
yank
comedy,
it.
rather than someone trying to make a serious point. For this reason, and because Vegan Gains
Sometimes
was a
you
widely
gotta
hated
yank it
figure,
back.
Grade once again claimed another victory in the drama
What do you
scene.
mean by that?
And by doing so, he may have gotten the impression that he could call out someone else with the same
You know,
result. Over the next month,
I
he
implore
posted
chat
4
to
more of
use
his
their
typical
imagination.
videos, and managed to reach the 75,000
What
subscriber
do you mean?
milestone. The Vegan Gains video had contributed to this by netting him more than his standard content at the time. The Grade A Under 8 channel was growing pretty fast, but this was nothing compared to what was
that's
coming. On August
pretty
22nd,
thin, though. I want
2015,
a
Grade
fat
decided to
male.
jump into the ring once again and call out yet another YouTuber who would gain an infamous reputation. This creator was Jinx.
Reaction videos are the absolute fucking worst content on this site, right? If you don't know what they are, let's have a look at a typical reaction video.
I'm always so on top of my game. I get the vertigo. My jet's in the terminal waiting for me to.
Entertainment, right?
Jinx was the most popular YouTuber in the reaction trend that was growing especially fast in popularity at that time due to how easily they could produce content and easily piggyback off of other creators. As a result, the trend as a whole was hated, and being on top made Jinx the prime target for its most vocal critics. Grade was one of them, and even one of the first. He'd already mentioned reaction channels in a video earlier that same month called 4 Huge YouTube Channels Anyone Could Have Made, but expanded on it further in his Jinx video. He detailed everything that was wrong with the reaction genre, from its blatant abuse of fair use law to its creators' laziness by cutting corners at every turn, all while profiting off of others who put in much more effort. When this video premiered, it took the internet by storm, and not only rallied support against reaction channels, but began to grow Grade's channel exponentially. The video got so much attention that about a week and a half later, Jinx himself posted a response, which was a rare occurrence from him, even while being the most hated channel on the website. But this response did very little to change anything, and arguably just dug himself into a deeper hole.
Now, first thing I want to say before I even start going down this list is the fact that this guy hates me because I'm popular. Because I'm YouTube popular. That is the one reason that it all boils down to. He could say he's not a hater, he could say all of that, but let's just be honest.
Jinx deleted this video just a couple days later. Grade's response, however, survived, since Jinx apparently banned his channel from commenting, and this forced him to speak out in a blog post instead. In the months following, YouTubers like I Hate Everything, Jax Films, and even iDubbbz jumped into the situation and made their own videos calling out Jinx, which only helped funnel traction towards Grade and grew his influence, especially since Jinx would continue to engage with these creators, even being in talks with iDubbbz over a boxing match that he eventually pulled out from. As for Grade, he never addressed the situation with Jinx further, but would speak out about reaction channels as a whole from time to time in combination with other topics. But with his channel reaching new heights and the new influx of an audience craving drama, Grade called out yet another infamous YouTuber the very next month, Nicole Arbor. Nicole was a comedian who'd gone mostly unnoticed throughout her career, since to most she was very...
They'll drop the name of like one creator that I actually know, and then continue to drop like several names that I've never heard of in my life. Like who are these people?
I don't know, but don't ask me.
What are y'all watching, chat? Like, how are y'all allowing these people to be famous? I'm out here doing art, and you're like, nah. But you know what? We'll make this idiot that's drinking pickle juice on the internet famous. Like, come on now.
Let's go. Hopefully he'll give me one.
Degeneracy has reached all-time highs.
Yeah, she was very unfunny, okay? The most attention she'd gotten was for her relationship with a popular and well-respected creator named Matthew Santoro, who produced top 10 lists in the prime of the genre's popularity on YouTube. But quite suddenly, in September of 2015, Nicole would be thrust into the public spotlight and receive a much bigger boost of popularity for very different reasons, when she posted a now infamous video called Dear Fat People. It's essentially nothing more than a 6-minute compilation of fat jokes, with Nicole claiming it was her way of motivating others to lose weight and change their lives. Many names in the YouTube community were outraged, with countless creating response videos to it expressing their feelings on the matter. In reality, this was exactly what Nicole wanted, because Dear Fat People was nothing more than a publicity stunt. A successful one. After years of failing to grab fame in the online world with lighthearted humor and videos promoting positivity, Nicole instead had resorted to the complete opposite in hopes of growing her presence. While many hated her, her own audience was now growing. But as she was becoming a hot topic, people began to dig into her past, and it was eventually discovered that there were allegations that she was abusive during her relationship with Matthew Santoro.
And he was visiting. He grabbed his luggage from her apartment and said, I'm leaving.
All right. So
now,
here's the thing.
At this point, Nicole blocked the exit, said, you're not going
Did
anywhere.
the boyfriend like the abuse?
And Matt said, get out of my way, I'm leaving. And at this point, he continued to try to leave. She continued to block him, and she struck him in the face, physically hit him in the face.
It was then that...
I'm just saying. If he liked the abuse, then is she really in the wrong? I feel like people are just trying to look for something to convict everybody for. You know, it's really not that serious, chat. I'm just saying.
That Grade jumped into the situation and made his own video on Nicole, neatly compiling the allegations to address what most other responses to Nicole didn't acknowledge, since most just focused on her points in the Dear Fat People video.
It's all just, oh, you're just a mean bitch, and but it's nothing of substance, right? So what I'm gonna do is go through a few things that I found to hopefully discredit Nicole Arbor just a little bit, right? Matt flips his shit and he's not having any of that anymore, and he says, fuck this, we're going home. So they go home, right? Matt goes to Nicole's house to collect some of his stuff and he decides to leave. But as he's trying to leave, Nicole blocks the doorway and says, "You're not going anywhere, mate." Matt tells her to move, but she's not budging, right? She says no, and then she smacks him one.
Grade would then talk about Nicole one more time around 3 months later,
Alright, let's
after
get
both
it.
her
On to
and
tale
Matthew
number
had gone
2.
public with their sides of the abuse story.
Chat, we're
Grade,
actually
of
doing
course,
really
sided
good.
with Matthew. He showed several
I
clips
thought
from
Tails was
Nicole
gonna
that
take way
contradicted her
fucking
later
longer than
statements
that.
about the relationship,
we already
which
hit
to
Sonic
audiences
though,
proved that Matt was the one
Here goes
being
Sonic in the
truthful.
background.
Once again, the public sided with Grade,
Oh
since
God,
he'd
we're gonna
proven
have
his
to grow
point quite
Tails.
well,
He's way too
and it
tiny.
seemed Nicole was the clear-cut villain. These videos also largely contributed to the positive support Matthew was receiving in what was
You made
probably a
Tails a
very difficult
midget.
situation, which Grade was commended for. By this point, it was obvious that he'd recognized YouTube drama was a lucrative market, and even though he didn't switch to doing this content full-time, he was definitely now more comfortable delving into it more often. Grade's crass commentary shining light on the wrongdoings of others made him a figure whose reputation was almost unmatched, and his channel was regarded as a pillar of the new commentary community, dishing out justice to those who tried to get away with sleazy actions. With his channel receiving more attention than ever, Grade decided to open up a Patreon, with early records showing that it was quite successful.
Cause here's your chance. Not only have I made a Patreon, and I don't want to hype this up too much, right? But I have set the fucking best incentive levels ever! Now listen, I love making videos and I love being able to interact with you lot, right? All I want to do is make this my full-time job, right? But I can't do that alone. So if you want to help me out, by all means, go over to my Patreon page, links in the description, and give whatever you can.
At this point, he was sustaining himself quite well, especially after December of 2015, when some of his typical videos would receive massive attention, such as why animal names are stupid and why the English alphabet is stupid. But he also addressed other YouTubers once again when he made Why I Hate Prank Channels, and a follow-up the very next month. It was especially helpful that around this time, iDubbbz had posted his Jinx content cop, and the recently fleshed out commentary community was bringing massive attention to the same issues Grade had chosen to talk about, such as prank channels. Combined with how popular his videos were around this time, the Grade A Under A account managed to become the fastest growing YouTube channel on the website at that time, gaining over 415,000 subscribers in the month of January alone. As a result, Grade had formed bonds with several other up-and-coming figures within the same community, such as Keemstar and Leafy is Here. This was truly Grade's peak, both in terms of analytics and on a much more influential level in how he was perceived by those around him. But it was around this time that Grade was met with a small yet noteworthy obstacle, a creator known as Reactor. He was a very unknown YouTuber with less than 100 subscribers at the time, who, like Grade himself, had set out to make fun of reaction channels in the past, specifically Jinx. This had been brought about after Jinx had stolen a video of his to react to, and in response, the Reactor channel was created where a backlog of videos was put together in order to add believability to the joke. Sometime during this, he reacted to a video that had gone viral on Reddit known as
This is how we're going to do this real quick. Just want to make sure I got it. I'm going to drag that out. And wait. Actually, I'm going to bring it back again. I have a better idea. Give it a little bit of gap room right here before we drag that out. See how that looks. That looks terrible. I don't know why I did that. Actually, something else I need to do to make this look right. Let's go all the way back. I need to come out like that. And then drag it out. Maybe not that far. Drag it out. Let's see where that fell. Not the happiest with it, but we're getting closer. Don't want to make it too small. See, this is where I have myself messed up. It kind of falls in a silly way. Maybe I could try dragging it in more here. And then gapping it out like that. Or even like that. Give it more volume. That might be too much volume. Still too much volume. That might be perfect right there. Okay. Actually, no, I'm not even the biggest fan of how that looks. Let's try this. I'm gonna grab it and warp. I love this warp tool. It changes things so much. Now you see how just within that one simple movement, yeah, it looks like something I can work with entirely differently. I can come out like here and clumping it out. My only problem is I don't want the bottom to look like it's over, you know? I might have to try a hang. But what I'm trying to simulate is actually completely different in practicality. I should actually raise the tails up like this and come at an angle more like this if I want to be more accurate. Let me try this real quick. Hold on, guys. I'm getting too technical now. I need focus. I'm sorry. I'm gonna pause the video for a solid minute here while I try and lock in. Okay, I don't know if I want to do that. Try the fat end right there. I feel like that's almost exactly how I had it before. We want to be almost exact to it. That could work, something like that. Oh yeah, that could work. Y'all see that, right? That's it right there. I can even cut this piece off right here. And shaboink. I've just done something. I'm actually gonna try it a little bit differently though. Let's try it like this. Oh yeah, that's the way. And then we'll remove this piece. Let's look at it. Oh yeah, way better. We fixed it. Tails is tailing. Alright.
Higata H. Kai, Yamada's first time, Mumkey's anime reviews number 3, which prompted its creator, Mumkey Jones, to make his own reaction video, reacting to Reactor's video, as a subtle joke at his expense. Reactor then reacted to this reaction as well, but in doing so, ultimately exposed himself as a troll. He ended the video by crying in response to Mumkey's words, and would say he was quitting reactions.
I think he AFK'd.
Hey everyone, I'm not going to make any more videos. Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you liked this video, give it.
Bro, that has to be like satire or something for him to be making that. Hey y'all, I'm not going to be making any more videos. Leave your comments and give me your thoughts about that. Like, bro, what? I thought you ain't making no more bro. This can't be real. These people are not real.
Thumbs up, like, and don't forget to subscribe.
At this point, Mumkey saw through the act and responded once again, making it clear to everyone that Reactor, as viewers knew him, was in fact fake. He was simply trolling. The two would later join a live stream together to discuss Reactor's trolling efforts, further highlighting that it was all a not-so-elaborate ploy. But less than a week after these events, Reactor would begin his next stunt by pranking Grade A Under A. Similarly to how Grade had blackmailed Vegan Gains with sentence mixed videos, Reactor created a fake Grade A Under A shoutout video by rearranging segments of Grade's narration with fake visuals, and then made a reaction video responding to it.
This is his channel.
First things first, I just want to comment on this right away, okay? If you don't know, one of my favorite YouTube channels is Reactive, right? Despite what they say, this guy is fucking genius. Your videos do show your reactions, but they're fucking genius, right? That was genius, man. That was a really nice touch to the video. Literally over 95% genius. That's something to be proud of. That's an entertaining video, right?
There were obvious clues that the video was fake, aside from the fact that the words were clearly spliced together, such as the picture Grade supposedly used to represent Reactor being a frame of him crying in the Mumkey response video. Despite this, many still believed it was genuine. This became especially apparent when Reactor then paid $600 to have the video put as an ad on Grade A Under A's channel, which led some to believe that they were watching a real video Grade had put up. Someone even recorded footage of the ad being shown to them, which Reactor then posted a link to on the Reddit page r/videos, and using multiple accounts and changing his IP address, managed to get the video to the front page of the site via upvote manipulation. This attracted thousands of people to his channel, where many insulted him for his actions, but many others recognized the joke and congratulated him for putting on such a performance. The attention was so massive that Grade himself took notice and posted several comments, in which he seems to miss the joke and gets very, very upset at Reactor. This caught many people off guard, considering Grade was especially well known for his thorough research and comedy. Despite that, he had become extremely upset at what was ultimately a harmless trolling attempt. Reactor's recent interactions with Mumkey made it very obvious that he had a history of trolling people with stunts like these, not to mention the fact that Grade himself had done something very similar in his attempt to get a response from Vegan Gains, which, in the end, just made him look like a hypocrite. Grade ended up only bringing more attention to the situation when he mentioned it in his next video.
How are you gonna cry over somebody making a parody video about you, but you're making parody videos about people? That's insane work. That's insane work. I can't even lie. Elder bro for that.
With YouTube Part 1 of 2, alongside another plagiarism incident.
I've also had some guy use my copyrighted material to put together a fake advert for himself, which deceived and fooled a bunch of people into subscribing to it.
In response, Reactor then made the screen recording of his ad into an ad itself, which he also put on Grade's channel and once again manipulated Reddit's algorithm to get it to the front page a second time. He wrapped it all up on February 10th with a video called How to Grow a YouTube Channel, featuring Grade A Under A. Once again, he used sentence mixing to create a fake Grade A Under A segment, and this time as a supposed collab on Reactor's channel, all in an attempt to highlight Grade's hypocrisy on drama when going after other people for using the same attention-seeking tactics he himself did.
I think I get it now. You fuck with other YouTube channels to create controversy, and then when people start fucking with you, you cry for sympathy. I should make a controversial video calling you out, Grade. But what could I say about you? Your life is so squeaky clean.
Now listen, I've shown you plenty of contradictions, but I will leave you with this one last contradiction. I'm not trying to hide shit. I have absolutely nothing to hide, except pretty much everything about everything.
Reactor then manipulated Reddit for a third time to put his video on r/videos as well, at which point Grade seemed to...
Bro, W mans to keep to this dude that keeps rage baiting him like this though. I'm not even gonna lie. Bro has him in a chokehold. This is low-key funny.
To stop acknowledging him. Despite the attention Reactor had gotten, his story went mostly unnoticed by the YouTube community for the time being, who were still in widespread support of Grade. At that time, the positive events surrounding the Grade A Under A channel drowned out everything else. In his Everything That's Wrong with YouTube video...
Alright, chat. We got Ghost Tails here, and he's almost finished. Missing his armholes, and he's missing his eyeballs, but... other than that, we're there. Look at this man. He's alive. I think before I continue, what I should do is probably even him out to Sonic size so he's not literally a peanut. Alright, so we're gonna grab this guy. Oh crap, why did Sonic come with him? Sonic should not be traveling. Okay. Here, tail. There we go. Oh yeah, that's perfect. And I think the proportions aren't too far off either, because Tails is Sonic's little buddy. That's pretty accurate on the size comparison.
Video series, which had mentioned Reactor, Grade goes over his fight with another reaction channel known as Tyrone Magnus, and uses this event to voice his grievances with YouTube's copyright system. Tyrone had made a reaction video to Grade's video on reaction channels, which Grade took massive issue with, and attempted to copyright claim since it violated fair use. Once claimed, he was annoyed to learn that all of the revenue it had already made during the claiming process had gone to Tyrone, and that once the claim was successful...
What you playing right now, Bowser? Yo, you there? I guess not. Bro just AFK'd for real.
Tyrone opted to just delete the video since the money it made from then was no longer going to him. This was created in a slew of videos by other influential creators who chose to speak out against YouTube's copyright system at nearly the exact same time, each for their own reasons, such as Doug Walker, Your Movie Sucks, and I Hate Everything, who made a collaboration video promoting the Where's the Fair Use movement to get YouTube's attention with the hashtag Where's the Fair Use. My last video was specifically about this. Check it out, linked below. Grade did something very similar and created his own hashtag, Make YouTube Great Again, which he asked viewers to tweet at the YouTube CEO.
Hashtag wake up YouTube. Hashtag make YouTube great again. YouTube is the website that we...
Sorry, I'm paused out at the moment, chat. I have cameras all up in my house. Thankfully, I'm gonna give y'all a little... I'm not even sponsored by them, but I'm gonna put y'all on a little game. If you're a person that, you know, owns an apartment, or, you know, you have a house and you have security cameras and you're paying for stuff like Ring, you're tweaking. I'm just letting you know that right now. You are absolutely tweaking, because you're paying what, like $200+ per camera, plus like a $200 or $100 subscription every month. Yeah, no, you're smoking. Anyways, if you want a way better alternative to that, it's $30 a year, or you could go free, and $20 per camera. I think like $40 for their newer models, but either way, way cheaper, way better. And I literally am on a website, but their own website right now, looking at all my cameras. I have a feed loop of all of them. It's pretty chill, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty nice. It's called Alfred Cam, by the way. Go check it out. Not sponsored, but I'm just putting it all on a little game. See, I got in early, so I'm just lucky. Anyways, back to the video.
We all use when we're on the toilet and we have a good 30 minutes to waste. Let's not let something as beautiful as that slip through our fingers.
To the surprise of many, Susan herself acknowledged both hashtags 4 days later and made a tweet saying that she was listening. In late April, she followed this up by posting another tweet using Grade's hashtag and telling people to keep an eye on the YouTube creator's Twitter for an announcement within the next hour, which ultimately ended up revealing a change in the copyright system that would allow the revenue made on a video during the claiming process to be given to the winner of the dispute, as Grade A Under A and others had suggested. This was only one of the many complaints made by creators, many of which are still present today, but Grade and the others did make a genuine impact on the site, and this only helped to cement his position as one of YouTube's most powerful figures. He had a strong fan base that was growing every day, and had earned a lot of respect within the YouTube community. But with so many eyes on him and so much criticism directed towards other channels, it was only inevitable that if he made any mistakes of his own, everyone would notice. As Grade grew popular, so too did others in the drama genre, which led to an increase in that form of content. Members of other YouTube communities soon took notice, and many didn't like it. A stigma around drama and the channels who participated in it started to form, and Grade was lumped in as one of them. His association to the content, as well as some of the biggest creators such as Keemstar and Leafy, resulted in him facing a wave of hate against YouTube drama when the genre grew to overtake the website. This reached a boiling point when several well-respected figures on the platform spoke out against the changes, with videos directed at YouTube drama as a whole, and created a divide in public opinion. These YouTubers were Markiplier, PewDiePie, and Matthew Santoro.
Everybody has been seeing the drama, and there's more and more of it every day. And it's starting to make me sad about our community, because it makes me feel like our community is starting to fade.
Like, they worked hard to make their YouTube channels, and they worked hard to make something, and so they want to attack others, and they want to cause drama, and they want to make things happen.
There's even channels now focusing solely on YouTube drama. It's just growing bigger and bigger, and it's created this mob mentality where everyone is so on edge, and everyone is so ready to attack their next target of someone fucking up or doing something bad.
By then, Grade had been trying to keep drama videos few and far between, since he seemed to have learned that his primary content had much more long-term appeal. But this new anti-drama trend caused Grade himself to speak up against these creators, when on May 1st he uploaded the YouTubers complaining about drama rant, exposing Matthew Santoro. This topic was ripe for criticism because, as Grade stated,
okay, if y'all can't see, what happened is because I had to extend my image so wide, it ended up distorting so much of this because I'm not using vector imaging, so it doesn't keep it all clean and compact. So I'm gonna have to like probably re-go and re-outline everything again. Thankfully, since I already have the base outline, it shouldn't make it that difficult. It's just a pain because like once it blurs out like that, it just looks really ugly. But you see, once I like refold over those lines, basically, they look clean as ever. Think of it like this. I like to think of it like this. Imagine you're going to a barber shop and you ask somebody to, you know, give you like, line you up, essentially. That's basically what I'm doing for Tails right now. I'm lining him up. Yep, look, I just pushed his hair back right there. Unfortunately, I get to reset here. And I do not have the stable hand. Like, my fingers are crazy, like, jittery all the time. I'm not sure if you see it by the amount of times I've jittered off screen. And I have to reset it. I do not have very stable fingers. So thank God I am drawing on a digital tablet, not cutting somebody's hair. You know? Let's put it like that.
Not all drama was bad, and many of the statements made in these videos were very generic and aimless.
PewDiePie, Markiplier, and Matthew Santoro have recently made videos doing some Fox News level fear-mongering, saying that something as generic and vague as drama as a whole is ruining this website. No disrespect to any of them, right? But I'm just being real, okay? They're wrong here, right? Absolutely wrong.
Unfortunately, Grade made one big mistake in how he handled the situation. Throughout the video, he attempts to undermine their credibility, just as he had with Vegan Gains and Nicole Arbor. But unlike them, PewDiePie, Markiplier, and Matthew Santoro are very well-respected figures. Furthermore, they're not bad people. This led Grade to try to grasp at straws by trying to find reasons as to why they don't have a right to be considered authority figures on YouTube, despite their successful channels and years of past experience, as well as general favorability in the YouTube community. Instead of addressing what they said, he addressed superficial parts of their channel in an attempt to make a point, which failed.
By the way, just to get this out of the way, right? I find it very fucking surprising that people would ever take this guy seriously. Does this look like the hair of someone that you should take seriously? No, of course not.
He also attempted to say that Markiplier having the nickname Marky Moo means that he's not credible, and says that all three of them, including PewDiePie, can't claim that having a lot of subscribers, or even being the most subscribed channel, gives them any knowledge on YouTube, because Fred used to also be #1 as well. And Fred is weird, or
Bro,
something.
I forgot
the
that
YouTube
guy
community did
existed.
not react well to this, and it highlighted most of the problems that were starting to show with the Grade A Under A channel.
This is just one of many examples of him calling out people for what I feel are not the greatest of reasons. But I'm really not trying to disparage the guy. He makes really good content when he focuses on smaller subjects. I feel that sometimes it's better to stick at what you're good at rather than trying to branch out to something that can cause a lot of problems, especially if what you're doing is already working for you.
As for Matthew Santoro specifically, the response was quite different. Grade dedicates the end segment of the video to proving that many of the top 10 lists his channel was famous for were actually plagiarized from a website known as listverse.com. These allegations were arguably the strongest of the whole video, and at the time overshadowed most everything else Grade had talked about. Upon release, it had a huge impact on Matthew Santoro's reputation, especially since Keemstar echoed out the accusations with a drama alert video posted the very same day.
But towards the end of the video, Matthew Santoro got it the worst, as Grade A Under A exposed him for plagiarism.
The next day, Matthew issued a respectful response with several tweets and made an effort to give credit to all of the lists he'd stolen in the video descriptions. Listverse
I'm not even gonna lie, that's crazy work. Bro got called out to the highest degree. Like, at that point, bro, delete your channel. You got caught for plagiarizing, you're cooked. Delete your channel. GG's. That's awful.
themselves even came forward and issued a statement thanking the community for caring about the topic. On May 6th, Matthew then posted an apology video and clarified these points further.
And this is not something new. This is something that you guys have been asking for a long time. And to be completely honest with you, I need to apologize because I should have been citing my videos all along. And to be quite frank, it was lazy of me. And I've always had the citations, obviously, because I get my information from somewhere. I just never put them in the description of the video.
In Grade's video, the Matthew Santoro segment definitely carried the most weight, but many were still critical of its inclusion given the subject at hand. He was right, but it didn't have anything to do with anything that was being talked about. It came across as if Grade was just trying to throw in as many negative remarks as possible, even if they were unrelated to the main topic. While the backlash for Matthew's plagiarism was warranted, Grade's motives for shoehorning in an expose on him seemed strange. The topic at hand was YouTube drama, and Matthew's only involvement in it was a generic video where he expressed his opinion that drama on YouTube is bad. Grade blamed it for sending backlash his way, and in turn made a personalized attack against Matthew, something which was not only ironic and arguably validated a lot of Matthew's points about how YouTube had just become a place where people tried to expose each other, but was also seen as very two-faced since just months prior, Grade had been publicly very supportive of him through his abusive relationship with Nicole Arbor. That's not to say that Matthew can't be criticized for something else later on, but by doing so, Grade had opened up a discussion within the community who started talking about his motives. Grade mentions not speaking up during the Leafy is Here versus H3H3 scandal, despite believing a video on it would do well. This supported the idea that he wouldn't make videos on his personal friends, and wasn't just doing whatever he thought would get views. This seems to be even more evident when just 4 days after this video, iDubbbz's content cop on Keemstar was released, and Grade didn't discuss it.
I hope y'all are starting to see how much visually cleaner his body is starting to look. It's gonna be this tail is absolutely abhorrently terrible. Like, I have to fix it badly. It is in a real bad shape. You see how big it is? Like, I could literally shave off like a good chunk of this and still be alright. Like, oh my god. See what I mean? Like, that's not good. And then, now I'm just gonna delete this whole chunk. Like, that's what I'm saying. This is bad. Wow. Yeah, realistically, I could shave that little piece behind there. But dang, man. That's how many edits it took to get that one tail right as far as sizing. I'm not gonna lie, that foxtail's a lot plumper than I would have thought. I don't draw that kind of stuff, you know? And Tails is not really my favorite character in the series. I don't really like him much at all, I'm not gonna lie, never have. I prefer Knuckles, I prefer Sonic, I prefer Shadow especially. Even Chaos or ML, but I do not really like Tails, so I've never spent too much time drawing him. I warned y'all that this was going to be the hardest part for me, because of that exactly. That's why if you can't tell, I don't mind Tails not being that visually accurate. I haven't even drawn much of Knuckles, I'm not gonna lie, or Chaos. I've drawn a lot of Metal Sonic, Shadow, Sonic, you know, maybe even Neo Metal Sonic, but not a lot of Chaos, or a lot of Knuckles, especially not Tails. I have drawn Rouge quite a bit, and Amy, but yeah, drawing based off of familiarity makes it slightly more difficult. And then once I'm done with this, I got another project I'm going to be working right back on. So that's going to be the actual animation side of things, where I was preparing my, well actually I didn't even show y'all yet, so I'm going to let that be a surprise. Y'all didn't even see anything about that yet. So, stay tuned if you want to see that. I'll go ahead and play our video now.
Although, when asked, he did respond in a comment by saying that the content cop had no point, since it covered things everyone already knows, and claimed that it was just made to get views. He also states that he makes his own drama videos to cause an impact on the situation. So if he ever talked about Keemstar, it'd have to be for something that he'd done recently, and that the old controversies didn't bother him personally. As the Keemstar content cop grew more and more popular, Grade would continue to be questioned about his association to Keem, at which point he kept insisting that he didn't have a problem with things like his past edgy clips.
Like, one person said, they said, why do you like Keemstar? Why don't you hate Keemstar? And I was like, listen, with all due...
I'm not gonna lie, I do also like Cookie Time videos. Does these long form video formats that I just really appeal to, especially when I'm doing art like this. It's because like I have a lot of free time on my hands when I'm doing the art to just sit and like listen to something. I could listen to music, but I don't want to like, you know, my free time is usually in the middle of the night. I don't want to just start blasting music in the middle of the night, so this is the much better alternative. Plus, it's good to, you know, be in the know about things, right? Who could be mad about that? We all want to be in the know.
Due respect, he's done nothing to me personally. He's given me advice in the past, and he was able to get an offer on the table for me that would have been worth 6 figures, like over $100,000. Yo, I'm answering this question right now, so untrustworthy.
Yeah, look at how much better that one tail is from all that work I just put in. So much visually better. And it's not like freaking blurry as hell. So I think we're actually good to move on. Even though this leg is a little funky, we can work with it. We can work with what we've got.
Somebody fought, donates $5 and said, Detective Butthurt here. What do you say to the charges of enjoying the taste of Keem cocks? Why do I like Keemstar? Is what I'm saying right now, right? So I was talking about how he was able to get me a six-figure deal, which I wasn't able to take, right? But he offered it me in a sense. He had it on the table with another company, right? With Stream.me.
On May 10th, 2016, Grade posted another video called An End to YouTube Drama, which was in many ways a follow-up to his previous video on PewDiePie, Markiplier, and Matthew Santoro. In it, he doubles down on a lot of his previous points, and argues that Matthew Santoro is a hypocrite for calling drama bad, when he participated in it himself during past deleted videos. Grade also responds to the people who said that Markiplier's hair color didn't undermine his credibility on YouTube by saying that viewers have double standards for who can be criticized.
Truth be told, it seems...
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Markiplier is a pretty cool dude, but he has said questionable things at times, and sometimes I don't always agree with him either, so, you know, you should take that with a grain of salt. You shouldn't just automatically be like, oh, this because he's my favorite YouTuber, his word is God. Like, bro, even if I was your favorite YouTuber, have a train of thought for yourself, please.
It's as if it's okay to criticize some people, but not others. You will be cheered for calling one person a cunt, but you'll get burnt at the fucking stake for doing the exact same thing to another person. Judging from our past comments, if you make fun of the hair color of a popular YouTuber, that's crossing the line. So hair jokes aside, because that's apparently the same as racism, I'm just going to outline my main criticisms of him again. Pause and give it a read if you give a shit.
The video itself seemed to come across as damage control to many onlookers. Although, Grade claims that he didn't like drama content, it was only addressing it when he was forced to. After his statements about only talking about drama when he can make an impact, and the way he handled the Make YouTube Great Again movement, it's possible Grade believed he had the power to cause real change, and he felt obligated to get involved for that reason. If this was true, Grade may have genuinely not liked drama content at all, but regardless of his rationale, he couldn't stay away from it for too long. The very next month, on June 19th, 2016, Grade made a video calling out Keemstar, in which he implies Keemstar is a pedophile and had abused his girlfriend, among other things.
Seriously though, right? Keem's just been getting worse and worse, especially recently. A lot of what he's done is privacy intruding, literally life ruining, and YouTube just doesn't feel like the friendly community that it used to be. Well, that shit needs to stop, man, right? Keem needs to go. And to do so involves you guys. He's the cockroach of YouTube. He keeps fucking surviving. But listen, hopefully that'll end with this organized attack that's been going on over the past week or two. First Pyrocynical, then Leafy, and now I'm making a video on Keemstar. Listen, I don't want to make a big deal out of this, right? But this many YouTubers of this size making videos calling out Keemstar, realistically, will not happen again, right? If you hate Keemstar, this is your one chance to get rid of him. So make it count!
Many viewers were taken aback by this video and didn't know what to think. Just 1 month prior, Grade had said he didn't have an interest in making a video on Keemstar unless he could cover something new that hadn't already been said. This ended up only being half true. Regarding the pedophile accusations, Grade states that in 2010, a girl got naked on camera with paper signs covering herself saying, "I love Keemstar," and that she appeared in one of his streams while doing so. Grade states that this was originally revealed by Joey Salads in his own video on the matter. Keemstar himself then reacted to Grade's video on livestream and cleared up the rumors.
When Keemstar himself had a girl of the exact same age, 15 years old, get naked for him on a live stream. What?
I had a 15-year-old girl get naked for me on a live stream. Where is the proof?
Oh, what if they find out about my past?
What the fuck is Keem smoking? But this literally happened. By the way, right, all credit to Joey Salads for this.
Back in my blog TV days, a bunch of girls got naked for attention on my stream, alright? A bunch of them did, alright? This girl, alright, was known as Kate, and she had a boyfriend who was, I think, 22 or 24 years old, alright? She was 19 years old, alright? According to her, and according to everybody, and according to her boyfriend, she was 19 years of age. Now, could she have lied about her age? Of course, alright? I'm not fucking getting IDs of every single person on my live stream, just like you are on my live stream right now, and I don't know what your age is. Now,
I understand why people don't like this guy.
Alright, if there is a underage girl in the chat right now, alright, and she decides, you know what, I'm gonna get Keemstar's attention and I'm gonna stream nude with fucking Keemstar fan signs, alright? How does that make me a fucking pedophile in any shape or form? It doesn't, alright? These are false pedophile accusations, and this dude is getting fucking held to every extent I possibly can through the goddamn law. Fuck this guy.
It's also worth noting that the only evidence for Kate being underage in Joey Salad's video was a statement from the person who provided the stream footage. Tweets place him and Kate on Keemstar's stream at the same time, so he was most likely there. But there's nothing concrete to prove her being underage, or that Keemstar was aware of it. Since the only evidence is word of mouth from this man and Keemstar himself, it all boiled down to a he said she said situation, which made it especially strange that Gray decided to include it in the video at all. But the most baffling thing perhaps about all of this is that despite Gray stating that Kate was 15, and citing Joey Salad's video as the source for this claim, the man being interviewed states her age as being 16, not 15.
Now, how old was this girl? She was underage, correct?
Yeah, she was underage. Yeah, she was about 16.
16?
It's unclear exactly how Grade misinterpreted the age, but if it was accidental, the only possible explanation was that Grade was basing the accusation off of a line in Joey's video opening where he misspeaks and says that she's 15 before correcting himself.
And I also found evidence that he does pedophilia stuff. Coming up, I have a video of a 15, 16-year-old girl that he may do something extremely pedophilia. And I will show that to you.
This only made Grade come across as worse, since earlier in the same video, he calls Keemstar out for doing the very same thing. Later on, Keem also clarified that the rumor regarding abuse toward his girlfriend started when tweets were posted on his Twitter saying so, when his girlfriend supposedly used his account. But this was later confirmed to instead be the work of a hacker. Keemstar's girlfriend herself even made a statement that the claims were false. Given that the allegations were either comprised of previously discussed points or were quite difficult to prove, the reason for Grade to have made his video is largely unclear. It's possible he may have believed that the pedophile rumors were true and felt that it was something that needed to be discussed, but what didn't make sense was his shift in viewpoint regarding everything else. In a later video, he claims that Keem's racist clips were a point of contention after having said the opposite in May.
He said some insanely racist shit against minorities, and I'm a minority myself. And people say it's a business decision. These are words that came from his mouth and his mouth alone. Now listen, I'm a pretty laid back guy, right? It's not like I won't be friends with someone unless they're the fucking Pope, right? But am I supposed to stay someone's friend after I see them ticking this many boxes? Really?
Like, one person said, they said, why do you like Keemstar? Why don't you hate Keemstar? And I was like, listen, with all due respect, he's done nothing to me personally. He's given me advice in the past. And he was able to get an offer on the table for me that would have been worth 6 figures, like over $100,000. Yo, I'm answering this question right now. So Untrustworthy Fart donates $5 and said, Detective Butthurt here. What do you say to the charges of enjoying the taste of Keemcocks? Why do I like Keemstar? Is what I'm saying right now, right? So I was talking about how he was able to get me a six-figure deal, which I wasn't able to take, right? But he offered it me in a sense. He had it on the table with another company, right? With Stream.me.
It seems that even Keemstar was just as confused as anyone else as to why this shift occurred.
We've talked about my trolling videos and me playing characters and saying offensive things, and he said he understood it, that he had no problem, and the reason why he didn't make a Keemstar Exposed videos is because he liked my content. Now what has changed? I'll tell you what's changed. They decided to fucking backstab me, throw me under the bus to help their own careers. He is fake as fuck.
But in Leafy's video targeted at Keemstar, the explanation is much different during Grade's cameo.
No, but seriously guys, I've always disagreed with a lot of the stuff that Keemstar's done in his past, but I never saw it as that much of an issue until recently, because recently he's gone from being a complete asshole to doing some borderline fucking criminal shit on the shit stain that is the internet. And to top that off as well, recently I found out that Keemstar's been shit-talking me and one of my good friends, Grade A Under A, who's also a YouTuber, straight up to multiple different people, and on top of that, behind our fucking backs.
Yeah, basically, I'm hearing that he's been shit-talking us to multiple people, right? Among other things. Dirty rat. But it's not like he's going to be the #1 most subscribed news channel for long anyways. Skates is fucking killing him recently.
In terms of the borderline criminal stuff Keemstar has done, the video goes into the same general complaints people had with him for quite a while, including the out-of-context racist clips, exposing Pyro's face, which had already been made public at the time, false pedophile accusations, and general threats of doxing or covering people on Drama Alert if they take actions against him. Some of these were reasonable complaints, but the timing of it all was what made the situation especially odd.
to create
Most
a
everything
bit.
covered by Grade and Leafy was
And we don't
already
have a
addressed in the
that.
Content Cop
We
episode
need a
released a
that.
month prior, at the same
So we
time
got
that
it
both
on
of them
all of them
seemingly
but
had no
one.
gripes against his actions. People argued it was impossible for them to not have known about his previous controversies, and many thought that talking behind their backs seemed like a very generic and petty excuse for them to speak out if that was really what had changed their perspectives. But behind the scenes, rumors began to fly about why all of this was happening. A small
Now, that might
YouTuber
actually
known as
work.
Tommy C, who was associated with Keemstar via the Baited podcast, reported on a lot of the accusations.
Neither him or Leafy have ever been clear about what Keem did to them. Never. Only that they had talked shit behind their backs.
The attack on Keemstar was openly regarded as coordinated. Gray's exact involvement and motives are still unclear, but much later on, another creator by the name of Nick Cash, or Hey Watch Your Mouth, who had edited Leafy's Keemstar rants, created a video of his own revealing a lot of the activity behind the scenes.
So one night, randomly, I get a call from Leafy. I pick up and I say, yo, what's up? He's like, hey man, what's up? I want to ask you a question. Because he can't make a decision or get an original idea from himself. So he says, pretty much, you know, Keemstar has been getting a lot of hate recently. And I know me and Keemstar are friends, but I've been talking a lot to another YouTuber that I just won't name, and me and him are thinking about making expose videos on him because we want to distance ourselves from Keemstar.
Nick intentionally omits the name of the other YouTuber involved, but most assumed it to be Grade A Under A, since he'd cameoed in the video and had been transparent about the fact that the two had arranged to create the videos at the same time. No one knows exactly why Grade did it, and when reflecting back on the incident, Grade stated that his reasoning for doing so was very different from Leafy's.
You and Leafy backstabbed Keem and only made the videos against him as a business decision. In short, no. Right? First of all, do you see there's so difference? Yeah, I'm not Leafy, right? Leafy is a good friend of mine, but I'm not him. Leafy made his video for whatever reasons he did, right? But Leafy's reasons aren't my reasons.
To this day, Grade has never been outwardly clear about what exactly made him change his opinion towards Keemstar from the point in May when he took no issue with his past edgy or racist clips. But Leafy has come forward and given a different answer for why he himself decided to call out Keemstar.
But, you know, for the public's sake, you know, why did you backstab me? In your words.
How can I reasonably justify this? I mean, AdSense was at an all-time high, but...
I think that pretty much answered the question.
He echoed this explanation much later in a video after returning to YouTube in 2020. Whether Grade's involvement in calling out Keemstar was truly for money or a business move to distance himself.
Like, bro, that's kind of... Alright, so I'm not sure. Did this guy do something wrong, or basically did everybody just shaft him so that they can get a paycheck off of him? Like, I'm so confused at this. The plot has me concerned, chat.
I suppose it sounds like now he might got shafted, but we have to hit the end of it because it's a 50-50. It could have gone either way.
See, but this is stuff that's already happened, so somebody has to, like, who knows? We'll find out. We'll find out for the... Oh, wait, but this is not his video. This is somebody else's. Who knows? Maybe it all ties in together.
From the Keemstar name after YouTubers like
I'm
iDubbbz
hoping
and
it ties
Pyro
in.
had called him out,
because
or
I'm
whether
like,
he
I'm
did
hoping it
truly
ties into
believe
that.
Keemstar was racist and a pedophile is unclear. At the end of the day,
Yes, I
the
wanna know
only
that
one who
too.
truly knows the answer is Grade himself. Even though his
Bro, woke
previous
up to the
statements
nap
conflict with
finally.
one another, it doesn't automatically mean he
I
had
see you.
malicious motives. It could be possible that he simply changed his mind about Keemstar and didn't want to admit he'd felt differently before. But regardless, the way he handled this situation left the community drawing some very
Don't
dark
force it that
conclusions
easily.
about him. Many
You
were
said
now
what?
convinced he was willing to turn on anyone for money,
I
or
said
was
I
vindictive
wouldn't
enough
go
to call
to
someone...
sleep that fast.
Man, it seemed like you did. You were gone for a hot minute.
Oh no, I went to go get some food.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Like, I'm gonna warm me up some food and then come back. Might get me more after I'm finished eating, but, you know.
I'm getting a lot further on this Tails design. I'm almost done now. I want to keep him without
you
the
got the-
eyes for as long as possible, because, you know, eyeless Tails is kind of funny. Also, I finally proportionalized him to Sonic. So he's going to be actually pretty good size next one. Very happy about this. The goal is to have him looking at Sonic, Sonic's looking at him, Amy's gonna be off to the side looking at them, Knuckles is gonna be somewhere in between there and behind them looking off there. Gonna have Shadow all the way in the background, Metal Sonic chasing them, Big in there, Rouge, everybody.
Ah, I see.
And then add some characters off to the right-hand side, like Team Chaotic.
On a pedophile after hearing that the person had trash-talked him. And things got way worse, because after Grade's video, Keemstar had the cops called on him several times, and was even investigated by Child Protective Services.
Keem, because of Grade's video, had Child Protective Services come in.
Yeah.
Because of Grade's irresponsibility, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that bothers me, all right?
While the pedophile accusations seemed to not hold any weight when held to scrutiny, the fact that Grade had marketed the video around them seemed to cause serious problems. Grade claimed that he did this as an attempt to spoof what Drama Alert itself was infamous for doing, but by going about it in the way he did, his video had the same effect as when Keemstar himself made the same mistake.
The internet is full of idiots, and I know what some idiots are going to say. Fuck you, Grade. You can't complain about being falsely accused of being a pedophile because you called Keem one. I was using Keem's own super thorough news reporting standards against him. If you're so mad at me calling Keem a pedo, which I didn't even do, I just told some stories about a naked 15-year-old girl with his name tattooed on their bodies. All right, let's.
He's walked in. Oh no.
Where are the police, bro? Like, they need to just be chilling on these fucking apps, bro. It's really not that hard. Like, you could have whole sting operations on Roblox if these police actually had brains. Like, what the fuck is going on?
The people that tried that, whether we got banned from Roblox, like, I don't think they care about if it's
like, that's insane, though. We live in a very bad world. Protect your people, y'all.
Like, yeah, I'm not saying it's good ban or anything. I'm just saying, like, people who tried that got banned, so I don't think Roblox would want to work with the police on that.
Suggest, and you definitely
just off of the past record, you know.
See, I know about all that. That's actually kind of the biggest reason that I stopped going for my Dragon Ball game that I was doing on Roblox.
That's kind of fucked up they did that, man.
I mean, I'm just not gonna go for a company that's not gonna, you know, protect their biggest demographic, you know. Their largest.
Like, I wouldn't help them either, yeah. I'm like, I wouldn't help them either. Like, why would you help that company? But that's like, that's that shit. Like, I don't know, but
the only crappy part is there isn't a game creation service quite like Roblox out there. So I've thought about it. Like, what if somebody made one that was more like that? And it's like, sure, there's things like Unity, but I'm not gonna lie, I fucking hate Unity. It sucks.
Making one would take a while, though.
Yeah, not to mention, you would need to find a way to make a game creation that codes in your coding language, whatever that may be. Or if it's multiple, you create even bigger problems.
Yeah, and then you have to find a way to host the service and all that. Like, it's a lot.
And you gotta have massive servers to be doing something like that. I'm not even gonna lie.
And servers are pricey, man. Those things cost a lot.
You think servers cost a lot? The cooling costs a lot too. Holy crap.
Well, yeah, like the cooling, everything you need will just cost you a shit ton. Because, like,
give me 1 second, chat. I'll put that video back on. I'm just trying to make sure the blurry face goes away. While we also make his face look more like Tails right along it. I have a slight problem going on here where I have like a weird film that the guy will want to change that though. that'd be a bit more accurate. But how do I get this other place name of that? We're gonna kind of just like that. That was my biggest concern, is Tails' eyes weren't really looking like Tails' eyes just yet. But now they are. Holy cow, yep. That's Tails' eye shape right there. Yeah, that looks way better now. That's Tails' eye shape right there. Thank God. Now we just gotta give it a little bit of volume. Expressively. Happy Tails. I'm gonna have to fix all these artifacts that I'm seeing. Hold on. Okay. Alright, let's see. That's looking real good, chat. The only thing that I would change is adding our raised piece there. And then, boom. Got it. That's a far more accurate Tails just by the eyeball. Wow, we did that.
Insinuated that he was a pedo. And not only that, this wasn't some satirical attack on Keemstar by showing how ridiculous his news reporting. You cited a source. You cited Joey Salads. You cited his Twitter account. And you never, ever in this satire made it apparently obvious that this was satire. You made it as investigating. The title of the video is Keemstar a pedo? Keemstar Peter
showed up at his house.
People showed up at his house for this. You didn't care. You knew this stuff was going on. You've never taken it down. You've been told to take it down. Clown told you to take this down. Clown told you to take this down. You didn't take it down.
Grade refused to budge, even in these circuits.
That was just getting close to being finished, huh?
You said a skin?
I said Tails is getting close to getting finished.
Oh,
Tails
yeah.
is getting close. Yeah.
He's almost there. I'd say, you know, once you start seeing me outline his eyeballs, we're like right on the next step to shading.
Yeah, because I know you got color and all that, so you gotta do all that test still.
Hell yeah. It takes a long ass time. It's a real long process, I'm not even gonna lie. And you think this is bad? I was actually starting an animation before this. I'll show you how it looks. Here. So, let me hit save here just to make sure it's saved. I don't lose it. And then I'll hit file, open.
Oh yeah, animations take hours, if not days.
It's only a still image right now, but that's how it's looking. Oh shoot, I forgot to add the background, hold on. Okay, so you can make that fine. Okay, let's see how it is. There we go.
Oh, I see. That probably took a while. I can tell. That took a long ass time.
Yes, it did. It took a real long time, I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, animations take days sometimes. Maybe even weeks, depending on how big the animation is gonna be. What's in it?
Oh, it's probably gonna take months. Not even gonna lie.
Yeah, very possible.
Alright, so now that we got arm 1 down. Arm
Some
2.
people just don't realize how one images actually take to make, because it takes a lot of effort and dedication to make them.
See, I don't mind. I'll take the time in order to make things actually look beautiful. I'll look like Mappa Studio, but it's gonna take me like 7 months to produce like a 10-minute, animation.
Yeah,
if I actually had a team, I'd probably be wicked. And the funny part is, I've never went to college or anything for animation or art.
Yeah, you can do it without college. You just gotta practice a lot.
I've been drawing since I was real young.
Yeah,
Also,
see,
it's not hard. You could pick up books and really just like learn from them.
Yeah, but yeah, you just have to practice. You get better over time, and then eventually you just get there. You just gotta be consistently practicing, and then eventually you just get there, and you be chilling. Yeah, I'm like, see, I knew you saw it drawing early, because I'm like, yeah, you said something about being a kid earlier about Sonic thing. So I'm like, oh, he saw it young.
Guaranteed, yeah. I wanted to do a live stream for a while now, and I was thinking, like, this is kind of what I wanted to get out of the way, because I've been procrastinating on getting this done.
Yeah.
Simply because this art submission, I don't really gain anything from it, other than just to say, like, hey, I did it.
True.
Put that in. Not hard at all to draw. I'm gonna just get rid of this completely. Can kind of settle itself, Add a knuckle right there like that. And boom. Alright. So now that we've gotten Tail's hands done, time to fix it. It kind of looks a little broken if you ask me. trying to unbreak his hand. Alright, try. Here. Last tail.
Bull got jacked.
Oh my god. Fucking Tail said I'm done with the books and started hitting the weights. Oh my god, Tail literally has bicep muscles, dude. I can't stop it from happening. Oh, good lord, what am I doing here? I gotta get rid of that piece in the arm. That's what's messing me up entirely. This. You gotta get that out of here. I don't need that. Alright, there's a few things I also need to get rid of here, so give me a second. I'm gonna delatch Tails' arm from him for a second here. Get rid of this extra grub that's sitting around, and then get rid of this. And now let's see where Tails' arm goes from here. Grab the whole thing again. So I do want to come at somewhat of an angle with it, but yeah, out like that. And then hand would sit perfectly like that. Now how does that look flowing out of it then? I have an idea. Never a good idea when I have an idea, but I have an idea. Problem being with that.
Tails no longer hits the gym. Sad.
I know, I'm getting so stuck here. My bad. I'm trying not to, like...
You're good.
Holy fuck, like... I don't know how I want to do this.
No, it's kind of funny. You buffed out Tails.
I'm so lost on how I want to go about this stuff. I don't want it to look bad. Maybe I just figured something out in the way. I can shape this into something. Hold on. Let me go ahead and play this.
Circumstances, and this took a heavy toll on how the community viewed him from then on. Even as the Keemstar drama began to fade, Grade's reputation itself took an arguably greater hit in the long run. This was only made worse by the fact that around the same time he'd started lashing out at fans on the Grade A Under A subreddit when they criticized his channel for almost any reason. In one such case, he got particularly angry, and regretted doing so later. So, he messaged a 16-year-old Reddit moderator known as Emily and asked her to delete the thread. She refused and posted the conversation on the subreddit, to which Grade got angry and snapped at her during a stream.
Go read that comment. Go tell that fucking whore that's a mod on my fucking subreddit to link you to what I said to delete.
Over the next few months, Grade kept away from drama and stayed active with several uncontroversial videos. Although, on September 5th, 2016, as the demonetization was initially implemented, Grade made a video discussing it and in one segment calls out a creator known as Mr. Repsion, who was upset his videos were being demonetized.
You cannot be fucking serious, hey mate. How can you complain that advertisers don't want to associate with your ISIS rape suicide video? Listen, it makes perfect sense that certain companies don't want to associate with certain videos.
In this video, Grade goes on to say that he deserved most of the demonetizations for his choice of topics, and that it was stupid of him to complain. But he also adds that someone like Boogie, who creates videos on the same topics, does so in a way that promotes positivity, so his videos should receive a pass, or something. The video does not really make sense. The very next day, Mr. Repsion himself made a response and refuted a lot of the claims Grade made.
Me complaining about the demonetization had nothing to do with those videos, but rather if you took the time, Grade, you would see that in some of those videos, some of them didn't make any sense. One of the biggest videos that didn't make any sense was the one listed at the very bottom titled, "What is under your tree?" Literally opening and showing what I got for Christmas when I lived at my parents' house.
Unlike Grade's videos toward Keemstar, this was a situation where Grade's target was a well-liked figure that was harder for audiences to turn on, and this only highlighted the inaccuracies with his research even more, marking another entry in a trend that began with his criticisms of Markiplier and PewDiePie. It led some members of the community to think that Grade simply enjoyed calling out people and tried to find any justification to do so, even if the accusations fell apart under scrutiny.
When he made that video on the YouTubers are a bunch of idiots for whining about their videos being demonetized, right?
Actually,
He took bumps for that.
That's
all
surprising.
over. Not too many large YouTubers, but a lot of small and micro YouTubers.
From here, animosity towards him only seemed to grow. Grade had made too many enemies, and right as it seemed he had reached the most unstable point in his career, just 1 week later came the content cop on Leafy is Here.
Today is the day we get to bully Leafy.
When the content cop on Leafy was released, to say it changed the internet would be an understatement. Public opinion on Leafy flipped overnight, and this had a chain reaction that shook YouTube to its core. But Grade was not spared from the effect. His
drink. Give me a little bit of energy before streaming. Alright, y'all, I'm back. Once I finish with Tails and his coloring, I'm gonna end up going into intermission for a few minutes before I start on Knuckles and Slim, y'all know? During that time, I'm probably just gonna do my missions in Mech Arena.
His channel lost several thousand subscribers the day after it was posted, despite only being mentioned briefly.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes.
Despite Gray's limited coverage in the video, he'd inadvertently tied himself to Leafy when calling out Keemstar. And when public opinion turned, Leafy started to face backlash for the incident, which in turn caused Gray's reputation to take a hit as well. Gray never officially acknowledged.
Chat. Please tell me you've seen how perfectly I just drew that oval. Oh my god, that needs to be clipped. I just drew a perfect fucking oval. That was insane. I cannot believe I just did that with my fingers. You would think I just AI generated it, how smoothly that just happened. Oh my god, I'm not doing that again. Let me try. I'm not doing that again, though. No, not in the same degree. No, but it was close. Not in the same degree. Try one more time. Look at that perfect oval, though. Damn, wow, I can't believe I just did that.
This, but later that month released a video called I Do Not Enjoy Making YouTube Videos, wherein he discussed how content had become a chore for him, and he'd worked so hard on it at times that he'd grown depressed and cut out a lot of vital aspects of his life in order to make time for YouTube. On its own, the video was reasonable and even relatable to a lot of YouTubers, but the timing made some of his critics convinced.
I swear to God, I like aimbotted that freaking eyeball. Like, what the heck? I'm never doing that again. Oh my god, I'm so ashamed of myself.
That was wild, but I know when I see the day someone just frustrates that shit so casually.
I know, like in one stroke too, and I had my finger on the reset button. I could have deleted that on accident at any moment. Look at these eyeballs, bro. Like what? I can't do that again. All my luck just went into that one eye. Oh my god. No, I'm just.
Watch.
Literally.
Like minus 10,000. Like minus infinity at this point. Like minus infinity.
We're just gonna cheat now. We're just gonna cheat.
Are you gonna copy and paste it? Is that what you...
No, I'm using oval. You know what? You're right. I should do that though.
I was like, if you copy and paste it, they'll be the exact same.
Yeah, but I could shrink it. That's exactly what I need.
You could shrink it too, yeah, that's also very, very, very true.
Oh yeah, that looks like Tails now.
Copy you.
And the best part
Let's go.
Do another one. Make the inner eyelid.
How is we got the eyes finished? That's the views. We're almost finished. So it'll work, but it's okay.
Crank them up a little bit. There we go. Alright. Now what we're going to do... color them in. Ta-da! Alright, so now we have Tails, we have Sonic, and then we're just gonna color Tails in soon. That's our
now we have Tails of eyes. Let's go!
Oh god. It's time to get this man some color now. Real quick before we start this. This is our solid color line. In Tails' color, I'd say he's more close to like a dandelion yellow at the solid base. Like if you were to, this is how you have to look at solid color, okay? There's a point in between the light shade and the dark shade where it meets directly in the middle. And so what I'm looking for on every single character is that exact middle shade. And for Tails, it sits at a dandelion or maybe slightly more yellow tinge than dandelion kind of color.
Yeah, true.
So with that being said, yeah, that's pretty Tails-like in the middle.
I was saying like dandelion. Yeah.
Actually, hold on. Maybe we can go. Yeah, there we go. That's our Tails color. And now we're gonna have to put our first blank frame down, because if we don't remember to do this, it's not gonna register it as a frame at all. Okay.
And that would be it.
Yeah, that's not good. That just did that on accident. There we go. Now we just created the blank frame. Now with that being said, let's get to it. This is the fun part. I could just color while I listen.
It was a ploy to garner sympathy, and people would only draw worse conclusions from here. Content cop Leafy opened the floodgates for people making their own videos on him, and one of which included the Nick Cash video shining a light on the conspiracy surrounding the Keemstar incident, which damaged Grade's reputation further in the crossfire.
Give me one
Later
second,
that
chat.
month,
I'm gonna go
content
grab my
talking
phone.
about Grade himself began to pop up as well, with the most noteworthy of which being from 3 sources. Tommy C, who had been making streams about Grade's controversy since late August, as well as the small commentary YouTuber known as Sinnoh, who made a one-off video talking about some of Grade's most infamous actions, and later on, the movie review channel known as Quentin Reviews, who compiled all of the past drama with Grade and made a 2-part video essay focusing on his character. Many of the complaints from all 3 creators consisted of Grade's previous videos pertaining to drama, but Sinnoh's video in particular highlighted that by this point, Grade's Patreon was generating him a significant amount of income, yet most of the reward tiers were specified as discontinued for now.
Here is one of his great rewards. If you pledge $10 every month, you'll go ahead and get a personalized picture with your name in his shitty font that he uses in his videos. Now, that's all well and good. However, the first words say that it's been discontinued for now. My question is, how long is for now, honestly?
Grade's reasoning for this was never fully specified, but the issues with it became apparent when viewers acknowledged exactly how many people were being affected. While it should be taken with a grain of salt, in a stream around that same time, Keemstar stated that Grade was making $20,000 a month from Patreon alone.
Dude, this motherfucker has a Patreon where he's getting like $20,000 a month, but he makes like $30 or $30 to $20,000 a month on his YouTube.
When looking back at Grade's Patreon today, it seems that these tiers haven't been altered in the past 6 years at all. The rewards are still discontinued, and his backers have decayed from nearly 550 to 15. In the slew of information being unearthed at the time of the drama, several dark details began to emerge about Grade's past drama, most of which are impossible to prove, but the facts that they were being spread at all definitely worsened his public image. One example was an allegation that after outing Matthew Santoro for plagiarism, Grade attempted to convince Listverse to issue a lawsuit against him.
Well, I've been told by this source that Grade took the next step, that he contacted Listverse themselves and encouraged them very, very, very strongly to sue Matthew Santoro. Well, that's a different level. Now, why is that relevant? Well, I think it's relevant to show you what kind of vicious human being this guy is.
There were also rumors that Grade himself had actually plagiarized content for his video, Why I Ducking Hate Autocorrect. This was because a lot of the screenshots showing badly autocorrected text were similar to ones from elsewhere. But Grade claims that these texts were real examples of autocorrect mistakes that had happened to him and his friends. The jokes themselves were very generic, so there's no proof that any similarities to pre-existing material weren't coincidental, but the discussion of this at all made him look like a a hypocrite. It was also during one of these streams that Tommy C said he thought Grade may have been fired from his teaching job for being vindictive and manipulative.
See, that's one common theme I see that's pretty funny about when YouTubers get into beef, is they'll be like literally throwing stones from glass towers. Like, bro, if you're gonna call somebody out, don't be doing it too, dude. Like at that point, you look just as bad as the next guy. Like, at that point, all your ammunition is gone. Once they out you, once they say like you do it too, like, bro, you're cooked. You're GG's. Like, what? Why would you even do that at that point? You're just setting yourself up for like the punchline. It's crazy work to me, chat.
Which Grade
They are the
construed as a
punchline, what do you
pedophile
mean?
allegation.
Yeah, no, honestly, their whole life is literally made to be the punchline, so I guess there's no surprise there. But, like, I could never see myself doing that. If I'm gonna call you out in the beef, I'm gonna call you out for something that you do that I don't, and, like, you know, and yeah, I have to torture you about it in every which way. Because why are you doing that? You know, that's just crazy to me. I don't know.
He's a vicious man. And I know why he got fired from his schoolyard job. No, I shouldn't say it, no. But I got a feeling. Because this man should be nowhere near children. Anybody that's manipulative and that vicious and that spiteful belongs nowhere near children. I am glad and thankful for the people of England that grade A under A is not behind a chalkboard.
Shortly after these events, Grade posted a video known as Grade A Under A versus Grade A Under A, in which he addressed this point and the others levied against him at the time.
Because I apparently need to address a few things. Allegations. By the way, right, these are some of the actual allegations that I've heard about me recently. Me somehow being responsible for $1 million lawsuit, and also that I'm a pedophile. Listen, some of these allegations are fucking crazy, so I didn't see any reason to address them, right? But as it turns out, some people are actually believing them. Seriously though, YouTube's not the site that it used to be. It has gone from this to this. People are desperate for drama.
Real.
These include
That
incidents of
is
lashing
kinda
out
real,
at fans
though.
on Reddit and attacking the mod Emily, which he apologizes for. He also denies ever having any involvement in prompting a lawsuit against Matthew Santoro, and
Dude,
addresses the Leafy Content Cop
it's
episode
just so
by
funny.
saying he never felt it
YouTuber,
was worth
how dare you
responding
do
to
this?
since he
Next
wasn't
people,
involved in the
you do it
situation.
too, buddy.
Grade doesn't go into
Their
details of a lot of the
conversations are just
allegations, so the sources of many points are
GG.
difficult to determine. Although most agree that
So
when
we
Grade
just
addressed the
cut.
pedophile accusations made against him, he was referring to Tommy C's stream clip talking about him being fired from his teaching job
Like,
for
what's
being
your
vindictive.
point to
Soon
beef with
after
him
Grade's
now?
video, Tommy
Why?
C himself responded and revealed that Grade had in fact been
I
told
don't
by
know about
Colossal
this
was
guy's
crazy
downfall,
much
so
earlier
watch, like, in
that
10
his
minutes they're
remarks
gonna
were
say,
an
yep, he's
veiled
one of
pedophile
them.
accusation.
And
He
he
took
actually
that
is. Oh,
apology
hold
and
up.
he went to grade A under A and he explained to him that I was not,
Imagine.
this is a month ago, I was not guilty of insinuating pedophilia. He told Grade to his face. Yet Grade A under A, without naming me, decided to go along with that debunked narrative anyway.
It could be argued that Tommy C's clip had been misrepresented by others who began to spread the false rumor that Grade was a pedo, and this is why Grade still felt the need to address it, especially since he still worked as a tutor, so having an accusation like this floating around unaddressed was risky to say the least. But by not acknowledging its source or addressing Tommy C's intended point, it came across to viewers as if Grade was trying to avoid discussing something he couldn't easily refute. It was also during this video that he doubled down on saying he took offense to Keemstar's racist clips from the years prior, which clashed with his stream from May.
There's like a stream of you literally saying, I don't care that he called Alex the N-word. I want to get my mommy and daddy a brand new house. I want to buy them a brand new house. You literally said that, Grade. And dude, the first conversation I had with Grade was him finding my old trolling videos where I was saying, you know, we rule this world, and I was saying all this crazy shit in a fucking video game as a troll, and he told me, Mr. Minority, Grade A Under A, that he thought it was funny,
As
and then he went on to use it
People are gonna
against
troll
me.
you in a video game,
This
but
dude
it's a
right
video
here
game.
is a
They don't
lying
care.
piece of
Like, what?
shit.
When Grade's
What happened?
He said something about a video game to troll, and I'm like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, it's
Oh
a game.
yeah,
but
no, for real. I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm like, honestly though, like, why is he supposed to care about somebody else being called something? Like, I can the dude not stick up for himself? Like,
video
And
came
then he
out,
said
it
something
did
about the
very,
game
very
control, and
little
I'm like,
to public
whoa, it's a video game. Who gives a
backlash.
shit?
Nah, for real. Like, bro. These people are too soft. Like, I love watching these videos because you see when like a YouTuber's like early career, when they start in like early YouTube, it's like, wow, everything was like, you know, haha, hee hee, crude humor, and then it's like magically there's like this fucking light switch, and it's just like, all right, you said crude humor, you're going to jail.
Like, what the?
Like, I sit here and
That's a lot of people, man.
I'm so glad we're in an era where we're finally starting to, like, not be such snowflakes.
That had set in against him. His reputation
Whoa,
in the
what's
community
wrong
had
with
been
people, bro?
permanently scarred,
Oh,
and
no.
many turned their backs on his channel. But the recent drama wasn't the only factor that resulted in a decline of popularity in Grade's channel. By this
Yeah,
point,
Tails
his
is
audience had
starting to
become two
Tails now.
separate groups. One that wanted drama, and another that wanted his signature comedy videos. In the end, trying to divvy up his channel's focus ended up hindering its growth, since it seemed no one video could please everyone. And as a result, he'd lost his grasp on the niche he once filled. During mid-2016, a lot of competition had begun to pop up from those who'd taken inspiration from Grade's content, such as Sam O'Nella, who created informational videos about short topics with a similar art style, and even the storytime animation genre as a whole, whose format is essentially a more polished rendition of Grade's relatable life stories. That's not to say these creators stole his audience, but the growing supply of similar content undermined a lot of what made Grade's channel stick out on the platform, and before long, it was becoming lost in a sea of
Oh yay, another ambulance going down at 5 a.m. or 2 a.m., almost 3 a.m. Lovely.
new creators who emerged and brought their own spin to his
just 2 a.m.
style. Shortly after
Damn.
addressing the drama as a whole, Grade shifted
Literally.
focus to making videos on politics in response to the
Oh, well.
upcoming 2016 election, as well as creating 9 more videos in the familiar style.
It's always-
Aside from an accidental face reveal on Twitch in early February, news surrounding Grade slowed in the coming months. That was until he created 2 videos discussing PewDiePie's drama with the Wall Street Journal, the second of which was released on March 11th, 2017. But what caught people's eye was not the videos themselves, but the fact that no new ones would emerge for quite some time following this. His channel would go on an unofficial hiatus, and it would be 2 months before he would post again. When he did, it was only to post a short video that teased at him posting regularly again, but this never happened. It would be another 4 months before he came back. And when he did, it was only to explain the reasons behind his disappearance.
Right, in short, right, there was some health shit, 2 handfuls of family shit, sprinkle in some other shit as well, mix it all up, put it in the oven at 420 degrees.
This sounds like the stuff you say when you're like trying to come up with an excuse for why you weren't there.
For 4 or 5 months, and the end result was me becoming fucking depressed.
He did tease a season 2 of the channel, and clarified what changes he intended to make going forward. Unfortunately, this once again did not happen. Grade streamed on Twitch a week and a half after this video, but following immediately afterwards, all online activity ceased and he entered his 3rd hiatus. While he was gone, many reflected on the events of the Grade A Under A channel, and more of his past actions, good and bad, were discussed. In fact, it was during this period of time that Rise and Fall channels became a popular genre in and of themselves, with Grade being one of the more interesting topics for them to discuss. In November, Reactor re-emerged
Sounds
and
like a big
interviewed on stream
excuse.
by Tommy C, where he discussed the events of his trolling.
You said, what's that?
I said, it sounds like he's trying to find a reason why he need to not show up or
Exactly.
disappear.
Like, the excuse is so terrible. Bro just said some this, that, and put it all in an oven. Like, bro, get out of here. Get out of here.
And I
That's
became
lame.
depressed. Like, buddy. That's
You're
the
gonna need to try
worst
harder
excuse.
than that. Wait, what the heck is this extra for? I don't think I was supposed to color that in. As a matter of fact, I think I'm supposed to erase that. That didn't look right there. Oh, no, that's what.
So people get so mad over somebody trolling them nowadays, but it's crazy.
I'm gonna restart the video in just 1 second. Just need to make sure I color match there, and there we go.
stunt pulled on Grade. In the time since then, he'd added to the joke further by claiming that Grade had sued him for copyright infringement after the incident, and as a result he'd gone to prison, with Mumkey posting on his channel to announce this. He'd even created a fake Huffington Post article as some kind of proof. After the short documentary by Mumkey Jones started to gain traction, Reactor returned after a year and a half of inactivity and claimed to have broken out of prison. The next several videos focused on him living on the run from the law. Unlike a lot of YouTubers who leave for long periods of time, Grade was never forgotten, and the events that followed his hiatus made it clear that his name remained in the spotlight even after months of inactivity. It wouldn't be until well over a year later when on December 25th, 2018, Grade would make his return with a tweet. On the first of the year in 2019, he then posted a new video called Political Correctness Manual 2019, changing the intro to say Season 3 rather than Season 2. The focus of it was social justice warriors, and aside from being a somewhat outdated topic, the video seems to have been intended for a much earlier release, since all of the visuals within it refer to it as Political Correctness Manual 2018 instead. At the end, Grade says he may or may not address where he was during his hiatus, but the video itself makes no mention of his absence otherwise. He stuck around until March of that year, posting 3 more videos, but then vanished again, beginning hiatus number 4. No one would hear from him for 9 months until on January 9th, 2020, he would appear on a stream hosted by Leafy. In it, Leafy directly poses to Grade the question that's been on everyone's mind.
When are you planning on coming back to YouTube?
I keep doing this shit where I'm back and I'm gone and I'm back and I'm gone, because like the motivation to make videos isn't there, but I'm working on a video right now, maybe a 2-part up, but in short, it's just like a quick snappy-ish video about OnlyFans, but maybe it comes out, on any given day, I could say this is coming out at the end of the week, but right now I could tell you, oh yeah, it's coming out at the end of the week, but then if I don't work on it, it's not going to come out. But hopefully, what day is it today?
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. So many.
Okay, I know I procrastinate, but this just sounds like blowing smoke up somebody's butt, bro. Like, I don't know. You gotta have some level of ambition. On top of that, it's like, I'm not making money, you know, so if I'm procrastinating, that's for good reason. I'm doing this, you know, just to do it. This is making money, like, good money. Like, you're procrastinating on good money, my boy. What are you doing? I think bro just fell off. That's what it is. He just didn't want to admit he fell off.
Times you messaged me, and you were like, you know, I'm planning on getting this video out, like, you know, by the weekend and stuff like that. What is going on with that entire thing? Are you just, like, planning, like... I'm not trying to, like, you know, say anything or whatever the fuck, but I know that after you got your house, like, was it the house or was it more like YouTube itself? But
like, not so much YouTube itself, but like when the house came along, like, it's one of those ones where, you know, before I was like, oh,
if chat doesn't know, like,
my fucking parents.
Yeah.
But chat doesn't know what?
If chat doesn't know, like, Grade ended up buying a house, like, when did you end up buying a house? 4 years ago?
4 years.
But yeah, so there was that.
Like,
so like
7 months. But yeah, I bought a house, and then I'm like before it was like, yeah, I'm working towards getting my house, yeah, I gotta work hard, but now it's like, I'm not the kind of person that like, do I need a BMW and nice cars and nice this and nice that? No, believe me, I've got like a house. It's not even like fantastic house, it's like a medium tier house. And that's it, man. I've got like some more.
And see, that's where I think he messed up. Look, if you're in a position to have access to good money like you do making YouTube and like being a big YouTube platformer, you're not supposed to buy a house immediately to live in it. Buy a house to rent it out, bro. Make passive income. Like, you're not supposed to stop the grind. Like, that's how you mess yourself up. And then on top of that, now he's paying for house payments, and clearly his YouTube channel's washed up. So, like, have fun making those payments now.
What, some shit little video games. I've got my gym in my garage, and that's all I need realistically. And I'm happy, legit, to live the rest of my life like this. So there's no motivation to be like, I need to do something that I need to work and I don't need to, kind of thing. Not even that I've got like $1 million in the bank, I fucking wish, but at some point I do need to work. But yeah, right now I'll tell you, like I tell you all the time, video coming out this weekend. But yeah, we'll see if it actually happens, isn't it?
It seems that Grade was in a comfortable enough position where he wasn't forced into doing anything to sustain himself. So, in the end, the only thing stopping him from creating videos was simply the fact that he didn't feel up to it mentally, and the income wasn't something he needed to rely on like before. He made a return to YouTube once again in May of 2020, where he expanded on the details of his absence with a video about antidepressants, and amended the intro to say Season 4.
Okay, so I've been away from YouTube for like, 3.5 years now, right? Because I was depressed. And after about 6 months of having it right, I start thinking to myself, this shit sucks. Depression's fucking crap, right? Don't want to do it no more.
In the video, he also says that despite demonetization hitting most creators, he won't change his content. Later on in late June, Grade posted another video and revealed that sometime into his previous hiatus, YouTube had copyright claimed his 7-second outro song, which resulted in every single video having its monetization revoked completely. On Twitter, he showed screenshots of these claims, and attempted to reach out to YouTube asking to allow him to replace the video files with ones that had been tweaked to swap out the outro song. The YouTube creators account did reply, but nothing more is known to have come of this. When watching Grade's videos today, every single one of them in his Twitter screenshots still features the original outro music with active copyright claims. 2 days later, Grade posted his last video before going and acting with Leafy in 2020. He asked if it was a good idea to make, and Leafy told him to go for it.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
yo, really quickly, I need to ask you chat something, yeah? Because, yo, check it out, Leafy, and I want to get your opinion on this as well, yeah? There's a video that I want to make, but I'm not sure if it's a topic that'll go down well. Do you know what I mean? Like, because I feel it, right? But I want to make a video about, not like the whole COVID, like, wearing of paper.
Okay, y'all. So given the time frame, that whole COVID thing was like a really big thing. People were like, everybody had to be factually correct about what they said, and it's crazy that you had to be factually correct about everything you said, given that like 98% of it was smoke and mirrors. Like I'm not gonna lie, those people that took the vaccines, y'all kind of did it for nothing. I'm just gonna be real, because if someone like me, like if you're my age, I didn't even catch COVID. So, you know, have fun with that.
Yeah, I don't think I caught it either.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and not to mention,
Like, I don't even think the vaccine did anything, Loki. It was just for a strand. Like, I didn't see a point of taking it.
from what people said, it seemed like it was like a worst case of bronchitis, and people have reported that family members have died from it. But I feel like that's some false reporting in some sense, because I feel like it's like, you know, a combination of already having respiratory/health issues that attribute to it. Like, you know what I mean? And because there wasn't medicine already available, and that's another part that's weird to me, you know, medicine already being available within a year of, you know, something outbreaking. Like, you know, I don't know. I guess that whoever decided to play Plague Inc. with COVID-19 chose the wrong country to start.
But I was like, there's no way they make it antidote that fast, though. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
I was stressed about it too. I'm like, that fast? Nah, that's just some way to try and get people to take it, bro. Like that's some experiment type shit. I'm not taking that shit.
I'm telling you, chat, we have an imposter among us.
Like, how much does that really fucking help all of this kind of stuff, right? Like, what's people's opinions with COVID? Are they like, yeah, I've had enough of it, man, stupid? Or they're like, no, I want to carry on, it's really scary, I'm scared shitless of this disease that kills what? In UK, what, 7 people a day?
I say just fucking make the video. You know what, dude, I've had enough. They want to fucking ban me.
Grade posted 3 more videos in his usual style before disappearing once again on January 2nd, 2020, making this the 7th hiatus to date. His channel has undergone many struggles over the years, but through it all, Grade has still kept his fan base, and his videos continue to perform well even to this day. These videos don't rival the views he reached in his prime, but they're still decent for any channel his size, especially after so many periods of inactivity. And over time, his comedy videos have even gone on to surpass the drama videos in popularity, since his comedic topics never age. Meanwhile, his drama uploads are largely seen as blemishes on his reputation. In the end, Grade seems to recognize this and return to his roots. It's clear that this content is what he's best at, and it's how his channel will be remembered long term. As the years passed, most of the drama from 2016 has faded, as creators moved on to other things, leaving Grade to pick up where he left off whenever he feels like making a return. It's still unclear exactly what his motives were at the height of his popularity, but it seems that since then, he stopped trying to expose people altogether, and is now living a happy, private life, making harmless videos at his own pace. In the end, things with the Grade A Under A channel are the way they should have been from the start.
So usually when you hear about a downfall, it's about something negative, and like it's always like at the end of it, I'm always sitting there like, dang, I could never support that person. But this one, I don't really feel that way. Like it didn't go that terrible, and not to mention he just got dragged in a lot of controversy with a lot of stupid people that believed everything that media was telling them. So I don't really think he's wrong here. Sorry.
I don't think he's that bad at all, but like he also just stopped the grind, which just cooked him. Like, you bought a house and then you just stopped the grind after that. Like, what's the point of the house then? Like,
what Bowser is saying there is straight facts. Like, if you're like literally you got the house and you messed up right there. That just goes to show exactly why getting the crib is the worst idea as a YouTuber to start. If you're gonna buy a house, rent it out. Rent it out. Use the second house, like use the passive income from the first house to get a second house, and then boom, then you can live in a house. Until then, you're in grind mode, my boy. You're in the trenches. Keep grinding.
Like, even if you do buy the house, you have to make up all that money. Like, you're in extra grind mode then. Like,
no, literally, okay. Exactly. Because now you're paying a mortgage too, bro. Like it's not the same. These people, I don't know why people think it's that sweet. I would never be like that. Because then on top of that, you're like you said, you're in extra grind mode. Here's the biggest part of the problem. You bought that house with the intention or idea that you were still going to keep making that sweet, sweet YouTube money. So what are you going to do when that crutch is gone? You're going to, like, and that's the thing, you built your life up on YouTube. You can't just go somewhere and be like, yeah, I'm good at critiquing people's videos. Like, do you think some job's going to accept that? Do you think they're going to care about that? Like, they're going to look at you like you're silly.
Like, even if you do keep the YouTube money, you have to keep, like, making your content better and better. Like, it didn't seem like he did, because, like, this guy just disappeared.
Yeah. And I feel like, no, but realistically, I feel like a large part of that was just a product of how YouTube was. And I hated it when YouTube was like that. Oh, politically correct, having literal, like, fact-checking tags on videos, and the whole time the facts weren't even correct. Like, that's the worst part about it, too. Like, all of the time we were trying to judge people and, like, tell them they're wrong for how they think because they're not thinking like us. And just to be wrong. Like that, it makes no sense to me.
Oh no, I hate that era of YouTube, too. Like, I didn't read comments, I just watch a video and I'm like, okay, who cares? Like, this and that, but like at the wrong, it's no big deal, but like whatever.
That was just the, I guess, how it was for the time period. Can't really change that.
Dude, that time period was fucking cooked anyway. I don't like what.
Yeah, we weren't in a good state back in 2020. I'm not gonna lie. But you know, if you made your channel during that, a lot of people made their stardom during COVID, so I guess that's good for them. Me, I just ended up making a lot of money from COVID. Like, a lot of people got poorer, and I got exponentially richer. As a matter of fact, I even moved out of Chicago during COVID. That's how good COVID was for me.
The main reason a lot of people just fried during COVID is because they just started making a bunch of YouTube videos because people had nothing else to do. So they took the opportunity. Good for them.
Yeah, man. I mean, COVID got me out. All those people that are complaining about it, it's like, you didn't manage your money well. Dude, like, I'm not even gonna lie. I had my little stimulus check money months after I was supposed to, like, after I cashed it, when we all got it, you know what I mean? Like, I was holding on to that stuff.
Yeah, like, you just gotta take advantage of the situation at hand, which people did, because a lot of people came up from, because they're like, okay, if we make content now, we might make it, because it's easier now than ever, because no one's doing anything like that, because everyone's stuck home. So I'm like, that was like the peak time to start.
Yeah, all you had to do was hook their attention, and once you did, boom, you were in there. Anyways, let's get on to our next video and see what we got.
I mean, that fall wasn't even that big of a deal. He just
is a video essay channel about.
Didn't lose it towards too late. Like, sure.
Now I've seen this person's videos pop up on my stuff before, but I've always hated this, like, female creator just because I don't like when the way that she explains stuff.
About scams and other hot button issues. And if you know who I am, then you probably know who she is. There's some obvious similarities between our content. We both produce fully scripted documentaries, for lack of a better word, about topics people find interesting. She's called out Autism Speaks, SeaWorld, PETA, Andrew Tate, and The Right.
I never seen
It's
that
time
creator in my
once
life.
again to
Not
stop
gonna lie.
pyramid
Never
schemes,
seen them.
scams, and other forms of corruption.
A noble pursuit, no doubt. But recently...
You said what was that?
I never seen that creator in my life. I'm not gonna lie. I never knew they existed.
The creator itself, I just don't like the way that they describe their issues. It's always in like a negative connotation, even if like, because I like to make my own opinions, like, and that's one thing you're gonna realize about me is like, I don't like to hear somebody else's opinion about somebody and just be like, all right, yeah, I hate them because somebody else said something. Like, no, I'm gonna let's say you all told me something about some other creator and like you're like, don't collab with them. I'm gonna ask y'all why, and then when you tell me why, I'm gonna confront that person and I'm gonna ask them about the situation, because I like to get all sides of the perspective. You know, like realistically, sometimes people like to lie, so it's always good to get another side of the story. Anyways, let's let you judge for yourself how you feel about this character.
Recently, a boatload of information has come out about Illuminati that has painted her as a manipulative, vindictive individual who in many ways is comparable to the people she criticizes. Leaking private information to discredit someone, lying to her audience, paying people to sift through her ex-collaborators' content to find dirt on them, and running an alt account to try and ruin their career behind the scenes. All of this and more has led to the destruction of her reputation amongst viewers. The most ironic part is that she started it all herself by calling out another YouTuber for supposed plagiarism. This is the turbulent story of Illuminati. The first video on Illuminati's channel, uploaded at the beginning of 2019, is titled, What is an MLM? The History of Multi-Level Marketing. It introduces viewers to MLMs, a controversial marketing strategy where salespeople earn income not only from direct product sales, but also from sales made by others they've recruited to the business, rather than receiving a fixed salary. While that may sound like a nebulous definition, an easier way to understand the concept is by thinking about it like a pyramid. At the highest level, you have the person who either created or sells a particular product. This person then recruits others underneath them to sell the product as well, and those individuals in turn recruit others below them to sell that same product. The people at the bottom of this structure contribute.
For anybody that's unfamiliar, you can find MLMs just about anywhere. If you go on Indeed and you're looking for like work from home type jobs, you'll actually encounter quite a lot of these MLMs. And no, they're not the people in call centers that are hitting you. Like, you'll get those too, but that's not what I'm talking about. How MLMs work is some of them actually do operate in this country, and it's considered legal. They are pyramid schemes at the end of the day, though, and that's the way you got to think about it, because the only way you're making money within the company is by making somebody else money by recruiting somebody else. And the people at the bottom of the chain, they're always going to not make money. So like, let's say you don't have any friends and somebody recruits you for this MLM thing because you're hard on cash, you just need a job, blah blah blah, right? You don't have any friends though, you don't have anybody to hire, and you're not really good with social media skills or talking to people or advertising or anything like that, so you're not going to build customers like that. Well, somebody who's been there from the start and got you hooked on it or posted it on Indeed, boom, now they have leverage, they've hired you, they make money off of you. Now your job is to hire more people so that you can make money off of them. If you're not making that money, well, you've just done nothing with your time. And then also you've just given your information to a shifty company that could do anything with it, like, sell it to other businesses. Anyways, that's on you though.
A portion of their earnings to those above them, as each salesman or woman receives a share of the money earned by their recruits. If you haven't already noticed, the triangle shape is what's caused many to label multi-level marketing as a pyramid scheme, with some going as far as to call them scams. Blair set out to expose these MLMs to her audience, with this video in particular being an introduction. Her channel art even reflects this theme, with the recognizable triangle-shaped head with the large eye in the middle, based on the Eye of Providence, which you're probably familiar with from seeing it in pop culture. Or if you grew up when I did, your obvious introduction to it was Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I just know it because of the dollar bill. I'm just keeping a buck with y'all. That whole Bill Cipher stuff, like, I loved Gravity Falls as a kid, but right around the time the ending was coming out, I was out of the Disney Channel phase. As a matter of fact, that was during the time this whole Maker's Fair thing came out in our school, where you basically just made your own thing. I made a video game. I'm gonna tell you a little story real quick. During that Maker's Fair, like, I was so happy to promote this MMORPG that I made that I even just, like, threw somebody on my project that didn't have anything done just because, like, I've been building that game for years at that point, so it was just like, you want to join? Cool, whatever, I'll give you an easy A. Well, apparently somebody in my classroom decided to make a literal model rocket that can actually fly. And I guess he was distracted for a second, or maybe I think in reality what happened was he was like, it can actually fly. Yeah, I guarantee. Like, I bet you it can. And he presses the button, and the rocket shoot like, you know how in the schools they have those like foam boards at the top? Well, the rocket just shoots straight through the foam boards, and all of the fire alarms go off simultaneously. Like, bro, and it was right in the classroom. I was trying to grab my computer, all of these fire, like, people are trying to rush me out while I'm trying to grab my computer, bro, and I'm like, I'm not gonna let that hard drive burn. Like, bro, I was tweaking. Like, genuine 7th grade me was genuinely crashing out on a fire officer because of this. Like,
how could you make me try and read my computer?
it wasn't even about the computer, bro. Like, the computer could have burned and the screen and all, but, like, bro, not the hard drive of that game. That was 3 years worth of development. They used to have the entire SWAT class just swarming me. Like, everybody's, like, distracted. Nobody wanted to even touch Scratch at that point. Yeah, that vice principal loved me. I love that vice principal too. I hope you know, if one day she ends up seeing this, like, just know, like, you did great. You were the greatest, like, teacher principal I've ever had in existence ever.
The channel. If this is your first.
Scratch is in a bad spot though.
Bro, I will say, like, that teacher put me, like. That teacher was the best in the world. I'll just put her like that. I was going through a really hard time in, like, life itself, like, with my family, and that teacher was just super chill. Great person. Anyway, let's continue this video so y'all can see see how bad this person is.
I'm here. My name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today I'm super excited to talk about the subject that made me make this video. We're talking about—
That's because the channel creation date is actually May 9th, 2013, implying that a large catalog of content was at some point removed. What kickstarted Illuminati's initial rise to popularity wasn't video essays, but a much older trend that took YouTube by storm a few years ago: Reddit videos. As of March 21st, 2019, the Illuminati channel had accumulated nearly 100,000 subscribers from browsing subreddits and reacting to them, laughing at r/entitled parents, r/choosing beggars, r/nice guys and nice girls, respectively, and criticizing anti-vaxxers was the bread and butter of her channel. Over the years, Reddit has accumulated a considerable amount of cringe-worthy content. Shocking, I know. Prompting users to subscribe to specific subreddits dedicated to showcasing it. Popular YouTubers like Soothouse, Sorrow TV, Wild Spartans, and of course Blair took advantage of this readily available material and made content out of the best of it. They found that they could pump out content with ease by selecting 20 or so cringy posts from these conveniently organized subreddits and reading them aloud in their videos with minimal editing required. Surprisingly, this approach brought them significant success, surpassing what one might expect from such simple content. And honestly, who could even blame them for capitalizing on it? At the time, there was one playlist on Illuminati's channel that gave an inkling of what was to come, titled Anti-MLM. By early 2019, the Reddit trend had already begun to die. Soothouse and Sorrow TV, who had capitalized on it the most, stopped posting altogether shortly after it reached its peak. Others who hopped on the bandwagon, like Call Me Carson, quickly hopped right off. If Blair wanted her channel to keep growing, she needed a new type of content, or she risked fading into obscurity. Luckily, a life raft would come her way in the form of video essays. SunnyB2, Patrick CC, and others began to make videos documenting interesting subjects.
I'm not even gonna lie. That just tells you, like, what kind of person I am. Like, I love documentaries and video essays and all that kind of stuff, like very long form content that, like, the average TikTok user just could not sit through and understand, because, like, I like to get a full depth analysis of whatever the heck I'm trying to watch or understand. I really don't like to just hear the baseline. I want all the details and intricacies and every little thing you can dig up about whatever topic I'm trying to learn. And, like, that's a big part of the reason why I am, like, so, as quote-unquote people say, money-oriented, is because I spent a lot of time, like, actually looking up the very specifics of everything to do with, like, money and investing and all that stuff. So yeah, it became a big part of my life at that point. And like video essays, I think are too, because it's something I sit through and listen to fully. It's one of those things where they can explain something to such a minute detail that I don't need to actually be watching it while I'm sitting here animating. I can listen, and because I'm listening so closely, I fully understand the picture of what's going on.
From the ever classic rise and fall of an internet personality to videos about specific controversies.
It is really good. Right. And on top of that, it keeps the brain rotters away, because they can't handle this stuff.
Controversies or websites, and even lists and icebergs. You name a mildly entertaining topic, and there's bound to be a video essay about it. It's a genre composed of well-edited, easy-to-digest content that gives the audience new food for thought, whether relatively basic or highly philosophical, on a weekly basis. Blair rightly viewed this burgeoning market as a land of opportunity. As I previously mentioned, this type of content is the only one that even remains on Blair's channel. She quickly became dead set on exposing various companies, including Lime Cosmetics, Chanel, Herbalife, the Salvation Army, and any MLMs she came across. She also ventured into broader topics like the education system, expanding beyond her specific focus on company exposés.
The education system is as outdated as it is broken. If it doesn't work for us and hinders students from feeling encouraged, creative, and free to explore the world around them, make no mistake, it's broken.
However, it's important to note
I
that
can only
Blair's
watching a
approach to
video seems
exposing
like it
these
would give me a
companies
fucking
comes short of
head aneurysm. Holy shit.
You can tell based on her energy that she's just, like, I don't like the way that she explains stuff. Like, it seems very like, I'm entitled. The world's out to get us. Like, bro, please
The school
shut up.
education system is like, okay. Actual man. You don't have to talk like a fucking AI, boy.
journalism. Instead, she gathers information from news articles and other documentaries and presents it in a
Look at that tails, boys. That tails is tails in chat.
condensed format for her audience. This doesn't mean her content lacks legitimacy, but it does indicate that her videos don't necessarily go above and beyond what typical YouTubers like myself do. By 2020, Blair had ditched Reddit altogether, and who could blame her? The video essays were vastly more successful. By the middle of that year, she had earned nearly 500,000 subscribers. Her videos were averaging—
I'm sorry, was Patrick CC just stroking his own dick? That's what it seemed like to me.
more than 200
Yo, why?
articles and other documentaries, and presents it in a condensed format for her audience. This doesn't mean her content lacks legitimacy, but it does indicate that her videos don't necessarily go above and beyond what typical YouTubers like myself do. By 2020, Blair had ditched—
Sucking himself off, I swear to God. You could have named any other YouTuber, but you just had to be like, just like myself. Okay, bro.
Yo.
Reddit altogether, and who could blame her? The video essays were vastly more successful. By the middle of that year, she had earned nearly 500,000 subscribers. Her videos were averaging more than 250,000 views, and she was uploading every few days. She was easily one of, if not the most prolific video essayist on YouTube. The output was unheard of. Each of these videos were fully researched, written, and edited in full without cutting any real corners. Videos on her channel were now broken up into categories such as psychology, history, shady businesses and charities, and of course, MLM deep dives, which were still a tried and true method of getting clicks. Faceless companies that profit off of recruiting others to sell a product many consider useless are easy to hate, and for every hateable MLM, you can be sure there was an Illuminati video to cover it. Now, you may be wondering how Blair managed to produce such an incredible amount of content on such a regular basis. There's no way she's doing everything on her own, right? Well, the simple answer is no. Even if she were taking 60 milligrams of Adderall every day with 3 Starbucks orders on the side, it would still be too much work for one person. Just like mainstream creators such as Mr. Beast, many video essay channels have started paying others to assist them in producing content more frequently without sabotaging quality. Creators like Patrick CC, Magnates Media, and myself have contracted additional help to keep a steady output of videos. So yes, you guys can rest easy and stop asking if I do meth in the comments section. If you guys check the description of Blair's videos starting from 2019, you'll find a list of researchers, writers, editors, and thumbnail designers who—
I'm not gonna lie, chat. I think we should still keep asking if he does meth in the comment section.
have contributed to her work. Collaboration plays a crucial role in the success of many creative endeavors, and YouTube is no exception.
Hello and welcome to The Corporate Casket, a bi-weekly series where bad businesses go to die. We will discuss any and everything from bad charities, terrible CEOs, and businesses that have a lot to hide. I'm the Illuminati, and today we're talking about an industry that has come up quite a few times before: supplements.
But those helping her with her content, for the most part, didn't have online followings of their own. Instead, they were seeking behind-the-scenes employment. At the same time, Blair was also collaborating with other creators who wanted to grow their brand. The Sad Milk channel was launched in December of 2019, is a collaborative project between YouTubers, featuring Flinders, Illuminati, One Topic at a Time, Oz Media, Salty Reddits, The Click, and Wonderstruck Guy. It was essentially a reaction channel that posted similar content to the Reading Reddit videos that made Blair blow up in the first place.
The food truck sign said, fries $5 and cheese $2, and I only realized the cheese was meant for hamburgers after they handed me this.
You want cheese fries? Here you go, sir.
They're not wrong.
This channel would be a successful venture, boasting over 200,000 subscribers. It also helped to boost the careers of those who contributed to it, who could now cross-pollinate their audience to share viewers. The channel posted videos throughout 2020, despite a community post outlining that a few of its members, namely Salty, OT, and The Click, would no longer be appearing in its videos. At the time, the only explanation given for this was that they had some creative differences behind the scenes, and that those leaving wanted to focus more on their own streaming careers. The post assured the viewers that the channel was not done for and would still be posting videos with the remaining cast, even teasing some IRL group content. But on December 24th, 2020, its final video was posted, starring Illuminati, Oz, Damian Lee, and Wonder. After this, the channel was dead in the water, with fans wondering why they left it behind. But at the end of the day, creative differences was as good an explanation as any for the initial breakup. Blair continued posting content, refining her editing, writing, and topics until her channel was running like a well-oiled machine, as did her peers. The Click's channel grew to more than 1 million subscribers, and Oz Media similarly grew to more than 500,000. Blair's channel, meanwhile, peaked at 1.7, a level most creators can only dream of. 250 million channel views is sure to equate to a lot of AdSense money as well, and Blair continued to be one of the most successful creators in the video essay space, venturing more so into political content, such as criticizing trends from conservatives that she saw as disingenuous. Nobody knew much about these creators outside of their videos, especially Blair, seeing as her content was relatively impersonal. Her opinion was certainly relevant to the content, but it wasn't like the viewpoints she expressed were anything out of the ordinary. For the most part, it was the research and presentation that made her videos worthwhile for the audience to come back to time and time again, to the tune of millions of new channel views every month. That should have been where the story ended, but thanks to Blair, it's not. The first domino in toppling Blair's empire was actually pushed by her. On April 20th, 2023, Blair tweets out, "Not at Legal Eagle broaching my editors to take my video style," and when they didn't give up the info, they literally copied, and by the way, I have the messages from my editors, and found an email from them too. Just change the color from purple to blue, huh? Interesting. This is an allegation of plagiarism. She claims that someone from another YouTuber's team tried to steal her editor's style, had been caught fishing for information about how to execute said style, and when the information wasn't given, they just figured it out themselves. She followed this up with an email from the editor in question, who wrote, "I work as an editor for Legal Eagle, and I was wondering if there were some After Effects plugins you guys use for things like the intro to the first NFL video, where the lighter color appears to stick out in 3D. We could recreate it, but we figured there was probably a faster method you guys were using. Here's the video I'm talking about so you know what I mean. Thanks, Danny." Blair then states that he also went to my Discord to try and get more to copy the style. Here we have the editor, Danny, asking if he's allowed to post a video essay he made inspired by Blair's channel, since he wouldn't want to break a no self-promo rule. 8 minutes later, he asks if there's some way he can talk to one of the editors, because he'd like to know how they did a specific effect. Another user tells him he has to be a higher rank in the server to post links, and then directs him to the proper channel. He follows up again by asking if he could speak to the editors, but this is where the screenshot ends. Blair then shows the two videos side by side. First hers, and then Legal Eagle's, as evidence of this plagiarism. She follows us up with another example of a highlight effect being used on text to add to her narrative that Legal Eagle's editors were stealing her style. Blair concludes by saying, "To be honest, I wouldn't have believed any of this was trying to replicate my videos if not for the email and Discord stuff that was done preemptive to their video coming out. Like, talk about, can I copy your homework? Yeah, but just make it a little different." She finishes with this meme about copying schoolwork to illustrate her point. Now, while Blair's initial tweet did get more than 700 likes, every follow-up tweet she made on the thread was increasingly less popular, as many realized how ridiculous this allegation was as they read on. Firstly, any points about editing is hard to justify in the first place because every video editor draws from inspiration when creating content. On top of that, people's editing style on YouTube usually just comes down to basic effects and presets, which the video editors don't even make. They come stock with software like Adobe Premiere, Sony Vegas, and DaVinci Resolve. But not only is the initial premise shaky on its own, the actual examples she shows, being the ripped paper and highlighting effects, are extremely common visuals for video essayists to use on YouTube. Thousands of independent creators have employed these two techniques. The highlighter effect in question is commonly referred to by many as the Vox highlighter effect because of the video publisher Vox using it in their videos often. There's plenty of tutorials too, both old and new, that inform aspiring editors how to create the look. The same goes for this ripped paper effect, with thousands of stock photos being available for commercial purchase that showcase the same thing, and plenty of YouTubers and documentaries have used that background for its simple, appealing look on thousands of other occasions as well. Tedious details aside, the intentions of Danny, Legal Eagle's editor, just don't come off as malicious. It's as simple as that. He even states he could recreate the effects himself, but thought it was more convenient to ask for assistance. For someone like Blair, whose channel contains almost nothing purely original and is, like many channels, a melting pot of various ideas and influences from all over the place, to complain about her editing style being copied, something she isn't even particularly known for, is strange. Many creators in the replies express their confusion. Your example is there's when they ask for it. There aren't really any trade secrets around here. Blair quietly deleted the post and didn't make another public statement for the time being, seemingly backing off on her prior stance. However, the floodgates had been opened. H. Bomber Guy responded with his own accusation, saying that Blair had plagiarized the documentary on her own channel and in a much more egregious way.
Professor Hugh Fudenberg.
Professor Fudenberg has long been controversial.
A man named Hugh Fudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
Now, not only was the initial allegation discredited, but her credibility as a narrator was done for. She looked to be guilty of the same thing she had accused others of, and to a much greater degree. Plagiarism is one of the most serious accusations you can levy against a creator since it devalues their work entirely. And with this new accusation towards Blair, it was about her writing, not just some video editing trick. In hindsight, her tweet that started this all looked like projection. Her deleting her original tweet against Legal Eagle didn't stop those flooding her replies, demanding an explanation. For now, she stayed silent, apart from a statement the same day claiming someone had been trying to hack into her accounts. Meanwhile, the drama wouldn't be contained to Twitter. Creators knew the time to drop videos was now, while the topic was still hot.
First, Illuminati starts off with this email containing supposedly nefarious activity. This editor is trying to steal her editor's style, but that's not really what's going on here, right? They're just asking about some plugin, a pre-existing asset that they may have used.
Content. Tom says, "Oof, I used to watch her stuff, but found it odd how she was able to churn out so many video essays at a regular pace. I had no proof that anything malicious was going on, but the vibes were just off, you know? Glad it wasn't all just in my imagination."
The thing is, Legal Eagle I don't even think needed to defend himself. I don't think they...
Those are like some serious plagiarism allegations too. It's not like you're just like copying like, you know, like a little bit, like, you know, even just summarizing what somebody else said. She word for word was copying Rose like exact thing.
I know, that's so fucking dumb, bro. At least change it, like add some mold or something, bro. Like fuck.
That's a level of like shamelessness that you just can't make that up. Like, what the hell?
They had to come out and say anything at all. The community ate Illuminati alive for the claim because it was so outrageous.
The public was eating Illuminati alive, and yet it was still just the beginning of Blair's no good, very bad week.
Nah, for real, like, that can't be real.
As it turns out, the former members of Sad Milk were watching the situation from a distance, and it was becoming increasingly apparent to them that they couldn't stay silent about their own experiences with Blair for much longer, in light of this new drama. As such, the Click and Wonderstruck posted their own extensive threads about Blair with a slew of claims, which at the time were unsubstantiated. Click began by clarifying that his departure from their collab channel was not an amicable one, but that he left because of Blair's behavior. He lists her typical behaviors as lashing out at friends and fans, paranoia, and generally poor anger management, to name a few. Eventually, I believe pretty much the whole group left her. The last meeting I ever had with her, she spent half an hour screaming at me for an array of random things, calling me a bad friend, lazy, and a bunch of random accusations that didn't really have anything to do with me. There's no way you can have the resume you claim and be this fucking stupid, and so on. No one even raised their voice back at her. I left along with several other members, half the group at the time. She spent the next few months spreading lies and half-truths about us on the Sad Milk Reddit page and vague posting on Twitter. I still have all the screenshots. She would turn friends against you, or specifically team up with people she knew didn't like you so she had allies against you, rallying mainly banned problematic community members known to be liars and conflict seekers. When people started questioning that maybe she was the reason everyone left, there was a very convenient digging up of 11 to 14-year-old videos of me. Stuff I made back when I started my channel in 2009 when I was a teenager. And as you can probably guess, some of the jokes from that time aged like milk. I publicly owned up to my past mistakes and apologized, doing my best to be transparent and honest about my past. She would still harp on it, ignoring the fact that it had already been addressed, trying to direct as much attention to it as possible, publicly stating it was a bad apology, along with vague posting about it in comments on the collaboration channel, maybe in an attempt to get people to assume I had been kicked out for poor behavior, rather than leave because of her own behavior. She, assuming it was her as she had channel access, also liked to pull what I can only describe as very petty acts of revenge. For example, some people left comments on the collaboration channel saying, "Good that Click left." They obviously got ratioed hard as people were there for creators. She would manually go in and delete the ratioing comments, but leave the original hate comment. She tried to gain control of my Discord when it surpassed hers in size by tossing around accusations at staff and trying to get rid of my team and replacing it with hers, giving me the ultimatum to fire my entire senior team or be publicly fired from Sad Milk myself. This is just a brief summary of events. It's sad to see she hasn't changed. All of this painted Illuminati as vindictive, petty, and spiteful, digging through your 10-year-old videos to find dirt, spreading rumors behind your back, turning your friends.
Okay, so we have 1, plagiarism, and 2, like, what do you even call that? Like, corporate maliciousness? Like, Jesus Christ.
Corporate gaslighting. Holy shit.
So that's 2 strikes. Let's keep going.
Friends against you, these are all hallmarks of, as any Twitter girl would put it, a toxic person. Wonder revealed that he had lived with Blair for a period of time, and that time was basically hell. After being threatened with a breach of contract for speaking out, I can confirm that the behavior Blair exhibits is entirely accurate here. Sad Milk at the time was the nearest thing to family I had, which sounds pathetic, but the content creator space is a very isolating one. The amount of hours I would spend online making drafts, editor tutorials for new hires, staying up trying to get some editing in if editors were shorthanded. I missed Christmas with my brother and father fixing the mistake of the editor she hired, and I didn't even get a thank you, and it took me more than half a month to even get paid. Meanwhile, she delays payments to editors so she can purchase expensive clothes, visit BMW dealerships, and spend hundreds on food in a day. While I do hold my beliefs towards certain matters, every month or so there's a new villain of the week. And they would one second be a normal person in our lives, and the next second suddenly a hidden monster through, you guessed it, Blair's mouth. To say Sad Milk split on creative differences is a joke. It's a flat-out lie. Again, I'm aware of the bridges burned, but I can confirm that call took place where she screamed, cursed, and had a meltdown towards the Click and one topic. It was a train wreck. I tried making us schedules. I motivated Blair during another mental breakdown of hers not to delete the channel or the Discord, since I actively read through the comments on both. And we had people who we mattered to. After months of behind-the-scenes insults towards Click and OT, it became so stale and negative. Yeah, we all took part, but after it going on so long, it just became day after day Blair would sit and check OT's social blade. She would make fake accounts to stalk them. Not just them, but a large portion of the commentary community. I've personally seen her try to get her lawyer to shut down anyone who says anything against her, and they ruined her day by saying, yeah, we can't really do anything. It's insane. Innocent people don't work so hard to try and silence others. We would get no work done. I can't count how many times I pleaded and set up meetings for us to do something and nobody cared. I thought I had a friend who was hurting. Then I saw...
That's insane. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, she's actively doing too much. Stalking somebody else just to, like, try and, like, belittle them on, like, every chance you can live. That's a whole new level of, like, bitchery. I'm not even gonna lie. And see, I knew that this girl was bad because I seen the stuff that was coming out about her on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it. But like, yeah, no, this is absurd.
Yeah, I had moved
this
to
is some
villain.
crazy fucking
Blair,
walk.
you can't hide anymore. Sooner or later, you were going to
I'm
push
sure it
everyone
gets
who
worse.
cared about you away, and you'd realize the world isn't out to get you. But you made your fears a reality all on your own. Oz Media posted a
No, I believe it because I actually like believe it is worse because from what I remember, this went on for like at least 2 months.
What?
Yeah, this went on for a really long time on Twitter.
similar call-out thread reiterating much of the same sentiment about how she was a toxic, vindictive person. Given their prior public collabs with Blair and the photos of Blair's house that Wonder provided, there was some credibility to these accusations. If these claims, along with the accusations of plagiarism, were true, a more clear and sinister image of Blair's character was forming. But for the general public, none of it was easily verifiable, and without actual evidence showing that these events took place, who was to say what really happened? These threads were both posted on the 23rd of April, and 5 days later, Blair would apologize for what she described as jumping the gun on Legal Eagle. Despite everything that was said about her, this was the point where she could have just walked away. Neither The Click nor Wonder said they would be posting anything to their channels about it, meaning whatever allegations existed could have died then and there, and this could have been a forgotten footnote in the plagiarism drama. Instead, Blair tempted fate with a new response video. A video by Blair titled Illuminati Exposed was framed as the conclusive video on the topic. Blair opened by reiterating her regret over the tweet about Legal Eagle.
Truthfully, I should have looked into this more instead of just putting the information out there the second I had a gut reaction about it. I should have asked him what the emails were about, but I didn't, and I made a mistake, and plain and simple, I was wrong. So to Legal Eagle and team, I just want to reiterate that I messed up, and I'm sorry for any stress this may have caused you, and of course to your team.
She then sets out to debunk the accusation that she had plagiarized an older documentary by repurposing its script. She points out the part she read was a quote, not meant to be her own words, and that it was also credited in the description of the video.
In his own video, he shows where I'm audibly quoting a direct line from the documentary, and even visually you can see it on the screen with the quotation marks. Additionally, you can even see the dual ellipses on either end of that quote, indicating that more of that source was being cited. When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode, you can also see that the documentary is listed as a source.
This is completely fair. The editing around that point of the video was a bit confusing and may lead some to believe the quote was being stolen rather than quoted, but given the appearance of a quote on screen during the part H-Bomber guy showed, it seemed to be a valid response. However, this is mostly where the valid responses from Blair end, as the rest of the video devolves into unsubstantiated claims and a malicious revelation of personal information to try and discredit her former friend. Her segment on The Click opens by stating that she was aware of his use of slurs in 10 to 14-year-old videos, and that it had nothing to do with his departure from the group. However, she follows up by saying that The Click was still using horrifying language, her words, not mine, when she met him, specifically using the R slur, which has been deemed unacceptable. By who, I'm not sure. Maybe her Discord friend group, maybe...
Yeah, I'm sorry. If language horrifies you, you're soft. Like, that's just it at the end of the day. If words are violent to you, you're soft. Please leave my channel. Like, seriously, that's the lamest thing ever to me.
Twitter, or maybe Reddit's moderation team.
Unfortunately, when those videos surfaced, it wasn't really all that shocking to me, as Oz Media and I had actually talked about how Click...
No, see, for real, exactly. Like, I live in a free country that where the words are free, at least. So, like, I'm gonna say words, and if that offends you, like, if somebody's so hurt that, like, you feel like you've been actually physically attacked by the words coming out of my mouth, there's a problem. You need to go to, like, psychiatric help or something.
Nah, for you, like, we can, like, people are gonna say whatever they want to you, and then you just gonna have to deal with it, but, like, that's it.
It's really just not that serious in any regard. Like, at any point ever, you should not be complaining about words.
Oh my god, he called me a fucking idiot. How could he? I feel attacked. Like, okay, but sure.
Whole time they're living the literal words up, like, you know. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna start the video in just a second. I have to freaking line up Tails over here. Remember what I told y'all? This stuff's like, it's like being at a barber. You gotta line them up. When everything's all blurry. Nice little lineup. Get them right. See how much crispier the colors are coming out now that the tails is getting lined up, chat? This is what we want. My god, I'm so close. Almost done here, chat. I just gotta give Tails' tail a good lineup. Oh my god. I am so close. Go ahead and kill that one. Okay, like that. And we could put a little bit of white right there. So it looks like it's part of his tail like that. Yeah, I like that. It looks clean. Alright, cool. And then should clean up his eyes. Not gonna lie. They're looking a bit too thick. Not gonna lie, Tails looks a little bit dead just because he's looking off wanderlessly. I want him to look at Sonic. No point of Sonic even being there. Ooh. Good outline. Peel that back again. Grab out this. Grab all this. Alright. And then we're gonna need that eye color. We need all that. There we go. Much better. Now just to make sure Tails doesn't look like he has a lazy eye now. No. I mean, I could push it over slightly. First we do the eyeball. And then we do the eye color. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Dang. I didn't even realize it. That took me 4 hours to get down with that. Woo.
Yeah, I wasn't lying.
Alright. Well, I guess in the meantime, now it's time for my intermission. Which in the meantime, I was going to play Mech Arena, so if you want to join me, feel free to.
Maybe.
Hold on,
I'm
I gotta
watching
claim
this
this.
game right now.
Giving myself some free money. Okay,
No,
chat.
fact.
It's time to play some Mech Arena. I'm gonna go ahead and put us in the intermission screen. I do like the fact that I got both Sonic and Tails down now. That was rather quick.
Yeah.
Who should I do next? Knuckles, Shadow?
It depends where you're putting them, because the placement will probably be easier if you do.
As far as it goes, Knuckles will be directly behind Tails' Tails. Shadow will be like directly behind where Knuckles is at. Amy will be slightly in front of Knuckles. Metal Sonic will be slightly behind Amy. Rouge will be directly behind Knuckles. Blaze will be right next to Sonic's right side. Right next to Blaze will be Silver. Right next to Silver, like in front of Silver actually, overlapping him will be Espio, and behind Espio will be Vector. And in between Silver, underneath Espio, and behind Vector will be Charmy. And then I also have Cream and Cheese in the background.
Yeah, I'm like, you might want to do the front ones, that way you can just put everything in order, naturally.
It doesn't necessarily matter because of the way that I have it. I'm using them in layers, so I could literally move
Yeah,
Tails
which is
completely
true.
around.
Yeah, I'm like, which is true. Like, not that matters that much, but that's just personally how I do it. I just like having things already set.
Of course,
just
the
my
last
personal
thing I'm going to
preference.
want to do is the background because I'm going to put a massive amount of detail into that.
Yeah, true.
Oh, the game's asking me if I want Deathwalker for my alt account. They're funny. They don't know I'm only here for the freeze.
They don't know, they don't know.
Oh god, they don't know. Oh yay, free stuff.
We want free stuff.
There's free stuff in the store, like the online, like the website store. A champion pack. I just grabbed it. I'm at 480,000 credits. I'm gonna get a legendary weapon soon. Let's see where I'm at. I don't want the fusion cannon. I hear missile rack isn't terrible. Kinda want to try it out. Alright, who am I gonna put the missile rack on now? Guess I could do it with this one. Oh, this is gonna be so annoying. I'm gonna love it. What are you running? Can I give you anything better? I guess we could do some straight up ho shit with the jumpy character that I have. That big boy's just gonna have to stay how he is because I don't really care about him being here. All right, now buying that gun put me how many levels? 4. Okay, dang. Okay, cool. Now let's give that a little run through. Matter of fact, we'll pull it up to check. Oh, oh my God, my back cracks are crazy. I'm gonna mess everybody up. Oh my God, get out of my way. Thank you.
Don't get out of his way. Don't.
They know better than to stay in my way. Gonna get them all out of my lobby. Gonna get them all out of my lobby. Damn, they got me. Now it's time for my missile rack person. Let's see what he does. Oh God damn, he got obliterated.
Oh shit.
Now it's time for my javelin rack. We won.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
My giant mech just makes too much of a difference. He's way too overpowered. Okay, okay, okay. Are you just... Thank you.
He goes, get off my screen.
Just wants to spam me with ads, like dang.
For you.
Look, I'm making up all that money I literally just lost, chat. Beautiful work. Alright, let's get it, my peeps. We're gonna run another one. Let's get it. I love that this gun's a sniper. I could just shoot them from so far away, chat. Is it
The sniper was
basically a
nice.
cheat code?
The sniper's nice. You can really just hide behind a wall across the map, then just go peep.
Kind of. I mean, you can head glitch it like this and just absolutely kill them, but there are guns that are way more versatile, I'll say.
Yeah, true.
Soon I'm going to be able to get my hands on one of them and show you what I mean. Goofy, that was a real player. That player keeps getting himself killed. He thinks he can take me on. I have full health, and he's not using any legendary mech.
Because he doesn't have any.
I don't know why he doesn't have any. You can literally get like a legendary mech for free.
I don't think
Automatically.
he knows that.
On God, he probably. Oh no, he was using a legendary mech. He just got killed quicker than I did.
Oh, that's funny then.
He was using my exact same one too. That's funny.
Why
Brothers
can I
can't
have
hang
one
with
of
the big
that?
dog.
Yeah, I guess not.
All right, so my big win or my next big like milestone would be getting 75 MVPs. Let's see where I'm at right now. 49 out of 49 one matches. So we're like right there. We could definitely do that. I'm not gonna about to do it on this one sitting, but yeah, I could definitely do that. Yeah, more money.
I want money.
More money. Yeah.
Just put her on red.
Now these two will give me 2 new crate rushes. That's what I'm gonna go for. But I don't have any assault weapons really, or guided weapons, or close quarters weapons for that matter. Guess I have the shotguns, but that's about it. Those are kind of fun. I could do this too, but I'm not ready for that yet. I need more mechs, more powerful mechs. I think Brian might. Get them down before that happens. They have so little of teammates left that I like it does not even matter at this point now. Plus these missile racks are pretty nice too.
Yeah, it looks that way.
That damage was pretty good. You seen that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess it just shoots all of them at once, though. Yeah, Brian is a real person because he just mad emoted.
He mad.
I think that was his last life, is why.
He mad emoted on him for killing him. W's.
Yeah, that was his last life. He's not respawning anymore.
RIP, bro.
Not for real. GG's. Yes, I'm in first and second place. On God. Yay, more money, more money. Okay, so that. Go up here and grab this. Now, I'll invite him in a second. Give me a second, though. I don't feel like having. So these are the better versions of the shotguns. I'm definitely going to be using these. Or just not. Like, why isn't that going through now? Go ahead and retry that link. So again, gonna send it to my bot. Look at that. See? Boom. There you go. Go ahead in here. Grab that. Another 10K. Right now. I guess my friend's in a match right now. Let me know when you're out of it. I mean, 15,000 A coins, which I'm close to 1,000. I know I am. I had like 600 before I spent it. I spent 600 to get implant for my mech so that he has a bigger radius to target the enemies with. So I know I'm at least at 700 since I have 177 right now, almost 800. Once I get 1,500, I'm at my next big milestone. 12,000 EXP. I'm halfway there for that one. 75 battles. Let's see. I'm 25 away from that. And then the next big milestone would be 3,500 A coins, which I am a ways away from that one. This shouldn't take that long though. On my original account, when I was grinding this out for Adventure over here, because I'm using my tablet screen to show you, since that's where Elgato's set up at. I guess I could play through the stream, huh? This will be an interesting way of playing, I'm not gonna lie, but I could do it. I believe in myself. Yeah, we ain't having none of that, chat. Okay, I can't see on that small little screen, I'm not gonna lie, that's hurting my eyes. Chat. They don't even stand a chance. All of their mechs before they can even do anything.
ECW.
Said BTW?
I said the ECW.
What does that mean? I'm slow when it comes to acronyms.
Nah, I said the ECW.
Oh, EZW. My bad. I'm slow.
Yeah.
I'm like overthinking the hell out of that for no reason. Wow.
Oh, yo. I'm like, no, I said.
Literally,
That's
I
funny.
can't believe that.
That was funny though.
Sorry,
Big
Chad. I'm a little
compliment
slow.
there.
You're gonna realize that one way or another.
A little.
Yeah, just a little.
Maybe a lot.
You know, you make that comment, but I'm surprised you haven't made a comment about how the fact that I'm wearing tie as a bandana.
I have noticed that, yes. I just didn't say anything. Did I see that? Yes. Did I say anything? No. I was like, well, he has a bandana tie. That's my only fault on that subject. I was like, well, he has a bandana tie now, I guess. I didn't know why you had it, but I just said, okay, move on.
Oh god. I gotta lock in, you know?
Apparently you need a bandana tie for that, I guess. Sure.
When it comes to the art, I gotta lock in. Oh, this motherfucker got... Oh shit! He's got OP guns, watch out. I didn't even peep that. He's running dual.
Oh, he is staying that damage. I did not pick he had dual either. Is what it is though.
Crap, we're fighting two OP ones now. And I lost my good max damn. I hate that shit so much. This might be our first L. Unless you can hold us together. He got you?
I don't know if I can pull it together, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, it's wrapped. I just got air class. GG's, it's wrapped. I'm on my last match. man. Yep, GG's.
Yeah, it's the last one.
Let me know how it goes. Bro, we got one of them running a fucking chain gun. Oh my god, They said you won 50 times in a row and haven't lost. You're gonna get fucked this game. Like, what the hell? That's crazy.
I mean, that is kind of crazy, but it's what it is, man.
Oh, you're dead too? Damn.
Yeah, my last spec was swing try, and then I waned one, got them half, and then died.
I mean, we could leave or we could stay. It doesn't matter.
I'm just gonna say for the rewards. I might as well get rewarded for this fuckery.
I don't mind it. I'll leave. Let me know when it ends.
It's dot 80, 90. It's almost over. 95, 96. And they won.
Good shit. I got rewards for that.
I got rewards for the L. Let's go. You up in here? Oh well, that happened. What evil?
I can't believe they had to give me my first off. That's crazy.
What to see it?
Now I'm just gonna be extra sweaty every single match.
Nah, me too. Don't sweat yourself too.
That's my wake up call.
Exactly. How am I gonna beat this match? Beat us. Funny.
Oh yeah, there's actual players in this one too. What the hell, man? They are on me. Yeah, this is where your jumping is gonna really come in handy, by the way. Oh, I'm getting it flat. Yeah, that's just so deadly.
Holy fuck, I'm getting game banged.
I was trying to help out. Oh my god.
Yeah, they did that to me too.
That's Outlaw's ability, by the way. The weaker version of Guardian, technically.
I mean, it's so strong.
Oh my god, he has legendary max up the ass. He's using Citadel now. Citadel is extremely OP. Yeah, we're not winning this one.
Yeah, I get that. Oh well.
I'm gonna leave out of that. Let's try a different game mode. Maybe that'll change things up.
Well, that guy had like a legendary mech after mech. Like, holy shit.
Once we get to Division 4, we could start doing tournaments too. And we'll get A-coins and fucking credits for that. Which you can use the A-coins to grind your milestones.
Oh, I was hoping you were gonna say gamble.
I've already made $14.70 off this game. Remember to play extra cucky and sweaty with them.
Anyway, you have to play extra cooking sorting. So true, so true. Dude, where the fuck did he come from?
Watch out behind you, watch out behind you. Please help me, please. My god, I hate him. Thank you. Oh my god! I'm dead. Thank you. Good lord. I'm staying next to you. Oh my god, I'm so fucked. Oh my god.
I came to help. I'm playing now like a fucking biggest cuck I can.
Thank god. Bro, I'm on 24 health. Yeah, I'm dead. It was behind you.
I kind of like, doesn't matter where I go. I kind of just fucked Dale. Ain't gonna lie.
We're in a massive lead though, so it doesn't matter. Bro, oh my god, I might get melted here. Yep, we still win. W.
I saved you so many times. Holy shit.
Yeah, you just gotta be sweaty as fuck with it. Like, that's how every match is gonna be from now on, by the way.
Oh, I know. Hang on, let me switch some of my guns.
Remember when I told you that it's just randomly gonna hit a switch? I think we hit the switch.
Oh no, we 100% did. I can see that.
I'm glad you recognized it. Bro's like, I'm tired of playing with bots. Well, wish granted.
No, my main account, I hit the switch too, so that's my main account match. It's right there for you. I just put like a fucking big cuck.
Dang. I'm not gonna lie, without Deathwalker, it's incredibly harder. Deathwalker makes everything easier because his whole gimmick is I can place a tomb down. Like, alright, you ever played Apex?
Yeah.
Do you remember how old Reaper used to work? With the totems?
Oh, yeah.
That's almost exactly what Deathwalker does. Like, I can put a totem down and go run into the enemy's base and just skull fuck them, and then the second they kill me, I respawn, and then I gain 5% health if I had lower health when I put the totem down.
Fucking criminal, what?
Exactly. Why do you think he's my number one mech? And here's the best part about him. He's so fucking cracked that I will level up all of my other mechs and leave him under-leveled. I don't even give him mods or anything. I just give him implants to make him stronger so he does more fucking damage. I want you to kill him quickly so that I respawn.
Can you like chain respawn, or was it once?
You said what?
Can you respawn multiple times, or was it once?
No, he can do it as long as I wait for the cooldown, I can keep reusing it.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was making sure I was correct, because like, if you can only respawn once, that's not bad, but...
No, that's why I said I make sure I'm weak as hell, so that I want you to keep killing me, like... Like, I can go games with multiple, like, legendary mechs shooting me, and as long as I respawn, I'm all good. I'll kill everybody.
That's fucking broken.
Yes, sir. That's why once I get all my milestone rewards, I'll start playing on my main account and just show you how fucked it is.
No, my main account I didn't even use some legendary mech codes. I just grinded my way up with no legendary mech, and then I hit the milestone and then it just sweat after sweat. I was like, damn, man.
Look, if I get Deathwalker for free on this one, I'll make this one my main account, but otherwise... My other one is so cracked. I've been playing my other one for about a month, so you see how much I have on that.
I might have to grind this game, okay? Do you know what
it is a game you have to grind to get like more powerful at, I'm not gonna lie. But I like that. I don't like games where you just have to do nothing in order to be good.
I agree.
Or fucking open up mommy and daddy's credit cards and magically you're powerful. Like, I hate that.
Oh no, I hate those games too. I'm like, what's the point of me playing a game if I can just open one quick card and just get everything? Like,
exactly.
Oh,
And see, the best part about this game is if you actually have skill, you can still even outpass somebody who has a lot of, like, really good shit.
Damn, those guns do, like, no fucking damage. Okay, I'm switching back. Got that. Oops.
Now you know I told you to start saving that money up.
I'm saving up. I'm at like 30-something K. Something like that.
Definitely gonna want to start saving up every dime you get.
Yeah, I am. Man, I just want a good gun. Just one good gun would be fucking W's for me, but...
You
These guys are
possibly can
dog.
get one from a crate. It's not that difficult, but it's better to just get one guaranteed.
I just got one
Especially
shot.
because crate guns
What
are
the
weaker.
fuck?
Damn. Oh no. Come on. We gotta win this. Don't die, don't die. Good shit. We W.
I'm helping this guy kill people. I don't give a shit.
Oh god.
We're gonna get the kills anyway. I can die if I need to die. Like, fuck it.
I'm staying underground. No, I'm saying don't die because if we tie them, the scoreboard will go on longer so that it doesn't have to draw.
Wait, I see how I use these guns now. Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck is hitting me that hard? Holy shit!
That would be the rocket launcher.
No, it was a post cannon. The fucking post cannon.
That shit, it does really good damage. It's a kind of expensive A-coin gun.
The fucking post cannon hits like a fucking truck. What the hell?
Funny part is, it wasn't legendary though.
What's a legendary version?
I don't know. I haven't seen anybody use any legendary type of, like, launchers.
That's a fucking post cannon just did my people in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, most of the launchers I see are just, like, fuse mortars, and, like, you'll see frost cannon quite a lot. And then sometimes you'll see the one you just seen, the RPG. I hate the RPG. Oh my god, no, not the pod gun. That sticky stuff you see flying across the map, it's the pod gun. I hate that shit.
What does it even do? Is it like a mineshaft?
It can like hit through walls, like it can trace across like walls and hit you like through objects and shit. So like you can hide behind a wall and just fire them off.
That's crazy.
I have a pair of them on my main account. They're 1000% worth it. I can't even lie.
I'm at 33k right now. I'm still saving up though. So, we'll go in that point.
Oh god. See, you'll get a lot, like each day during the beginning of the day, and then it'll start to slowly fizzle out. Unless you start doing Hangar Showdown too. Hangar Showdown will get you stuff.
Oh my gun's like on a dookie, but it'll be fine. I'll manage. I just had to figure out how I use those fucking guns, because I think I got it. I think I was using them wrong. Let me see. Okie doke.
You gotta remember, you're also fighting people with sweaty, like, overpowered, weak guns. Instead, I like to do the reverse and just get the really high-powered stuff and clap the hell out of them. So, like, me and you, we'd probably go for, like, the Quasher or something like that. That's gonna be my first legendary gun to grab. The Quasher is an amazing gun.
What's that do?
You said what?
What's a Quattro do? Is it like a shotgun or something?
It's the one that I showed you that, like, starts off as a sniper and then turns into, like, a...
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't remember the name of that. That's what... I'm like, it sounds familiar. That's why I'm, like, trying to piece it together.
It's definitely worth getting. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you which gun to get. I'm just gonna, like, guide you into which ones are the best, you know?
I'm probably...
You can make the choice on your own.
I'm probably gonna get the Quattro unless I see something else I think would be good.
There's a few guns that are good, so like if you let me know like what you're thinking of, I could tell you if it's good or not. Like one of the other really good guns that I might actually get instead of a Quasher for this specific mech I'm using is the Revoker. The Revoker's really good too.
I'm probably like a sweaty bitch right now. Holy shit, man.
Oh yeah, I have a super sweaty loadout on my main account. I ride Deathwalker with Quashers, and then I have one of my other mechs running the Revokers. Oh no, I have my Dreadnought running Revokers. So what my Dreadnought does is he creates an area of, you know how like Guardian will create an area in front of him that he'll reset your skills. Revokers do is they're like a hook gun that shoots forward, like pierces you, and then like pulls itself out of you.
I need to switch these guns. I don't like them. I get them
honestly, you're gonna feel weak because you don't have purple guns on you yet. That's what it is. But I'm gonna tell you this. What you're going to want to do is not get any purple guns unless you have to. Get the ones that you have to level up to get the gold. But once you get the gold, you have no reason to get purple guns. Or upgrade them, or do anything with them.
I hope I get quick gun. Like, Wookie, if I can just get a good quick gun, I'll be vibing.
All you gotta do then is grind the, like if you see a weird looking token, like in your mission, grind for those. Those weird looking tokens are typically event crates. Event crates will give you either weapons, mechs, or pilots that are really good. Most often gold tier.
Yeah, that'd be nice other than these fucking shitty ass guns I have, man.
Why do you think I'm so happy that this account rolled me a fucking Quantum 12? A Quantum 12 is something I can use even in very high levels. Like once I start upgrading my mech like crazy. The only problem with it is once you get like past level 8, if you want a weapon, you only get one of the weapons. Until you upgrade it. Once you like max it out, basically, you get the second you get 2 of the weapons, so you can have 2 of them in your hand. But like, let's say you got the Quasher 6 right now, right? It would give you 2 Quasher 6s. But if you got the Quasher 12, you would only have 1 Quasher 12. Until you upgraded it, and then you would get a second one.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. What gun do I need?
In this type of game, that's broken as hell, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, it's broken as fuck.
Exactly.
There we go. Now, if you want a blue tier weapon, by the way, that's actually good, the only blue tier weapon that I say is any good is the fragment gun. And that's only because of the close range, high powered damage. And if you think the purple ember gun is any good, it's ass. It is ass. Do not get that. I'm sitting strong on a good 407k credits. Oh, by the way, do you want another code for today?
Yeah. I'll enter it. I'll use that gun, I guess. These 2 guns are probably my best bet since I'm under leveled.
Here. So first of all, claim your claim your free stuff from here, so you can get free stuff from this. I'm gonna send it into the voice chat. And then you can enter your promo codes here, and then I'll give you a promo code. Hold on. Since you've claimed your mech code, you won't be able to use new or returning player codes, but you can use existing player codes. So what would you rather have? Skins for mechs that you don't even have? Actually, you'll have it for one mech soon, unless you already got them. Alright, so anyways, do you want skins or do you want like more credits and stuff?
Yeah, credits probably. That's probably the best probably. Getting
Alright,
skins or whatever.
here would be your code. And it's also going to be my code too. So for those of you that want to know how to put in the promo code, you just grab your ID from right there. Plunk, right in there. I'm going to go back to my drawing soon. I'm just gathering it. So. I don't mind grinding this game because it's free money, you know. Never be mad at that.
Exactly.
And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Free Cash has like a little deal going on where you can play this game and get money for playing it. So I would hop on that if I were you. It's free. I'm in 6th place right now on the leagues.
Oh, my legendary mech's over 2 now.
So what's that?
It gave me the thing to level up my legendary mech, so it's over 2 now.
W.
That's what I call. I'm like, skins are nice, sure. It's just not worth all the credits and stuff.
No, the other thing would give you like legitimate purple skins, but you don't have any of the mechs for them yet. You can get 2 of them soon, but I don't think it's worth it to do that.
I'm like, it's never even worth it, because like...
I put us in the control point, my bad. But yeah, it's always better to get the credits and stuff, because, you know, the grind never stops.
Exactly. I'm like, the credits are just bad. Now I have like 200k credits. So. Now I'm vibing. And I just saved them. Because I have nothing else I need from them right now.
Going favorably so far. I'm absolutely eviscerating them right now. This is easy work.
How did you get up here? What the fuck? I see how. You walked up here, didn't you? I was like, wait, what the fuck? You can walk up you? I jumped up to you for nothing then.
No, it's not that. It's just I know how to leverage small little like clips in the map, so I can find my way up in places like that.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck? I just want to get walk up you.
Do you know how much it pisses people off when I'm running Deathwalker and I just magically clip my way up to where a Lancer is hiding? Like, they get so mad at that, bro, I swear.
You could easy my head, I told on and you should. I was like, what the fuck? Hold on a second. You're not supposed to be out there. Whoa. Where the fuck did you come from?
Bro said you're a ground mech. Oh god.
Like, hey, yo, where did Blow come from?
Oh god. I'm sorry, I had to get sweaty like that. I got tired of, you know, them trying to sweat on us.
That was so fucking funny. I just thought I see you know, like, instant reaction, what the fuck? Yo, why?
Damn.
Like,
I wonder what the suppressor does. Let's see. Fire projectiles that apply the damage drain status effect on hit, limiting the target's damage by a set percentage. This percentage stacks on a mech with each successive hit. Does it drain how much damage they do, or how much health they have? I'm confused by that. Oh, and then they're also giving out a maxed out revoker if you have the chance to get that. I would really want to get my hands on the maxed out revoker tab. That's like an insanely good gun. But none of my mechs could even hold it right now, which is the funny part.
I mean, I would want to try and get that too. I mean, it's a max gun. Why the fuck wouldn't I?
That would 100% be the gun you would want to get, if any. But I wouldn't be mad if you got the suppressor either. Like, you know, that's a good gun too. Let me see, what we gotta do to get that? Any more long-range kills, more scout plays, close quarter weapons, and guided. I'm gonna start off with my scouts just so I can get my little play for that. You're lucky because you're already using a scout, so you automatically get the play for that. Shit. I queued up with you, right?
No.
Wait, you said yeah?
Nah, you queued by yourself.
Ah, dang.
It's fine.
Man, I hate that it disbands this party every single game. That is one stupid feature, man.
Really is. Like, you should be able to just have a button to say with the party, bro.
Oh, this is gonna get bad. This Washy guy's a real player, and he's got some dangerous weapons on him. He's very weak. Huh. I got down. That's only one life though. thank God I just made him fail. This is kind of uneventful, I'm not gonna lie. Like, playing with my scout, that was such a boring match. Oh, what? The match extended? What? I was not paying attention to that. Time to untie the game. Nope. Yeah, we win in that. That's all me. I'm taking that. Not gonna lie, my scout mech was not doing shit though. Oh my god, that was so uneventful to play with the scout mech.
Now I know how I felt.
I mean, at least you got Jumpy Boy. He could at least do something.
I mean, I guess.
You just need guns in his hands. That's the only issue that's going on with him. And by what I mean by that is like some real powerful shit. Once you have that, he's gonna be unstoppable. Once you're able to like shoot enemies that will with guns that will curve around walls and then jump and drop mines as well, yes, you will become a very big issue. Like, I want you to know, when it comes down to which mech to get between yours or mine, it's a very much, you know, one or the other, because they're both really good. Mine's really good for just fucking you up for trying to hide behind a wall. Yours is really good for... So what your character can do, you can hide in areas where nobody can even reach you. Like, genuinely. Like people with, like, normal guns, even quashers, cannot shoot you. Just look for really high entry points, like, really high spots to hide, and then get sniper-type guns. Or, like, curving-type guns. That's why I recommend the quasher, because then you could just shoot as a sniper and then fucking... Pew, 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 the bullets. You should be a good 100k closer to your objective now, though.
Yeah, I'm at like 200k, so yeah.
Oh, for real? Damn. Good shit.
The thing gave me like a shit ton of credit things. Like I said, I've been saving up.
That's what's up, though. That means you're now 400k away from a quasher.
I'm playing like a fucking sweat. I'm way up here behind you.
Oh yeah, we're literally just destroying them. I just went down. Finally.
Oh no, I'm up here. I don't think I'm going down soon.
Oh yeah, now you're using them right. Yep, that's exactly how he goes.
Yeah, I'm using assault guns right now for a mission, so I'm just...
I have to use shotguns for the mission.
If I was shotguns, I wouldn't be up here. But yeah, for obvious reasons.
I just got 2 pieces for my mission. W.
Like, can I go into top? Wait, no, if I go into top, I can't shoot anything. Damn. I barely took any damage, by the way.
That's what's up. That's how he's meant to be played, though.
I don't think they like me. I have a hunch.
Good.
He's a good. I'm back.
Once you get guns that actually start curving around, though, that's when you're really gonna start fucking them in the face, though. Especially when you start fighting, like, super sweaty people. Yeah, you're gonna be really set. Alright, good. I did my part now. Time to use my actual mech for grinding.
Like I'm so low.
Dang. I got a heal, or respawn.
I haven't died yet.
I was using my other mech so that I can get my plays out.
They're trying to kill me. They're trying so hard to fucking...
now. You got real backup now.
They're trying so fucking hard to kill me up here. I didn't die once.
I find that crazy that he was the last mech I spawned to. Yeah, how much did I get towards my objectives then? I hope I got anything towards them.
I need to check my machine.
Oh, I have to get killed from behind with the close quarter? Oh, that's so gay. Okay, so I need back shots with close quarter weapons. I need to spawn my scout more, and
I got to get long range kills. Okay.
With assault weapons. Okay.
Yeah.
It's either long range kills with assault weapons or the guided weapons one.
I'm doing the assault weapons already. I'm just gonna keep doing it.
I'm gonna look at the guided weapon. That's not gonna work. Not gonna work. That's an assault. This is guided. That is also guided. Helix Rock isn't terrible, but it's not great. Helix Rack would be actually really good for you, by the way.
I don't think I have it. What's it? Guided?
Yeah. It's a purple weapon.
Yeah, no, I don't have it.
Look, they have my goat here. Set. Read this ability. This will help you if you're still watching my screen.
I am. Okay. That I see. That's kind of like okay. That ability is something else.
Yeah, no, he's messy. Super messy. It's insane. Like if you were to get any legendary mech out of any of them, make sure it's him.
What's that one called again?
Deathwalker.
Okay, yeah.
That is the only, like, honestly, if anything, I would say, like, if you even see him in your thing, I would cash out on this game and get his ass if you actually plan to play this for real, because, like, he is worth it. The one thing I would recommend you don't do, though, is upgrade him or put any mods on him. You don't want to make him more powerful or have more health. The harder he is to kill, the harder it is for your reanimate to actually work properly.
Wait, can I go on top of this one? Probably, right?
Get in the middle part, right here. Bro, get in the middle part right here. Like where they're hiding under. Right there.
Yeah, we're in a second.
I got you. I'll clear the field for you.
This guy's trying to spray me the fuck down. I'm just not having it. Okay, he's dead.
They're all dead now. They're getting destroyed.
Fuck, I can't get up there for some reason. Whatever. Oh, gas faggot, man. Well, what's making me what?
If you're on the side house, they're actually in a better spot. The side houses are even harder to attack. Just had to assert my dominance that match. Make sure that I know if we can win that. W. Well, actually, no, not W. None of them are back there. I require Backshot Boulevard. Stop turning around. Give me that back. Oh my god, no, why did Guardian have to do that? I shouldn't summon him yet. Don't summon Maharaga. It's not worth it yet. Look at me, chat, an avid hater of JJK using JJK references.
He's a hypocrite.
Grab your little invisible shell. Come on. Come on. Fuck you. Man, that's gonna be so hard to do. So we at least got a little bit thing. Okay.
And getting these all weapon kills are just fucking horrible. Holy.
I'm telling you right now, once I activate that promo code that's there, I'm gonna be less than 100k away from getting a Flosser. No, actually a Revoker. I'm gonna get the Revoker first. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get the Revoker first. And then I'm not even going to worry about getting a pilot ever. I'm literally going to wait until Elite Crate gives me a pilot. That's the only way I'm going to let myself get a pilot. Unless I for some reason grind to 6k coins, which I don't think I'm going to do that. Better chance of doing that on my main account. I hate this guy so much.
Oh my god, I'm never getting this mission done.
The back shots with close quarters is never getting done for me, so I don't feel too bad. Same with guided weapons. That's gonna be impossible, unless I get the helix rack, like at some point very soon.
What's the point of me doing this shit?
It's because these missions are meant for players that have been here a while, not for us. We're too new, so our guns are gonna suck, especially for what we need to do. Your only other way around that would be to upgrade your guns that you need to for the mission. But then again, that drains you of coins. So to me personally, that's just not a vibe. Just imagine how treacherous that would be. You pop in, like, you finally get to the, what's it called? Gear hub ladder where you get to the legendary guns, like tier 4 I believe it is. Yeah, you're going to be facing nothing but like quashers and fuse mortars and all types of shit you're not ready for. From when I first played, this is what I remember as being the shitty period. Especially because the first time I played, I was in your position. I did not have a legendary gun until a very long while in. Longer than you are gonna, because I kept spending. And that bit me in the ass. That is why I'm giving you this foreboding warning.
These guys are so bad, but why don't?
What? Wait, show me your screen. I want to see what gear hub tier you're at.
Like 3.
Let me see. Like, what guns are you accessing it?
Get to it. Green shell.
Alright, hold up. Scroll down. Alright, so I have a rule of thumb typically. When I end up tending, like when I want to get a gun so I can progress along the tier pass or like do anything like that, what I tend to do is see how you're at 232,000?
Mm-hmm.
Once you cross like the 277,000 or 268,000, I would get the quantum gun or that cryo launcher that's down more.
I see. Okay.
Oh, you know you have free shit in the shop, right?
Yeah. It's not quite that yet.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah.
Damn, that one promo code put you only 200k behind me. You were initially a full 400k. That was definitely a W, though. I will say there's a different gun you might want to put on your main guy. I'll show you after this game if you want. There's specific types that work better for you and the type of playstyle that you cater towards. Like how you're doing that, that's correct. Yes, that's exactly what you want to do. But your guns don't match that playstyle. Capturing all the points now. Literally like playing tug of war with the enemy. Because now they're going to go capture the base that I just caught on the other side. Unless this guy stops them. Oh, he does? W. Now it's time to go for the middle ground. Nice. I'm in. They're of course taking another one of our bases. I hate that the enemies are always looking at me when I don't want them to be. The fact that I've survived this long with this mech is insane. Yes! Behind the back hill! Yes, I got a back shot! Right before I died too. Thank God. Jesus Christ. That took forever. Who would have thought I would have spent my whole life trying to get back shots? Yeah, the backshot warrior, #1.
No comment.
Or is that a loss for words right now?
I would say my comment, but you know, it just doesn't accept.
Nah, he saw my backshot prowess and knew. He knew I was the real one.
Fuck no.
Alright, so I need 7 more behind the backs and 3 more games to my scout. Oh, almost did it again. Oh shoot, hold up. Yeah, no, we were gonna fix you up. Don't let me forget, because I will tend to forget shit like that. So go to your, main mech. Alright, Your type of guns that fixate more towards you depends on your playstyle. If you want to run straight at the enemy and just fuck them up, you're going to be looking for close quarter weapons so you could drop them in their face and just run. But if you're looking to play on top of buildings and camp them out, you want guided weapons. Bro was about to do it too. I'm not the only one anymore. The only unfun part about this is that 5v5 games fit my playstyle more, whereas open maps like Control Point fit your playstyle more.
I can't go up there.
They are getting messed up. They have no chance. There's one of them camping our sideline. Finally, I go down. Yeah, take it from here. Oh, with that gun, you're gonna want to keep a distance from them, by the way.
Oh. I'm just trolling this guy for fun. Because I'm bored. I got bored inside trolling. Wee. Goodbye. It's like no good spot for me at this moment.
MGG. Boom. Easy W.
That map's kinda cringe.
Getting guided kills is gonna be like freaking impossible.
I can tell.
Now, hold on. Might be a way to make this a little easier. First, I'm gonna do that. Okay, yay, level 3 for that. Now, I'm actually gonna take this off for a second. Yeah. Oh, W. Let's see if this changes things a bit. This should be nice and fun now. Kill.
I do think I feel playing guided, but I'll do this shit too. Not formation, but
I don't have any mechs that could jump in high locations, so it makes it way harder for me.
I'm not even in
So
high location right now.
I guess I have Lancer, but he's not really that good. He dies very quickly.
I don't want to play guided right now.
I couldn't even do much but watch that happen.
No, I was trying to die right there. I don't want to play guided. Not on this map. My guy on this map seems fucking awful. I don't even want to try. Too much coins for me to want to play guided.
Not easy.
Like I said, guided on this map is just awful.
I just realized too, like my gun is not helping. Like I thought if I took off the the continuum that it'd make it easier. No. It's the same, just without the continuum. You've got to be kidding me. Dang, I'm 3v1 right now. The 3v wonder. Oh. God, I got this guy.
Oh well.
Gee, that's really what matters. That gets me my money. Alright, so with that being said though, Continuum goes back on. Because that was just disrespectfully terrible.
Honestly, now you know how I feel.
Bro, don't say that. I played this the first time way worse off. At least you're getting guidance. I didn't even have that. Fuck. I went in this raw dogged it.
That's all I gotta say.
The first time I did this, it was a nightmare, dude. You have no idea. How close am I to my objective? That's what matters. 2 more scout mechs. 7 were the close combat, or close quarters, and 2 more the divers. Oh shit, I just queued up without you, my bad.
Ciao. That's funny.
I can't help it, dude. Big red shiny button.
You sure you can?
I'm too mentally impaired, bro. No, I can't.
Yes, you can. Wait, Mr. Sent this map will be interesting.
Yeah, like, I hope you know it's entirely not intentional, though. Like, genuinely, I don't know how the fuck this keeps happening to me.
Nah, you're fine.
Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. I'm gonna have to steal my teammate's kill.
One kill. Got 2 kills.
Oh.
I got 2 kills still. Three kills. It's working out for me. I'm on top of a building just launching shit. I almost got double kill, I think.
Guided with my jumpy guy, and it just is not working.
What, Lancel? You could probably do it with Lancel too. I can almost guarantee I could do the same thing with Lancel. It's just harder. Because I do believe IMEC jumps higher. I'm winning. Fuck all of you. Don't worry, guys. I'll kill you. Don't worry. Me and my fucking rockets, man. I had to jump off my rooftop. I was having fun on my rooftop. I had to jump off to carry the game. I hated you.
Okay.
Why couldn't I just have my fun on the rooftop, man? Fuck with my teammates.
Alright, so if I get one more scout mech, I get the first token. And then if I get 7 more close quarters kills, I get the second token.
I mean,
Because
you
I've
could probably
already
do
gotten one. Because I've already gotten an item from these chests, my chances of getting it one are like severely low. Unfortunately. Wait, check your missions. Go to the... Oh shit, it's gone. Damn. Never mind. There's gonna be a new one that sets up soon.
I would have to do this.
Yeah, you would have to do that in order to try it again.
No, fuck it. I want Game Boy. Game Boy does not want me back. But you know, I'm not mad about it. It's fine. That's a good roll. I can swing that.
If anything, I would gamble for the Aegis then. He's a really good mech.
I could do that.
Oh my god. Alright, you got me in a gambling spirit. I'm gonna try for the Aegis now.
You know, sometimes I gotta say, fuck Game Boy. Game Boy ain't fuck you. Nah. I kinda want the gun because that gun is just gonna help me out a lot.
You know, this game is on some real bullshit.
You tell me. I got shafted in every game when Vayne I did. I only know that. Welcome to how I feel again.
Bro, like, I'm not even gonna lie. That was. Did you see what happened? Please tell me you didn't.
Yes. Yes, I saw.
I'm not even gonna lie, that's some bullshit.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm actually surprised that happened.
No, hold on. The whole time, what that just did was set you up so that now, when you pull this crate, you're gonna get that shit. Watch.
Dude, that would be fucking the comeback of all time.
Honestly,
oh,
I'm hoping on it. I'm not even gonna cap.
That would be the peak comeback, bro.
That's how I ended up getting it on my first account. Like, I didn't end up getting not a damn thing. And then I tried, like, the single draw on a legendary mech, and I pulled it. The legendary mech hits you with EMP, like, flashbangs, basically.
That sounds fun. I can just throw shit at people, make their screen go.
The best part is, when he hits you with a flashbang, he moves faster, too.
I was like, can I spam it? Please tell me I can spam it.
Yes, you get 2 of them in a set, and they cool down.
Let's go! That sounds fun as fuck. Could you just giga spam fucking shit?
Oh yes, it very much is. I like him. He's one of my favorites just to, like, have fun with. I put really powerful guns on him for that reason.
I'm just gonna play walls because there's like no good place for me to jump.
At least he wasn't running shotgun.
Oh my god, he got double rocketed and fucking wrapped. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
that was crazy. I like endings like that though.
Oh, it's good for us. I don't care. I like that ending. Because I rock it and someone else has rockets on too, so they hit him. He just got fucking grabbed. You shit on. GG.
I like having these shields, I'm not gonna lie, it's real neat. Like, I hate the fact that they just keep looking at me and won't turn away at any point ever. There we go. Bitch. I'm so dead. No way. No way we survived that. I thought I was gonna be dead there. Alright. Let's see. How many more of these missions do I need? I didn't get anywhere on that. I know you pushed the goal line at least one with the guided rockets that last game.
Oh.
Realistically, once you get your hands on the quantum gun, you'll be able to get the sniper part of the challenge done pretty easily too.
This shit's so gay.
Bro hates the fact that he's crippled right now. I feel you. I mean, realistically, you could buy the quantum gun right now if you wanted to, but that's a choice that you would have to make on your own.
I mean, I probably not worth right now, though.
So, what's that?
Maybe. I don't know if it'll be worth it to buy it right now, though. Might be, but this is... I can't walk in here.
If
Yeah,
you
no.
see a gun that shoots like blue and yellow at the same time, that's the quantum gun, by the way. Oh my god, I hate this guy. Go fuck yourself.
Dumbass.
Nice. I got a fucking backshot kill. I had to play that shit out though.
I don't want to hear anything. You didn't see the Giga Swag play I had to pull out to fucking kill some dude chasing me the fuck down, but I don't hear nothing. Giga Chat swell with you.
Oh my god, no. No, no. Thank god.
I can't use my rockets in this building. I hate it, man.
Bro, I'm low as hell getting stun locked out here. I'm freaking Mission Impossible. Nice. Another backshot kill.
Man, can people get off my dick?
I'm actually hoping that they get on my dick right now.
Ayo.
I was waiting for the pause. No more rockets. Now that I'm out of characters that I could use for the actual mission, I'm just gonna absolutely annihilate y'all. GG. Okay, I think I got one of my missions done. First, we're gonna claim this stuff. Get me my credits back.
I'm so excited to kill this bullshit.
That goes the first one down. I think this one's for the Revoker too, so let's see if we can get it. It is for the Revoker, let's see. If I get it, I'm cracked. Imagine. That wasn't even it though, that was just bullshit.
I'm 18 out of 25.
How many of these do I have? Yeah, I don't even have enough.
Dude, playing guided weapons feels like I'm playing with fucking cancel.
Oh, do you want the quantum gun? It's gonna put you at like 170k worth to get it, but I believe it's a sniper too. You scrolled right past it. You were looking right at it.
Yeah, no. I could get this, yeah.
If you're looking to get your sniper mission done, that'll make it a lot easier.
I was at this one, which I could probably do it with. I'm gonna try this one before I buy anything else. Because I am saving up.
Bro said, fuck it, I'm saving my every dime. I don't blame you. That's exactly how I'm about to go about this. Unless I absolutely need to spend, I'm not going to.
I still need to, like, I'm at 18 out of 25 on the rockets, so I'm getting there. It's fine. I'm okay chilling. I'm just doing this bullshit ass rocket mission. Dude, I feel like I have cancer and fucking AIDS at the same time. Like, that's what this mission is making me feel. Like,
Once you get guns that have lock-on, like severe legendary lock-on, you don't even need to worry about aim for real.
Okay, a map where I can actually lock at people. Thank fucking God. Like, genuinely fucking cancel us.
Nice.
And I don't get the kill. GG.
Hey, just call it payback for the kill you stole from me when bro was right in front of my face.
I didn't do nothing. I owned it 2,000 years ago, my god. It was promised to me.
Oh, this guy's running our fucking... My watch out. Somebody's running my Vortex character. I would get up in high inclines. Good.
Dude, if this just don't take 2,000 years to load, I'll be so fucking happy.
The guy on C is running the quantum gun currently.
That doesn't get... I have fucking AIDS, cancel, and fucking Down syndrome. Holy shit.
Bro was literally one tap from killing it. I've seen that.
If this doesn't kill, I'm fucking going to quit. Okay. I was gonna fucking wait to quit the game if that thing kills you.
There, it's okay. I'll make them weaken for you so you can just go ahead and take the kills. I don't care. I'm using a character that can't even gain from it. Check behind you. And in front of you.
I won't be on cooldown. These rockets take 10 years to reload, but they do damage, so I'm not even mad. Take that! Oh, he has shield. What's he has shield?
Sorry, I have to kill these guys to get in here.
Not a problem. I'm gonna get them gradually. I only know when rockets have cancer and AIDS. Like,
I just don't want them to win against us, too. Alright, right ahead. Fuck. Right ahead.
I have rockets makes me feel like I cancer, AIDS, Down syndrome, and fucking ADD.
Right ahead, right ahead. Oh, you're still alive. Hold on. I'll try and get you this kill. I got one right here for you. He's nice and ready. Oh, you're dead? Oh, I had one right behind you ready. That should have got you a nice good amount, though. Hell yeah, it did. I'm at Division 4 now. Are you at Division 4?
I have no idea what division I'm in.
You're at 6. Gotta get you. down the numbers more.
I could easily get down and just wait the game away.
Basically.
Any questions?
Alright.
Yes. I win
You
most
said-
of my matches in lanes.
You said what's that?
I usually win most of my matches in lane, so
Yeah,
Don't be
since
too
we
hard.
have such a high win rate, like we're doing very well. I mean, exactly. Hold on a second. I need to check real quick how many more I have left to do, and I can just start feeding you your code. All right, so 4 more close quarters. That's all I need.
I feel like I have 8 SCD damages in fucking blame damage. Holy shit. These rockets suck dick, man. Cooldown is 10 use. Like, bottle. At least make them semi-fast. Like,
Well,
fuck.
you're running the weakest rockets in the game. That's kind of why they're ass at the state you're at right now. But they'll get better, trust.
I truly don't care what the weakest, but just go with something, fuck.
Like, I'm telling you, the Helix rockets are a very much an improvement from where you're at, but I still wouldn't even waste your time with that and get a legendary gun instead.
I generally almost finish rocket mission. At this point, it doesn't matter.
I'm not gonna lie though, I don't know why you didn't just opt for the sniper challenges and the close quarters one instead, because they're easier. You gotta get 25 of those kills.
I almost have them already.
Well,
It's
yeah,
not that
since you're
hard.
there, I mean, you might as well now, but...
Okay.
Oh, somebody's running my dreadnought. They're very weak.
These rockets suck ass. Like, just get me the fuck off this shit.
W, I got back shot. For sure, though. They don't stand a chance. I don't need to use my scout anymore, so I'm not going to.
He's the best I can take it.
Yeah, right?
He's so OP, they need no form.
You can actually give him mods and implants that make him really strong, but it's just not worth it for him.
But I use mine on my minigun. I don't know, I cook with that paint.
I don't know, Lancer's just not worth it for me.
He's not worth it. That's the thing. He's not. Even though I can cook with him, he's just not worth it. A nice open
I'm
map,
very
okay.
surprised I pulled this Aegis, though. I want you to know I tried on him at least 3 times before I got him. Like that wasn't a first time pull out of the random. Hey yo, I just realized something. Once you get to Division 4, there'll be a real easy way to get your guns to do something. The first couple rounds of the tournament, like for a while, it's going to be really weak enemies, so you'll be able to like shred them away with no matter what gun you have. By the way, you're lucky that that's happening, because when I started playing this, there was no tournament until, like, basically the time I was almost done with everything.
Eh.
Alright, it's time to see what this next one can possibly give me. Will I get a suppressor, chat? Let's see if I'm goated like that. I am not goated like that. There it was, right there. Okay. Let's try and see if we can get something here. Let's go gambling! Yes, 25,000 credits. I'll take that. I actually really want that. $432,000 credits, chat. We are up. Up. Alright, let's see. I can't put in the code yet, though. Alright. So, now that I've gotten my missions done, I could literally just help you here. I'd say just stay nearby so that I can alert you when somebody's weak. I don't even know why I chose this map. Right here. Got another one. Not sure if you killed it or not. I think that one you did, right? I can't tell if you're getting these or not.
Holy fuck, man.
There's one over here. He's really weak. Get him, get him, get him, get him, hurry before somebody else does.
I'm on cooldown, I can't really shoot anything right now.
Yeah, he's down. I got another one right here, really weak.
I just killed one.
I'll keep him weak as long as it takes to get you over here. I don't care. There you go. I got another one really weak.
Oh, hey, I just get fucking bottle. Why is everyone on my cock? The cock-sucking fucks.
I'm back in. I'm using my good mech now.
Like, why the fuck is everyone on my fucking dick, man?
We clapped. What happened? Alright, let's get it. Huh?
Yoink. I don't know whose car just sold by yoink someone's. I got my kill. But boink.
Still alive.
Yeah, no, I knew he was gonna kill me before I could shoot him. However, I'm gonna blink that one.
Hold on, I might be able to get another one for you.
Oh, they're behind us too.
Fuck. I killed him too hard.
Damn, these people are everywhere.
That should be good for me though. Hold on, don't shoot that guy with the shields up yet. I'll weaken him. You can kill the other one though. Oh my god. Here, don't hit this guy. I'm gonna kill him. Or weaken him for you. Get him. Got that right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank God. Alright, I don't need to do that anymore because you're now at the appropriate level. Or the appropriate amount.
Die. Whee!
Damn. Oh, we don't even be out a single base test right now.
Oh.
Try though. That's it.
Those rockets suck dick, by the way. I'm not gonna lie.
Alright, give me 1 second. You can now go claim one of your rewards too.
Those rockets actually suck stupid major fucking cock.
Alright, let's see what you get. I'm wishing for the best.
What the fuck are these for? Oh, power tokens.
Those are actually useful, but hold on. You also get one more roll. Let's see what you're closest to getting done. No, I mean like on something else. We'll just need to see what you're closest to getting done.
Yeah, I know.
In your missions. Yeah. I'd say go for the behind the back kills with a sniper or with a shotgun. Or what go back. You could also just spawn in a tank mech and just, you know, use your most high-powered guns to get kills. You got the Nemesis right there. He's a tank. Or you can make an entire team of tank mechs to make sure you get medals, you know? Huh. He is a good tank, by the way, that one that you just got. Yes, sir. That's gonna work. Do you have more shotguns to put on Nemesis? Or whatever? Yeah, that guy? Juggernaut. Alright, that's probably the best it can get right there. You're going to want to play exactly opposite to how you normally would play.
How is he not fucking dead?
There we go.
Like, still, what the fuck?
I think I killed the main sweat, so it should be a lot easier, okay? Oh man. I need to take the bum off my main roster. We win in this game though. Alright, and then real quick, I'm also going to change you out. Oh, but he needs to. Oh my god, I didn't even realize he's almost maxed out. What the hell? Oh. The max point cache that you can have is 600, I believe, by the way. So as of right now, like, we can only gain like so many points under 600 before we don't gain any further day. Which is kind of lame, but it is what it is.
I made someone do an angry face.
Take that base back. I'm dead. Dang. Dang. My teammate went out before I did. Shit. Now we gotta hope our bots are stronger than their bots. Come on, bots. You got this. My bots are better. My bots are better! What the fuck? What kind of aim was that, though? Still getting to the party late as hell. Come on. Oh no. What even was that? Go and hide behind no coverage, nothing. Alright, 7K. Let's see where we're at right now. I need MVP and 75,000. Oh dang, I'm at 69 battles. 74 as just played. My teammate's close too. He's got another 20 or so in here over there. Give me 1 second. I'm not gonna lie. It is kind of funny that my dog sits there and eats treats by holding it down. But at the same time, I'm glad she does that so she doesn't end up deep-throating the whole thing and choking on it. Wait, hold up. Actually, no. Never mind. I was tweaking. Thought I seen something that I didn't. Alright, let's get it. Yeah, that's what. Oh, fuck. The guy too fast. Fuck. That's so lame. I hate Killshot. He's so annoying. Oh my god. I'm about to be out of mechs completely. Like, what? What? How? I was literally off the ground. I guess they're just getting the free win. They got too much shit going on that team. I just realized something too. I might be at the level where I can get Guardian. In which case that would be really useful. I am. I just need a little less than 200 more A coins and I can get Guardian. He needs 420 A coins. Alright. How much do you need until you're on to the next week? You got a little bit of where to go. How much more do you need until you're done with your next mission? Oh, wait. Not yeah, we're working on the other one. Let's see. Alright, you need 8 more. Alright, yeah, might as well. On our team, so that's telling me this game is going to be pretty sweaty. Shot from death. Pretty little slingshot you did. MVP and a team right now. Six more matches, and then I should be able to get to my next big milestone. This one should be an easy MVP. That are both still alive at our strongest now. So this is a very good sign that we got this. Yep. Absolutely just shredded them to pieces. Wonder. Let's keep playing and see if I hit there too. I should be close to 75. Last leg. There's no way he's going to be able to do much now. I've probably severely softened my team up. So we should be able to, like, win this now. Hopefully. Unless they pull something out the side that I'm just not going to be ready for. We got this. This is GG's now. Oh my god. Now I need to go right in their face with it. Oh, I went to the wrong side. Everybody's chasing this one guy down. He's the last one alive. GG's. That's wild. They better give me 3 MVP spots for that, even though they won't. It still counts as one. Kinda lame, but you know, it is what it is. Play incredibly passive this game and see how long it'll drag out. That's another. So I'm going to capture that.
There's fucking 2? Okay.
We're gonna win this, but dang, that was close. All right, give me 1 minute here. Follow me around. Yeah. I play with my dog with her ice cream sandwich one time, and now I'm like the best thing since sliced bread. These aren't fruit for you, Booker. All right. I'm a few away from 75 wins. Let's see how this goes. I need about 2 to 3 more games. Possibly, maybe even a few more than that, because there was a few I didn't end up as MVP. Actually, never mind, I got it. I have hit my 75 MVPs, W. So I'm going to continue to play extremely passively.
fucking god.
At least you're killing people from beyond the grave. I'm sorry, but I did watch that happen. That was kind of fun. And we won that. Right before we would have hit 100 too. I'm at 24 now, by the way. See? But yeah, I'm at 2420. Just from playing this game. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. I would appreciate it if you did not call me out. Thank you.
I love you.
I love you.
Hi, chat. Bye, chat.
All right. Let's see here. Should I upgrade this guy? It'd make my sniper stronger, but I shouldn't waste my pilot work. I don't got a lot of them. Those are pretty hard to get your hands on. Alright. How much more do you got towards your missions? Are you using your shotguns and tanks? Damn, everybody has shotguns, huh? Okay. Let's go ahead and start this. I'm surprised you're not getting the kills with at least the... No, put the fragment guns on, bro. If you're gonna put shotguns on all of them, put the fragment guns on your strongest mech. Because that's the best way you're gonna be able to get it. You just jump right behind them and then fragment gun the shit out of them. I love you, beautiful. Okay. Be safe. Yeah, now you should be able to get some really quick kills with that. That should be an easy kill if you can manage to get your hands on him. Got another one pretty low. I don't like this map too much, I'm not gonna lie. W. Dude, I don't even know how I'm getting all these kills when I'm literally just like not even actually shooting them, just almost killing them. Alright. Pretty close to my 1,500 A coins at this point. Kill them. Please tell me that was behind the back. It looked like it to me. I got them both really low for you. The enemies are extremely low. I got one real low for you. That should have got you quite a few back shots. Yeah, it did. Put you halfway there. Alright, let's try that again. First of all, let's see how close you are to actually getting your 75. About like 15 more. I got $24 from this game now, just because I got my 75. I'm telling y'all, this game pays. I think my next goal is 100 MVPs, which that should not be that difficult from this point on. I'm gonna go weaken them up in the middle area now. There's one already really weak. One shot now. Careful. That's clearly a real player, so I just wanted to kill him so he didn't become a threat. He's weak. Got another one weak. Damn. Almost killed him too. Jackass. Got another one weak.
in my
gotcha.
room.
I'm not gonna lie, this dude walks pretty fast. He's weak. Got Finn weak. Somebody just got that kill. Or does he think he's gonna kill us all? Okay, so yeah, the next big grind would be to 100 battles, and I'd take a 50 extra bucks. I think you could do it. How many more do you have left on your backshot kills? Or did you get any from that? Nah, you didn't get none. Dang. I'm assuming it's because those motherfuckers are playing on full bit shit. We're just ready to get his legendary gun, I swear. It's a mess. I made this mess. I don't think bro knows. That's good. You're still, what's the word I'm looking for? Innocent in that regard. Alright, now I'm ready. Put the gold in there. Okay. Back. Cleaning them all up severely so it's clear. Dang, I didn't even mean to kill him. I'm glad I did because he died before when I died. Might want to get this guy on the base. He's an easy target. Facing down the guy on the base here. Yeah, he's on his last leg if you want to come grab him. I got another one on his last leg. Dang. He's in the middle area. Yep. There's one over here, real weak. Andy has his attention focused on me. I hope you got that. Okay, so you got something over there. Once I can bring Bowser here to Division 4, we can really start grinding some credits and A-coins. killed him. Here, I'll look for you. There we go. I got one real weak for you. Made it easier. If you hit him in the back, you don't even have to worry about his shield. Here, I'll get him to focus me. This is a real player, by the way. Both of these are.
I think I got that in the back. Oh, I did.
It seemed like it from what I looked at.
It's hard to tell because he was kind of like sideways. So if I actually got him in the back or
What
he
the
hit.
fuck? Oh my god. They're also running Continuum. They're gonna win this. Fuck. I don't want them to win. Damn it, why are you riding my dick? GG's. Oh, Jesus. Hey, at least you got your shit. That should be some kills, right? Let's see what you got.
No.
Oh, fuck yes. Only 2 more.
Post it online and I can't see it anywhere and I'm potentially blocked from it. Yeah, definitely makes me feel some sort of way. I would have been okay with it. All right, we're starting in the middle.
Alright, we got 440k. Close to putting bro at fucking Division 5, too. becomes way too problematic if he doesn't die. Good stuff. Hopefully that was a behind the back kill too. Teammates are literally trying to hinder me from getting a kill. That's crazy. Watch out for that motherfucker. Did that. I knew he was gonna. Girl thinks it's over for me though. Six battles in. We're doing pretty good, chat. Oh look, he just got his thing. He got more pilot marks though. That's a W. At least he's gonna be able to upgrade his pilot. Fuck. Honestly, with the amount of pilot marks you have, even a purple pilot would be good at this point. Hold on, I look, you gotta show my work now. Yeah, that's right. I got my 75 MVP. By the way, your stuff will reset it very soon, actually. If you grind out solo, but if you're with me, I'm gonna keep stealing the top place, which gets you the most points. Which I was so cool. Alright, well it's time to continue on this drawing. My next culprit will be... I don't know, we can go multiple ways about this. I'm gonna clean my workstation before I get started though. So, give me a second and I'm gonna have a little intermission. stuff is so good, Doc. I know how to make bomb sandwiches. Fire. Fire. Did I forget my water? No, I did not. Okay, perfect. That was about to be some dry sandwich times, chat.
The dry sandwich.
I mean, I just scarfed that bitch down. If I did not have a water to go with it, oh boy, that would have been terrible.
I know.
Alright. Let's see now. Go ahead and reset my viewing cams so I can see everything around my house in case any intruders tried to pop in. I'm kind of glad Tails' Tails turned out the way they did, though. Like, I genuinely was concerned that I was going to screw that up awfully. And I think it's the best looking part of him. Same with the front part of his hair. Those are two parts every time I've tried to draw him, I've been known to mess up terribly. So it's really weird seeing that I did really well on it. Even like ear proportions, like, whoa, it just feels so weird to see me actually do good on Tails. Like, what? I actually did good on Tails for once? Oh, shoot. Y'all, you're gonna have to BRB, or I'm gonna have to BRB real quick, because check this out. So this is my turtle's habitat. And if you can see, yeah, this is Piccolo, in case you guys didn't know. Do you see him in the corner over here? Hold on. I'll flip him around. He's at the top. Look at the very top, right up here. Let's see him. Yeah, he's chilling, he's sleeping right now. But if you could tell, he's been pushing his freaking scrub brush around, so now I'm gonna have to go fix it for him. Freaking little butt. Alright, there we go. I just fixed him up. Let's see. Bowser said... Hold on, I gotta pull the chat out more. I will be lurking, I have to go, I have stuff to do. Alright. Not a problem, man. I'm gonna just continue to stream as is. I'll let you guys see the updates and whatnot. I unfortunately had to scare my boy Piccolo away, but, you know, I can't have him being a butt out here. There we go. And now all my cameras are in sync. Perfect. Alright, cool. So now that everything is set, it's time to continue where we left off. Let's get to watching these videos and doing our thing. Real quick before we do, gotta respond to the wifey. Alright, now that I responded to the wifey, a little candy to go. I'm gonna show chat on Discord real quick. Just so Discord can see the update. Don't be frightened by my external sound. Alright. There we go. Sent it off to chat. Let's get to watching this video now.
Had been using the R slur while we played games together. I thought, or I wanted to assume, that I had misheard, but Oz said that he was uncomfortable with it and said something, but the language continued.
The point is brushed aside as she moves on to a more serious allegation against the clique, that he was harboring a predator in his Discord server and did nothing about it. Apparently, in the clique's Discord server, there was a 19-year-old boy who bragged about dating a 12-year-old girl. Naturally, this raised some red flags, and after a server mod reached out to him for clarification, this individual reiterated that it wasn't a joke of any kind, and that him dating a 12-year-old was even supported by a therapist. Blair claimed that the clique's moderators did nothing to ban him from the server.
What therapist on God's earth would say, yeah, you know what, it's a good idea that you're dating a little girl? Like, what? That's not a real therapist. I refuse to believe that. That is not a real therapist.
Forcing a mod to come to her for assistance. She then banned this predator from her personal community server, the Sad Milk server, and reported them to Discord. Blair then claims that this happened right after one of the clique's admins was caught sharing NSFW with known minors, and cites information from Rain.com to explain that this is a common tactic amongst groomers, desensitizing minors to lewd content over time.
So we used this individual's ID number and we banned them from the Sad Milk server and from my server, and we reported them to Discord's Trust and Safety team, who we hope did pursue this further.
In an effort to have action taken against this predator and the clique's...
You know what this kind of reminds me of? Remember, chat, when that one time when that weird, tranny person came on the server trying to, get at, Fusion? This is honestly only for the people that have been on my server would know this, but yeah, at one point, there was this, weird person that was, claiming to be transgender and was, trying to come on to, one of the younger people in my group. And so, yeah, we literally had to ban her, and I'm glad that I have good mods, because somebody caught that on the spot and literally just instantly banned them.
Discord, she messaged one topic, another member of Sad Milk and Clique's good friend, asking for him to do something about it. After seeing the degenerate material in question, he left the group chat and reported and removed the individual himself. She concludes this section of the video by saying that the clique cultivated an environment that was unsafe for minors on his server.
On your Discord server that had, and likely still has, minors present, you as an adult need to do the right thing and actually pay attention to what goes down in your server or ensure a team will take action against inappropriate behavior. I am sorry to those minors who were spoken to in such an inappropriate way.
Now, in this video, Blair never states that this was the reason why she stopped working with the clique. In fact, she doesn't address the vast majority of the points he raised in his thread. Instead, she focuses on highlighting that he used the R slur and is supposedly indifferent towards files being on his Discord. She gives a 2-minute diatribe passionately discussing why grooming children is bad, as if anyone needed that explanation. She even states that this situation made her regret trying to get his channel reinstated when it was previously deleted for some old content that violated terms of service. She claims she spoke to YouTube directly. It implies her efforts are the reason why the channel still exists today. But because of his mishandling of his community, she now regrets that. Many were quick to point out the ridiculousness of the allegation, especially with no screenshots to back up the notion that the clique hadn't tried to help. Given the server had 40,000 members, there were bound to be a few bad apples in the bunch. Nevertheless, the section paled in comparison to the issues present in her response to Wonder. It similarly avoided most of what was said in the thread, instead pivoting to attacking his character as a means to discredit his claims. Blair begins by claiming she never neglected to pay Wonder, which was one of his allegations, where he said that payments to editors were delayed while Blair visited Uber Eats. He says that it took more than half a month for him to be paid, while Blair claims that this was just the way she and many companies pay their employees on a bi-weekly basis. She then says the reason Wonder lived with her was because she generously extended him a job offer for an easy editing gig and allowed him to live under her roof for a time. According to her, despite this generosity, he trashed the car she lended to him.
Within 1 month of using the vehicle, the car was visibly soiled. Trash was littered in the car. It contained dirty clothing, which consisted of I think 2 pairs of dirty boxers and maybe 3 mismatched socks. There was also a huge crack that went across most of
Now I'm telling you, chat, take this with a grain of salt, because this person, I genuinely, I don't know, when I'm watching their content, I just feel slimy. Something doesn't feel right about their content. I don't know. It seems we got an imposter among us. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm just gonna finish coloring this out. But not seriously. Something about her energy just doesn't seem right.
to the windshield, and for some reason the glove box compartment in the front passenger seat was somehow broken. The state of the vehicle was shocking, to be honest, but at this point I was just happy to have my car back and know that it couldn't be damaged any further.
This segment mostly comes down to Blair publishing petty interpersonal drama that never needed to be made public in the first place. But in fairness, Wonder initially did the same by posting pictures of her house that made it look like it belonged on an episode of Hoarders. Nonetheless, Blair then delved into Wonder's mental health and addressed his intention of suicide, as well as a message where he stated that the emotional pressure from her is what pushed him over the edge. Blair didn't explain why this was at all relevant, but it appeared to be an attempt by her to make Wonder look unstable. Inexplicably, she spends a few minutes.
Alright, chat. We got Sonic and Tails fully completed. Now we just move on to the next. I completely forgot about the feet, so I ended up messing up and forgetting about that, but nonetheless, we are on the next person. So now we can close off Tails' chapter and lock him up. Lock him up, boys. Who's next? Well, if we wanted to do like an exact layering perspective, it would technically be Amy. Contemplating if that's where I want to go with it. Shadow's not too hard to work with. Rouge won't be too hard to work with. missing big. We're keeping big. I'm just contemplating which one I want to go with next. It'd either be Amy, Knuckles, Blaze, or Espio at the moment. Let me know, chat. What do you think? If you're still here, if anybody's here, let me know. Who should I do next? Amy, Knuckles, Blaze, or Espio? We could actually move Tails slightly. I want to do that, is what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna go back to Tails, ungroup, unlock, I should say. And then we're gonna move them slightly. Maybe that's a little too close. That'd be a bit too close, I feel like. I want to give him some distance here. While also giving that 3D-like appearance, yep. So we can go with that. I feel like that would make a bit more sense. Since the eye level is going to meet. Alright. I don't know who I want to do next, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm just gonna go with what the heart wants. Nah, let me stop playing. Probably gonna go with Knuckles. Oh, actually, hold on. If I'm gonna want to get everybody in this picture, I'm actually gonna need to shrink both of them. So this is the focal piece of the picture. I do want to put him at the center. Dead center. Alright, perfect. Cool. Maybe actually put him a little bit further than the center. It's right there. I can put Espio right here, Vector right here, Blaze right here, Silver right here, Charmy right here, Knuckles right here, Amy right here, Big right here, Metal Sonic chasing from down here. Rouge right here. And then maybe like Cream flying in the air or something with cheese. That'd probably work. I just gotta figure out. I think I'm just gonna do Amy next. Amy's probably gonna be the easiest. Just because she's the furthest up than everybody else. Let's see how much longer I can keep going, I swear, chat. I've been streaming and up for quite a while now. I wonder how long to be exact. Let's check before we continue with our video. It's 9 hours now. Oh lord. Alright. I'm also gonna pick that one up. Yep. Alright. And now we continue our video. Let's get it.
This talking about how her dog and his dog didn't get along when they lived together.
The tension began with our dogs and his unwillingness to help ease the situation between our pets. I did everything I thought of at the time to introduce James and Casper in a way that facilitated to humiliate me. This was a room that we told you we were using to move, and we let you know it was off limits to you. That photo alone shows your consistent lack of respect for Oz's and my boundaries. And Wonder, I am sorry that I was ever friends with you.
Towards the end of the video, Blair starts crying as she...
Okay, at the same time though, I'm not gonna lie. If you're a slob like that, I feel like people should know. People shouldn't just be forced to have to, like, you know, magically come to terms with the fact that you're a slob. You know? If you can't keep yourself clean and like keep your room clean and shit like that, that's like, yeah, that's a problem. And if that's meant to embarrass you, I think that's his like what he's trying to do. So like, yeah, mission succeeded. Not to mention the whole crying on the video thing. Get over yourself, please, please. If you actually were serious, that actually hurt you. You wouldn't be crying on camera about it. Like it literally, it's like. All of my saddest moments happen off camera. Best believe that. I would never let people see me that vulnerable. Anyways.
She expresses how deeply the falling out between her and Oz Media affected her.
You were right. I am afraid of looking stupid and weak online, and yet I am those things right now. You've been with me through a lot of really intense and personal situations in my life. You were there throughout the entire process of my mom's cancer diagnosis, her various treatments, and hospitalizations. And I know there were many times when I had to run out the door suddenly because there was a crash cart in her room and they didn't know if she was going to make it. And you said you'd stay at the house and watch Casper so I could go to my mom.
The video concludes with Blair acknowledging that she wants to take responsibility for her faults, such as her impulsivity in the Legal Eagle situation. Her immediate fan base, with little knowledge of the situation, were supportive. However, some viewers found her remarks lacking substance. They noted that the segments on the click appeared to be thin on evidence, despite her initial promise of providing screenshots as evidence. No actual screenshots were shown to support her claims against the click. Furthermore, many took issue with her disclosing Wonder's mental health status. Posting Wonder's suicide note is disgusting. I don't care how you two fell out, he trusted you with a very sensitive situation, and you use that to get the focus off of yourself. That's disgusting. You have no shame. This is immensely disappointing. I was hoping the information and rumors I'd been hearing about you for years were untrue, but it looks as if I was sorely mistaken. The click hinted that a detailed response was to come, while the other former Sad Milk members posted their own rebuttals on Twitter. While the dislike bar on Blair's video climbed, people waited with bated breath to see if the click's response would be the final nail in the coffin of this saga.
That's funny. I told Bowser this girl's scheming and conniving. her whole personality, like something about
On May
it
2nd,
felt off.
2023, the Click released his video. It only addresses his portion of Illuminati's response, as well as verifying the claims he previously made about her. To debunk the claim about him not doing anything in regards to the Discord predator, the Click clarified that he was asleep while the situation was unfolding, and by the time he woke up, it was already resolved.
She brought one topic into a chat room, as she shown in her video and her accusations. However, her statement in these DMs about Click knowing is very odd, as I would have been very unconscious when the ban was happening. She might be referring to me knowing by the time I woke up, but the fact remains I wasn't there, nor did I endorse this random creep.
In her video, Blair claims she reached out to the Click for his aid in resolving the issue. As he shows in his, he was the first one to reach out, while her responses back were fairly vague and didn't provide any of the relevant information at all. This recontextualized her messages with one topic. They weren't about resolving the predator problem, they were about making the Click look bad to his friend. Instead of directly messaging the Click to address her concerns, Blair messaged his friend and accused him of doing nothing. However, it's important to note that the Click wasn't around at the time, so reaching out to him directly wouldn't have been possible anyway.
That's a fake
He was
friend
asleep.
right there.
In his response, the Click addresses a
That is quite literally, chat, what a fake friend is right there. Never want to be dealing with one of those. If you find yourself in a situation where you have somebody like that in your life, do yourself a favor and cut them off right now. Right now. Like as I'm saying this, like, let this be your sign to, like, cut off that one fake friend that keeps having you, like, sit there and think about, does this person even care? Cut them off. They're not worth it. I'm telling you. You don't want to deal with it. You'll never get that time back again.
point that Blair emphasized, but is seen by some as a non-issue. Blair claimed that she could never be friends with someone who used the R slur in video games. However, the Click points out that despite her messaging others about how problematic it was, she continued to hang out with him regardless.
She would never be friends with someone that used that language. Yet she regularly played games with me as a friend during this time, where I allegedly kept on saying these things. Which one is it? I don't think you can have both.
He then says he stopped using the word retarded in content as he didn't want to
In that same case, though, I hope my homies do know that I actually care about them. My homies should know who my homies are. So in that case, I hope y'all know. And yeah, it doesn't take much to be a homie. All it takes is a sub. Nah, let me stop. Anyways, I'm gonna keep on drawing.
Offend anyone. This pivots to her deleting comments, which, while it can't be proven, a before and after screenshot of the Sad Milk channel showed that anyone speaking positively about him or protesting his removal did in fact have their comment suspiciously deleted. Blair herself on her main account then began snidely spreading rumors in comment sections, saying, "I didn't say the N-word in old videos, just saying." The videos in question were between 10 and 14 years old, by the way. But all of this is relatively petty. Even the accusations regarding Click's Discord could be chalked up to miscommunication. But he then reveals she was spreading rumors about him not respecting his Discord mods, as if unwashed internet janitors deserve respect in the first place. No offense to you guys that moderate my Discord. Okay, actually, some offense intended. They spend...
Oh my god. You know what? That is the most accurate, funny thing ever. And like, yeah, I guess same thing, no offense to my peoples that be moderating my Discord, but at the same time, I do not have moderation in the same way most people do. Like, yes, I try and keep the creeps away. I'm definitely gonna do that. But, I guess we don't have somebody that's actively, like, making sure people, like, run through every single, like, oh, don't use foul language and da-da-da-da. Who cares?
The hours of their lives to help some YouTuber they love and look up to. The very least thing any content creator can and should do is give their teams the respect they deserve. Mods have always been the backbone of every YouTube and Twitch community. To disrespect them and try to just throw them away is insane. They are the ones who have a pulse on the community. Like, I'll never be able to properly thank my entire team, but God, I'll try. This Click one topic has me heated. These stupid how could you not care about the people who care about your community the most? How? Usually, YouTubers try to fight against cultivating parasocial relationships. I guess Blair didn't get the memo. She continued spreading the claim that the Click harbored a predator on his Discord server and threw a hissy fit about him making a harmless white van joke in an old video, as well as pulling other jokes out of context to imply he was a degenerate.
Here's the same chat room again, in what I'm assuming is suggesting that my god, I'm so down with the kids boomer joke from Twitter has pedo implications. Oh, the younglings think I'm so cool.
Blair then began enlisting people to dig through 10-year-old Let's Plays to find dirt on him. Again, here's the video still up with the R slur at 340-ish. Keep in mind, this was 2010, when the clique was in high school and didn't have any kind of audience. She talked with glee about the day when the public would eventually become aware of his past slur usage and cancel him. Ever since we made the Sad Milk announcement, some fans have been putting it together, while I'm mostly the bad. Some are figuring it out. Listen, I have Click on video saying the F slur and R slur. He will put himself with his own ego, and I won't have to deal with any of that. Oh yeah, it's in his old videos. Some Discord users are overweight mods, some are e-girls, some are traps, and some make Machiavellian plots to destroy their friends' careers because 10 years ago they said retard. The amount of spite you must feel to devote this much energy to someone who did nothing wrong to you is unimaginable. I'm a level with y'all here, reading through things and seeing people excuse Click.
Chat, this is why I like listening to this guy, because it's real as hell. Real as hell. That couldn't be more accurate. You're just hating the hate for the love of the game.
Saying the R slur because it was 10 years ago and it's irrelevant is super yikes to me. Super yikes. Oh boy. It's super yikes, guys. Again, I'm the same age as Click, and that word wasn't ever in my vocabulary. Not 10 years ago, not now, because it was never appropriate. Same with him saying the N-word and F-slur. Being edgy is not an excuse, and seeing it dismissed so lightly like that is actually gross. As if iDubbbz wasn't calling himself and his fans NFs 3 years prior to these videos. And that's not to mention what goes on in every 15-year-old's Xbox Live lobby. If all of that wasn't enough, Blair was also paying people hundreds of dollars to sift through material to find compromising clips of the clique. I need you to help find the clique saying the R slur and Sad Milk's raw audio. I will pay you $200 to find it. Blair's spending more money than most people spend on groceries to expose some Swedish dude for saying the R word. As for why, it seems like it was either out of jealousy that his own channel was taking off or out of spite that he left the collab channel due to her behavior and no longer wanted to be her buddy.
Why would she go through all this trouble, even spend money just to try to ruin myself and others? Why would she do all of this to someone who considered her a friend?
However, this wasn't even the worst part. Got Click saying the N-word apparently, and here we have a YouTube link, 16 seconds in. The alt account is gonna love this one. This was in reference to an anonymous Twitter account Blair was running with the intention of sowing dissent among the Click's viewers and damaging his reputation. She carried this out not only on Twitter, but also on Reddit, because of course it was on Reddit. She made the following post pretending to be a random Click fan. I saw the Sad Milk announcement. I follow all the Milkmen on their social media. I'm seeing the comments on their new announcement, and I feel there's a big piece of the puzzle that's missing. We don't know what happened. I made an account on Reddit to see if this subreddit is active, and I see you're still talking about this too. I think this is a very good place to vent and rant about what I figured out because no one else was talking about it. So I'm really wondering if I'm just freaking out over nothing. Like, it really looks like creative differences is dumb AF. Blair tweeting about being stabbed in the back, one topic leaving a supporter server, and then watching so many of his mods disappear, and Wonderstruck talking about how he hates his friends fighting, and even Clicky not streaming as much and deleting some of his streams and clips. I think something happened, guys. I think I figured out what really happened. I was a big fan of Click. I thought his streams were a great way to interact with people like me, even if I couldn't donate as much. This post goes on to claim that Blair must have seen Click's old slur usage, and that's what actually caused Sad Milk to dissolve. After Blair posted to Reddit with her official account, she then used this alt account asking if this was some kind of cover-up and claiming to be disappointed that Blair would hang out with someone who used the R slur and F slur. The Dubby Schmerz Reddit also replied to other users saying the clique needed to apologize and that he couldn't erase the past. The same scheme of having all her alt accounts interact with one another was repeated on Twitter. There, her bio simply read, "I know the truth." Her tweets included, blocking me to run away from the fact that the clique said the N-word doesn't make you look good unless you're okay with this language. And imagine not apologizing for saying the N-word. The account was even responding to Def Noodles at the peak of his popularity, trying to get him to cover the clique's horrifying language. Keep in mind, all of this was Blair. On her official account, she would tweet about how non-POC creators shouldn't use that word, and then respond to herself on the alt account showing her former collaborator using it a decade prior. When people would tweet about being unproblematic streamers, she would respond with the same, even to her fellow collaborators on the Sad Milk channel. The account went inactive in November 2020, the same month it was created. After a full week of spamming friends, colleagues, YouTubers, and anyone she thought could kickstart a significant controversy, Blair shelved the project. Regardless, the proof of her intentions remained on Discord.
Here is the same account, Dubby Schmerz, on Twitter. This was a account I remember distinctly from 2020, 2021. that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues, ex-Sad Milk members, community members, you name it. You name it. At the time, I wrote it off as a disgruntled troll with a little bit too much time on their hands and tried my best to ignore it. This was Blair all along. She was making alt accounts to spread her stuff because she probably knows deep down inside that the stuff she was digging up on me and all the stuff she was doing was so petty that she could never actually make a public statement of it. So she did this just to get back at an ex-colleague. She did this, she paid people to dig up dirt, make alt accounts, harass me for months. Why?
The top comment on Click's video was from Oz Media himself, who had assisted Blair with a lot of her shenanigans. Hey everyone, I wanted to thank the Click for being so forgiving with how complicit I was with a lot of Blair's behavior, especially with her alt account. I should have done more to stop her, I honestly don't remember much, but I've seemed to mentally distance myself from these actions and my involvement. This doesn't excuse my part in this. I, at the time, was apparently aware of Blair doing this. I don't remember my involvement. All I have to go off of is that screenshot Click showed at the given timestamp. I have a lot of growing I need to do to fix the mistakes I made with backing someone I genuinely believe was the right choice. I'm taking responsibility now, though, and admitting that I've fucked up by not only backing the wrong horse, but doing nothing when this horse seemingly started to kick and bite people. Yes, the horse will be a horse, but I could have probably done more. The remainder of the comment section consisted of fans expressing their shock at these revelations. When posts about the drama started spreading to Blair's own subreddit, they were deleted before they could gain any traction, and then the Reddit was shut down. Meanwhile, other subs were readily spreading the info from the video, appalled at how vindictive and unhinged her behavior was. Tweets went viral calling her a garbage human being, while others reposted their messages from the comment section sharing their sympathies for those she tried to hurt. As public distaste for Illuminati grew, her subscriber count fell, in excess of 10,000 to 20,000 per day. On May 11th, Wonderstruck released his own video, detailing his own experience working for Blair, reiterating everything he said in the thread. While his claims were less shocking, they still added to the overall narrative of how unstable Blair was and still is. The cat was officially out of the bag, and now miscellaneous pieces of Blair's past were coming back to haunt her. With the veneer of charitability she had put up gone, every old drama she had been through was relitigated. For example, Blair had previously collaborated with the commentary talk show host Tommy C, contributing to the Shot from the Point news channel. After a distasteful joke was made about her friend, she logged into the channel and deleted every upload she was a part of. Uploads where she ironically played a caricature of a pro-cancel culture, dyed hair, social justice warrior. When criticized for this move by Nicholas Diorio, Blair contacted the artist whose art he utilized for the thumbnail and encouraged them to file a DMCA takedown on the video, out of spite for being criticized. When the video was reinstated, she contacted another copyright holder to try and do the same.
The title of it was, "Have your mods flag this one down, bitch." So it's funny that he titles the video that, and then the video gets flagged down.
For the time, this drama was swept under the rug. Tommy C, Nicholas Diorio, and Tipster didn't exactly have the pull to get it into the drama news cycle, and Blair had moved off-screen conduct rather than the
tisk to this lady. Like, that just shows, like, women, take some accountability. Take some accountability. How does she keep getting worse? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it just does not stop. Like, I just don't get it. Women, like, what is going on? What are y'all doing out here? Stop tweaking.
the content itself. Her subscriber count is in freefall, and so far, she's given no indication that she'll be responding to her critics anytime soon. Given the magnitude of the drama, it's difficult to imagine any kind of response to it that'd be satisfactory. A comparison many have made is to Creepshow Art, another female commentary YouTuber known for criticizing others while presenting herself as morally superior, despite later being revealed through leaked private messages to be a pathological liar and manipulator, as well as borderline stalker. However, one key difference is that there were hints of Shannon's deceptive behavior in her videos, whereas Blair appeared normal and reasonable in her content. The true extent of Blair's twisted mindset could only be glimpsed at by looking at the destruction left in her wake. As for whether Blair's reputation could ever recover, it's unlikely. This situation has deeply impacted the way she's perceived by her audience, though it is possible for her channel performance to recover over time. She seems to be making efforts to move forward and rebuild, but overcoming the public's negative perception of her will be a significant challenge along the way. More than anything, she's lost the opportunity to befriend other creators. Who would want to work with someone who might pay people to dig up your 10-year-old videos to find dirt if you ever get on their bad side? Who runs a handful of alt accounts?
Hello?
Hello, may I speak with you, Christian?
You are speaking.
Hello, Christian. I think from an starting agency, and this call is regarding the job opening.
Chat. Always some BS calling me at random hours of the day when I'm not at work. Can never enjoy my days off. Anyways, let's see what you said. You said unmatched levels, low-key? No. I was reading your comments, I just didn't have the...
All sorts of absurd thoughts and activities. But what happens if
That's the truth. The second I know that nobody's looking, oh my god. You'll never guess what I'll do. I'll you know, go in the street and sing that one song that got a couple people canceled for having some interesting lyrics.
someone spends years or even decades without engaging meaningfully with another person? What sort of dark recesses and warped beliefs does their mind access if they feel nobody cares either way? That's what we'll discover by learning the grim story of Randy Stair, a man whose isolation led to a bizarre obsession with Danny Phantom fan characters and ultimately a massacre. This is the Danny Phantom Killer.
24-year-old Randy Stair. YouTube videos of Stair preparing for the attack.
It's fate. It's destiny.
It's me, Randy Stair.
What happened? What the fuck happened, man? I swear to goddess.
Every time I get to look at the clock, I always see her.
I got it! 2 Mossberg 500 shotguns!
If you're watching this, I'm dead. I'm sorry.
That better not have been Bro's cover to the song. I guess it was.
Very little is known about Randy's personal life other than what he...
I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, chat. I was with this really weird female in the past. I'm not gonna lie. Like, she was really weird. I was on like emo stuff back then. Emo was cool. I was emo, she was emo, so that's the only reason that thing even worked. Like that went at all. Anyway, she had a friend who would always sing that song though, and I didn't know anything about what that song meant or anything like I never knew what it was about. You know, I've never even heard it before. Like he started singing it and stuff, and yeah. So when I found out, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it made me question, why was I safe around that person that was always singing those songs, or is it because I was around, because I knew the person that knew that person? Was I gonna get the text telling me don't come to school one day? I very concerned in that scenario. Not the emo, yeah, it was 100% the emo though. The emo was an interesting time.
He said about it himself. In a way, this is revealing. Until the very last moments of his life, no one cared about his story enough to document it, and even then, people were only sharing what he chose to publish online. Not that he's deserving of attention given his heinous crime, but it's worth noting that negligence is a motif that punctuates his entire life. One of the documents he eventually posted online focused on providing information on his early years, in his own words. Born in 1992, Randy was his parents' first child, and 2 years later, they had his brother. He decidedly doesn't go into detail about his parents, neglecting to even name them, which, as we'll glean later, is a subtle sign of his disdain for them, struggling to acknowledge their relevance in his coming to be. His mom had a background in nursing and had been working as a biomedical equipment technician for a general hospital for about half a decade by the time Randy was born. In a very strange coincidence, her name is the exact same name as the mother of Joe Stair, who was not only a student at Columbine, but the founder of the Trenchcoat Mafia, a group which the perpetrators of that particular crime are frequently, and wrongly, thought to be members of. His father, on the other hand, was a store manager for the Wise chain of supermarkets, a fact we'll come back to later due to its relation to the crime Randy eventually committed. Randy recalls that for as long as he can remember, he's always been very shy, crying profusely due to feeling lost and helpless when his parents left him at school, and either looking down or straight up at the ceiling whilst walking into classrooms to avoid making eye contact with anybody. He specifies that this wasn't because he hated people, but because he disliked being noticed. He conjures a memory of a play his class put on in preschool, and during it, he stood in the back of the stage with his back facing the audience, zoning out whilst trying to take his mind off the situation he was in. As time progressed, he discovered himself completely unable to relate to any of his classmates, confused about how they could interact so easily, as if they already knew each other for years. Meanwhile, he sat by himself near the teacher, crying whenever he had a group project. Eventually, he did make some friends, but never got to hang out with them outside of school, being too scared to call them. As a matter of fact, he was hesitant to even call his grandmother, fearing his grandfather would pick up instead. The first sad memory he can remember is when one of the very few friends he had at the time, Michael, had to move away in first grade. He explains that he didn't even know him very well, but it's as if the feelings of being lost and abandoned he experienced when his parents first put him in school resurfaced. Soon he met another friend, one he credits with making him the person he eventually became. His name was Matthew, and for the first time, Randy felt he shared interests with someone else. Matthew was into football and recording with video cameras, both of which were hobbies of Randy's during elementary school. The two began recording homemade movies and parodies of films they'd watched. Footage from this period, when Randy and Matt were 10 to 12 years old, has been archived and published by Randy.
It is a
In love with Matt, he became angry that the girl was more important to Matt than he was, and once again, he felt abandoned. According to Randy, he had an easier time making friends with his brother's classmates, who were all 2 years younger than him, than his own peers. The only other friend mentioned by Randy in his document is James, whom he met right as his friendship with Matt was dissipating. James was also interested in filmmaking, and was responsible for introducing Randy to YouTube and motivating him to make his own content. Ever since he was very little, Randy became acutely aware of how his friends watched cartoons, and how cartoons were culturally ingrained in everyone's minds. As he grew up and began trying to idealize what he wished to be, a frequent thought he had was that he wished to be a cartoon character, in the way that they were admired and watched by many. Maybe, just maybe, posting to YouTube would give him the kind of attention he was after, so he began posting to the platform. In June of 2008, when he was 16 years old, he created the YouTube account called Pioneers Productions. Randy had actually already been recording videos for 2 years prior under the name of Point2122, but they weren't really formatted in any way. Over the course of 2 years, he transitioned transitioned from plainly recording life events like the flood at his grandma's place or him and his friends playing dodgeball to mimicking the kind of content that was successful on YouTube at the time. In one of the earliest Pioneers Productions videos called Randy on Christmas, Randy can be seen wearing a Fred t-shirt. The very first YouTube channel to get 1 million subs was actually Fred, whose videos consisted of a middle schooler doing very rudimentary sketches with his voice pitched up. Its success is...
No, I'm not gonna lie. When I was a kid, I enjoyed Fred, sure. But oh my god, he is so annoying. Like, even Fred knew that Fred was annoying. Like that's how bad it was. Yeah, it was bad. But you know what? Bro chased the bag, and I can't be mad at that. I was never mad at that. Everybody else was mad at that, but I wasn't.
House with only one brother and a father, I had to start wearing my mom's clothes. It felt so wrong, but I became obsessed with wearing a bra, especially after the Ember phase started in 2010, which obviously was never a phase. Quite often, when I had the house to myself, I'd either A, film a YouTube video, or B, cross-dress. I must have been a master at putting things back exactly how they were, because my mom never once said anything. I just became obsessed with fantasizing about girls in 10th and 11th grade that the hormones were impossible to ignore. I jerked off in class a total of 4 to 6 times. It wasn't easy, but I would keep my hand in my pocket and go to town slowly for sometimes as long as 25 to 40 minutes until, lo and behold, there was success. I remember I did it in my 11th grade history class and my first period ecology class. I wouldn't recommend that, but when you're horny, you're horny. It was rare, but I even tried on my brother's girlfriend.
Bro, what? What? Look, I get it, if you hard, you hard, but bro, what? Well, everyone else who's seen it knows it's annoying, but he got the bag for real. That's what I'm saying. That man, Fred, he made it out. He made it out. But what the hell did I just hear? Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Friend's jean shorts once while on vacation in June 2010. Anyone who's anyone can say, oh, Andrew's a fucking pedophile. It's called discovering yourself. It's not a crime. Do I go around stealing girls' clothes to wear? No, I don't. I don't tie them up in my basement either. But words cannot even remotely describe my love for girls. Yet, here I am in a filthy man's body, seen as a dude. I'm one of you, not a male. Every time I'm in a supermarket or in a retail store, I can't take my eyes off the slim teenage girls. I see them and think, why wasn't I born that way? And I break down on the inside. I wanted it, I never got it. I prayed for it, I never got it. I dreamed to have it, but I woke up repeatedly. I was destined to exist in a female's body. And the thing is, I don't want to be with girls. I want to be them. I'll gladly live and die a virgin. I respect girls too much to just use them for sex. People like that disgust me. The thought of screwing a girl disgusts me. Sex is disgusting. I am forever destined to live in isolation until I die. We'll come back to the puzzling mention of Ember later. The gender dysphoria and episodes of hypersexual behavior were paired with feelings of dread, as whatever positive experiences he still had at school began disintegrating as middle school ended and high school began. By high school, I just stopped trying to make friends.
This guy's a monster. I'm not even gonna lie. This guy's an absolute monster. He said, he said, what the fuck? Nah, bro. This guy's a monster. He needs to be stopped.
Friends. The whole grade knew me, but I was just there. I'd get picked on now and then, like hiding my backpack, my books, stealing my pencils, stealing my book covers, minor stuff. Never got into fights, but I ended up being in front of 2 of them in middle school. Obviously, my YouTube videos gained more respect from my class in 11th or 12th grade, but I was still just there. I have hated people my entire life. I didn't just wake up one day and start hating people. Middle school was when I really started to heat up and envision hurting the people in my class, such as Eric. In 6th to 8th grade, the kid was twice my size. He looked like a 9th or 10th grader. He was the class bully. He'd steal things from my lunch and then give it back because I didn't show any resistance. This kid doesn't even care, haha, he joked. Since I was never a threat to him, he left me alone most of the time. Fortunately, no one ever physically assaulted me in school. Only time that I ever came close to a physical fight was this black kid, Jordan. Kept making sexual verbal gestures in my computer class, touching my workspace, keyboard, mouse, etc., and eventually caused me to fall out of my chair and onto the hard-tiled floor. I couldn't even speak, I was so enraged. That was in 2009. I was just too much of a wimp to speak my mind and stand up for myself between 9th and 11th grade. There was a lot on my mind in high school, and bullies were at the bottom of the list. You always have weak, stupid shit like that happening every day, but it added to the rage. High school, more than anything, was full of nothing but sex jokes and innuendo to get under your skin. If I had $1 for all the times I was put on the spot to be made uncomfortable by someone with sex jokes, I'd be rich. I hated high school. Yet, I miss it a lot. I don't miss the tests, but I miss the bubble we all used to live under. In one of the videos he published later, he elaborated on this topic.
I still got through, middle school and elementary school and all that, but once I got into high school, it just became endurance. That's what it felt like to me. I just did not want to get up and go to that school every day. I wasn't living. I feel like I never, lived. And I didn't want to either. That was the other thing. I thought about suicide in high school. That's when it really started entering my mind, a lot. And I just, started to grow, attached to, darker stuff. The thing that really started to push it was, when I started doing bad on all my tests and got bad grades and had to get tutored and started to prepare for college and having no idea what I wanted to do. And it was in 2010 when I really legit started to think about doing it because I didn't want to go to college. I didn't want to get a job. I didn't want to live on anymore.
Despite the internal struggle Randy was suffering from during this time, his online presence continued. As I mentioned, he did begin to curse a lot during videos, but given the popularity of channels like Smosh, Tourette's Guy, and the aforementioned AVGN, during this time it was extremely commonplace. As far as Randy's viewers and friends were concerned, nothing had really changed. In March 2009, his channel was actually commented on by Fred himself. If his passion for producing video content wasn't enough, being recognized by one of the people he idolized at the time, even if just in a meager YouTube comment, definitely gave him the validation he needed to dedicate himself to becoming a full-time content creator. His online presence immediately spread out to other websites, and while we don't have any remains of his activity on sites like MySpace and Justin TV, which is what Twitch used to be called, we do have an archived version of his Twitter from around this time. On it, he exclusively talks about making his videos and following the Dallas Cowboys, one of his longest obsessions, as seen in many videos he recorded in his basement, where the walls are covered in Cowboys memorabilia.
Favorite football team? The Cowboys.
This clip is from an interview he gave to another small channel in the latter half of 2009. Around the same time, Randy was a part of another channel called Fat Ass, an obviously jackass-inspired stunt and challenge channel. This channel seems to have been preserved in its entirety and is still up on YouTube as of writing this video. 2010 started out with Randy emulating another of his early YouTube influences, Make Me Bad 35, particularly his Mr. Wooden Alligator video, which Randy reproduced almost verbatim, but with a toy horse head on a stick, which he called Mr. Horsehead. After a few attempts at engaging with Make Me Bad 35 by making compilations and edits of his videos, he eventually got his attention. The two then made a collaboration video called Mr. Horsehead Meets Mr. Wooden Alligator, which was edited and posted by Randy.
Well, it isn't my problem that you lost your precious toy. Oh God! I see him! He's on my face!
Due to how big Make Me Bad 35 was on YouTube at the time, despite the abysmal quality of the video itself, within 3 months, the video had over 50,000 views. While not really huge, it wasn't insignificant by any means, especially for a YouTube channel as small as Randy's. As of November that year, he was on his way to 7,000 subs. Despite having taken a step toward his ultimate goal of becoming a YouTuber, the many issues present in his personal life continued to flare up. It's at this point that Randy becomes infatuated with Ember McLean. Ember is an antagonist from Danny Phantom, who, after tragically passing away in a fire, comes back as a ghost rock star that uses music to hypnotize people. She's pretty obscure, only appearing in 10 out of the 54 episodes of the show, but regardless, from the very moment Randy saw her as a little kid watching the cartoon, he claims he felt a spiritual connection with her that he couldn't quite explain. Over the years, it slowly faded in.
Bro found his first waifu, chat. This is his first time experiencing a waifu. That's insane. I find this funny. I find this to be absolutely hysterical. This is degeneracy at its finest. Oh my god, I'm sorry. You gotta just laugh at the gene pool sinking further and further to degeneracy. Can I speak? Like, maybe I'm falling. I don't know. Give me 1 second, chat, and I'll play it again. I'm just getting this done here. Look, chat. I'm teaching all the brain riders about patience. All right, let's get it.
into the back of his mind as he got carried away with other things, such as his passion for video making. However, it's around 2010 when he's going through a period of low spirits that she violently resurfaces, bringing with her a whole set of interests and passions, albeit things that were not very good for Randy. The movies he listed as his favorites on his YouTube channel are almost exclusively horror movies, and his music taste also fits the bill for an angsty teenager developing an interest in edgy media. However, the truth was much more disturbing.
This is when the whole Ember thing started, which you may or may not know what I'm talking about yet. But if you watch my cartoons, I've told you about her before. Like, if you look on the poster behind me, those were inspired by Ember McLean, which is a ghost from a TV show called Danny Phantom. This woman always connected with me. Ever since I first saw her, something changed. And it wasn't like I grew up or anything like that. Like I realized, oh my gosh, I'm attracted to girls and all this. No, it just, something changed. It was like a spark. And it just...
And then something snapped! Something inside me! Bro, get your...
Connected with me, it made me feel warm inside. And it felt very familiar, which was strange. It was like I'd seen her before. And at the time, I was like 13. I just grew attached to her, unlike anything I ever have in my life. It was like my first crush, and it's a cartoon, you know? It's kind of crazy to think of it that way, but that's the truth. And whenever I like started feeling down and depressed, I thought of this character. Like in later high school is when she started to come back into my life. Like, you know, I watched Danny Phantom in middle school, late middle school, early high school, but then I kind of drifted away from it. And once 12th grade rolled around is when I started to get, you know, depressed and venture off into this darker area. And this girl was just there all the time when I got into that darker place. And the character's backstory was she died in a house fire. And
maybe that's not a good idea to be around the girl, you know, from your darker place. I'm just saying. Like,
she made this song called Remember. It's a song that basically sums up her death. And I couldn't stop playing it. It, like, hypnotized me. It changed me.
After his interest in Ember resurfaced during the 12th grade, it went away almost completely as he graduated high school in 2011. As he mentioned in his diary, despite how much he was suffering during it, he ended up missing high school a lot. Perhaps the only reason his suffering was so noticeable while he was there was the fact that being at school contrasted his negative internal state with other people who weren't going through the same issues he was. At home, there was simply no standard to judge, but he was still dealing with the very same problems, just without showing symptoms. Randy describes graduation as a very positive experience, as it's almost as if missing high school gave him something real to yearn for, consequently sapping the hold his obsession with Ember had over him.
Today is graduation day. It's just, I can't believe how fast these past 13 years went. It's like, oh my god, it's over.
Randy eventually referred to this period in 2010, during which his Ember mania was at an all-time high, as the darkest days of his life, and the beginning of freshman year in college in 2011 as the best year of his life overall. Oddly, it's almost like he acknowledges that his fascination with Ember isn't good for him, and it's just a result of uncontrolled negative emotions. He all but says he'd rather live the normal life he got to briefly experience in 2011, before ultimately rationalizing his fixation on Ember as something inevitable that he simply has no chance of stopping. On YouTube, he attempted a few times to recapture the spark from Mr. Horsehead videos, but to no avail. It was clear that the only reason the first video got traction was because of Make Me Bad's appearance in it, so much so that another video on Randy's channel, in which he's apparently interviewing him, was his second most viewed video at 14,000 views. Unfortunately though, I wasn't able to find an archived version of that video. There's not a lot of archived activity dated to 2011, but we do have a video he made in June of that year to celebrate the 3-year anniversary of his channel, wherein he tells his audience about his journey to having 8,000 subscribers. Apparently, his usual sketch content had actually given way to regular vlogging, and we know this not because of an archived snapshot of his channel from this time period, but because Ray William Johnson, of all people, said so. After reacting to a video of a guy being run over by 2 cars, he specifies that this took place in the driveway of Randy's grandpa.
A couple of interesting things about this. One, the kid who originally posted this actually vlogs regularly on YouTube, which usually isn't the case for people who post these videos. And good for him, you know? Someone gets hurt in his grandpa's yard and he's like, F it, I'm gonna post this shit on YouTube right next to my blog.
It's very disturbing to think about how many well-known internet personalities unwittingly became became a part of the digital footprint of someone like Randy Stair. As 2011 came to an end, so did the best time of his life. The excitement of having overcome several of his fears regarding entering adult life was wearing off, and Randy started to hear the call of the void once again. On February 13th, Randy wakes up and goes to attend his classes at college just like any regular Monday. As he leaves algebra class and makes his way to his car in the parking lot, he gets a phone call from his mother. She tells him an acquaintance of his from high school, Tom, was driving to school that morning when he lost control of the vehicle and was killed in a car crash. This was Randy's reaction, in his own words. It forever left a depressing void in my heart. I barely spoke to the kid, but I knew him. Everyone knew him. Within a few minutes, I was just numb. I sat there in the parking lot in my green Nissan Altima and just was in complete shock. Not freaking out, just pale, numb, miles away. I hardly knew the kid, but only being a grade ahead of him, it really hit me hard. My brother was a wreck since he was in the same grade as him, knowing him his whole life. I would have worked with him at McDonald's had I not quit after only a day. I remember Tom saw me in Flex, which was an end-of-the-day activity period, and said, "Why'd you quit?" It was my first job, and obviously McDonald's isn't a great start. But that conversation stuck with me. That may have been the last time I saw him. He was in a history class with me, but that might have been 11th grade. It's a blur. Tom's death was the first of many events that changed me into who I am today. Tom's death sucked the life out of me. I've kind of made it an annual tradition to drive past Tom's crash site every February 13th, and today I did. He wrecked on the final turn that leads to a highway, was coming from a back road. I'll never forget it, and never truly will move on from it. This is probably one of the focal points of his story since there are many aspects to examine here. For one, after quite some time of being fascinated with dark things, this is the very first instance of being truly close to death, and a particularly unusual one at that. Tom was a year younger than him, driving himself to school, exactly like Randy did, when all of a sudden, he died. Part of why this was so impactful for Randy was precisely because he wasn't close to Tom. And because of this, his grief didn't express as intense sorrow, but a kind of numbness. Randy already struggled very strongly with the idea of growing old and becoming like his parents, so when he envisioned his future, the only thing he could see past his 20s was an untimely, abrupt passing, like Tom's. He expresses this in another passage of his diary.
Sometimes I just gotta keep playing around with the eye socket stuff to get it to go right. That's really like my whole drawing style. It's like I'll like put a placeholder there, and then as I build around the face, I'm like, you know what? That actually doesn't look the way that I want it to. And then I'll start tweaking it and go, all right, now we're talking. You know what I mean? And that's basically exactly how that moment just went for me. So you see, I'm reeling back from it right now. But I also gotta find out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to spin this even smaller. Basically, like right there. Perfect. Yep, so that builds the face right there. We're doing pretty good right now. Let's see. Yeah, that's an Amy head. We're doing great. Time to put the ear in here. I didn't realize that would probably be the last piece I have to do.
I knew in 2012 I'd be dead by 2018. When discussing this time period on video, he elaborated on how he reacted to Tom's passing.
From that point on, I was just fascinated by death. I was always like interested in like learning about the afterlife and what could happen and all this, but I wasn't like a dark kid at that time. I was still like, I was kooky, I was doing my own thing with my YouTube videos, and I wasn't miserable, I wasn't upset, I wasn't depressed. I was just like, oh, you know, I just gotta get through this year, and then I'm gonna take my major classes in college, and everything's gonna be all honky-dory, and things are gonna be fun and awesome, and it'll lead to new, bigger, and better things and all this. And then once that happened, something just went in my head. It hit like so close to home. Like I'd never dealt with anyone who was, you know, a year younger than me dying, you know, and everyone deals with it in their own way, but I just couldn't get it off my mind after that, and I started over-analyzing the living hell out of it. And I had Tom on my Facebook at the time too, so, you know, I started seeing all the stuff that got posted around the Dallas community on Facebook, and I couldn't get away from it all, and I just kept getting sucked into it all. And I just wanted to know everything about it. I wanted to know what killed him. I wanted to know, how fast he was going. I wanted to know if he died at the scene or at the hospital. I wanted to know everything. Was he cremated? Was he buried? And it just, one thing kept leading to another and to another and to another, but I just kept that all to myself. I didn't ask anybody this stuff. I didn't want to go like to that extreme of asking details like that, because that's not right. I just kept going into this dark place, and I liked it. I wasn't afraid of it. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It felt natural to me. But as the year went on, I sort of kind of dug myself out of the little hole that I dug, you know. I got back on track. Sure, my grades plummeted at the time, but I still managed to pass everything somehow.
Again, not a lot of content has been specifically dated to 2012, and it's difficult to tell when an archive video is from based on how Randy looks alone. However, he once again celebrated his channel's anniversary in June, which is tail-ended by a montage of the videos he had uploaded in the past year.
So now you gotta open your creaking door again, step on the duck again, and walk back again, and step on the duck again, and close your creaking door again. But oh, you forgot to take your contacts out.
Other than the horsehead-related videos, his content seemed much better compared to the previous years, at least judging from what we can see in the montage. He was even the subject of yet another interview by a small YouTube channel. Obviously, these standards during that era weren't as high as they are now, but even still, if you showed people some of this stuff and told them that Randy was a mid-sized YouTuber from 2012, they wouldn't really doubt it, especially considering how many people in the early 2010s were basically angry video game nerd clones and developed sizable audiences doing it. There's a slightly noticeable increase in violent themes, but still nothing to be concerned about. Even with what had happened to Tom earlier that year, he not only managed to behave normally, but actually dedicated some energy to the videos he was uploading. An entry in his diary reflects this. By fall 2012, I was back to myself again and made two of my favorite YouTube videos, A Furby's Calling and Crazy Christmas Maniac. If ever there was a crossroads moment for Randy, it was 2012. Tom's passing was rough on him, but for the time being, he looks like he was heading in the right direction, focusing on his videos while going through college without relapsing into his Ember obsession. Things looked good, but odds are you already know how this story ends, so you know this grace period didn't last. In December 2012, much to Randy's chagrin, the year ended the same way it began, with the death of someone he knew. In his diary, he said that Tom's death sucked the life out of him, but the death of another friend of his, Matt, was what killed him. In his college's video production class, he and Matt were part of a little friend group, and though they didn't really do anything outside of work together on projects at school, Randy appreciated his company quite a bit, especially since after leaving high school, he had very few friends he was still in touch with, let alone people willing to cooperate with him on video projects. Matt, along with their mutual friends, even started watching Randy's YouTube content, liked it, and shared it on his social media accounts, which made Randy very happy. As the year went by, they grew closer together, a sign that whatever social stability Randy had previously found in his life, he was on his way to get there once again. That is, until the holiday break. Within 2 weeks of the break having started, Matt was also involved in a car crash that led to his death. The accident took place just a mile and a half away from the Wise supermarket that Randy was working at, and he caught wind of it while he was there, hearing some of the customers talk about some kid who died in a car crash. The only thing is, no one ever mentioned his name, and Randy had the custom of not speaking to his friends online, so for the entire holiday break, Randy didn't actually know that Matt had died. It was only 3 days after school had started back up that, during one of his script writing classes, the instructor took him aside before a 9 a.m. class and asked him if he'd ever heard about Matt. Initially, he was clueless and presumed nothing serious had happened, that Matt had just broken a bone or something like that. But, as the teacher informed him, something much worse had happened.
She talked to me for like a few minutes, and it's like, yeah, I had no idea. And she's like, yeah, I was on the news and all this, and that was it. That was the moment that everything changed, and I was never the same since. Literally, something just short-circuited in my head, something completely broke, something shut down. It just completely f***ed me up.
While not exactly the straw that continued to be relatively normal, even doing some Let's Plays, which thankfully have been archived.
Finally got the full game to work on a Mac, the original Five Nights at Freddy's.
Also, at some point in 2013, he sent something to Markiplier that Mark actually opened.
It's a Slendy Man shot glass. I won't even bother taking it out. Now, here we go. Hi, Mark. I've been watching your videos ever since I came across your Slender Elementary video back in November, and I was hooked. I think it's great you use your audience for good, raising money for charity. Here's something to give you a chuckle. Take care from Randy Stair, Pioneers Productions. Bing! Thank you so much for the shot glass.
Regardless, whatever external positivity presented itself to him during this time, it didn't change how he felt overall. And that's when Ember came back into his life. Many people have made jokes about how Sonichu is actually a demonic entity that torments Chris Chan. But if there ever was a candidate for a mentally unstable person's healthy obsession actually being a demon, it's Ember.
That's actually kind of funny, though.
Right at the lowest point of his life, when he could hardly muster the energy to get up in the morning, he feels tempted and compelled to look up her song from the Danny Phantom show, Remember, and the full brunt of the obsession overtakes him like never before. Paradoxically, despite repeatedly acknowledging how bad he felt and how depressed he was, he occasionally describes it as if this was good. I don't want to work anymore. I don't want to deal with anyone anymore. The 2013 curse is a hell of a strong one. I never thought one bad year would linger 3 years later, but the thing is, I like it. I love it. I love the darkness, the sadness, the abyss of it all. Sinking into the depths of the dead, it's literally a drug. I won't fight it because it's where I belong. I love that place. I love it. He further explained how he felt in his goodbye video.
I played the song pretty much every single day of my life and just fell down a hole of deep, dark depression and despair and nothingness into an abyss of just darkness. I can't even explain it. And every day, it just got that little bit darker. From that point forward until the day I died, and I liked it. That was probably the scariest part for everybody else. Was I liked it. I liked this dark place. It wasn't scary to me. It felt natural to me. It was home for me.
Along with Ember, another compulsion of his came back with a vengeance: cross-dressing.
The more I wore girl clothes, the more I felt like that was who I was. Like I felt like I was a girl, and I found out that I was. I was just a female soul trapped in a man's body my whole life. And I couldn't tell you guys that, because then that would lead to never-ending jokes, and you can't live your life
I hope
like
my fortune
that.
cookie is right.
It's like, how do you live? And I wanted to get sex change operations and everything. I really honestly did, but I knew it wasn't smart to do because it ruins your whole life if it's botched or if it goes wrong, and not everybody looks good after a sex change operation. And that's what I wanted to do, but I couldn't do it. And then I'm also like, well, yeah, but then that's not me, you know? I was put here in this body. I'm gonna have to live in this body until I die. That's how it was. I always felt like I was a girl. I just did my best to hide it over the years, but I am.
As much as it's definitely true that the fear of being mocked or not accepted by his family and friends prevented him from telling them about how he felt, another thing can be gleaned from his unwillingness to go down that route, and that's his determinism. Probably as an extension of his obsession with death, Randy often expressed that he believed negative emotions and states of mind were simply inevitable. Because of this, in his opinion, they shouldn't be avoided but embraced. Likewise, in his eyes, death should be embraced. I'm not sure what exactly this is called, but it's not rare for people who have an intense and unhealthy fear of something to start actively seeking it out. Because we can interpret what we fear as challenges, it's only natural to voluntarily expose ourselves to them. That's why people do things like parachuting out of planes and riding roller coasters. However, this impulse toward what we fear can get out of hand and become self-destructive. For people with death anxiety, which Randy seems to suffer from, doing things like visiting cemeteries and morgues may soothe their disorder because doing so gives them a feeling of power over it, taking away the mystique and consequently the anxiety from death. From Randy's diary, it seems very much to be the case that this is what motivated his obsession. I can't get death off my mind. It's on my mind at least 14 out of the 18 hours of my night. Death. The most beautiful, gorgeous, luscious thing about life. I can't emphasize how much death fascinates me. It's almost like an attraction, a sexual attraction. So many times in late elementary or middle school, I'd pray for the planes I traveled on to crash. Plane crashes are virtually insta-death. It never happened. I didn't want to go back to school or go back to work. Once I realized how the world works, I would either daydream in class about YouTube videos, girls, or death. To this day, those are still my big three. It never gets boring. I have fantasies of killing girls and laying them on top of me and fusing into their bodies, absorbing their feminine traits and absorbing what little life is left inside of them. I'm a ghoul, a girly, feminine ghoul. I want girls' bodies.
What kind of weird... Bro, I get it. You fell off the deep end. But now you lost the plot, brother. You lost the plot completely. There is no way it's that serious. Like, honestly, like, even if your homie was alive, what in God's earth are you gonna do? What in God's earth are you gonna do at this point? Your homie would be terrified. If he knew what you were up to, he'd be very disappointed. Perfect, just like that. Oh yeah, but anyway.
I want to become them, overshadow them, and eventually discard them for something better and more satisfying. The smooth skin, the curves, the stomach, exterior, the chest, the silky, moist, smooth arms and legs, the long hair on the head. This is how I'm meant to be. Virtually every 10 to 25 minutes, I think of something death-related, maybe every 3 minutes. It's a lot. I just can't get the thoughts of my final night on Earth off my mind. Like, just to think, this will be my last time waking up from a dream, my last time saying goodnight to my parents, let alone seeing them, my last time posting on social media, my last time driving my Hyundai Sonata, brushing my teeth, doing my hair, it goes on and on. It's going to be very surreal just knowing all future contact to this world as my human self will be terminated. Mind you, these are just a few particularly relevant passages in which Randy expresses his compulsive rumination on how good he feels about death. In his goodbye video, he reveals that in one unspecified video he posted to his YouTube in late 2013, he makes his very first veiled hint at his intention to no longer be alive, saying that he didn't see himself uploading videos anymore by 2015. In January 2014, he released a video called Amnesia, which, at least insofar as the kind of themes it contains, is closer to the kind of darkness he espoused at the time. The plot of the video is basically that he gets hit in the head, loses his memory, and the toys he frequently employed as the co-stars of his videos decide to take advantage of his vulnerable state. However, without knowing about Randy's background, this video could easily be chalked up as just being in bad taste by a tone-deaf YouTuber looking for some attention. Strangely enough, in his diary, he describes that this video was somehow related to him realizing he wasn't gay, though he never elaborated on what this meant. As dark as that particular topic may be, it's clear that Randy is just playing it up for a funny video and isn't taking it too seriously. The real darkness comes at the very end, when, during its ending slate, we can see the shadow silhouette of what looks to be 5 embers. His secret obsession with the character finally began to bleed into facets of his regular life. While his watchers had no idea what they were looking at, this concept was dubbed Ember's Ghost Squad by Randy, or EGS for short. It's unknown how fleshed out the EGS idea was at this particular point, but I suppose it was enough that he felt confident putting it into his videos. Eventually, he said that he considered this video the first part of a 6-episode anthology project that was his life's magnum opus, but we'll get to that. The second video, of a total of just 4 videos he uploaded that entire year, was called Search for Remember, which Randy says was the ultimate cause of his demise. The story behind the video revolves around Remember, the song Ember sang in Danny Phantom. As Randy recounts, for a decade after the episode containing it aired, the only version available online was a very low-quality video with a mono mix on the audio. In a terrible instance of serendipity, someone discovered that its singer had it up in perfect quality on her portfolio website and made the mistake of sending it to Randy, not knowing what the ultimate ripple effect of their actions would be. Randy took to his alternate YouTube account, Worthless Toaster, to upload it to YouTube for the very first time, where it now stands at over 5 million views. Randy saw this as a sign of destiny, and Ember took over his entire life. In the same month, he made and published The Search for Remember, a short film wherein he was about to take himself out due to the song never being released, only to discover it in full quality and find a new meaning to his life. In essence, this video was autobiographical. Adding fuel to the flame, the singer not only watched this video, but liked it and added Randy on Facebook. I'm not sure how he didn't experience any dissonance, considering he was now interacting directly with the woman who voiced Ember, which obviously meant Ember wasn't real and just a cartoon character. Then again, considering how delusional he already was at this point, there's no point in really trying to pick it apart. Next up in his anthology was a video called Extinction, in which he exacts revenge for what his characters did to him in the previous video, supposedly because he lost his job over the video that was taken of the incident. The inclusion of losing his job as a part of the story isn't accidental at all. During this time, he struggled intensely with finding and holding down a job, and he left his part-time job at the supermarket. In his diary, he says, "By mid-2014, I didn't want to work anymore. I constantly envisioned hurting customers. In September, I got a full-time stock job at the general hospital my mom worked at, but quit after the first day. It was a second shift job. I just didn't fit there. The facility is enormous. There's like 16 to 20 some floors, and the stock could be for any floor in any supply closet. I would have lost my mind by Christmas." During that job search from spring 2014 through September 2014 was when I legit started thinking about suicide. The anger and hatred for the world was boiling like crazy. I got around 5 calls for jobs, but I never answered my phone or responded to emails. I didn't want to work anywhere. As the videos for the EGS anthology came out, so did their respective soundtracks, all of which were original tracks Randy composed himself and released on Bandcamp soon after the midpoint of.
See, I also do enjoy a internet archivist myself, so it is kind of neat to hear that like this song was once like at one point in time lost media technically, and this guy ended up finding it as like found media. So like he could have done something and made something with that, turned it into like a thing, you know. But I guess not. You know, decided to kill people.
2014 was
or whatever he did.
crossed, another addition to the anthology was made, a video called Extinction, which was an upload in which he graphically murdered the whale plush and toy frog he used to make his videos with up until that point. Near the end, he discovers that they had recorded a video for him in which they apologize for being so obnoxious, at which point he breaks down in regret, only to be interrupted by none other than Ember, as a painfully low-resolution cutout PNG that wasn't even from the original cartoon, but a drawing done by Randy, speaks to him and tells him that he did what he had to do and not to feel bad for his actions. While the comedic tone is retained in certain moments of the video, the more serious parts of it were dramatically outweighing them. Not only did the plot border on nonsensical, but they were rapidly crossing over into Randy's yet unexplained headcanon about Ember and the Ghost Squad. I can only wonder how the people who watched it at the time felt about it. While they probably couldn't deduce from this video that he was as troubled as he was, it was obvious from the increasingly dark themes that these videos were a cry for help. This video also marks the first official appearance of Ember in one of Randy's videos, and this is as red a flag as possible that his mental well-being was in freefall. In his goodbye video, Randy says that Extinction was one of his best performances ever, though he struggles to watch it since it shows a psychotic side of himself that even he is uncomfortable seeing. As he explained in his diary, the job at the hospital during this period was getting too much to handle, so he just quit. Unbeknownst to any of his audience at the time, during the filming of Extinction, he tore a tendon on his pinky finger. However, he couldn't get the surgery done immediately after and had to wait for 3 months before taking a medical leave. But since he quit in September, he got the surgery done in late October, quite literally on the night of Halloween. Coincidentally, he was scared of hospitals because of the hospital scenes in the original Halloween movie. While in recovery from the surgery, he recorded a video talking about what had happened.
Anyways, this is what it looks like. This is my hand right now. This is the second phase of recovery. On Halloween through Monday, I had this big bandage on, which was on my social media. I posted a picture of it. I'm just like this in the picture, but this is what it looks like.
He didn't show it yet, but according to his diary, this is when he really hit rock bottom. Fortunately for him, though it wasn't much better, he got his job back at the store, so he started making some money again. Around the same time as the surgery, he started working on the next episode of the anthology, which would be titled Resurrection. The intro was noticeably more distorted than usual, and even has some cheesy, creepypasta edits of blood and other dark, edgy visuals onto the images that are regularly shown during the intro. It's been speculated that Randy suffered from some kind of stunted development, and it's very easy to see why. However serious the issues he was going through were, it's as if he had no idea how to articulate them in a mature way, so he made these videos instead. Mind you, he considered these videos to be deeply disturbing and dark in and of themselves. Now, they're obviously grim given the context that the person who made them went on to commit a heinous crime, but if that weren't the case, they'd just be cringeworthy, and he seems unaware of that to some extent. In between the blood-splattered, poorly photoshopped PNGs and acting out these plots with plushes and toys, the contrast between the adult topics and the extremely infantile execution gives off the feeling that it was made by an edgy preteen, when in actuality, it was done by someone in their early 20s who held a job and attended college. Randy Stair was a DeviantArt cringelord. Resurrection is more of the same as the previous episodes, but this time, the whale and the frog are gone, and there's only Ember as Randy walks around his house and drives. Randy began experimenting with very rudimentary animations that consisted of moving Ember's eyes and eyebrows slightly to alter her expression. A few months later, he released the follow-up to Resurrection called Absolution, which, although it looks slightly cleaner, is about as tone-deaf and janky as the rest of his videos. It's in Absolution that he reveals that he made his version of Ember not through any conventional animation or drawing program like GIMP, but on the emblem editor on Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Likewise, he spends the majority of the video conversing with Ember, and the video concludes with him taking his...
Okay, that's kind of funny though, I can't lie. That's kind of funny. First of all, that takes some creative talent, because like, the Black Ops 2 emblem creators is not easy to make stuff with. Like, you have to predetermine your shapes and all of that. Like, if you're really trying to make a serious design, you gotta have some serious art skill in order to, like, put something together. Now, what he made, it probably took, like, a couple circles, you know, maybe, like, a spitball, like fireball is, like, the pom-poms, like, simple shit like that. But, yeah, no, like, some people did some really complex stuff. Now, I'm not gonna say I did, because back then I was not no art master like that at all. But what I did do is I, you know, copied out somebody else's design, like
short film type episodes, as it mostly consists of an animated music video Randy did for a band called Send Requests, which oddly uses the 2013 PewDiePie font for its logo. The story goes that Randy and his brother had recorded a performance and some music videos for the band, and since he liked one of their songs, he decided to use it to make a demonstration of his newly acquired animation skills. The first half of the episode is called Curtain Call, and it's just a bunch of clips from the band's performance interspersed with Randy's animation. The other half is much closer to a conventional anthology apology entry, though this time around, it's mostly animation as opposed to the live action stuff he'd done up until this point. In the video, called Welcome to the Squad, Randy explains the up until now utterly unexplained cosmology of the EGS. Basically, Ember's Ghost Squad is like a ghost girl version of Mount Olympus from Greek mythology, and when you die, if they consider you worthy, there's a chance you might be recruited and become a ghost girl yourself. After Randy gets recruited after the end of Absolution, the Ghost Squad starts trying to recruit the Frog. Weirdly enough, Randy has one of the ghost girls say it takes twice as long to resurrect and recruit gay people, and that's why they won't be bringing back the whale plush. This video took quite a while for production. As Randy put it, he sacrificed the entirety of 2015 to learn how to animate. It's also worth noting that Randy's work for Send Request was done in March of 2015, and in his diary, he details his falling out with them throughout the year. The vocalist met with me twice in October 2015 in a CVS parking lot to have me help him cheat on a college project. He wanted the music video footage to re-edit himself for a grade. I agreed without hesitation since I hadn't seen him since the day we filmed it. We filmed it in late March 2015, almost 7 months prior. Being on the night shift, I had an hour of sleep before we met around 5 p.m. He seemed happy to me. I could be wrong, but it seemed put on. It went by fast, maybe 3 minutes and he was gone. I mean, I get it, maybe he was just a little uncomfortable since we've only really talked through text messages. The second time I met him at the CVS was a few days later to retrieve my external hard drive with the footage on it. It was a totally different story. He talked my ear off with send request info, which thrilled me. That's what I wanted, inside info. Little did he know I had both meetings recorded with my iPhone in my pocket. 100% start to finish. There's even some laughter from it used in the EGS intro right before Stuck in My Own Misery. Now you know one of the many secrets about that piece. As I was saying, the vocalist gave me some details about the band's future, saying they were going back to Ohio in a few weeks to record again. He was very open, which surprised me, even just rambling. But then came the talk that would be the downfall of our relationship, the music video discussion. I thought that I was an automatic lock for the new music video, but I was wrong. Me and my brother had even gotten sharp new lenses, which I told him would make the previous music video look like a joke. He seemed somewhat intrigued and said, "We want this video to be perfect," which, being the perfectionist that I am, led me to think I'm your guy. He hinted that he'd keep me in mind, but I thought for sure I'd be able to help in some form. The entire winter passes, nothing. I text him asking if they're working on anything interesting, says something along the lines of, "Nah man, just hanging around." About a month and a half passed, and the bassist tweeted about checking recording a successful music video off the list. This was when the lies started. In the end, I'm glad they went with the production company because I wouldn't have been able to make it look like that. Anyways, I brushed that disappointment off and just figured doing cartoons over video was the best option. I haven't seen Andrew since that late October day. I began to grow more and more enraged with him, whether it be ignoring my texts or giving short, puny replies to lengthy messages. I got vibes that he didn't give a about the endless hours I spent animating the music video or my animation in general. I mentioned to him possibly spending 8 months on an animated music video. Nothing. 15 months perfecting my animation skill. Nothing. I filmed their first ever music video. Zero credit. He goes on to explain that he went back and forth with the band over online messages, trying to get the instrumental for another song of theirs, and after months of not giving him a clear answer, they eventually said the band had agreed not to give out stems from their tracks. Randy's reaction to this was to unfriend them on every social media and write the vocalist a 3-page letter detailing his feelings and struggles and how Send Request music changed his life, unprompted. Of course, the vocalist was taken aback and tried to relate to Randy, but to no avail, since Randy's goal wasn't actually to connect with him or establish a relationship. He was just after the instrumental so he could do his EGS video. It's really eerie how Randy's entire relationship with several people was conditional on them indirectly fueling his EGS obsession, almost as if he dehumanized them to a certain extent, relegating their worth to what they could provide him for his autistic animations. It's also interesting because this is one of the few times we see Randy be anything but bleak and aloof regarding the outside world. It's in moments like these that it's visible how truly alien he is to people around him. He thinks that recording everyday conversations without other people's knowledge is a fine thing to do, and secretly using it in one of his videos is a funny secret and not kind of creepy. He also expects a band that's trying to commercialize their music to completely understand him taking 8 months to make a music video for them with the original character he created based on an all but forgotten Danny Phantom villain from well over a decade prior, despite his animation skills being not very good. He described their falling out as his dreams being crushed and that they made a grave mistake in wronging him, while also mentioning that he sent the vocalist yet another page-long message as a response. He couldn't be more out of touch with other human beings if he tried to. He concludes his rants by saying that since he wasn't
That's entirely too true. This guy just does not know how to communicate, it seems like. I don't know. That's pretty crazy. This is absurd at this point. I kind of feel bad because, like, what if he's got something going on? You know, he can't really help that he's like that, you know? I don't know. That seems a little messy. I noticed that they said autistic animations though, and that got me a little nervous, because like, what if my animations are autistic? Like, Turkey Tom gonna make fun of me too? Do I care though? Probably not. Like, nothing against you, Turkey Tom, but I don't really know who you are like that. Okay, more like that, yeah. And then I can move the rocks. Then I can come in here and do this. That's better. That's much better. Now we can finally move on to the legs.
Given the stems for the song he wanted to, he planned to forever ruin it by associating it with the crime he began to plan around that time. He circumvented the band and went to the person responsible for producing the record, and ultimately spent over $200 to get the mastered stems just so that he could use it in his animation. Mind you, he's working part-time on the night shift at a supermarket at this point, so $200 is a lot of money, yet he gleefully splurges it on something as inconsequential as that. It's likely that after his blowing up of the vocalist DMs, the band decided to look a little further into Randy's online presence, only to discover how unhinged he was based on the videos he'd been uploading on his YouTube channel, and they immediately privated the video Randy had recorded for them that was up on their channel. In 2015, Randy grew increasingly wary of having his online presence scrutinized by his family members or people who knew him in real life, leading him to change his name on everything he had online. However, this wasn't the only reason. In a document from much later, he reveals that during this period something happened, which Randy called Randy Gate, that signed the death sentence for the Pioneers Productions era. It started with one of his fans, who had written lewd fan fiction about him in late 2014. While Randy tried to act as if he appreciated it, he couldn't hold the act up for very long and eventually blocked him. This fan, whom we'll call Dave, started ranting on Twitter to other Pioneers Productions fans who took his side and attacked Randy online. Even though Randy eventually made peace with them, it further demotivated him to keep making the same kind of content he used to. As he slowly pivoted to EGS material, two new fans did get on board, Sammy and Haley. Being completely unaccustomed to having fans, Randy engaged with them directly, which was a grave mistake since this made them extremely devoted to his online presence, liking and sharing everything he did obsessively. In total, there were around 5 to 8 people in this online bubble of dedicated EGS followers. This began annoying Randy almost immediately, as he was unintentionally getting roped into their lives and exchanging DMs with them. This was set into hyperdrive once one of the fans started frequently threatening to do something drastic on their Twitter account, publicly tagging Randy to get his attention. Being the misanthropic loner he was, with the dark tendencies he was already struggling with, it was excruciatingly difficult for Randy to try and do the reasonable thing, which was talking this person down from what they had in mind to do, or telling the police. A particularly exhausting part of this whole ordeal was that this fan of Randy's would often disappear for days, causing Randy to spend his entire workday refreshing Twitter constantly to see if they'd posted. Eventually, it became too much for him and he blocked her, earning him yet another wave of hate from his remaining followers. As a consequence of him ostracizing himself from the bubble, he stopped doing live streams and further distanced himself from YouTube. But eventually, this bubble of people had a very different perspective as they collectively interpreted Randy's newer, darker videos as veiled threats to their lives. In mid to late 2015, he made a new Twitter account called EGS Andrew, where he frequently posted cryptic updates about the general EGS phenomenon. Around the same time, he made a wiki page for EGS, and in it, we can find some additional headcanon Randy wrote. Founded in the 1980s, EGS is one of the most cherished squads in the afterlife. Short for Ember's Ghost Squad, Ember McLean founded the organization not long after perishing in a house fire. During recruiting, all souls are fair game. Although the squad's traits vary extremely, recruiters generally search for lost cause souls, typically people battling depression or have become outcasts in their daily environment. Lost causes who finally earn their chance to be who they truly are make the EGS one of the strongest squads in the afterlife. There are occasions where recruiters physically reach out to those amongst the living, offering a way out of their torment and misery. In these circumstances, recruiting is cleverly executed as to not make society aware of the spiritual forces overshadowing the earth. There are rare circumstances where the EGS will purposely plan a sudden recruitment for an individual whose traits perfectly fit into their system. The appearance of an EGS recruiter is masked by shadows on the face and skin. Only the eyes and clothing are visible, surrounded by darkness and their own unique hue. There are hundreds of recruiters in the EGS. Only the best of the best are promoted. When recruited by EGS, your features may vary based on your life's interests, mental scars, and emotional traits. Each recruit has the ability to fly, turn intangible, sing decently, travel to Earth, perform basic hypnosis, play the guitar, and travel to other dimensions. By practicing and performing spells, recruits can improve their skills and reach new levels in the squad. The book, So You're No Longer Living, the EGS Guide to the Afterlife, is distributed to new recruits. Randy also wrote lore for each of the EGS recruiters he created, but they're pointlessly long and detailed for no reason. Strangely enough, he specifies that regardless of whether someone was male or female during their life on Earth, upon joining the EGS, they become female souls. And he also makes a point to say that all of the members are at least 7 feet tall, including the frog toy from his videos, which he thoughtfully includes as one of the recruiters. Some of the characters were even 10 feet tall, and it's difficult to understand why this was a focal point for Randy. It's been speculated that he based these characters either on different aspects of himself or on the personalities of the people who were a part of his life, potentially the friends of his who tragically died a few years prior. However, it's very difficult to discern any meaningful information just by looking into Randy's entries on the wiki. He also made several Twitter accounts, one called EGS World as a main hub for all EGS related things, and a few others for each respective member of the squad. What's even more disturbing is that Randy actively managed and posted from all of these accounts, making them interact with one another as if they were real people. While he was initially pleased about leaving his job at the hospital and going back to working at the supermarket, and even happier that he got to work the night shift, his glee was rapidly deteriorating as the job wore him down. At first, it was alright, but it quickly became overwhelming with stress from management. The job isn't hard, it just drags. Non-order nights feel like an eternity. I've long exhausted my music library. The best part is there's no one to bother you. I've even had shifts where it was just me and the floor guy who leaves at 3 a.m. and me all night. It's peaceful, but man do I get bored. You level the store and fill holes or do backstock on non-order nights. It gets old fast. 2016 begins with the last entry to the anthology series, Abyss. The video is just a monologue by Randy, in which he does a little bit of an impression of Heath Ledger's Joker while trying to sound as menacing as possible, while the camera either zooms on his face or pans around his room, showing his My Little Pony memorabilia, the innumerable images of Ember he has plastered on the walls, along with posters from the movie Frozen and the Angry Video Game Nerd, the poster for which was actually signed by the nerd himself.
People see us as mentally ill, introverts, weirdos, screwballs, creeps, psychopaths. I see us as standout gifted souls.
Again, it would be cringy if it wasn't a real sign of his psychological decay. As Randy had already explained in his diary, as early as 2014, his rage had been building up, and he was already planning to commit some kind of violent crime. But even he had no idea what it was, or even if he was actually going to do it, or just take himself out and leave it at that. It seems that by the end of 2015, he already had an idea of not just what to do, but when he would do it. One of his cryptic tweets signaled it would happen on May 7th, 2019, with no further clarification. While the first half of the year didn't have any significant updates, according to Randy's goodbye video, it was during this relatively quiet period that he was completely sucked into another obsession, Columbine. According to him, everyone saw the perpetrators of that crime as monsters when he saw them as the true victims, and in his words, grew to love them and see them as an inspiration. He was particularly enamored with one of the criminals' t-shirts, which said natural selection, obviously striking a nerve in Randy, who immediately associated it with his beliefs about tragedies, like them being inevitable and fated to happen. In order to further learn about what had happened, he made an account on a discussion forum dedicated to the shooting, and his profile is still up to this day. While most of his posts aren't noteworthy and just express an interest in learning more about it, a few give a little insight into whatever remained of the person Randy used to be before his obsession with Ember completely seized him. In a post, he expresses disbelief that the parents of the perpetrators didn't pick up on the signs, which can be chalked up to Randy projecting his own situation onto their stories. At this point, he wasn't trying very hard at all to be secretive about what he was up to. For example, he got himself 3 natural selection t-shirts, and still, no one picked up on it, leading him to resent them further. In a much more revealing post, he says the following: "The biggest question of all, though, is would any of the Harris family forgive Eric? A big question I've always wondered is, if the shooter's family saw their sons in the afterlife, would they forgive them?" However, since he no longer went to school, he began feeling discouraged from doing anything related to education, since his college campus was either too secure or had too few clusters of people for him to effectively target anyone. And ultimately, he began contemplating just taking himself out in his room and being done with it. That is, until he decided to target the supermarket he worked at. After all, he already hated most of the people he worked with. Also inspired by the perpetrators of Columbine, near the end of 2016, Randy decided to start documenting his thoughts in a diary, as well as compiling everything he'd ever made online and his journey to the final acts of his story, something he dubbed the Suit Tapes. On November 23rd, he began writing what would ultimately pan out to be his autobiographical manifesto and testament. He opens with the following words: "I have no regrets for what I may do or what I have done. I am who I am, and no f***ing human can take that away from me. I'm an EGS recruit. You're all worthless humans. One day, you'll all see things my way, especially when our ghost squad invades your pathetic, putrid planet, and you become our slaves for the rest of your lives. I will not stop. I will not change. I will not cower. I will fight for the squad and do what I've set out to do. I am Andrew Blaze." If there ever was a time in which someone could have intervened and stopped Randy from doing what he planned to do, that time was past when he began his diary. He spends a few paragraphs declaring his admiration for Eric Harris and begins to essentially rewrite the story of his life, adapting it to his current self, claiming he's always been this way and hated humanity since the beginning, which is clearly untrue. In an unintentionally pithy segment, immediately after he's done pontificating about how he hates the world, he begins expressing his distaste for his own identity, particularly his name. He explains that he's always wanted to change his name to Andrew since middle school when he learned about Hurricane Andrew, and explains the meanings he ascribed to the name. He believes this is the name he's fated to have as a ghost girl in the afterlife, which is ironic considering the name Andrew comes directly from Greek, and it means man. In another document released a while later, he mentions the incident that prompted him to want to change his name in the first place. "One time when my mom sat down and asked me if I was okay due to a post on my Facebook that my aunt saw, it was a post saying something like, 'I wish I could be somewhere else besides this world, and to just get away from everything. It'd make me happier.' I can't remember fully what I wrote, but that was the gist of it, and it really upset my mom. I never got confronted about anything in terms of depression since then. After that happened, I completely removed anyone who knew me personally off of my social media. They were holding me back. This was also around the time when I changed my name. I wasn't Randy Stair anymore. I was Andrew Blaze. I knew full well that no one would be able to find any social media if I used a different name. And later on, I realized that Andrew Blaze was, in fact, my spiritual name. At least I'm 85% certain. Might be Rachel/Rachel something, but Andrew Blaze clicked. Going back to his diary, after declaring his hatred for people who smoke weed, he reveals what he thinks he'll be up to after he becomes part of the EGS. "I can't stop envisioning myself in the Ghost Squad, being one of them, being happy. Recruiting humans after returning from the grave, manipulating and seducing humans with my feminine charm, and then brutally attacking them with a huge grin on my face. The power, the revenge, the Ghost Squad. I want it. and soon it will be a reality. While he had seldom broached this topic in other instances, he begins talking about his perspective on religion, saying Christianity is a fairy tale, but that there are gods and goddesses. However, he follows up with a more uncertain outlook, saying that life could be a series of other things, a simulation where only one person actually exists, a punishment, or how he prefers to see it, a mission. In his mind, he was sent from another dimension to Earth to learn some kind of lesson. He repeats the aforementioned May 7th date, but doubts he's even going to be able to resist his urges to do something drastic for that long. While the EGS channel kept him going, it was getting harder for him as he became increasingly aware of the limitations he faced trying to make animated videos mostly on his own. But he had been able to hire the help of a voice actor or two, who won't be named and had no idea that Randy would do what he did. But as far as the animation itself, he was having a very hard time getting it all done in a timely manner, which is unsurprising considering how depressed he was at this stage. On the same day, he writes about how he began to hate the mere thought of eating, regularly going 20 hours with no food for the past year and a half. But soon after, his complaints about how miserable he was turned into claims that he loved the darkness that tormented him, and he proceeded to write threats to the people who worked with him at the supermarket, even calling them racial epithets despite them being the same race as him. It appears his resentment for them was an extension of his resentment for having to hold down a job to fulfill his parents' expectations of him, which he saw as a hindrance to his animation work on the EGS projects. He only writes again a couple of weeks later, announcing that he would be shooting a handgun the next day. He recorded it though, and the footage has been archived.
Don't be afraid of it. I'm not afraid of it.
In the same passage, he says he wanted to go the same way Ember went, in a fire, but only if he's very sure beforehand that he will, indeed, be passing away, hence the need for a gun. He also mentions another character alongside Ember, Mackenzie, one of the other members of the EGS, who became Randy's de facto muse as Ember took on the role of a more distant goddess. He doesn't make another entry for a total of 3 weeks, and though he begins the next one with the typical topics, he eventually starts talking about his parents again. My parents don't seem to have a clue as to what goes on in my head. 90% of the time, I'm as pale as a lifeless corpse. In the end, if my mom says, "Why didn't I see the signs?" then she should just stab herself for being so stupid. I mean, honestly, I don't go anywhere unless I have to. I don't speak to anyone unless spoken to. I make 0 friends by choice. I dress from head to foot in black. Even my bra and leggings are black. Find those yet? What about my black panties? I always look like a ghoul sucked the joy and happiness out of my face. Hell, the blind followers on my social media see the dark stuff from my thoughts on the internet anyway, but little do they know, it's actually real. In the next entry, Randy talks about the stems from the official Remember song he got from the woman who sang it, and reveals that he inserted subliminal messages related to EGS throughout the entire track, and revels in the thought of people downloading it and sharing it with no idea that his voice is actually in it. Eventually, he gets more into detail about Mackenzie, essentially establishing her as his afterlife girlfriend, which is a bit odd since he was now in his mid-20s and she was forever 16 years old, as per the EGS lore. He even explicitly says the infamous "age is just a number" line. Before the year's end, Randy records the first entry to his tapes, and the audio track titled
Yeah, it went from bad to worse a while ago. This is just deplorable at this point. This is so bad.
To make sense of it all, he attempts to pinpoint when exactly the chain of events began that ultimately led to the downfall of his sanity over the course of an hour and a half. In it, he complains that he's cursed not to be popular, but is sure that EGS will skyrocket in popularity once he's gone. Around the halfway point, he says he began masturbating every day to the thought of having a woman's body before breaking down in tears, imagining his afterlife ghost girlfriend, Mackenzie, talking to him.
No matter where I go, when I'm driving in the car, just around people, or just sitting and thinking, she's right by my side. I know she is. I feel her. I feel her around me all the time. I'm telling me it's okay. You know, I'm here. I know you can't give away your life yet. You still got things to do. But I'm here, and I'll wait for you.
In late January 2017, Randy finally managed to find himself an animator willing to work with him, though it's not yet clear what that work was going to be. A day later, he goes back to idealistically fantasizing about his entry, or as he puts it, return to the EGS. Words cannot describe how happy I'll be not to have to eat, breathe, blink, or poop ever again. I virtually eat nothing nowadays. I'm 132 pounds of skin and bone. My arms are literally as thin as the EGS drawings. I want to chop my penis off so bad. They're so disgusting. Why do guys like drawing drawing those putrid things so much. I can't wait to have my penis and butthole taken away and have my pussy and breast back. 24 years without them. 24 years! I miss my white skin, leggings, and long hair. I miss not having to breathe. I miss not being able to feel physical pain. This body is a punishment. Most of all, I miss my cartoon-like form. Bodies in this dimension are tolerable, but they're nothing compared to that dimension. Somewhere, someone is laughing at all the things I'm saying, like, this is without a doubt the stupidest psychotic retard on earth.
That person is me. I am that person. I am 100% laughing. This is insane.
Earth. Ha! Keep laughing, pal. Y'all see for yourselves when your time comes. And for some of you, I'll see you soon. I guess I'm that someone somewhere, and right now, I gotta concur with his self-description here. It's also interesting to note that it's not that he believes that Ember is a real, ethereal, three-dimensional being that exists in the afterlife, who happens to be depicted in a cartoon. He actually thinks the afterlife, or at least the EGS, are cartoons, and he will also become one. He continues to claim he hopes his death inspires some kind of worldwide EGS cult that will take many souls, but as he often does, right after he concludes that idea, he starts reiterating his rant about how he finds it hard to believe his mom hasn't noticed the signs he'd been deliberately putting up with his strange behavior. Reading this diary makes it increasingly clear how much Randy yearned for attention from his parents and how his identity was affected by it. It's like he couldn't actually believe that they just didn't notice. If the aforementioned age thing wasn't creepy enough, the next entry is as follows. Whenever I'm out and about, I focus all of my attention on girls. I analyze their appearance, their traits, how they tick and think. Gee, they'd make a nice addition to the squad. I would kill to be able to lure girls away and brainwash them into caring about nothing but EGS. Words cannot describe my love for girls. Girls are my life. Guys, on the other hand, are absolutely disgusting. On Earth, you're either born as a male or a female. There's no in between. Yes, you are born with a sexual preference, but you're still a male or a female. You can't be neutral. My soul is female, but my mortal body is male, which is what I had to be sent here as in order to realize how wrong it was. Over the course of the next few pages of his diary, we can glean that the animator and voice actress he's hired are working on a project that follows a previous one of Randy's. In the first volume of the EGS tapes, which was released in December 2016, there are 2 tracks called Conspiring a Massacre, and the project Randy had them on would be, well, the massacre itself. A few more pages after, Randy declares his hatred for the elderly and claims that the conventional path of life, getting with a girl, buying a house, and working a job you like, doesn't apply to him because his dream girl is Mackenzie, and she is a ghost. Come February, and Randy's writings get a tad sparse, with him saying that he will definitely not be able to wait until 2019 to do something about his situation. Meanwhile, it seems 3 people were frequently posting about Randy on Twitter after he included something in his videos that referenced them in a threatening way. However, it's very difficult to figure out what exactly happened since we only really have Randy's writings here to go off of, and they're not exactly cohesive. Either way, these people on Twitter can be said to be the first and only people to put 2 and 2 together and realize Randy was actively fantasizing about doing something violent in real life. A few days later, Randy wrote about potentially suffering from body dysmorphic disorder and OCD as he compulsively took selfies and adjusted his hair, claiming that he never felt satisfied with how he looked. Around this time, his depression was stronger than ever due to the animator he hired having to quit due to the theme of the video Randy was pitching him. He mourns potentially never finishing that last EGS project and complains that he gets little to no engagement on his social media accounts, being upset that his tweets never even get to 10 likes. He specifies that it's just beyond his understanding how EGS, which he considers worthy of being a global hit phenomenon, isn't more popular than YouTube channels like Markiplier, PewDiePie, and Jacksepticeye, saying what they do isn't a real job. It seems criticizing the quality of what those guys do for a living made Randy become a little self-conscious because he follows that up by defensively explaining himself for the poor quality of the animations uploaded to his channel, concluding his rants with, "I feel like I get little to no respect for how much work goes into just one video. I'd watch it if the animation wasn't shitty. Do you wipe your with diamonds? Do butlers serve you dinner? Jump off a 2,000-foot cliff, and when you hit the earth, tell me how you would have lived if gravity was better." I'm all for free speech, but when it's a comment like that, you shouldn't even be allowed in front of a TV. At the beginning of March, Randy makes another entry declaring his deep-seated desire to reproduce Columbine, but with a twist. His intention is to victimize thousands, not just the average 3 to 12 that an incident like that manages to get. However, he fears that due to his bad luck, he'll get tackled by someone and won't be able to do any damage until the police are arrive. Acknowledging that his chances of success in a crowded place are slim to none, he goes back to contemplating the supermarket he worked at as a target, and begins to specify which of the employees he intended to prioritize during his rampage. To further enhance the degree of cowardice, he decides he would strike during a break, when there'd be no chance an armed customer could do anything to stop him, and while the other employees would be too distracted by something else to even consider that Randy was up to no good. He expresses that the two worst things that could happen are if he either survives or gets overpowered by a customer, and even mentions being sickened by the thought of the headlines about the incident if his plan somehow failed. It's very clear that despite his delusions and depression being the driving forces behind everything here, a lot of it is also Randy craving attention and being so desperate to control how he's seen, even post-mortem. In a passage he wrote soon after, he said, "I've always desired to be famous, to make a name for myself and inspire others. Sometimes you gotta do evil deeds to be famous. It's fate, nothing more, nothing less. Granted, shooting 2 or 3 co-workers in a store and taking your own life isn't national newsworthy, but it gets your name out there." While meandering about how his plans for EGS were too grandiose given the very limited time he planned to be alive and working on it for, he begins once again fantasizing about how people will react to his final actions. "I hate the thought of aging. I'd rather die young and be forever young. I wonder if fangirls will obsess over me. That'd be great." If you're ever struggling to find yourself and can't see your future, then go for it. Who's going to stop you from completing your destiny? Maybe some of you will end up in the EGS with me. I'll welcome you with open, girly arms. He immediately pivots to another hateful tirade against the band for not giving him the stems from their song, before he reveals that due to his demotivated state and his fear of potentially fumbling his plan, he's considering not targeting anyone anymore and just joining the squad by himself when September rolled around. He cites his drive to return to his pre-birth state of ghost girlhood as the primary reason for what he intends to do. When envisioning those who will mourn his passing, he says the following: "People will see it as a tragedy, but it'll set me free. Be happy for people who do what I'll do. They're free from this putrid world. Life isn't meant for everyone. Accept it. We're all born different. You're free to do whatever you want with your life. You're in control. If they want you on medication for depression or suicidal thoughts, don't let a drug tell you how you should feel. You're not you if you rely on drugs." This is also ironic since when he committed his crime, Randy self-medicated, but we'll get to that later. For the very first time in over 100 pages at this point, Randy contemplates going after his own family. First, he riles himself up, saying it's unfathomable they still haven't noticed how troubled their son is. Then, he says he's been debating doing something to his own family before doing what he plans to do, but displays an unusual amount of hesitance at the idea. Whereas he said he's wanted to do a plethora of things to an innumerable amount of people, his family, despite how much he despises his parents, are the first time he shows a sign of fear of the potential consequences, saying, "I've been debating for the longest time whether or not to take someone in the house before taking myself out. Here's the biggest reason why I keep holding off on that thought. If there are prices in the afterlife to pay for killing X amount of people, that is punishable by X amount of years. Imagine if one person costs you 100 years of torture or isolation. Yes, I am 100% positive the EGS exists, but there's no telling what could happen in general terms of killing people. I've waited 24.5 years to join the Ghost Squad. I can't pile on anymore. I don't know, there might not be any prices to pay for all I know, but better safe than sorry." It's as if his family-related issues are the only thing that supersedes his general anger and lack of empathy for other people. However, he cuts this topic short as his nihilistic thoughts flare up again, and he begins talking about how everything is meaningless, so much so that he's even willing to forego his concerns with becoming infamous before he crosses over to the dark side. He even questions his own designs for the EGS content, since, in his set of personal beliefs, whatever he's depicting through the EGS videos, he'll be able to experience firsthand if he just joins the squad already. Just a few paragraphs later, however, the EGS psychosis comes back stronger than ever, as Randy writes about how the squad and either enslave or take everybody out before the beginning of the 23rd century, and human beings stand no chance because ghost girls are immune to atomic bombs. He immediately bookends this series of statements by claiming he's not insane, which I suppose means he was still self-aware to some degree about how outlandish his writings were. But I guess being self-aware was of little avail when it came to making him actually realize he was out of touch with reality, since he goes right back to EGS talk about how he came from another dimension, and how Froggy, yes, the toy from his videos, is now a real member of EGS, meaning it wasn't just a sketch for him, it was a documentary. Despite his obsession with Ember not losing an iota of momentum, it was starting to become insufficient as a reason for him to stick around. Animation required more effort from him than he was comfortable putting in, and no other animator wanted any part of EGS, even if they were offered decent payment, all of which made Randy struggle a lot during this period period. Besides visualizing his afterlife, one of the things that soothed his mental state was imagining a world in which he was famous through the works of EGS, and people crying and cheering him on in a theater while watching a documentary about him and his life's work. Despite having every intention to leave this world as soon as possible, he made it very clear that he hoped someone else would pick up the mantle for the EGS content after his passing. After attacking people who do self-harm, he explains his view of why human beings are on Earth in the first place. In his perspective, everyone is subject to a spiritual contract they signed prior to their arrival on the planet, and in order to leave, they have to fulfill it. He concludes this thought with what he sees as his purposes: producing videos, fighting his rebellious and assertive side, causing religious debates, and last but not least, realizing that he's spiritually a 16-year-old ghost girl. He adds that he comes from an army of ghost girls and that Mackenzie is his eternal soulmate, revealing he believes she's been talking to him in his thoughts for the past half a year or so. Though he claims that he'd been almost completely detached from the material world at this point, he repeatedly stresses out about what his parents may or may not do with his belongings after his passing, upset at the idea of them trashing something that he considers valuable, especially his EGS-related memorabilia.
I imagine my mom will just throw them out, because that's what do you do? It's like, oh, well, we don't need these anymore, and they'll just go through all my possessions and throw shit out or sell it. I'm gonna have to leave a note saying, you know, sell my EGS stuff to people who would want it. You know, oh, these were the posters I had. Or sell my mouse pad. You know, this is what I animated with. You know, this is what I made all these videos with. Like, stuff like that. Memorabilia.
Days, I shave my arms and legs with girl products, even with a Venus razor. I love smooth, silky skin. Been using moisturizer lotion cream too. It feels amazing. I must have jerked off at work 10 times in the last year, whether it be in the car, bathroom, or the back manager's office floor. No cameras in there. All in all, probably 15 times between 2010 and 2017. My life total is probably over 700. Soon after April began, someone unknowingly made the grave mistake of selling Randy a shotgun, which reignited his fantasies about targeting the supermarket. It's also around this time that he puts his idea of documenting himself on video into practice, and records what eventually became the first entry of the tapes.
I know the surrealness of all this is probably creeping in right now with you thinking, I'm watching him right now, and he's dead, you know? Today's April 4th, 2017, and I have just over 5 months to live. It's looking like September 7th is going to be the day, the night rather, and here I am.
He mentions that the few online friends he played video games with, one of which being Make Me Bad 35, were some of the first people to pick up on the appearance of Ember in his videos.
And I started using her so much that people started to question my fascination with her, and they just didn't get it. You had people who I played with, like David and Damien, Make Me Bad 35. You know, David would always constantly bust me about her and saying, you know, she's like my waifu and all that, and I didn't care. It didn't bother me, really.
They couldn't have known the severity of Randy's obsession with the character, which is really unfortunate since, as Randy retells it, they were the ones consistently inviting him to play Xbox with them and truly cared about him as a person. In this same video, he recalls one instance in 11th grade of when a girl asked him out.
So this girl, in midway through 11th grade, asked me out. She just walked up to me in lunch and then just put down like a sticky note or a paper or something, like I guess a folded up paper, and she wrote on it, and, you know, like, I know we don't talk very much, or I can't remember exactly what she said. You know, I know we don't talk very much, but I've always liked you, and would you ever consider dating me? If not, it's okay, or something. But yeah, just throwing myself out there, you know. And I obviously never dated her, but I don't even know if I like said anything back after that. But, you know, she could have just asked me. But yeah, it's just, I'm like, no, because for one, I didn't like how she looked. Just was not my type of a girl at all. Obviously by now, you know what my type of girl is, and it's Mackenzie. So, but yeah, it never would have worked. And I think she ended up dating one of like the big rednecks in my grade. So yeah. It's a big what if.
It's a big what if indeed. It's hard to picture how Randy could have turned out if he had gotten affection from a girl in 11th grade just a couple of years before his sanity took a nosedive. He proceeded to write on his diary and once again broached the topic of his family, saying, I seriously want to know what my parents' and brother's life will be like without me in it anymore. I mean, I'm always in my room on the computer most of the time, plus they're always at work 85% of the time when I get home, so I wonder if that will make things easier to digest. Probably not. Who am I kidding? The best advice I'd have is to just pretend that I moved out. All I ask is for you to remember me as the spirit that I am, a deceased white female ghost. I'll never regret doing what I did. It was fate, and there's nothing you can do to change that. You were a fool to trust me with that shotgun. You can dwell on the what ifs all you want, but guess what? I'll only be getting deader by the second. How does that make you feel? I'll never apologize for doing what I did. Sorry is just a word. Nothing more, nothing less. Does sorry erase the mistakes you make? No, it doesn't. How can 5 letters change how you feel towards someone? It's all in your mind. Honestly, once the funeral's over and you cremate my body, I wouldn't care if I never got to see you again. Dad especially. Mom, you were great, but you're still a brainwashed human. He punctuates this section by attacking his family for being Christians, positing that, unlike Ember, God doesn't speak directly to his followers, and because of that, he thinks none of it is real. On April 8th, when he finally gets his hands on the shotgun he'd recently purchased, he decides to name it Mackenzie, and mentions he'll be needing to buy a new notebook to continue his diary on, as the one he's currently writing in is close to completion. Next, he begins talking about the things he won't get to experience in person due to his planned departure from this world, such as the My Little Pony movie that was slated to come out October that year. It's very disturbing how Randy nonchalantly flips the switch from talking about things like how much it would suck if the Cowboys won the Super Bowl and how he plans to execute his final act. In the following entry, he complains about his dad again, saying, "I buy a shotgun, quite possibly the manliest thing I've ever bought in my life, and when my mom told him, a shotgun? What the hell does he need that for? Just be thankful I'm not going to aim that barrel at your face. You can't tell me how to live my life forever. I can't wait to see the look on your face when you find me. You'll feel as sick as you've ever felt in your 55 years on Earth. You'll feel that sickening feeling of panic and probably fall to your knees. I hope you never recover from this. Poor daddy, always thinking I was going to grow up just like you. I wouldn't do that for all the money in the world. How does it feel knowing money can't keep a family together? How does it feel knowing you wasted a lot of money like complete homosexuals from another galaxy? Their hair is a disgrace to the skid on their underwear that is the human race. Their voices are worse than Justin Bieber, Myron Cope, Fred Figglehorn, still like him though, and Donald Trump combined. They almost all have that f*** you attitude. They almost all do hard drugs. They all think they're tough. Their lingo is more dumb than life itself. Their pants sag below their Their dreadlocks are just begging to be lit up in flames. Their music is the worst thing to pass through the airwaves besides the emergency disaster tests. Saying black music is melodic is being extremely generous. Before the next entry to his diary, he records another video for his tapes, focused entirely on the shotgun he'd recently acquired. Though he felt a lot more emboldened about his plans now that he had something of this caliber, in his diary, he describes himself as becoming more cautious, afraid that his mom might suspect something's up if he begins acting moody or irritable. He also says that the date of his final act is now dependent solely on when the last EGS video gets fully animated, which could be anywhere from June to September. A couple of days later, he goes on a Unabomber tier rant about technology, deriding anything from cell phones to TV to drones. However, the firearm is one piece of technology he doesn't hate. On April 15th, he records himself shooting his Mossberg for the very first time, and though it is his first time, it's astonishing how bad he is at aiming it. I'm not one to talk, but people have made edits ratioing how many times he misses versus the amount of times he hits his target, and he's not a very good shot. In the recording, he's seen wearing his Natural Selection shirt while at the range, a fact that he celebrated to this day, taking joy in how nobody was able to pick up on it and ask him about it. To make matters even more disturbing, he immediately follows this passage with a declaration that he's about to go watch the new season of My Little Pony. As the days passed, Randy got more and more anxious about his plans, and he often had dreams, or nightmares, where the police were either seizing his shotgun or finding him after he was done. It's at this moment that Randy decides to leave whether he'll be targeting the supermarket or not up to a coin flip. Again, he's very attached to the idea of inevitability and chains of causality, so while it is absurd that someone would do this, it fits perfectly with what we've learned about Randy so far. He never mentions it in his diary, so I doubt that he's seen it, but the antagonist of No Country for Old Men does the very same thing for the same reason. On the 20th of April, he celebrates the anniversary of Columbine, just a few days before he practices shooting again. Having a weapon with him is becoming too tempting for him to resist, especially in his current mental state, and Randy finally settles on June as his last month on Earth. As for the video he'd been working on, he decided to only animate the first half and leave it at that, as animating the whole thing would take a lot longer. On the 24th, he gets over 200 shells and tapes it while doing his best attempt at sounding like a lunatic.
So I just got my shells in the mail. And look at that shit. But wait, there's more.
A lot of Randy's mannerisms are noticeably awkward. It's as if he learned how to express himself from watching cartoons and early YouTube videos, as opposed to interacting with other people in real life. A day later, he finally does the dreaded coin flip, on video nonetheless.
So here's the deal.
Got a 1983 quarter right here. You believe in fate? Here's the fate test. I'm gonna flip this 3 times, or the best out of 3 rather. If it's heads, I'll do it here. If it's tails, supermarket. Here we go.
It was at this very moment that the course of 3 people's lives were radically altered. It was a close call, as Randy had gotten 2 heads and 2 tails after 4 coin tosses. As the final coin was tossed, it unfortunately landed on tails, having this decision taken for him by fate itself, at least how he saw it. On the same day, he records a grisly video titled Original Planned Route, consisting primarily of Randy's point of view as he silently paces the intended course he intended to go on the day of the attack. His next order of business was to buy yet another shotgun, just in the off chance the first one was to fail on him somehow. He decided to name the new shotgun Rachel after another EGS recruiter. And keep in mind, he also previously referred to himself as possibly being called Rachel in the afterlife. He also documented this on video. During the month of Pennsylvania, to my fans, I hope my voice gets permanently embedded in your thoughts. The longer you forget about me, the more active I'll be. This entry is followed by another love letter and song dedicated to Mackenzie, and it's at this point the written entries to his diary slow down. The reason is revealed on the 20th, when he expresses how dejected he'd become. In it, he says he doesn't want to eat anything anymore and has been living off of trail mix granola bars, pretzels, and the odd fast food item, maintaining his weight at a jaw-droppingly low 133 pounds, which is pretty underweight for a guy that's 6'3 to 6'4 like he was. Then, he mourns the facts that his boss, whom he hates, is planning to leave the night shift, which would effectively take away Randy's opportunity to target him as well during his rampage. It seems he also fell for the video game logic meme that if you shoot at propane tanks, they'll explode instantly, and began planning to steal his manager's key so he could get to them and blow them up. In the next entry, he briefly questions the existence of hell or any kind of retributive justice in the afterlife. Interestingly enough, he ties his thoughts off with a claim that if he's wrong and God exists by some twist of fate, he would adapt to it, whatever that means. As his final days approached, he claimed he would record audio of it as it took place, though he himself acknowledges there'd be no way to upload it online unless it somehow got leaked post-mortem. Since this file has never surfaced, he either didn't record it or it's been safely stored away in police records. In one of his last mentions of it altogether, he says that the massacre video he'd been working on will remain unfinished, as he no longer had the motivation to work on it, nor the funds, since he spent all of his money on ammunition. On the 25th, he posts a video revising his plans after he figured out that shooting at propane tanks does nothing, so he intended to correct for it by loading a shopping cart with lighter fluid and shooting at it to see if it would result in an explosion. 3 days later, he writes about treating his mom to Olive Garden as one of his last good deeds for her. In the few remaining days of May, he recorded 2 videos of himself driving, during which he discussed his plans, the animations, and the spats he had with his family over jobs. The very long-winded and redundant nature of his tapes at this point is due to Randy enjoying hearing his own recordings while he worked. So while he was recording them so that people looking into him could have all the details, he was also doing it for his own consumption and enjoyment. In his diary, he says that he'll forever be 16 to 19 years old, spiritually speaking, right before expressing the first thing resembling doubt as to whether members of the EGS actually exist or not. As he puts it, he's not sure which of them are real and which of them are made up in his head, but this uncertainty doesn't ever make him question the overall truth of Ember. On the 1st of June, Randy recorded the goodbye tape I've been referencing throughout the entirety of this video, which was dedicated to explaining to his family why he did what he did and how they couldn't see it coming. Though we've already covered the majority of the relevant things he says in this video, he retraces the topic of his frequent shaving.
Since like 2016, I've been shaving my arms and legs and entire body every 3 days. You wonder what I'm doing in the shower for so damn long? I'm shaving my entire fucking body. Nobody ever questioned that, which I don't know why. I hid it for the longest time. I kept the girl razor in my freaking desk over there, and I just got tired of hiding it. I'm like, well, they're gonna have to eventually know anyway, so I just started leaving it on the counter, but nobody questioned it, which I couldn't believe. That shocked me.
Not groundbreaking, but it further adds to the notion that Randy was purposely not concealing every trace of his odd behavior, leaving out little leads in the hope that someone would at least ask about it, and yet, it never happened. It's hard to tell if he's just genuinely confused as to how it could be that no one noticed, or if he's upset that no one did. He even mentions an instance in which his obsession with becoming a ghost girl came to such a degree that he decided to cover himself in paint.
Just one thing I'll say is like that white stain on the floor, like that splotch you'll see on my carpet, that was an Ember thing. I wanted to make my skin as white as possible to look like her. I wanted it to be completely white, so I bought this body paint, which was like, I don't even know what it was. It was like latex. It becomes like glued to your skin and you gotta peel it off. And it got on the carpet.
We're getting really close with Amy here. She's looking real good. Just one more arm and we'll be finished with the outline besides the eyeballs. Otherwise, I think it's coming out pretty good. Let's see how she's doing size-wise with like tails and whatnot. So she's gonna need to be made a little bit bigger. Definitely.
Bit, and then it got freaking in my body hair, which like almost never came out at the time. What little body hair I had at the time anyways, but that stuff never came off.
Later on in that footage, he mentions that he even revealed he'd been working on a high school shooting animation to his mom around the same time he got surgery, and still, nothing came of it. In the latter half of the recording, Randy reveals something that he hadn't even documented in his journey, but saw fit to relay in the recording. In the wake of his hard pivot to EGS content on YouTube, everyone either found it weird and left, or hung on in the hopes that Randy would eventually go back to making the kind of zany content he used to produce. Everyone except one girl.
I started talking with a girl online who was a fan of my videos, and I was able to connect with her because she was like crazy, like mentally crazy, but she was virtually on the edge of like literally like ending her life. She was suicidal and all this, and I was able to talk with her because she was able to connect with me and understood me and how I was feeling and all this stuff and my hatred for the world. We knew the world was bullshit. We knew our lives were full of like hell, and we just didn't want to be on this planet anymore. And then the EGS stuff that I made connected with her more than like anything that had in her life up to that point. That was like one of the only things that was keeping her alive. I just grew a connection with her, and I started talking to her about the shotgun I got. She was one of only 2 people I told about the shotgun. I could just talk to her about anything, which was nice because there was no one I could talk to about this stuff besides my own journal. So I started talking to her about all this stuff, and you know, I said like, oh, I've had the gun in my mouth a few times, but never pulled the trigger. That's just because I was practicing. But I told her that stuff. She just went into deep thoughts all the time with me, every day, just telling me dark stuff. And I understood it, and I was desensitized to it all. It's because that's how I lived. Knowing like no one seems to give a fucking shit about me, and knowing I have no future, and knowing I have nowhere else to go, and knowing that this is all I have. You know, we got that. She understood that, and knowing that I felt like a soul trapped on the inside, begging to get out, you know. We connected well.
Unfortunately, it was too little, too late, and the one seemingly genuine connection he made with another human happened to be with someone who engaged with him in his EGS delusion. But we'll come back to her later. It was the beginning of June, Randy's last month on Earth, and at this point, there was nothing that could stop him from carrying out his plan. His next recording for the tapes was another driving video, which he began by ranting and raving about the voice actors he hired, not delivering their vocal pacing through the premises. Besides the videos, he also spread his final words over a few documents he uploaded alongside the tapes, one of which was the diary, and it read, "This will be my last entry. I need to finish up everything and get it all uploaded by tomorrow afternoon. I'm so ready to die. 2 more full nights and that's it. I finally accepted that Wednesday night will be the end of me. Everything around me seems to have faded away. It's felt as if I'm the last soul alive on this planet for the last week. I see people, but they feel like an illusion. I've never felt so distant from society, and I love it. Nothing feels the same anymore. My perspectives on everything are different. I wish I started writing this journal back in 2013. So many things have changed. 62 more hours. That's the only thing standing in my way. I can almost feel Mackenzie holding me in her arms. You will never fully understand the desire to be who you truly are. I need my spiritual body back. I'd take my entire family if I was forced to. Rachel will be there. Maybe Froggy too. All of that pressure, stress, and tension will be lifted. I'll be looking down at those who I've inspired and look forward to seeing what you create in your lives. Don't ever forget about me. Promise me that. I'll haunt your dreams if you drift away from me. I won't lie, I wish my channels exploded with viewership in my 9 years. It was decent views, but I was always on the outside looking in compared to the popular channels. It took me until now to realize it just wasn't in my soul contract. If EGS blows up after I'm gone, then I accomplished something. I was just never meant to be famous while I was alive. I wanted fame. I wanted to be recognized on the street. I wanted to be in movies or have documentaries made about me or reenactments with actors. I always dreamed of getting somewhere, but it wasn't meant to happen. People can say all they want, Andrew, you could have gotten help and saved your life. It doesn't matter. This was how my life was meant to end. It's how the script was written. I hope I brought a smile to your face at some point in your lives, whether it be on Pioneers Productions, gaming videos, Ember's Ghost Squad, in person, or even just through simple social media messages. I'll never forget those who changed my life. I can't thank you all enough. Maybe I'll see some of you soon. Remember, life can always be worse. Somewhere out there, there's always someone worse off than you. Hopefully, you'll be able to rediscover yourselves through simpler times. It's time for me to go. Thank you. I'll always remember you. Farewell. On the night of June 7th, Randy finished the video he'd been working on, titled Westboro High Massacre. It begins the usual way, with a live-action sketch and short film format, eventually transitioning into an EGS music video consisting mostly of stills. And then, around 28 minutes in, a sad grayscale montage of Randy's content comes into play. However, the highlight of the entire thing, if we can call it a highlight, is the animated part, if we can call it animation, wherein Randy and his ghost girl partner are doing their version of Columbine, but it's just Randy's rough sketch animatic of what he wanted the video to look like. If this wasn't deranged enough as it is, it's preceded by minutes of just drawn stills of Randy and his ghost partner yelling out the verbal abuse they received during their time at this fictional school. It's so ridiculous that it's unintentionally funny at times.
Andrew, do you even know what you want to do with your life?
Rachel, you're failing math again. Why don't you have a boyfriend, Rachel? Why don't you have a boyfriend, Rachel? Why don't you have a boyfriend, Rachel?
Shut the up!
You shove cucumbers down your I said you shove cucumbers down your
You all with the wrong girls. Harris and Klebold are our heroes.
The video
That just hurts my brain to listen to. I'm not even gonna lie, chat. That was deplorably awful. Oh. That shit applied plus 10 sleep damage. Oh my god. I've never felt a sleep spell that strong. Good lord, give me a second here. I'm gonna get back in it. There we go.
video went up 15 minutes before midnight, and as soon as it was linked on his Twitter, it was followed by the Mediafire link to his tapes and all the documents he'd gathered thus far. It wasn't the only EGS World account either. He made sure to simultaneously post about what he was going to do on other EGS alts he'd made for the characters, though many of them are now suspended. Part of me wonders if this also wasn't a paradoxical attempt at having someone interfere with his plans, but regardless, it would have been too late. At this point, he was in the supermarket and had already blocked an emergency exit in the back of the store. He proceeded to block the other exits and lock the electronic doors in the front, while the other employees were clueless to the plan Randy was in the process of carrying out. He proceeded to arm himself with his shotguns and walk around the store, ultimately taking the lives of 3 people: Terry Sterling, 63, Brian Hayes, 47, and Victoria Brong, 25, the same age as Randy. All of them as co-workers. Besides Randy, there was only one person left after those 3 had passed. A girl by the name of Kristen Newell, who was listening to music while stalking in the back of the store and ended up not hearing the shots. In the CCTV footage, which hasn't been released to the public for understandable reasons, Randy walks up to the aisle she was working in, sees her, and stands there for 5 seconds before moving on without targeting her. Given his lack of mercy when it came to the other employees, it's unknown why Randy decided to leave her unscathed. He proceeded to continue shooting away at pretty much anything he could find in the store, including the propane tanks, which still didn't explode. Meanwhile, Kristen unblocked one of the exits and made her way out. All of this took place from 12:57 to 1:01 a.m., and after he was done shooting, at least according to the timestamps on Twitter, he took to the alt account for Mackenzie, the character he was most affectionate for, to say, "Andrew Blaze was a great person to talk or be around. She always tried her best, even when she knew it wouldn't end the way she wanted. To all the loving, caring, beautiful people in the world, I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. I've Robbed you of an angel. But things happen for a reason, good or bad, and I'm so sorry that things have to end like this. I speak for all of us when I say that. I hope we're able to get you through the day. I always hate goodbyes, but it's more like see you later. Thank you." His characters were at least in part reflections of his identity, and it seemed to use Mackenzie as a mouthpiece for whatever it was in him that begrudged the fate he believed himself to be cursed by. By the time the police answered Kristen's call and got to the store, Randy had already taken himself out, purposely, the same way Eric Harris did. In the autopsy, Randy is described as having his body completely shaved, wearing female clothes underneath his regular clothes, and having black makeup applied to his eyes, presumably to look more like a ghost girl. The autopsy also discovered that he had 372 nanograms of diphenhydramine per milliliter of blood. Diphenhydramine is commonly known as Benadryl, and the safe quantity to have in your system only goes up to about 102 nanograms per milliliter, meaning Randy had 3 times the safe quantity. It's not totally certain why Randy did this. Some say it's so that, where he did not have the guts to pull the trigger when his time came, he would get taken away by the overdose. However, toxic and lethal doses of Benadryl are only in the 5,000 to 8,000 range, so I'm not sure how true that is. And maybe he just wanted to be in an altered state during his attack so he wouldn't hesitate. Benadryl is known to cause grim hallucinations, so I wonder if his intention was to derealize as much as possible so that he could carry his ordeal out. Ultimately, no one knows. He never even wrote about it. Much to Randy's chagrin, his attack didn't achieve the infamy he was aiming for, being mostly covered by local Pennsylvania news outlets and no national coverage. The Stair family offered their condolences to the families of those who fell victim to Randy. According to someone claiming to have been in contact with their relatives, his father blamed himself for getting him the job at the supermarket, his mom blamed herself for buying him the shotgun, and his younger brother was so affected he couldn't even speak about it whatsoever. One of the victims, Brian, was a Desert Storm veteran and the father of a 17-year-old girl, and his sister-in-law had to immediately open a GoFundMe page for the immediate expenses of the family. Another, Victoria, also had an infant son, but none of this had mattered to Randy. Years later, the survivor of the attack spoke about what had happened, and she was still just as clueless as to why she was spared. Eventually, news outlets caught wind that one of the last things Randy did before his attack was emailing the voice actress he was primarily working with inbox hours later, only to enter a state of shock and disbelief, as she always saw Randy as someone who was very polite and incapable of violence. Make me back.
There we go, chat. We've got Amy Rose done now. Now, real quick, let's size her up. She's got to be at level with the rest of the group, but slightly below Sonic. Lord, where's my cursor? There we go. W. Now we got Amy to fit in here.
Recruiters for Randy. However, when questioned by internet bystanders about her relation to Randy, she denied any knowledge of his plans. A Steam account under the same name suggested that this person shared Randy's interest in cross-dressing, but before any online investigation could be conducted, their online presence was wiped out, and to this day, their role in the attack is up for debate. The second one is someone by the name of Naze, who seems to have taken up the mantle of running the EGS since 2017, and is still actively updating his accounts with EGS-related art to this day. In the videos, this person is uploaded to a Daily Motion account. They claim to disavow Randy's attack, but regardless, I hope this person is on a list of some sort and is being surveilled. Well, we do know that someone is keeping tabs on Naze's activity, but I don't think it'll do much good. Unfortunately, Naze is just one of many people who started idolizing Randy after what he did, so much so that a Discord server was created to serve as a hub for their activities. One of the very few pieces of evidence we have that this server existed, or still exists, is a message attacking Mr. Medicare for his coverage of Randy's case, and one of his internet internet insanity videos. Outside of the Discord server, the brunt of their activities seemed to take place either on Twitter or on DeviantArt, where I had the misfortune of discovering that someone had drawn fart fetish fan art of one of the EGS recruiters. This is Randy's legacy, and if we're lucky, none of these people will ever do anything like what Randy did. What's the takeaway from all of this? After hours of examining this, after diary entries, videos, animations, what does it all come to? Randy's story reminded me of many different things. He was obsessed with becoming his original character based on a cartoon character he was obsessed with, and he had a convoluted narrative about how the cartoon would eventually bleed in and become one with the regular world. This is the exact same belief Chris Chan started holding in the late 2010s. Not just similar, the exact same. It's the dimensional merge all over again. A little known fact is that a couple of years ago, Chris Chan said Randy and him had interdimensional communications and even channeled.
Like, I don't even know much about Chris Chan. I just know that that's the weird Sonichu guy, and he took two well-known Japanese brands and really put a stigma across both.
Randy, whatever that means.
She's in this body with me, so I'm gonna let her speak now. This is Randy Stare. Andrew Blaze. It's me. Randy Stare. I mean, you can tell from the way I'm talking here. So rad. I'm in the body of Chris Chan here. But yeah, everybody who's been dying within the past few months or so has definitely been ending up in their respective counterparts' bodies in the opposite dimension. The merge is happening just as Chris Chan and Sonichu and Magic Chan, everyone else have been saying. And
another interesting thing that's been pointed out is the fact that despite all of his disclaimers about how dark his content and thoughts were, they're not really that dark. Negative, sure, but mostly it's just corny teenage revenge fantasies that involve shooting. There's no deeper meaning to it, no cogent narrative, no amazing magnum opus at the end of it. We don't even find out Chuck E. Cheese's middle name. It's just childish delusion amplified by access to firearms. Both of these point to Randy being stuck in some kind of mental man-child limbo. His attention seeking also corroborates this. Part of me wonders, if Randy was able to become a lolcow, would he have done what he did? What if people found out about his goofy EGS content and began to make fun of it en masse? Many lolcows share the same desperate thirst for attention, even if negative. And though it's perfectly fine to make fun of them for it, there's an understandable reason why they're like that. Not getting any attention, even when you're acting out in bad ways, is one of the most depressing places you can be in. Attention keeps people alive. Even when someone's telling you you're stupid and your content is goofball garbage, at least they care enough to tell you. And that's better than nothing at all. We rarely look at it from this angle, but how many lolcows would have hurt themselves or others if the internet wasn't on their case 24/7? If left to their own devices alone in a room with nothing but mental illness, it's not completely shocking that Randy did what he did. This isn't all to say that other people around him were somehow at fault here for not paying enough attention. Randy is at fault. Unfortunately, the things he did get attention for weren't the things he considered relevant. No one really engaged with the EGS stuff seriously, which, though completely understandable given the context, is a massive misfortune that allowed Randy to succeed in wrapping himself up in this terrible fantasy world without anyone intervening. Not to be overly generous to people online, but it's not far-fetched to say that there is a benefit to the phenomenon. Maybe if Randy received a well-deserved dose of ridicule, his power fantasies never would have festered to the point they did. Maybe he would have had a reality check and realized how ridiculous he was being. But nobody ever said that. At the very least, people would be looking at his stuff closely enough to alert the police about it, and maybe something could have been done. But we'll never know, because once people heard about Randy, it was too late. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Alright, let's watch something different for our last one since I'm close to finishing, and this is going to be my last step. So. No, that's somebody's stream. I don't want to.
Elected to have it amputated. I asked the doctor.
Bro had his foot salvaged. Oh my god. Alright. I don't know if it's true. But I've heard if a finger is like blown off and you have it, they can reattach it. But like, does it work still? And if that's true, that's disgusting and creepy.
Just to keep it. I signed some papers, I got it back, and with the help of some friends, cooked a portion of the tibulus anterior. OP then links to multiple photos, some of them of him cooking and serving what he dubs foot tacos, and others of him.
Ain't no fucking way, bro.
And his stump. Edit. I taste like buffalo, but chewier, super beefy, and little fat. User many thanks would very justifiably ask, it seems like you shared it with others from the photos you posted. Who else ate it? Also, I am just curious. From the first picture, it seemed like you only damaged your foot. So why did they amputate so high up? Do you know? Opie replies, 10 of my friends joined in for a brunch. Only the foot was damaged, but with below the knee amputations, they want to do it higher up, so there's a balance between having enough stump to make for a good lever and having enough room beneath for prosthetic equipment. If they amputated
I am already disgusted. How do we get worse from here?
low, it would make it difficult to put good hardware underneath. User Ben Danger would reply, damn, I can't even get like 2 friends together to go to a movie. In 2019, a subreddit called r/Chadfish was created by a group of self-described incels. These were people who believed that they were being rejected by women because of their looks. They wanted to prove a point, that women only care about how attractive a man is. To do this, they created fake dating profiles using pictures of very typically handsome men. This is what they dubbed Chadfishing. The men behind these profiles would talk to women on apps like Tinder and Bumble. They often acted rude, mean, or strange purposely in these chats to see if the women would still flirt or send photos. They posted screenshots of these conversations on the subreddit to laugh at the women or to say, see, women only care about looks. The pinned post on the subreddit reads, meet Chad, the child. Attached is a photo of a fake Tinder profile. Chad, who is 29 years old, boldly declares in his Tinder bio that he is a child. The experiment here is to see if women will still fall for him despite his convictions. Attached are chats with 4 different women. All 4 women don't seem to mind Chad's past, saying things like, I guess it's cool how you're being honest about it though. But things got quickly worse. The members created a private chat on Discord where they shared nude photos.
I'm not gonna lie, they're fishing these women out. These women are bad women too. Like, look. If you have no common sense to the point where you're willing to, oh, he's hot, so I'll let anything slide, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong. Same with men towards beautiful women. You're wrong.
That the women had sent to the fake accounts. These photos were obviously shared without the women's permission, which is actually a crime. Discord was actually the first to act. It banned many of the group chats for breaking the rules. After this, Reddit eventually stepped in and banned r/Chadfish for harassment and breaking site policies. r/True Femcells was a subreddit made for women who called themselves True Femcells, meaning women who felt permanently unattractive and unable to form romantic relationships. Not by choice, but because of how they looked and how society treated them. The pinned post on the subreddit reads, to the men who have just discovered the Femcell sub. Femcells, please see note. It's quite simple. This moderated server is a safe space for Femcells. It is not for you. You have a plethora of outlets to pipe in with as a man, and many other male-directed quips and opinions. This is not one of those outlets. The women who come here come to vent, relax, and to be free of your thoughts and input. As such, moids who insist on being here are visitors only. If you interrupt the tone of this wonderful safe space with your anecdotes, male-driven advice, insults, comments about your sexual preference, really any of your moid matters, you and your post will be removed. Unlike male incel spaces, which often turn aggressive and hateful, true femcells focus more on pure sadness and self-image struggles, though it sometimes included harsh opinions about dating, men, or even other women. One post reads, social skills are a meaningless concept. If you're ugly enough, everyone will always treat you like a joke and mess around with you anyway. And they are forgiven for they are hot, which comes before all other stuff. Social skills are a myth when it comes to women. Everyone only reacts to our looks, and all social skills means is you're attractive enough to be forgiven for being obnoxious from time to time, while the perpetrators, it's the unsettling nature of the images that makes it disturbing. The posts on the subreddit are heavily cropped, with almost everything painted white, except for the object the FBI is gathering information on. One recent post post, made on the 1st of June, shows a logo visible on a t-shirt. Usually, very little context is provided in these posts about why a particular item is being searched for or where it was originally found, but most saw objects appearing in highly illegal CSA videos. Some users in the comments section attempted to unblur the image and adjust its perspective to figure out what it was. One member suggested that it belonged to Aston Villa Football Club. Many other posts feature cropped items, mostly shirts or objects such as cups, calendars, and sometimes even teddy bears belonging to young children. These are shared in the hopes of identifying specific brands or locations, such as schools where particular uniforms are worn, which can help ongoing investigations. Monitoring the subreddit from time to time may be helpful as it allows users to notice details that authorities might have overlooked. We are now on level 2 of the iceberg. In 2018, a Reddit user named OceanGate Inc. posted in r/RMS Titanic. He introduced himself as Stockton Rush, the CEO and founder of OceanGate, a company that specializes in submarine tourism. Rush said his company was going to start diving to the wreck of the Titanic in 2021. He invited Redditors to ask him anything. Rush's plan was big. He wanted to take small crews down in a sub called Titan to film and scan the Titanic wreck. The main goal was to study.
I feel like everybody knows about this one. If you don't know about this one, you're missing out. Like, this one's common sense. We've all heard this story. You know, this one's actually pretty new. And not to mention, I feel like it was kind of dumb anyways, bro. Like to do a little tiny like sea exploration with a game controller, sure. But to do your entire sea exploration with a game controller, you have lost your goddamn mind, brother. Like, I don't know what you were thinking. But, you know, more power to you. Anyways, let's continue.
See how the ship was decaying and to build a record for future generations. In the AMA, John Dothan asked, "What's the depth rating for the sub? Do you trust it?" Stockton would reply, 4,000 meters. Yes, I trust it. I especially trust our extensive testing and real-time acoustic and strain monitoring system. We can detect any anomaly well before we reach a critical pressure. We know of no other sub that is so well instrumented. By 2021, the dives were actually happening. OceanGate reached the wreck and began filming. The plan from the Reddit post had actually come to life. Then, in 2023, tragedy would strike. During one of their Titanic dives, the sub imploded. All 5 people on board, including Rush, died instantly. Now that old Reddit post reads very differently, as Stockton Rush was clearly very passionate about his project, but in the end, it would cost him everything. The members of r/jailbait posted highly inappropriate images of underage girls. While the photos didn't feature any outright nudity, they were overtly suggestive. The community was explicitly focused on minors, with any content featuring girls who might have even slightly appeared over 18 being immediately removed. What makes it even stranger is that most of the images...
So anything that looked like it was, like, legal, they removed? Are you... what? Hell no.
Were taken without the girls' consent from Facebook and other social media platforms. Only a few archives remain, but the titles of some of the posts from the subreddit are extremely disturbing. Shockingly, it became one of Reddit's most popular communities. The subreddit was created by u/violent actress, who described himself as a troll and
You know, I haven't even been on Reddit much. Like, I've been on it, yeah, but the only thing I've ever really heard Reddit used for, and which I used it for, is basically like a better version of Google, where people will give more real answers than what I can find, you know, online. But anyways.
admitted to posting provocative content solely to provoke reactions. He also created other disturbing subreddits such as Pics of Dead Kids. A while later, a member of r/jailbait posted suggestive images of his 14-year-old ex-girlfriend and offered to provide full pictures in the DMs.
His 14-year-old ex-girlfriend? Oh no, lock him up.
This led to the subreddit being banned forever for very obvious reasons. r/whitebeauty was a subreddit where people posted pictures of white men and women. A strange concept, but other subreddits celebrating other races exist, so initially it was not seen as that bad. The subreddit hosted purely safe for work content. No nude photos were allowed, but controversially, neither were Jewish people. As the subreddit description reads, fascist beauty standards reign supreme. This is an SFW subreddit, so please no nudes. No Jews either. Somehow, even more controversially, there were multiple categories in the subreddit. Photos of women, photos of men, group photos, and photos of children, which obviously felt strange to many people, a collection of pictures of white children. The moderators, unsurprisingly, were known for posting in racist subreddits, and some said they even wanted to upset non-white people by showing off white beauty. Eventually, Reddit took action. First, the subreddit was quarantined. That means it got a warning label, and people had to click through a message saying the content might...
Tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk, for real.
...might be offensive. And eventually, in June of 2020, Reddit banned r/whitebeauty completely. Some people complained that Reddit was being unfair, saying other subreddits about other races were allowed to stay. But others pointed out that those groups didn't have rules or connections to any sort of supremacy. From the name alone, you can likely guess what r/fatpeoplehate was centered on. The subreddit began in 2013, created by a user known as Gummy Queen Sarah. At first, it was a place for venting and sharing anti-fat content in response to fat positivity movements. But as the community grew, things got more intense. A typical post looked like this. I'm so lucky there were 2 lines at the company buffet this morning, accompanied with a sneakily took photo of a morbidly obese person getting food at a buffet. The original creator started to feel uncomfortable and tried to shut down the subreddit. She even made the group private and changed the description to promote kindness. However, another moderator, known as the Penis Wizard, still had access. He reopened the subreddit and eventually convinced Reddit staff to hand over control. After that, the community exploded in size, reaching over 150,000 members. One unique feature was the verification system. If you wanted a special badge on your profile, you had to send a photo of your body to the moderators to prove you weren't overweight. Many users did this to get more respect within the subreddit. Those who refused to send pictures of their body were often mocked or ignored in comment sections. Ironically, the moderators themselves...
I should have done it just so I, you know, could prove that I'm not a chunky boy. You know what I mean? Prove I'm not a chud to the world.
...never shared their own photos. In June of 2015...
Okay, the mod's not showing their own photos. I don't like that.
Reddit introduced a new rule against communities that organize harassment. And just a few weeks later, r/fatpeoplehate was banned. r/dark side smoking.
That's lame. They didn't even really do anything to get banned.
Fetish is a very niche but very disturbing community. After only scrolling for a minute on this subreddit, which I wouldn't recommend, you'll begin to realize that this...
One would say that fat shaming is actually body positivity in its most extreme form. Because, I mean, if I'm shaming fat people, maybe they'll feel bad and not want to be fat so that they actually work out. And, you know, then we don't have as many fat people. And they have better health and can live longer. W for everybody.
This isn't just about cigarettes. Users share fantasies and real photos, particularly of women, smoking while terminally ill, during pregnancy, or even while on life support. The top posts of all time on the subreddit show photos and videos of heavily pregnant women smoking. Other users post their stories of continuing to smoke and the joy of knowing they're damaging their bodies. As a post from a deleted user reads, "Enjoying damaging my lungs. 39F, been smoking for 25 years, heavily for the last 15 years. I love the fact that my lungs are damaged and can barely exhale the smoke and it gets trapped inside." It has 73 upvotes and caused a discussion about how hot it is when women choose death for pleasure. On August 16, 2016, a Reddit user shared an unsettling image of a man seemingly captured by a doorbell camera. The post, uploaded to r/creepy, was titled, "Got a notification from my smart home app in the middle of the night saying your doorbell detected a visitor." Most people speculated that this could have been a burglar trying to break into the house, urging the original poster to call the cops immediately. For further context, he shared a screenshot of the notifications he received. One of his comments reads, "Yes, this was real. I kept getting notifications notifications on my app that my doorbell detected a visitor, yet when I checked the first few times, nothing appeared, and figured it was maybe a stray dog or someone on a sidewalk being detected by the sensor. Several notifications later, I checked again, and this is what appeared. Yes, I am alive. Some suggested it might have been someone mentally ill, with a few even urging OP to buy a gun for his own safety. Another commenter, noticing the odd way the man was standing, wrote, "I don't like the way they have their arms behind their back. For all we know, they could be holding a baseball bat or hammer or a gun. Creepy." Days later, the original poster returned with an update. It reads, "For all the PMs and comments regarding if I'm alive, yes, I am. I've been very busy with a wide spectrum of things in life. Visitor never returned, thankfully. Thank you everyone who checked on a stranger's well-being. There were no further updates, and it seems OP was safe in the end."
So that was a big nothing burger then. Like, why did you even add that entry? You added that, but you put the first one, the one that's not that bad, is the most disgusting, deplorable thing ever. Weird.
r/creepshots was a subreddit where people shared secret photos of women, almost always taken without their permission. These images were usually shot in public places like malls, schools, or public transport, and focused on the women's bodies. Most of
Stalls? You're taking pictures of women in the bathroom? I always thought that's just weird. Like, why? Why would you, like, I get it's their most vulnerable moment or whatever these creeps want, but like, my thing is, like, me personally, I could never. My wife be stankin' when she be pootin', and I just want nothing to do with that. Like, no, I couldn't imagine.
the photos were of women in tight clothing, short skirts, or in bikinis. The subreddit grew quickly and obviously sparked a lot of outrage. Many people, including news outlets, called it out for being creepy, violating privacy, and encouraging harassment. A major controversy hit in 2012 when a high school teacher was caught posting photos of his female students on the subreddit. The case put Reddit in the spotlight and led to more public pressure. In response, Reddit eventually shut the subreddit down. They said it broke the platform's rules, and r/creepshots became one of the first big examples of Reddit banning an entire.
I'm not gonna lie. College just sounds like a very unsafe place to be at this point.
Community. We are now on level 3 of the iceberg. On March 15th, 2022, user OxyOverOxygen would make his final ever Reddit post. Found a bag of heroin on the ground. Was so tempted to snort a line, and the bag had at least a gram of that 90% purity Cambodian number 4. Took everything in me to throw it back on the street later. Most users knew him from r/drug circle jerk and a niche subreddit called r/thedex cult, where he posted wild stories of substance binges and dark humor, scattered with glimpses of self-awareness. Often, he just sounded plain exhausted. In one thread, he mourned a friend who overdosed, sparking up one with my best bud for my best bud who OD'd. For those of you in the Golden Triangle, stay safe. Eventually, it was him people were mourning, as weeks after his last Reddit post, another Redditor commented that OxyOverOxygen had died of a heroin overdose. They linked an obituary with his name and face on it. The first line reads, Nathan Jens Rasmussen passed away on March 16th, 2022 in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, from an accidental overdose at age 21. He was doing what he loved the most, traveling. It's very likely that Nathan, or OxyOverOxygen, couldn't resist the temptation to try what he had mentioned in his final.
Let's be real. What they meant by he was doing what he loved the most, they meant the heroin. That's what they meant. Let's be real.
Post. A woman made a disturbing post on the subreddit Let's Not Meet titled He Pretended to Be My Dog. In the post, she explained that she and her husband usually hooked their dog's collar to a long line outside their house, which was connected to a pipe at the corner of their home. This setup allowed the dog to walk around a little and use the bathroom. One day, while her husband wasn't home, she decided to hook the dog outside one last time before going to bed. A short while later, she heard a light scratch on the front door. Naturally, she assumed it was her dog signaling to be let back in. However, However, unbeknownst to her, the thing making that sound wasn't her dog. The post reads, "Since I've watched way too many scary movies, I always look through the door's peephole before opening the door. Out of habit, I look to check that my dog is in front of the door. Instead, I see a man staring very intently at the door handle. I freeze with my hand on the door handle. I don't know how much time went by, but then I heard another scratch. This one louder than the last. This one kind of wakes me up from my initial shock. I run to grab my cell phone. I call my husband to tell him what's happening. He was very confused. I probably wasn't explaining the situation very well, but he says that he's heading home. While her husband was on his way back, OP realized that her dog was tied outside and this creepy man might try to hurt him. She checked the door again, only to find the man still standing there, staring intently at the doorknob. The post further reads, "I considered calling the police, but I didn't feel they would take me seriously since all this man was doing was standing in front of my house. I tried taking a picture of him with my cell phone, but my camera was only able to take pictures of the peephole and not the images behind the glass. All of a sudden, the man looks
I'm not. Yeah, no. You hit me with one of those, and I'm putting the gun through the people, and I'm shooting. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm putting the gun through the people and I'm shooting if I see that.
Directly at me. I swear he knew I was there. He glares at me, then opens his mouth to show his taunting, malicious grin. He stood that way for a few seconds. With that, he turns around and starts to walk down the street. I stay in the same place, almost expecting him to rush back and start pounding on the door. Instead, her husband arrived home. They called the police, but the man wasn't found. Fortunately, OP and her family were never harmed. Still, what makes the story scarier is the possibility that the man...
Okay, yeah, the family weren't harmed, but what happened to the dog? You better, like, cause I know motherfuckers don't like to include the dog as family, but your dog is your family. Regardless of what you think, you get a dog, you've committed. And if you decide to get a dog and just give it up, you're a shit person. You are honestly the worst type of despicable human shit known to man.
Man had been stalking her beforehand. As one comment pointed out, he watched you long enough to know that your dog scratching made you open the door, and he probably knew your husband wasn't there. Terrifying. Glad to hear the fur baby was safe. How long did it take you to feel comfortable in your home again? To which OP replied, "This is what I figure as well. This was actually the reason I was so hesitant to start letting our dog out through the front door. I didn't like the idea that someone could observe when I was opening the door from the street. It was a slow process. I refused to be home alone for a long time. My husband made more of an effort to stay home with me as much as possible. We would make sure one of my friends could be there. I also installed a peephole on the laundry room door just in case." There were no further updates to her post as OP and her husband later moved to a different place. 8 years ago on r/askreddit, beard calm and speaking to me to make sure he doesn't lose consciousness. So the involved driver, who I'll call Zach, was about my age-ish, early 20s, very calm and cooperative, and even joking. He was hanging upside down because the car was on its side and he had injured his leg. It was all good. Help was about 10 minutes out and Zach and I were chatting and even laughing about this crazy experience. I knew he was blocking the roadway in his vehicle and was hoping a passerby would stop and help him out. Fortunately, he was on a blind corner and a car came flying around and struck his rolled over vehicle while he was still talking to me. Lots of screaming and yelling. I could tell he was pretty messed up, but I tried to keep him talking. He was just coughing and moaning. Sadly, the 10 things that need to happen for a car to ignite happened. Smoke and flames started pouring into Zach's car and he started screaming, "Fire, I'm on fire." Basically, I listened while this poor kid burned to death. I still think about that call daily when I come to work. I've trained several new dispatchers and told that story to all.
That type of stuff has always been horrific to me. And I try and be very safe in my life. I always try to be very safe when I'm talking to like my wife and telling her like about like things that I see that like are very dangerous, and like we're very fragile creatures. So I try to like make sure I basically, if I could roll her around in bubble wrap, I would, just to keep her protected. And with that being said, like genuinely, I told her, and I hope she's smart enough to know at this point that like if our car was to like, you know, if we were to crash that bitch and she feels safe enough to get out of the car, or if it's like smoking or anything, get out of the car, like, you know what I mean? Oh man, I'd be so scared if she was trapped in there and all that. Man, that would be the worst thing in my life. I'm sorry, but I'd break her legs in order to free her. That's so messed to me.
All of them. I've always said it's the most important call I've ever taken because nothing will ever be as bad as that. It's helped me deal with all sorts of madness I've been involved in, including hundreds of sexual assaults, domestics, shootings, pursuits, hostage situations, etc. But yeah, after that, the rest of this is easy. While r/cannibalism advocates is now banned, a few archived posts can still be found on the internet. One of the posts was made by a man claiming to be a cannibal himself. His post reads, "Ask me anything. I'm a real endo-cannibal. I feel as though cannibals are shrouded in a strange, mysterious aura, which I find aesthetically fascinating. I also feel that we need to be better understood. If you have any questions for me, send me a DM." In one of the comments under the post, a user asked OP how he could obtain human meat legally and which part of the body he should try first. OP gave a long, detailed reply, claiming that the easiest way is to find someone who willingly allows you to remove part of their body. According to him, doing this is completely legal and non-fatal. He advised the best place to scoop out the meat from is the thighs, as they heal quickly and the meat is good. The post further reads, "Use sterilized equipment and make sure that it is completely consensual. Also, I was held in captivity for 3 years. I was beaten, starved. 11-year-old me had learnt to make him trust me. It started with us going around in his car, although I had to sit in the back seat and stay quiet the whole time. He let me come into his kitchen and make food for myself. He let me clean his house. The day we went to feed the ducks at the park."
And see, now that I know that this has happened, this is like something I'm gonna ingrain into my mind and make sure that when I have kids, I'm gonna tell them, like, unless it's me who comes to get you, you better call me and ask me. If you do not know this face, if you've never seen them before, you better call me and ask me and confirm with me before anything. If I find out you went, oh no, no, my kid would never. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not like some of these iPad parents, and I hope you iPad parents are watching so you feel ashamed. I would never like y'all. Y'all are sick.
And I ran as fast as my weak legs could carry me. Because of the crowd, I think he lost me. I begged the family for help, telling them I was kidnapped and I wanted to go home. I told them my name, my school's name, and my parents' names. Long story short, they caught him and he killed himself. I was back with my dad, my sisters, my dogs. I'm now happily married to my wife of 4 years, still undergoing therapy, have a good job, and a baby on the way. On July 8th, 2022, a Reddit user that went by the username throwaway God I'm Awful made a post on the legal advice subreddit worrying that something bad had happened to his sister. While the original post has been removed, some archives can still be found through the Wayback Machine. In the post, the Redditor explained that around 7 months earlier, his sister went out with their grandmother only to never return. The boy never heard back from his sister and there were no letters, phone calls, or anything. Whenever he asked his parents about his sister, they acted very suspiciously, failing to give any straight answers. The boy and his sister were half white and half Asian. They used to live in America, but later moved to Taiwan because of their grandfather's deteriorating health. While they were living with their grandparents, he described how his grandmother would almost bully his sister at every point. The post reads, "The issue began with my grandma. She would really look down on my sister, and I loved my sister and didn't like it one bit. My mum said it's cultural, and I shouldn't make a fuss, but it was hard when grandma really started making it obvious. She got me clothes, games, etc. But my sis got no attention. Just under a year ago, my grandpa passed, and my parents decided we'd stay here since I already speak and read pretty fluently. Grandma spoke to everyone about how rude and unladylike my sister is, so my parents went along with it when I completely think that's wrong. 7 months ago, her and grandma went out, and my parents said she'd be at a boarding school for the summer. Just the summer. What was promised as a summer.
It's about time to finish off Amy right here. We're very close. I think I'm going to be able to make this all look really good when I'm finished and get it all to come together nice and pretty. We'll see though.
Turned into 7 months of silence about his sister. According to his dad, his sister loved the boarding school so much that she decided to stay there forever, which seems like just a poorly crafted excuse. The post reads, "Still, it gets worse. After 5 months, I still hadn't gotten any contact. No message, no letters, nothing. And that's when my dad started making her room into his office space. We actually got into a big fight over it, and I ended up with more chores, but he never answered why he was doing it, and if she'd be back soon. Anyway, it's now been 7 months since that car car trip that took my sister away and the final nail in the coffin hit. I was looking through the attic for my mom and found a box with some of her old stuff, including her phone. Why wouldn't she have her phone? Most Redditors argued that while it's certainly possible his sister is enjoying her new school away from her grandmother, it's also possible that she was trafficked. The members of the subreddit suggested that OP should directly call the US Embassy to make them aware of the situation. One such comment reads, "Not a lawyer. I don't know anything about the laws or systems in Taiwan, but since you're American and your sister is American, I would suggest you contact the American Embassy in Taiwan for help. However, once you contact them, you'll..."
Now that we've finished our drawing, we're just gonna watch the rest of this animation and then call it a day. Or watch the rest of this video and then call it a day.
Parents will obviously know and would likely be investigated. It would likely be a really big deal, but it seems worth it given the situation. A serious red flag mentioned by OP was that his sister didn't even visit their family during the holidays or birthdays. It almost seemed as if his sister had vanished into thin air. But after almost 3 weeks of silence, OP made an update. So thanks to the super community that is Reddit, I was able to get in touch with a few different sources, the least favorite of which was a phone call towards those that help find trafficked children. I knew my family would be investigated, and I actually went up to meet with another family at the time. So basically, a Redditor close to my age, who I'll keep private, met with me, and she had already shown my story to her family. They ended up letting me stay with them for a bit and made the proper calls to make sure it wasn't illegal. A few days after a week had passed, I got a call, and it turns out they found my sister. The reason for his sister's disappearance turned out to be much worse than a boarding school. As the update further reads, my family had been taken in for questioning and were placed in holding for quite a while. I'm not sure why they didn't tell me this immediately though. I don't actually know the full story, but my sister was living close to 700 kilometers away. Yeah, nearly a whole day's drive. It wasn't summer school or a boarding school or anything like that. My dad sold her to get married. OP later explained that while his family was being investigated, his mother was released so that the children would have a parent at home. However, his father and grandmother were arrested immediately. Most commenters praised OP, calling him a hero for turning in his own family to save his sister. In a follow-up post made a month later, OP mentioned that his mother had also been arrested. He explained that he was now living with an uncle on his mother's side, and that both he and his sister had started therapy, with his sister now in a better place. I'm putting my extremely profoundly disabled 7-year-old into a residential facility so I can forget he exists. I'm not sorry. On the 15th of June 2019, on r/confessions, a single mother writes that she is left caring for 2 boys after the death of her husband. One of them is so severely disabled that he can't move, speak, or respond to the world around him. His constant medical needs take over her life and slowly pull her family apart. I can't tell anyone this, even my therapist. Lambast me if you want, and maybe I even deserve it. I only ask what you would do if you were in my situation. Not what you think people should do, what you would really do. I'm a single mum of 2 boys, 12 and 7. My husband passed away 3 years ago in a work accident. A very large portion of me believes it was suicide. I can't see him ever making the mistake he made that caused his death. And he had taken an action just before that which ensured his co-workers weren't in the room. I fully believed he killed himself because of our younger son, and no one will ever change my mind. We were told when I was pregnant that he would have Down syndrome. We could handle that, even if it was severe. It turned out he has a chromosome deletion. His disorder is kind of rare, so I won't post which specific one, but suffice to say, he'll never be anything more than he is now or has ever been. And what he is nothing. He doesn't appear to have any awareness and never has. His eyes are locked in one position. He doesn't respond to noise, touch, or pain. He is total care. He is capable of nothing. He is tube fed and on oxygen. He is in diapers and will be forever. He makes no sounds, no attempts to communicate. He never even really cried as a baby. He has never made an attempt to interact with anyone or his environment. I'm not upset because I got a special needs or imperfect child. I feel the way I feel because this thing takes up 200% of my time and does nothing. I didn't get an imperfect child. I didn't get a child. I don't love him. He doesn't have any personality. There's nothing to love, and yet I'm responsible for him. In addition to his extreme delays, he's also medically fragile. Respiratory crises, fecal impactions, his automatic nervous system doesn't function properly. Issues with his G-tube, infections, pressure sores, no matter what we put on him or how we position him. Our older son has suffered because his non-existent brother has colored everything in his life. He's had medical care get delayed because there's only one of me and his brother is more critical. We do have a visiting home nurse, but only 20 hours a week, and we aren't eligible for more. I was starting law school. I gave up my dreams and my plan for my children for this potato. My older son can't do a lot of things he wants to do because of the younger's need for care and appointments. The final straw was I heard a sound. I went into younger son's room to check, thinking he had forgotten how to breathe again, and saw older son hitting him and screaming, "You're why I don't have a mother. You're why I don't have a father. You're why I can't have friends over. You're why I can't be in sports. I didn't ask for you, and I hope you die." Instead of being horrified, I watched, and younger son just did not react. No signs of pain or fear or upset. No reaction at all. He breathes, but he is not alive. He doesn't know who I am, doesn't know who my older son is. He has no sense of self, life experience, or awareness of his surroundings. He doesn't need to be in my home. He doesn't know or care where he is. He is genetically my son, but he is not family. My previously abused, brain-damaged cat, who can't walk straight, has more personality and is far more lovable than my child. In fact, I was looking forward.
This is some pretty insane stuff to say. I'm not gonna lie. This is a tumultuous family going through a lot. Oh my god.
To raising a Downs baby, even one with severe impairments. For that reason, with a disability can come gifts. This boy is not a gift. He has a genetic mistake I probably should have miscarried and would have definitely terminated if I had known he would be like this. And the flip side is, if he has awareness, he's miserable. And there's nothing I can do. If he has likes and dislikes, no one knows what they are. If he's in pain, he can't tell anyone. If he wants anything, he can't communicate. He has had every imaginable therapy. Nothing has made a difference. And so he's leaving our home on the 29th. I feel excited and relieved and then guilty because I know we'll be happier with him gone. He's already taken my husband and my son's father. He was working so much overtime to pay for the cucumber's care, for the experimental therapies insurance wouldn't cover, because this one was going to be the breakthrough. He was tired and defeated and disappointed. He sought counseling as well.
Calling your child the cucumber is kind of crazy work, I'm not gonna lie.
But I don't think he could ever say the words, "I don't want my son in my home either." He's ruined my older son. I was so wrapped up on the younger, I never realized how ignored and damaged he was. He lost his father too. I didn't just lose my husband. He is my priority now, and this malignant lump can be someone else's problem. At least they'll be paid a wage to care for him. At least they'll get a break from him when they punch out. I just never want to think of him again. And I'm not sorry. For that, I'm sorry. User Sauce would reply, and this is why abortion should always be an option. User Barbara Roja would say, I worked 10 years in a facility for individuals with special needs, some being profound. All situations are different, and I saw with my own eyes families that were simply better because of our facility. No shame for you, none, zero. We are now on level 4 of the iceberg. On the 5th of July 2025, a Reddit user with the username Accomplishedowl7211 uploaded a very strange post with the title, "I believe my brother has been replaced." The post begins with OP insisting that he's not mentally ill and what is happening is actually very serious. In the post, OP explained that his brother had come back home after traveling through Asia during his gap year. However, since his return, things have been slightly different. At the airport, OP mentions that the brother felt like a stranger. He looked different as he had come back extremely underweight, smelled horrendous, and seemed inches shorter. He was very reserved, barely recognizing anyone's existence, and not saying a single word, as if to avoid messing up his act. According to OP, before his brother went on the trip, he had been a germaphobe, someone obsessed with cleanliness. However, it seemed like he now hadn't bathed in several days. OP suspected that something was horribly wrong. After returning home, his brother locked himself in his room, rarely coming out. He would stay awake the entire night and sleep during the day. He'd stopped showering showering, stop eating, and seemed to continuously be doing something in his room extremely loudly. Opie's parents also heard his brother murmuring to himself at night, his speech becoming increasingly erratic and incomprehensible. Opie feared that his brother might do something to their parents, as he had not been acting sanely. The family consulted a doctor, and the brother was placed on a waiting list to see a therapist. According to Opie, before going to Asia, his brother had been very close to their mother. However, after traveling to Vietnam, he underwent a complete transformation, to the point that his parents had to contact the consulate authorities to ask about him. The post reads, "My mum told me about 3 incidents involving the authorities in Vietnam. First one was a wellness check, after my parents had heard nothing from him for about a week. The second and third instances were actually a part of the same correspondence, but turned out to be much more disturbing than I thought. Local authorities were worried that my brother and 2 other female friends had been trafficked in Laos, as they failed to return to Vietnam on time. However, this was resolved after half a month. I have no idea the status of his friends, but I suspect they all returned to Vietnam together. It's clear that something really bad had happened to Opie's brother in Vietnam." In the comments, most people suggested possible drug use. One of the comments read, "There's a lot of access to cheap party drugs in Southeast Asia. My guess is that he spent a year raving in nightclubs with tourists and got addicted to ketamine. The noise is probably him racking up ketamine. It comes as shardy powder, which needs to be ground down into a fine dust before inhalation, and the process makes quite a loud scratchy sound. Ketamine would also explain personality changes. Get him to a doctor." On July 11th, only a few days after Opie's initial post, he shared an update. It reads, "I thought I'd share an update. This will also be my last post on this site, and I wanted to say a quick thank you to everyone who commented, to those who provided genuine help and support. I couldn't be more thankful. My brother is dead. We found him in the early hours of this morning, and I spent the rest of the day finding the courage to make this post. Maybe it's shock, but I'd like to think he died over in Vietnam, and upon his return, his body was simply catching up, rather than prolong his torment. You all do a wonderful service here, so please keep doing what you're doing. All the best. I am responsible for the deaths of several people." This was posted 7 years ago on r/confessions. Around 4 years ago, I was a vendor on the darknet. It was a relatively short-lived thing. I was just doing it because I was too lazy to get a job, and at the time, didn't want to settle for the 9-to-5 thing. I wanted to start my own business, and used the drug money as a startup. I've been using myself for years. Along with that, I met lots of people into the dealing scene, and eventually started dealing myself. I have a lot of anxiety though, so I hated meeting up with people in parking lots, and I definitely didn't want anyone to know where I lived. That's when I read about the Silk Road, and Ross Ulbricht being caught. Got obsessed with the idea of it. Got obsessed with learning OPSEC, all with the goal of eventually using my connections to start up my store. Well, after a couple of months, I did. I started my store with 3 products: ketamine, meth, and some outdoor weed my buddy was getting for super cheap. All was going good for a few months. Had a couple thousand get stolen in an exit scam, but I had about $25,000 saved at that point, so it didn't ruin my life like a few vendors I knew of. Eventually, I met a local connect that came into town only once a week, but had fucking anything I wanted. Mescaline, LSD, mushrooms, PCP, even, and fentanyl. At the time, people weren't really cutting heroin with fentanyl. I mean, I'm sure people did plenty, but it was not nearly as commonplace as now. People just did fentanyl, and still do. I put all my addresses into an Excel spreadsheet, along with their name, zip code, order, along with the amount. At the time, I was selling some super white powdered mescaline. The fentanyl was also a white powder. Very similar consistency. Long story short, my Excel fucked up, or I fucked up, and about 7 people's mescaline orders were filled in as fentanyl orders. They all went out. I didn't notice and kept doing my thing for a few days. After about 5 days, someone contacted me and told me their friend had died from my mescaline. I immediately called bullshit. I went to check my order log and scale up how much I had of my mescaline left. Well, I had about 11 grams more than I should have. I still didn't know how the fuck it could have happened. I wasn't a user, but I definitely was high off dabs. I went to check my order log on the market to see if anyone had finalized on their purchase, and a couple of them were, but none from a specific day, including the person that messaged me. No one that had purchased mescaline that day had finalized their orders. The market I was on also had a feature to see the user's last activity, and none of them had logged in for at least 3 days, most 2 days. I immediately deactivated my vendor account. I didn't even need confirmation. I knew what happened. I knew I had just killed several people. I sold the rest of my drugs, converted my Bitcoin to cash, and moved the fuck away. Didn't speak to anyone for weeks. Found a job in a restaurant, living in a city I always wanted to. I haven't touched drugs since that day. I haven't had anything to do with that life since then. I still think about them every night. I saved their names and Googled them a few days later. I was able to find info on 4 customers that definitely died. One customer shared it with a friend. They both died. I don't know why I'm even posting this, mainly because I have no one to tell. And even if I did, I don't think I could. I spend my days sober, clocking into work, clocking out of work, coming home, playing video games. I'm a complete recluse. People I used to know have distanced themselves immensely, and I know it's because I'm a shell of my former self. I can't help it. Could I even tell a therapist about this? I don't feel like I deserve to be alive. Am I really living anyway? I don't even know anymore. Maybe this will help me feel better. User Roboplodicus would reply, if you ever want to feel human again, you will need to make some kind of continuous amends for the rest of your life. Volunteer or donate to a drug rehab place, like someone else said, or figure out some other way to contribute positively to your community. r/burning kids was extremely disturbing. As its name suggests, it reportedly contained images and videos depicting children being burned alive. Mentions of the subreddit are scarce, as it has been banned for a long time and archives are extremely limited. One post on r/askreddit made by the user Chief Afro asked, what are some of the most disturbing subreddits? To which another user replied, r/burning kid. However, through one archived post, we can see unsettling titles such as Face Burn and Afghan Casualty. One particularly extreme post was titled Boiled Alive. The subreddit has since been removed and most of its content has been erased from the internet. 6 years ago, on r/creepy encounters, a woman, after rejecting her neighbor's advances, begins hearing noises in their shared attic, finds a suspicious tool at her door at 3 AM, and discovers a freshly drilled hole in her ceiling, leaving her to wonder if she's being watched. I think my neighbor is watching me through my attic. So I moved into a duplex with my ex about 3 years ago in what we thought was a safer part of the city. One of our neighbors, Amber, works in the duplex rental office, and her husband, Ed, was at the time fresh out of prison. Later, we would see all his swastika tattoos. Ed had been doing and continues to do the landscape work for rentals like mow the lawns, cut down trees, etc. Other than that, he's at home mostly, doing odds and ends, things like tinkering with his mower or truck or something. They're both super nice people, very
Sorry, y'all. I had to make a few little adjustments to the faces on each one of them. Specifically, namely, the biggest adjustment being Sonic's eyes. But also a few adjustments on each character. This whole burning kids Reddit thing, that was just a little small thing, but that's kind of crazy that a Reddit site like that even existed. It's crazy how much that people can get away with on the internet, and where's the FBI in all this? I'm just wondering, what are they doing? Like, just saying.
kind and loving towards others and always offer to help out. We've smoked weed together a few times, Ed smokes more than Amber, and I've talked about all kinds of things, so I thought I could trust them and felt very safe being their neighbor. I once mentioned how sometimes when I'm home alone, I hear steps in the attic over my room and what sounds like a chair being dragged. How sometimes the noise follows me around the house and always freaks me out to the point of calling someone just to feel a little bit safer until the noises died down. Ed said, "What, you think we're spying on you?" in a laughing way, but it creeped me out a little. So then I break up with my boyfriend and he moves out. This is recent, so a few months ago. Ed started texting me asking if I wanted to smoke while Amber was still at work. I declined every time, finding excuses because I still felt uncomfortable around him. Then he asked if I wanted to have sex with him because he thinks Amber is cheating on him. I definitely shut that down and it was awkward. I didn't tell Amber because I didn't want to get kicked out or have some horrible awkward tension, and I hate confrontation, so I kept quiet. That's when I started to hear things in the attic above my room more often. It freaked me out even more when I woke up to a loud bang outside my front door at around 3 or 4 a.m. When I went to examine it, there was a small lockpick outside my door on the ground, but no one around. I kept the lockpick, and the next day, I texted a picture of it to Amber to let her know I thought someone was creeping around, and she said, "Oh, that's Ed." minutes. That's his ice pick, not a lockpick, sweetie. No one can pick your deadbolt with that. But I know the difference in a foreign skinny-ass lockpick and an ice pick. I'm so scared to be alone here, especially at night. Our attics connect, and it's not outlandish to think he could be up there spying on me. I even found a freshly drilled hole in the ceiling of my room. I just put wadded paper up in it and try not to think of it. I honestly hope nothing comes of it, and I'm just being paranoid. Edit. For everyone saying to call the police, I really have no evidence. I have the lockpick still and pictures of my door being messed with, but when I've gone into
We're
the
doing
attic,
pretty good
it's
on
been
this, though.
completely empty. I've
I
never
like
gone
how
in
Sonic
alone
and Tails
because its
are looking.
opening is in my
I like
garage.
how
There is no
Amy's looking
ladder,
in
so it
here now.
requires
I did
two
Tails'
people.
tails
As of
really
now,
well. I'm
it's a
still proud
gaping
of that.
hole above my washer and dryer, and very
We're only
hard to
just
get
getting
into
started,
without
though.
good upper body strength. I'd called my ex to come home when the dragging would start, and by the time he got there, it would be cleared out. So I'm hesitant to report anything with no evidence. This is 100% true. I'm staying
you're
with my
wondering why
boyfriend until
Amy's-
I bring tea in the morning instead. But then his reply took a strange turn. He told her the tea was a special blend, that it would make her fall asleep instantly. OP ended up drinking the tea and slept for 13 hours straight. When she finally woke up, she found a message from her landlord. Attached was a photo of her sleeping, taken inside her own bedroom. Under it was an unsettling message. You are a pretty sleeper. In her post, OP explained that she had escaped from an extremely abusive relationship just 2 months earlier and had no job, money, or friends that she could rely on. At that time, she found this place online where the
That is both effed up and scary. I feel so bad for that girl. I know she went through a lot with that. That's scary. That is so terrifying, honestly. Like worst fears, you know.
60-year-old landlord allowed her to rent a room for cheap. Since he also lived in the house, she had seen him around, but admitted that she never really considered him a threat until now. Looking back though, the red flags had already been there. She described how he would constantly knock on her door, let himself into her room, and even climb into bed with her, acting as if nothing was wrong. After OP saw the disturbing text message, she politely left the house, trying not to make him suspicious, and was now asking for help on how to proceed further. However, she decided to confront him over text, and what happened next was even more unsettling. OP clearly warned the man, while she loved living at his house, he could not enter her room without her permission if she was sleeping. To this, the man replied, I just want to protect you. The tea is strong. I was worried. I wanted to make sure. I think you are beautiful. I am handsome. We have a connection. I would hate to see you leave. I don't want it to go out that way. Last night was beautiful. Thank you. The disturbing text made OP feel sick to her stomach, and it was then she noticed
I think Tails' new eye placement looks far better on him. Looking up at Sonic like that looks way better.
fresh bruises on her hands. She vomited nearly 3 times, feeling dread
But I do have to change something.
at the thought of what had happened while she was asleep. She also suspected that the tea must have contained drugs, which explained why she slept for so long. She asked the man, what do you mean last night was beautiful? To which he replied, I want more. Most of the commenters advised OP to immediately go to the hospital and request a blood check. One of the comments reads, you need to check into a hospital and get your blood checked for any substances. I don't want to freak you out, but who knows how long the possible drugs will stay in your system. File a police report as well. To which OP replied, okay, thank you, I'll do all of this. There have been no further updates, and OP's account has been suspended by Reddit. We are now on level 5 of the iceberg. On May 12th, 2012, a Reddit user shared a post on the r/letsnotmeet subreddit titled The Bridge. In the post, he recounted how he and his friends once attempted to explore the interior of a bridge, only to discover something deeply disturbing inside. OP lives in the north of Wales, where trains mostly run alongside the road, only to rarely pass over a small concrete bridge. Bored during the summer, he and his friends decided to explore inside this bridge after accidentally discovering a nearby manhole. They pried open the manhole entrance wide enough and climbed down the ladder. Once inside, they decided to make their way to the other side. According to OP, the pathway was extremely narrow and claustrophobic, but still...
Yeah, Tails' eye positions now look way better. This is a lot more detail accurate now.
He pressed on. It's at this point, OP revealed something horrifying. The post reads, no more than a few meters beyond halfway, one of us claimed they could see some objects in the distance at the far end. Slightly hesitantly, we agreed to investigate. Bad move. I reached the end first, and let me tell you, I have never felt the same sense of dread before or since. In front of me was a single fold-away chair positioned facing a wall. On the wall was a partially torn page from a newspaper or a magazine, showing a fully naked lady in an erotic position. The reason I don't just refer to it is because something was different about it. I can't put my finger on it, but it seemed to be more sinister than sexy, if that makes any sense. More disturbingly, the eyes of the woman on display had been cut from the page, removed with precision, not just hastily ripped off. The scene that lay before us had rendered us completely speechless, and an overpowering sense of panic could be felt collectively. That was when we found the condom, the horrendous, gut-wrenching, blood-drenched condom. Terrified for their lives, Opie and his friends immediately fled back home. However, in the post, Opie expressed a desire to return to the bridge in hopes of finally uncovering what was happening there. A few days later, he posted an update. Opie and his friends went back again, and what they discovered was as horrifying, if not more than what had been described in the post.